Recently graduated, Cheng Su is struggling to make ends meet while working in a bustling city. Suddenly, he received a call from the hospital. "Hello, sir. Your girlfriend has collapsed." Without delay, Cheng Su rushed to the hospital to see his school belle girlfriend. The school belle shyly confessed, "I am pregnant." Cheng Su was taken aback. "You are expecting?" The school belle nodded. "I am expecting triplets." Cheng Su was bewildered. Just after graduating, I am to become a father. Chapter 1. Has the school belle girlfriend become pregnant? In the sweltering summer of the Magic City, the temperature has soared to 30 degrees Celsius. Within the Binhu community, Cheng Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and gulped down the remaining half of a bottle of mineral water. Glancing at the time, he had just finished showing a property to a client, and it was still relatively early. Today, the supervisor is visiting the store and will arrive later. From here, riding his little electric scooter to the company only takes 10 minutes, so there is no rush, and he can afford to rest for a while. Indeed, Cheng Su is a junior employee at a real estate agency, as well as a recent university graduate. Although he has only been at this company for a few months, he is already capable of independently showing properties to clients. Although his job does not align with his field of study, the income he earns barely sustains him and his school belle girlfriend in this thriving city. Cheng Su tossed the empty mineral water bottle into a nearby trash bin, retrieved the keys to his electric scooter, and prepared to return to the store. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice came through the line. "Hello, may I speak with Su Sahan, Miss Su's relative?" Cheng Su was momentarily taken aback. While he did not recognize the voice, the name Su Sahan was all too familiar, as it belonged to his girlfriend. "Yes, this is he. Miss Su is currently at the Magic City Hospital. She collapsed while at work. Please come to the hospital." The caller continued to speak, but Cheng Su's thoughts had already stumbled, consumed by the notion of his girlfriend's collapse. Inside the Magic City Hospital, a young man, impeccably dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, exuding a blend of youthful vigor and mature charm, hurriedly entered the facility. In his flustered state, Cheng Su lost his sense of direction and ultimately stopped at the reception desk in the hospital's main hall. He awkwardly swallowed, his parched throat finally moistened enough to allow him to speak. "Excuse me, nurse. Could you please direct me to Building 2? The nurse at the reception desk, bewildered, found herself blushing as she observed the handsome young man intently gazing at her. She shyly lowered her head and gestured towards the outside. Cheng Su smiled and expressed his gratitude with a simple "thank you," then hurriedly dashed towards a nearby building, leaving the nurse behind, who stared at him in infatuation. Room 302 on the third floor of building number 2. Cheng Su checked the door number and swiftly entered. "Sihan, how are you? Is everything all right? Why did you suddenly end up in the hospital?" Upon entering the room, Cheng Su immediately spotted the familiar petite figure lying on the hospital bed. He anxiously examined the young woman before him, ensuring that she bore no visible serious injuries before finally lifting his head to glance at the nurse, his eyes filled with inquiries. The nurse, feeling somewhat intimidated by his intense gaze, hung up the 4 bag before addressing Cheng Su. "You must be her boyfriend, right? She's not in any serious trouble. As for the rest." The nurse glanced at Su Si-han, who was half reclining on the bed, and smiled, continuing, "Let her tell you." After finishing her words, the nurse departed, thoughtfully drawing the curtain to provide the two with some privacy. Cheng Su scratched his head, perplexed by the nurse's implication. "What do you want to tell me?" Cheng Su inquired. At this moment, he had steeled himself, reflecting on the nurse's previous soft smile and the curtain-drawing gesture, which caused him to doubt whether his girlfriend might be gravely ill. No, how ominous. Regardless of the actual circumstances, he would remain steadfastly by his girlfriend's side. Should she truly be afflicted with a serious illness, he would never abandon her. Cheng Su gazed earnestly at Su Si-han, awaiting her response, but she appeared somewhat awkward, her cheeks flushed, her eyes darting about, seemingly at a loss for words. "Darling, didn't you say the company leaders were coming to inspect today? Why are you here?" Su Si-han recalled Cheng Su's words before he left, noticing his briefcase. Cheng Su enveloped her in his arms, inhaling the familiar fragrance that filled him with tranquility, prompting him to take a few deep breaths before saying, "I rushed over as soon as I received the call from the hospital. How could you possibly feign to the company?" Su Si-han was preparing for her postgraduate entrance exams, yet she expressed her desire not to be idle. After much persuasion, she managed to secure a relatively relaxed administrative job. Aye. Su Si-han stammered, her face a deep crimson as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Cheng Su was puzzled. Su Si-han was not typically shy, so what was causing her to falter today? However, Cheng Su remained patient, waiting for her to gather her thoughts. He pressed his forehead against hers, observing, "Are you feverish? Your face is so red." Su Si-han chuckled softly, lightly patting his back, and whispered near his ear, "Darling, I am. What is it? What do you have?" Cheng Su blurted out, momentarily taken aback. Su Si-han could not help but roll her eyes, yet only she understood the extent of her anxiety. After a brief pause, Cheng Su finally grasped her meaning. He froze in place, his mind momentarily blank, as if a string had snapped in his brain. Suddenly, a vague image materialized in his thoughts, a warm scene of a family of 3. Su Si-han is expecting? Cheng Su stared in astonishment at her, then lowered his gaze to her abdomen. "Really? Is what you're saying true, my dear?" he exclaimed, his tone brimming with joy, unmistakably elated. Su Si-han nodded earnestly. Yes, the doctor just confirmed it. Cheng Su felt a wave of panic wash over him. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. This truly means she is pregnant, and he's going to be a father? Cheng Su's heart raced uncontrollably, his breath becoming erratic. The sudden revelation was overwhelmingly astonishing. He embraced Su Si-han tightly, then suddenly remembered something and quickly released her. "But why did you faint?" "It was just a bit of low blood sugar. It's nothing serious," Su Si-han mumbled like a child who had done something wrong. Upon hearing this, Cheng Su promptly pulled the blanket over Su Si-han to ensure she was comfortable, noting that her expression seemed off. He knew her too well. "Is there something else you haven't told me?" Cheng Su looked at Su Si-han with suspicion, his expression turning serious. Su Si-han met his gaze with equal gravity, as if engaged in a mental battle. "The doctor just told me that I am." Cheng Su involuntarily swallowed, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety wash over him. He had never felt this way, even during the college entrance examination. "I am expecting triplets." "Triplets?" Cheng Su was struck as if by a thunderbolt, staring blankly at Su Si-han, rendered motionless for a considerable time. Chapter 2. The Initiation of the Supreme Daddy System in Truth. Cheng Su's initial reaction upon learning of Su Si-han's pregnancy was one of profound joy, an authentic elation that surged from within. However, when she revealed that she was expecting triplets, he was rendered utterly speechless. This startling revelation jolted him out of the blissful anticipation of impending fatherhood, forcing him to confront the stark reality of their situation. One child would already be a considerable challenge for him to support. Now, he was faced with the daunting prospect of 3. Doubts began to gnaw at him. Could he truly shoulder the immense responsibility of providing for them all? Both he and Su Si-han had only recently graduated and were just beginning to navigate the complexities of adulthood, with the weight of various pressures bearing down on them. Their combined earnings barely sufficed for their modest lifestyle, residing in a cramped partitioned apartment. How could they possibly accommodate 3 children in such limited space? Given their current financial standing, the question of whether they could afford to raise a family loomed ominously. Cheng Su had envisioned a more conventional path, working diligently for 4 or 5 years, establishing themselves in this bustling metropolis, saving enough for a down payment on a modest home where they could comfortably reside, and only then contemplating marriage and children. After all, in this fiercely competitive world, even newborns faced significant challenges. How could he ensure that his child would not be at a disadvantage from the very start? One child was already a source of anxiety. Now, 3 seemed overwhelmingly burdensome. Su Si-han, observing the myriad emotions flitting across Cheng Su's face, understood the turmoil churning within him. She, too, felt an echo of apprehension upon discovering she was carrying triplets. Given their current financial predicament, could they truly afford to nurture 3 children? Such practical concerns weighed heavily on their minds. With a downcast gaze, she let out a soft sigh. For an average family, raising triplets was already a considerable feat. Their circumstances made it all the more daunting. They had often daydreamed about their future together, and she vividly recalled Cheng Su expressing his desire to achieve career success and secure a home before embarking on marriage and parenthood. To find themselves in this position so soon after graduation was indeed a shocking turn of events. Gently squeezing Cheng Su's hand, she looked earnestly into his eyes and said, "Darling, the decision on whether to keep this child rests with you. I will respect whatever choice you make." Setting aside the harsh realities, deep within, Su Si-han yearned to keep the child. Their love had endured unwaveringly for 4 years, and the thought of having a child together felt right, despite the timing. The thrill of discovering she was carrying Cheng Su's child had initially set her heart racing, but soon after, a wave of anxiety washed over her. After all, a family of 5 would undoubtedly amplify Cheng Su's burdens. Thus, she wished for him to make the final decision, knowing she would support him wholeheartedly. After a moment of silence, Cheng Su exhaled deeply, as if expelling all the doubts and fears that had accumulated within him. He gazed intently at the delicate Su Sahan nestled in his embrace, their eyes locking in a shared moment of understanding. Drawing her closer, he resolutely declared, "Yes, absolutely yes. My love, that child is a testament to our love, and we must keep it." Despite his lack of preparation for this sudden turn of events, Cheng Su felt an undeniable sense of responsibility. Plans often falter in the face of reality. Su Sahan was already pregnant, and the thought of termination was unthinkable. Abortion was not an option. It would inflict profound physical and emotional harm on Su Sahan, potentially jeopardizing her future ability to conceive. Cheng Su could never bear to subject her to such pain. This was his child, 3 precious lives, and he could not bear to let them go. As a man, it was his duty to shoulder this responsibility. He resolved to work harder, to earn more, for the sake of Su Sahan and their unborn children's future. With renewed determination, Cheng Su felt invigorated. He was motivated to strive for a better future, not only for Su Sahan, but also for their triplet blessings. Su Sahan, initially taken aback, was overwhelmed by Cheng Su's unwavering conviction. "Darling, are you certain you truly want to go through with this?" she asked, fully aware of the immense pressure he would face. Cheng Su's unhesitating affirmation filled her with a profound sense of gratitude. She knew she had not misjudged him. He was indeed a man worthy of her trust for a lifetime. Yet, she felt compelled to reaffirm, "Yes, we shall have them. They are our treasures, 3 little gems. You are my greatest treasure, and I love each one of you dearly." Cheng Su held Su Sahan tightly, his heart brimming with joy and conviction. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Supreme Daddy system. The system is now bound to you. This system will randomly provide rewards based on your current circumstances. You are about to welcome 3 little bundles of joy, but the system detects that your current living environment is subpar. If you choose to relocate to a more comfortable setting, the system will reward you financially." The sudden mechanical announcement startled Cheng Su, leaving him momentarily dazed. A system? Wasn't that the sort of thing only protagonists in novels experienced? To have it manifest in his life was astonishing. In disbelief, he queried, "The Supreme Daddy system? Is this real?" The mechanical voice responded once more, "Indeed. Do you have any questions, host? Feel free to ask." Cheng Su struggled to contain his excitement, taking a deep breath before asking, "Is the financial reward genuinely attainable? How does it work? How much will it be?" "The host has many inquiries. Allow me to address them one by one," came the methodical reply. "Yes, it is genuine. Each reward will be delivered through legitimate channels, so you need not worry. The amount will vary as it is randomly determined by the system, and not every reward will be monetary." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Cheng Su felt as though he were in a dream. Everything seemed surreal. He instinctively pinched himself, the pain affirming the reality of his situation. If the rewards were indeed random, did that mean he could receive not just money but perhaps a house, a car, or other valuable assets? Indeed, the mechanical voice interjected unexpectedly, causing Cheng Su to jump. The system seemed to be attuned to his thoughts. Of course, it resided within his mind. Now, Cheng Su was filled with exuberance, feeling like an undisputed winner of life. These 3 little wonders were his lucky stars, bestowing upon him such unexpected fortune. With such a thoughtful and intuitive system at his side, what more could he wish for? His decision to welcome these 3 little ones into the world felt nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 3. Cheng Su cares for Su Sahan. Upon hearing Cheng Su's unwavering and decisive response, Su Sahan was profoundly moved. Tears of joy welled in her eyes, and a radiant smile graced her face. She tilted her head and planted a kiss near Cheng Su's lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of security in his presence. "Honey, but this will undoubtedly place immense pressure on you. Your job remains unstable, and we have minimal savings. The expenses for triplets will surely be substantial. What shall we do without sufficient funds?" Although Su Sahan felt elated by Cheng Su's determination, the harsh realities must still be confronted. The enormous financial burden that 3 children entail is no trivial matter, and consequently, the pressure Cheng Su faces will be considerable. They cannot linger in the bliss of impending parenthood without addressing the pressing issues at hand. "Do you doubt me, your husband? Are you under the impression that I am oblivious to your concerns? Rest assured, I shall shoulder all of this. You need not worry. Your immediate priority should be to take care of your health and avoid days like today. Did you forget to eat on time again, resulting in low blood sugar?" Cheng Su's foremost concern was Su Sahan's well-being. This little lady can be quite stubborn, often neglecting her meals when engrossed in her pursuits. Su Sahan chuckled playfully, planting a couple of affectionate kisses on Cheng Su's cheek, and remarked, "It's just that I haven't finished processing the documents." Flattery would not suffice. Now that they have a baby on the way, 3 mouths would soon be awaiting nourishment, and they could not afford to slack off. Otherwise, just wait and see how I handle you, Cheng Su teased, grinning mischievously as he playfully nibbled at her lips. After a prolonged moment, he finally released her. Cheng Su then placed his hand on Su Sahan's waist, gently caressing her. She twisted away, pretending to be indignant. "No, this is a hospital." Cheng Su laughed heartily, feigning ignorance as he shifted his hand to her abdomen, gently stroking it. "What are you thinking? I merely wish to feel our baby. Or are you concerned because the little one is still in your belly?" Su Sahan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "You're insufferable. Go away." Cheng Su erupted in laughter, ensuring Su Sahan was comfortable before tucking her blanket in snugly and settling beside her. He had no intention of leaving. After receiving a call from the hospital, he had requested leave from his supervisor, who had readily granted it without hesitation. Cheng Su held Su Sahan's hand tightly as she received her foredrip, and it wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. Admiring the delicate profile of Su Sahan, he also glanced at her abdomen, feeling a warm surge of affection. He vividly recalled their first encounter at the Lovers' Lake behind the university library. From a distance, he spotted a girl in a flowing white dress, sitting by the lakeside, gently stroking her hair as she read quietly. A soft breeze would lift her hair, causing it to dance gracefully. The scene was ethereal and breathtaking, with Su Sahan appearing like a fairy from the lake, enchanting and beautiful. Prior to that moment, he had been skeptical about love at first sight, but from that instant, he was a firm believer. To his delight, the campus-belle, Su Sahan, had also felt an instant attraction to him. Thus, they remained together from their freshman year until graduation, becoming an enviable couple admired by many. Most believed that graduation marked the season of breakups, while college was idyllic. Reality was often harsh, and countless couples succumbed to the pressures of the real world during this critical transition. Family and friends alike speculated that Cheng Su and Su Sahan would follow suit. However, contrary to expectations, their relationship not only endured after graduation but deepened, which filled Cheng Su with pride. Cheng Su had pursued a degree in IT, yet upon graduation, he struggled to secure a job in his field. To make ends meet and expedite his plans to marry Su Sahan, he accepted a position as a real estate agent. Though the work was demanding, it provided a sufficient income, especially during peak seasons when he could earn a substantial monthly commission. As a recent graduate, he was still finding his footing, but according to seasoned colleagues, earning such commissions in the novice phase was commendable. With a girlfriend as beautiful and understanding as Su Sahan, Cheng Su felt content. Despite their previous financial struggles and the pressures of life, they found joy in each other's company. Now, with 3 little ones on the way and the support of a parenting system, he was confident that their future would be bright. When Su Sahan awoke, the 4 had finished, and a bowl of congee awaited her on the side table. Upon seeing her awake, Cheng Su quickly picked up the congee, blew on it, and brought it to her lips, saying, "I figured you would wake soon, so I went downstairs to get some congee. You didn't eat lunch. And I asked the nurse, something light would be best after your 4. This is vegetable congee, have a bit now? And later I'll take you out for a meal. I can handle it myself." Su Sahan protested, reaching for the bowl. "No, it's hot. Be careful not to burn yourself. Let me take care of it. Right now, you are far too precious. We must ensure you and our baby are safe." Cheng Su insisted, anxiously shifting the bowl away as Su Sahan reached for it. While she felt touched by his concern, she couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. "I've just become pregnant, and you're already treating me like this? If you're so worried about me burning myself while holding a bowl, how will I manage if you spoil me? What will happen if I can't even lift a finger?" she teased. "Then I shall take care of you forever, ensuring you are healthy and plump. You can leave the heavy lifting to me. Just focus on nurturing our little one," Cheng Su replied, his worry for Su Sahan evident. With 3 tiny lives at stake, he knew they had to be cautious, especially after the incident when Su Sahan fainted at work. "Do you think this is raising pigs?" Su Sahan laughed incredulously, yet she obediently drank the congee he offered. After finishing half the bowl, she could no longer continue, and Cheng Su, having ensured she was well fed, finished the remainder himself. Cheng Su had arrived at the hospital on his small electric scooter, but upon leaving, he adamantly refused to let Su Sahan ride it back home. Instead, he hailed a taxi. Su Sahan looked at him quizzically, knowing he had been diligently saving money and had bought the scooter for economical reasons, seldom indulging in taxi rides. Cheng Su smiled and explained, "Riding the scooter isn't safe. You are my most treasured possession now, and I must take extra care." He even took the time to request the driver to drive slowly, displaying an unprecedented level of concern. Seeing Cheng Su's joyful demeanor filled Su Sahan's heart with happiness. It seemed he genuinely wanted her to carry their child to term. Once they returned to their small rented apartment, Cheng Su guided Su Sahan to the sofa and, looking her in the eye, declared, "My dear wife, I am considering moving to a new place." Chapter 4. Living expenses must, of course, be earned independently. When Cheng Su graduated, he did not ask his family for financial support. He had earned some money through part-time jobs during university, saving a few thousand yuan. However, this was hardly sufficient in the expensive city of Shanghai, where living costs and housing prices were exorbitant. To save money, he and Su Sahan had rented a modest 50-square-meter apartment in an old community. The apartment was originally a large 100-square-meter space, but they lived in a partitioned room that the landlord had created. Such partitioned rooms were common in Shanghai and quite popular among young renters. As Cheng Su surveyed the apartment, he realized the system was correct. The living conditions were indeed subpar. The stains on the walls are quite severe, and the furniture is rather antiquated. The kitchen and bathroom are not original, but rather additions made later, making them small and prone to frequent issues. The kitchen lacks even a stove. Both of them rely on an induction cooker for their culinary endeavors, and there is no range hood, resulting in a significant amount of smoke each time they cook. Cheng Su reflects that, with Su Sahan now having a baby, living in such an environment is detrimental to both her and the child's well-being. "Darling, now that we have a little one, this house feels rather cramped. The kitchen can't even accommodate a range hood, which is not conducive to your health or the baby's. I wish to provide a better living situation for you and our child. I found a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment available for rent in Binha community, which seems quite suitable. Let us move there tomorrow." Su Sahan's mouth fell open in astonishment. This man had taken a cab and was already discussing relocating, and he had even found a place to rent. She felt deeply moved. They had just discovered her pregnancy, yet Cheng Su was already making plans, paying attention to details she hadn't even considered, such as the range hood. His careful demeanor truly indicated his eagerness to embrace fatherhood. With her sparkling eyes, she gazed at Cheng Su, blinking in disbelief. "Are you serious? But we have only rented this place for less than 6 months. We signed a 1-year contract with the landlord. What if we lose our deposit?" The deposit is typically equivalent to 1 month's rent, paid up front when renting a property. She remembered the landlord mentioning that the deposit would only be refunded after a full year, and moving out prematurely would forfeit it. "If we lose it, then so be it. That is a trivial matter. Your and the baby's health is of paramount importance," Cheng Su replied nonchalantly. This was his genuine sentiment. Even without external pressures, he would strive harder to provide for his family, ensuring a healthier environment for Su Sahan and their baby. If absolutely necessary, he could borrow some money from his parents. They were ordinary people who owned a few small supermarkets back in their hometown and had some savings, though modest. He knew they had been saving for his wedding and would likely not expect repayment. However, being an adult, he recognized the effort involved in earning money and preferred not to burden them, intending to repay as soon as he could. With the system now at his disposal, financial concerns were less daunting. "I have seen the house in Binha community. It is indeed wonderful, but given its proximity to the city center, the rent is exorbitant." Su Sahan expressed her concerns. Although they were currently saving, the new apartment was a modern development only 2 or 3 years old. Due to its location near the bustling heart of the metropolis, rents were steep. Furthermore, a 2-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment would likely cost 3 times their current rent. Given their present financial situation, such a move would be quite burdensome. "Trust your husband. You and the baby are my top priority. Leave the financial matters to me. You should focus on your pregnancy and let me know what you and the baby desire to eat." Cheng Su reassured her with unwavering confidence. With the system at his command, he felt secure regarding their financial future. Seeing Cheng Su's confidence filled Su Sahan with warmth. A woman's greatest fear is often the lack of ambition and responsibility in her partner, yet Cheng Su exceeded her expectations and had never disappointed her. Leaning closer, she wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully said, "Honey, I know you care for me, but this might place too much pressure on you. Our combined salaries aren't sufficient. Perhaps I should ask my parents for some help. They dote on me and would certainly not refuse." Having been together for 4 years, Su Sahan understood Cheng Su's character well and recognized his capabilities. Yet they had only recently graduated and their savings were limited. She had intended to introduce Cheng Su to her parents after graduation, but pregnancy had altered her plans. Now, she needed to bring Cheng Su home to meet her parents sooner rather than later. While she was hesitant to seek her parents' assistance, the prospect of marriage and home ownership was daunting for them at this stage, and she wished to avoid placing undue stress on Cheng Su. However, Cheng Su chuckled dismissively. "That's simply one to do. The expenses for our baby must come from our own earnings. I cannot impose upon your parents. Besides, if I cannot even support my own family, would your parents still regard me as a suitable son-in-law?" You must have faith in your husband, Cheng Su stated earnestly, believing that requesting assistance would adversely affect how her parents viewed him. Su Sahan found his reasoning sound, and warmth filled her heart. She felt incredibly fortunate to have such a wonderful man as her husband. Unable to contain herself, she hugged Cheng Su tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you for everything, dear." Cheng Su chuckled softly and embraced her in return. Then, recalling something, said with seriousness, "You've reminded me. You should resign from your job and focus on your pregnancy. If we encounter another situation like today, I would be utterly exhausted." God knows how anxious he felt after receiving that phone call earlier, his heart racing uncomfortably. Su Sahan initially intended to refuse, as every bit of income was crucial at this moment. However, upon seeing the resolute determination in Cheng Su's eyes, she realized he was right. Having decided to bring the baby into the world, there could be no room for complacency. Since he had urged her to trust him, she understood that Cheng Su was not one to make promises lightly. He must have a plan. Thus, she nodded in agreement to resign, allowing her to devote herself entirely to preparing for her graduate exams, which was quite favorable. Chapter 5. Moving to a new home. After their discussion, Cheng Su returned to the hospital in the metropolis to ride his little electric scooter back and prepared to head to the market for groceries. The market was not far from their apartment, just a 10-minute walk, so he intended to walk there. However, he could not resist Su Sahan's persistent pleas to accompany him. She insisted that it was rare for Cheng Su to have a day off, and she did not want to be apart from him. Cheng Su considered her perspective. Since graduating and starting work, he had been extremely busy, working tirelessly to save money for their future together. Su Sahan understood his struggles and had diligently managed their home, allowing him to focus on his career. Yet now, with a baby on the way, Cheng Su wished to minimize their time apart and realized he needed to better plan his work schedule. At the market, Cheng Su was ever so careful, supporting Su Sahan at every turn, almost as if he would carry her while shopping. Once they finished their grocery shopping and returned to their rented apartment, Cheng Su urged Su Sahan to sit on the sofa and watch television while he busied himself in the kitchen with their bags of groceries. After dinner, when Su Sahan attempted to clear the dishes, Cheng Su immediately halted her. "You can't do that, nor can you do this. I feel like I'm rusting away, honestly. You're being overly cautious." She pouted, expressing her discontent. "It's only been 2 months. You're being too protective. Online sources say the first 3 months are the most critical, so of course, I must be vigilant. If one does not take proper care during pregnancy, it can be detrimental to one's health." Cheng Su, while saying this, gently placed Su Sahan back onto the sofa, making sure she was comfortable before eagerly heading to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes. He was brimming with energy, scrubbing the dishes while cheerfully humming a tune. Su Sahan found herself both amused and exasperated. It seemed this fellow had done his research online. In contrast, she felt somewhat inadequate as a prospective mother. "No, I cannot allow myself to fall short," Su Sahan murmured to herself, picking up her phone to search for information. After Cheng Su finished washing the dishes, he took out moving boxes, beginning to organize the house. Su Sahan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you starting to pack already?" "We are moving today," he replied. "I've already discussed everything with the landlord. Just sit back and relax. I'll handle the packing. I've arranged for the moving company to come over shortly." As Cheng Su busily organized, Su Sahan was left in stunned silence, marveling at how swiftly he was managing everything. It was truly impressive. By the time they had completely moved, night had fallen. Throughout the process, Su Sahan had merely observed, while Cheng Su worked tirelessly to pack, load the vehicle, and unload at their new home. Though she wished to help, Cheng Su insisted she stay out of it. Feeling both touched and helpless, Su Sahan wandered aimlessly around their new abode. The Binhu community, being a newly developed area, exuded a sense of cleanliness and warmth. The two-bedroom, two-living room layout spanned over 80 square meters, nearly doubling the size of their previous residence. Cheng Su was particularly pleased with the kitchen, which was spacious and equipped with 2 gas stoves and a top-of-the-line range hood, effectively eliminating any unpleasant cooking odors from escaping. The refrigerator was also a 3-tier model, featuring a temperature-controlled zone in addition to the usual refrigeration and freezing compartments. Cheng Su appreciated this, as it meant he no longer had to buy groceries daily. Their previous home lacked a refrigerator, which made it difficult to store even same-day purchases, especially in the sweltering summer heat. The living room boasted a large sofa, comfortably accommodating 3 people, a significant improvement over their previous cramped living arrangement with its single-person sofa. The television was 3 times larger than before, making for a much more enjoyable viewing experience. In summary, both were thoroughly satisfied and elated. That evening, Cheng Su focused on organizing the master bedroom and communicated with his supervisor to request a day off for the following day. Since the house was not yet fully organized, he planned to continue tidying up and devote quality time to Su Sahan. After they took showers, Su Sahan nestled into bed early, engrossed in a book. Upon finishing his shower, Cheng Su was greeted by the sight of her reading, and his heart warmed at the thought of the baby they would share. Ding. The system rewarded the host with 100,000 yuan for providing a more comfortable environment for his wife and their 3 little ones. The funds had been transferred to the host's bank account through legitimate channels. In the next moment, Cheng Su's phone lit up with a message confirming the deposit. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, repeatedly checking the text and the bank app to confirm the amount. This system was indeed real. It had not deceived him. And it truly provided him with a substantial sum, 100,000 yuan. Cheng Su was elated, having initially expected a mere 1 or 2,000, but here it was, a staggering 100,000. If this continued, he would no longer need to toil so hard and could spend ample time with his beloved wife and child. Ding. The system does not deceive. The mechanical voice seemed to express its discontent with Cheng Su's thoughts, retorting in a robotic tone. Cheng Su chuckled, leaping onto the bed and enveloping Su Sahan in a gentle embrace while carefully maintaining a comfortable distance. Startled by his sudden move, Su Sahan playfully slapped his back, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You scared me." Cheng Su smiled mischievously, showering her soft neck with playful kisses. "Haha, that tickles." Su Sahan erupted into giggles. And seeing her laugh so heartily, Cheng Su ceased his teasing and rested his ear against her belly, trying to listen. After finally catching her breath, Su Sahan marked her place in the book and gazed down at Cheng Su with affectionate eyes. "They're still so small. Do you really think you can hear anything?" Cheng Su placed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo, don't say a word. I want to listen to what our little ones are up to." Su Sahan chuckled softly, inadvertently lowering her voice as she replied, "What could they possibly be doing? They're not even fully formed yet. It's barely been a month. We probably can't even hear their heartbeat yet." Chapter 6. Communicating with the baby. "Wife, let us get married." Ever since learning of Su Sahan's pregnancy, Cheng Su's series of actions has instilled a profound sense of security in her. Su Sahan could tell that Cheng Su genuinely wished for her to give birth to their child. Yet, he seemed overly fixated on the baby. Was he so eager to start communicating already? "I seriously suspect they are currently discussing their handsome father," Cheng Su said in a hushed tone, raising an eyebrow in a self-satisfied manner. Su Sahan couldn't help but roll her eyes at his vanity. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Cheng Su's mind once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host. A new reward has been triggered for promoting the healthy growth of the baby. Engaging in prenatal education will earn you 1,000 yuan for every minute spent." As Cheng Su lay with his ear on Su Sahan's belly, striving to hear the baby's movements, he was pleasantly interrupted by this sudden announcement, which he found quite agreeable. It was often said that mechanical voices were cold and unfeeling, but at this moment, he felt it was the most soothing sound. Still, it paled in comparison to Su Sahan's gentle voice, he mused. The system, seemingly uninterested in his affectionate thoughts, remained silent this time. 1,000 yuan for every minute of prenatal education? Cheng Su pondered the implications of this announcement. He was perplexed about how to conduct prenatal education, as he was entirely clueless. Embracing the philosophy of learning through inquiry, he opened his search engine. Listening to beautiful music, he remarked to himself. After perusing some information, he discovered that listening to music was highly beneficial, although the baby was not yet 2 months along and lacked developed hearing. Exposing both the mother and child to beautiful melodies would positively influence her mood. Determined by this newfound knowledge, Cheng Su resolved to play music. It was said that women became sensitive during pregnancy, experiencing significant emotional fluctuations. Thus, he needed to be attentive to Su Sahan's feelings. If his wife was happy, then he too would be happy. Contemplating, Cheng Su opened the music app and began to play suitable prenatal music. Su Sahan, with a face full of confusion, inquired, "Why play music?" "To educate our little baby," Cheng Su replied with a beaming smile. Su Sahan was speechless. After all, it was still less than 2 months along, and the baby's organs had yet to form. Was prenatal education truly effective? Nevertheless, she did not discourage him, and seeing Cheng Su's satisfied grin brought her immense joy. Ding. The host has provided 1 minute of prenatal education for the baby. Reward, 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan had been deposited into the host's bank account through legitimate means. Upon receiving the bank notification, Cheng Su could hardly contain his delight. He never anticipated that offering prenatal education could yield rewards. 1 minute equated to 1,000, 10 minutes to 10,000, and an hour to 60,000. Cheng Su took a deep breath to calm his excitement. If this continued, wouldn't he be able to earn a substantial sum? "Oh baby, you truly are your father's lucky star. I love you so much," Cheng Su exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Su Sahan's belly. Afterward, he gently laid his head on her stomach, feeling blissful like a child. He realized that ever since Su Sahan became pregnant with their 3 little ones, his fortune had soared. Those 3 adorable beings must surely be his lucky stars. Now, not only could he listen to the baby's movements and provide prenatal education, but he also received rewards every minute. What a delightful situation. However, despite the thrill from the reward notifications, they overshadowed the sounds of the baby, rendering them inaudible. The system, seemingly exasperated, noted, "Currently, you cannot hear the baby's movements, can you?" Yet, the system remained considerate and muted itself. Upon discovering this, Cheng Su was taken aback. This system was remarkably user-friendly. It was undoubtedly a doting father. Observing Cheng Su's exaggerated gestures and expressions, which shifted as if he could genuinely hear the baby, Su Sahan was both amused and bemused. "Are you foolish? Lying on my belly for so long, as if they could actually converse with you." She rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "If you could hear them, that would be quite the miracle." Cheng Su could hardly suppress his laughter and responded, "Of course. The three little cuties are all calling for their dad and saying that I am the most handsome father in the world." His face radiated pride as he winked at Su Sahan, assuming a demeanor of entitlement. Su Sahan pouted, "How narcissistic. Your audacity grows thicker by the day." She internally scoffed, but wore a smile, radiating happiness. Who said that after graduation couples inevitably drift apart? She and Cheng Su had remained steadfast. Not only had their relationship endured, but it had also blossomed. Throughout their 4-year courtship, they had witnessed countless couples parting ways, especially after graduation. Nearly all of their friends and classmates had ended their relationships. Yet, she and Cheng Su remained resolute. Their unwavering bond evoked envy in many. Now, they were welcoming new life, 3 adorable little babies, bringing immense joy to Su Sahan. She felt like the luckiest woman alive, having met her true love at the prime of her life. Extending her delicate, smooth hand, she gently caressed Cheng Su's cheek. She allowed him to rest his head on her belly, indulging in the moment. Cheng Su, relishing the experience, embraced Su Sahan's belly while she smiled, observing him. The lovely music further enhanced the atmosphere, filling the air with a sweet aroma of happiness. After 30 minutes, the system continued its relentless notifications. Although muted, Cheng Su could still view the system's display and his phone messages. 30 minutes had accumulated to 30,000. Cheng Su felt utterly content, his heart brimming with joy. As long as Su Sahan was pregnant, he could consistently provide prenatal education, converse with the baby, and continuously earn rewards. Over the span of 10 months, he would attentively monitor the baby's movements and changes, aiding their optimal growth. By the end of those 10 months, wouldn't he be able to save up several million? Several million would eliminate any worries about formula expenses and be more than sufficient for their 3 little darlings. Indeed, splendid. With such thoughts, Cheng Su reluctantly rose, turning off the music. After all, moderation in prenatal education was essential, as excessive frequency could be counterproductive. He also feared that lying on Su Sahan's belly for too long might cause her discomfort. Although he had been careful not to place his full weight on her, he still rubbed her waist as he stood, ensuring her comfort. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Su Sahan's belly, filled with anticipation for the arrival of their 3 little angels, his incredibly handsome little ones. Cheng Su reclined on the bed, with Su Sahan nestled in his embrace. The faint scent wafted through the air, and Cheng Su savored every moment. After planting a kiss on her forehead, he said, "Wife, let us get married." Su Sahan, clearly taken aback, sprang upright, her eyes wide with astonishment as she scrutinized Cheng Su, as if attempting to decipher something. "Take it slow." Cheng Su, concerned that her sudden movement might cause her to fall, instinctively protected her and sat up alongside her. Facing each other, sincerity filled his eyes as he solemnly declared, "Wife, I mean it. We already have a baby. I want to marry you soon. Let us get married." Though Cheng Su and Su Sahan had discussed their future, they had never formally broached the topic of marriage. Cheng Su had initially planned to buy a house first before proposing, but with 3 little babies on the way, he felt it was essential to bring up marriage with Su Sahan sooner than expected. With the system's support, he no longer felt overly anxious. He recalled the 150,000 yuan in his account. Aside from the 130,000 earned from the system, he had saved an additional 20,000. With continued effort, he could buy a house and a car. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. After their wedding, with their 3 little darlings arriving and his beloved wife by his side, he believed he would be blissfully content, achieving a sense of completeness in life. Chapter 7. Cheng Su's Concerns. Su Sahan shared similar thoughts, wanting to introduce Cheng Su to her parents and bring along their household registration book to obtain their marriage certificate. However, her father was quite traditional and strict. She had spent all day pondering how to persuade him. Unexpectedly, Cheng Su's sudden proposal caught her off guard. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. "What's wrong? Wife, please don't cry. It pains my heart to see you like this." Cheng Su hurriedly grabbed a tissue, cradling Su Sahan's face as he gently wiped her tears. In a sudden movement, Su Sahan pressed her lips against Cheng Su's. He was momentarily taken aback, transitioning from passive to active. After a long while, they reluctantly separated. Su Sahan sniffled, playfully pouting. You didn't even bring flowers. What kind of proposal is this? There will be flowers, I promise. Just don't cry, okay? Be good. My heart aches. The baby will also feel for his mother. Cheng Su gently wiped away the tears lingering on Su Sahan's face and spoke. Su Sahan casually brushed away her tears, burying her face in Cheng Su's chest. Her cheeks flushed, murmuring, I am overwhelmed with joy. So, does that mean you agree? Cheng Su feigned ignorance, knowing full well how shy Su Sahan was, and was eager to tease her at the sight of her rosy face. Su Sahan nodded, still buried against Cheng Su's chest. Her arms wrapped tightly around his slender waist. Cheng Su laughed heartily, ruffling her hair affectionately. The next morning, while Su Sahan was still lost in slumber, she felt something wriggling in her embrace, causing a ticklish sensation. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Cheng Su was sprawled over her belly, a grin of uncontainable delight upon his face, listening intently to something. Su Sahan rolled her eyes in exasperation and settled back down. This soon-to-be father was beyond her control. She had never seen him so animated. Cheng Su himself was perplexed, having tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest due to his excitement. After preparing breakfast early in the morning, he tiptoed to the bedside, eager to ascertain if the baby had stirred. After a prolonged moment, he reluctantly separated, wearing an expression reminiscent of a father parting from his child. Su Sahan chuckled. What is that expression? As if I have taken your child from you. Nonsense. My precious is carrying our little treasure. How could I not cherish you both? Cheng Su retorted innocently, then playfully embraced Su Sahan once more, attempting to steal a morning kiss, only to be rebuffed by her. Undeterred, he clung to her, laughing. Darling, I've made breakfast. Do you wish to eat in the bedroom? I can bring it to you. I'm not so incapacitated that I can't walk. Let us just eat in the dining room. Su Sahan replied, exasperated yet smiling, as she pushed Cheng Su away and swung her legs off the bed. Seeing Cheng Su still eager to carry her to the dining room, she quickly raised a hand to stop him. They shared laughter as they finished breakfast together. After Cheng Su washed the dishes, he began tidying up the remnants of yesterday's clutter. Meanwhile, Su Sahan sat in the living room, engrossed in her studies, preparing for her upcoming graduate entrance exams. As noon approached, after thoroughly cleaning the house and wiping down surfaces with sanitized cloths for reassurance, Cheng Su finally settled onto the sofa, having dusted off the remnants of his tidying. After a tender moment of holding Su Sahan close, he reluctantly let her go. My love, what would you like for lunch? I can go grocery shopping. No, you go. You've worked hard this morning. You must be exhausted. Take a moment to rest at home. Su Sahan shifted her gaze from her book to Cheng Su. I've toiled all night, and I don't recall you expressing concern then. Now you care for your husband? Cheng Su teased, inhaling deeply, savoring her familiar lavender scent which he adored. Su Sahan's cheeks flushed as she pushed him away playfully, brandishing her book in mock anger. Cheng Su laughed heartily, dodging her playful swat and heading to the entrance to change his shoes. I'm off to buy groceries. Send me a message if you crave anything. With that, he dashed out. However, moments later, Cheng Su returned, poking his head through the door to issue a series of reminders. By the way, don't exert yourself at home. Don't study for too long, and take breaks. Avoid reaching for anything up high, understood? If you feel tired, just sleep. You don't need to wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Although he had initially been waiting for the elevator, his concern that Su Sahan might lose track of time while studying prompted him to rush back with his warnings. He worried that without him, she might neglect her own well-being. Despite his previous admonitions, Su Sahan had a tendency to immerse herself in tasks with unwavering seriousness, which had resulted in her experiencing low blood sugar from skipping meals the day before. Consequently, he had grown accustomed to reminding her to eat at mealtimes. Clearly, after his reminders yesterday, she had simply forgotten. Cheng Su felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow. It appeared he would need to keep a vigilant eye on her from now on. I understand. I'm not a child anymore, Su Sahan replied, somewhat exasperated by his incessant admonishments, as if she were incapable of taking care of herself. Pouting, she found it amusing yet endearing that Cheng Su's expression radiated worry, as if she were fragile. Despite her irritation, happiness danced across her face. Nevertheless, Cheng Su remained deeply concerned. With Su Sahan pregnant, her health was of the utmost importance. After some thought, he decided he ought to inform his parents of the situation. Firstly, that he had resolved to marry Su Sahan and that it was essential for her to meet them. While his parents were already aware of his relationship and had seen photos of Su Sahan, even having video called her, they had yet to meet in person. It was his responsibility to introduce Su Sahan to his family, especially now that she was expecting their child. Given the distance from his home and Su Sahan's propensity for motion sickness, traveling back would not be beneficial for either her or the baby. Thus, it was best for his parents to visit them instead. This arrangement also allowed him to discuss with his mother the possibility of her coming over to assist with Su Sahan's care, as she was carrying triplets and required extra caution in all aspects of her health. Cheng Su resolved to work diligently to earn money for a home. Knowing he could not accompany Su Sahan every day, yet he felt uneasy leaving her alone. Having his mother there would provide him with peace of mind. He planned to call her later in the day. Chapter 8. The Conversation with Mom. In the Binhu neighborhood, a new large market had opened, significantly larger than the previous one in the old community. Each section was neatly organized, allowing one to easily locate the desired stalls. Cheng Su intended to prepare a crucian carp soup for Su Sahan and made his way to the seafood section. At the stall, he encountered a kind-looking lady, appearing to be in her 50s, who beamed upon seeing Cheng Su. "Young man, you look new here. Is this your first visit?" Cheng Su, feeling at ease, smiled back. "Yes, ma'am. I'd like to buy some crucian carp. Please choose a larger one for me." The lady, delighted by the young man's respectful address, chuckled and began to scoop fish with a net. "Oh, my son is nearly 30. This one's lively and big. Is it all right? Would you like it cleaned?" Cheng Su nodded with a smile, and the lady took the fish to the side to sharpen her knife. At that moment, Cheng Su's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. "Son, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. I called because the delivery is almost here." Cheng's mother typically refrained from calling during weekdays unless there was something significant to discuss, concerned about disturbing his work. "What is going on? What did you send?" Cheng Su inquired. Since Cheng Su left his hometown to attend university in the bustling metropolis, his parents, Cheng Dad and Cheng Mom, have periodically sent him care packages. Sometimes these contain clothing, but more often they are delightful specialties from their hometown, or homemade delicacies, such as fermented tofu and pickled cabbage with cured meat. With summer upon us, having noticed an abundance of sweet melons being sold outside, I sent you and Henin a box of them. I've tasted them myself, and they are absolutely delectable. The delivery may call you soon, so please be attentive to their call. All right, I won't disturb your work any further. As Cheng Mom prepared to hang up, she was acutely aware of her son's demanding job in real estate, which requires him to be out on the move constantly, leaving him quite fatigued by day's end. "Wait, Mom, I took a day off today, so it's not a disturbance," Cheng Su thought for a moment, deciding to share the truth about his situation since his mother had already called. However, before he could finish, his mother's anxious voice rushed through the line. "A day off? Did something happen to you, or Henin? You must tell me the truth." Cheng Mom's heart raced at the thought that something might be amiss. She knew her son was tenacious. He had previously discussed his desire to marry Su Sahan in a few years. He was diligent in his work, often toiling to save money for their future together. And even when ill, he stubbornly refused to take leave, no matter how much they urged him. His sudden day off surely indicated something serious had transpired. Hearing the panic in his mother's voice, Cheng Su quickly reassured her. "No, neither of us is in any trouble. It's just that Henin is pregnant." "What did you say? Pregnant?" His mother nearly shouted, causing Cheng Su to pull the phone away from his ear as the volume pierced through, making his ears ring. He could distinctly hear his father's voice grumbling in the background. The commotion startled a nearby fish seller, nearly causing her to drop her catch. Those in the market close to Cheng Su looked over, their expressions a mix of surprise and envy. For many, pregnancy is a joyous occasion, and seeing a young man in his early 20s about to become a father was indeed enviable, truly a sign of life's triumph. Cheng Mom was overwhelmed with joy, hardly realizing her voice had risen in excitement. Yet, she managed to retain some composure, incredulously asking, "Son, are you serious?" Though she had not yet met Su Sahan in person, they had conversed via video chat several times, and the two seemed to connect like mother and daughter. She was quite fond of the girl. "Yes, it's true. We went to the hospital yesterday, and the baby is perfectly healthy." Upon receiving Cheng Su's confirmation, his mother's excitement escalated, her voice trembling with exhilaration. "This is wonderful news. I am going to be a grandmother. Really, you nearly scared me to death. I thought something terrible had happened. Oh dear, I shouldn't think like that. Son, don't rush, let me gather my thoughts." At that moment, Cheng Su wished he could respond, "I'm not anxious at all. It's you who seems to be in a frenzy, Mom." However, seeing her elation brought him joy as well. "But wait, why were you both at the hospital? Is something wrong with Henin?" After her initial excitement, Cheng Mom finally calmed down and noted the inconsistency in her son's words. "It's nothing serious. It was just a routine checkup," Cheng Su said evasively. If he disclosed that Su Sahan had gone to the hospital due to low blood sugar from skipping meals, he feared he would never hear the end of it. She would undoubtedly fret and call Su Sahan, bombarding her with advice and concerns. Just the thought of it was daunting. Cheng Mom accepted his explanation without skepticism and continued. "That is good to hear. By the way, do Henin's parents know about her pregnancy? After all, you two are not yet married. Cheng Su understood the underlying concern in his mother's words. He too worried about how Su Sahan's parents would perceive him given their current situation. This was precisely why he had broached the subject of marriage with Su Sahan the previous night. They don't know yet, but I plan to visit her parents with Henin soon, he replied. Cheng Mom nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was essential for her son to marry Su Sahan promptly, ensuring she was rightfully welcomed into their family. Despite both families being ordinary, their marriage needed to be conducted with due respect and formality. This was a monumental event that warranted no carelessness. With a serious demeanor, Cheng Mom declared, "Son, you and Henin should marry as soon as possible. Your father and I will discuss this and prepare to come to the city in a few days to formally propose to her family and arrange your marriage." As she spoke, her mind raced with plans on what to buy and how much to budget, a clear indication of her excitement. The thought of proposing and seeing her son wed filled her with joy and anticipation for a grandchild. However, Cheng Su was also eager to expedite their marriage plans. He had intentions to meet Su Sahan's parents first, and they had discussed that she would gauge her parents' feelings towards him. Cheng Su felt that was a wise approach, allowing him to better navigate the situation, and thus he endorsed Su Sahan's suggestion. Chapter 9. The enthusiastic uncles and aunts. While the matter of their marriage needed to be addressed swiftly, Cheng Su felt an even more pressing concern weighed upon him. Who would care for Su Sahan in his absence? He had initially planned to wait until he had discussed matters with Su Sahan before inviting his parents to assist. However, even a simple trip to buy groceries had left him feeling anxious about her being home alone and whether she could take care of herself. Just then, Cheng Mom called again. After careful consideration, he decided it would be best to invite his parents over to help look after Su Sahan so he could have peace of mind. He continued, "Mom, regarding the proposal, let us choose a good day after I meet her parents. But right now, the urgent matter is whether you can come over to take care of Henin. I'm asking her to resign from her job, and I'm genuinely worried about her being alone. How about tomorrow? I can buy you both tickets," he added. Feeling that if he was this nervous just going out to buy groceries, he could only imagine the anxiety he would face at work the next day. Having someone at home to care for Su Sahan would allow Cheng Su to focus on his job and earn money, as well as take the time to better understand the system, saving up for their future together. Cheng Mom paused for a moment, sensing her son's urgency. "Of course, I will come to help, but your father and I have some business to handle tomorrow. What should we do?" Cheng Su replied. "Could you perhaps set aside your business for now? Hannah is expecting triplets, and I feel it is imperative for someone to care for her, for my peace of mind." Triplets. Cheng Ma was taken aback, rendered speechless for quite some time, with only the faint sound of her breath breaking the silence. Once she fully recovered from the shock, her speech seemed laborious. "Son, are you serious? Triplets? You are truly remarkable." Initially, Cheng Ma presumed it was a typical pregnancy. Even so, she was already ecstatic to hear the news of Su Sahan's pregnancy. Now, the revelation of 3 grandchildren at once was simply exhilarating. She felt an overwhelming surge of vitality and uncontainable happiness. "Son, you must buy me a ticket immediately. I am coming today. I will pack my things right away. My daughter-in-law needs my personal care, especially with triplets on the way. She requires meticulous attention." In Cheng Ma's eyes, nothing was more important than her daughter-in-law, and the act of caring for her must be undertaken by her alone. Triplets. They must be well taken care of. Otherwise, Su Sahan's petite frame would struggle to manage. In truth, Su Sahan maintained a normal weight, but Cheng Ma perceived her as too slender. Surely, it was a sign that her son had not cared for her properly, leading to her thinness. If Cheng Su were to learn of his mother's thoughts, he would likely feel wronged. "Mom, I checked this morning. There are no tickets available from home today." Cheng Su had indeed verified the flights that morning, confirming their absence. However, he harbored a selfish desire to take the day off and savor some quality time with Su Sahan. Although they were often affectionate, the presence of a baby changed everything. Family togetherness was now essential. Cheng Ma appeared somewhat disappointed, deliberating for a while before stating, "Well, then, I will discuss this good news with your father." "All right, Mom. Let us agree on that." As soon as Cheng Su finished speaking, Cheng Ma had already hung up, eager to share the news with Cheng Pa. Cheng Su sighed with a smile, shaking his head in resignation. However, he felt relieved. If his parents could come to care for Su Sahan, he would have peace of mind when she needed to go out. After all, it is said that pregnant women must remain active and cannot confine themselves to one place. Having his mother around would provide additional support. With that thought, Cheng Su set down his phone, and upon raising his gaze, he found several pairs of eager eyes fixated upon him. Feeling a bit unnerved, he awkwardly smiled in response. Nearby, an elderly man who had just purchased crabs approached Cheng Su, holding his recently acquired catch. "Young man, you must be in your early 20s. And your wife is expecting triplets?" The old man's eyes sparkled with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. It was evident he had overheard Cheng Su's phone conversation. Triplets are indeed a rarity. Upon hearing Cheng Su mention triplets, those around them gasped in astonishment. The old man, seeing Cheng Su nod, became even more animated. He patted Cheng Su on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Congratulations. You are quite impressive, young man. You clearly possess great fortune. I just bought these crabs. Take them and give them to your wife." The old man's warm wishes and effusive praise overwhelmed Cheng Su, who quickly withdrew his hand and politely replied, "Thank you. But I must decline your kind offer, sir." The old man persisted in his generosity, and just when Cheng Su felt at a loss, a nearby woman selling fish chimed in with a smile, "Sir, crabs are not good for pregnant women. Fish is a better choice." The woman then packaged some freshly prepared crucian carp and insisted on giving an extra one to Cheng Su. He contemplated refusing again, but the woman was adamant, saying, "Triplets are wonderful. You are truly exceptional, unlike my son, who at nearly 30 has yet to find a girlfriend. Please allow me to bask in your good fortune." The woman was visibly envious. She had urged her own son countless times, but he was determined to focus on his career. Meanwhile, here was a young man in his 20s whose wife was already expecting triplets. Comparing herself to him was disheartening. Today, she would have a serious talk with her son about making an effort. Cheng Su smiled and expressed his gratitude, realizing that further refusal would seem overly polite. So he accepted the gifts. Before departing, the woman leaned in conspiratorially, saying, "Make a soup with the crucian carp for your wife. It's not only good for her health, but also beneficial for the baby and can help with lactation." Cheng Su scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "I often buy fish for her to maintain her health, but it's still less than 2 months into the pregnancy." Cheng Su practically fled the market. The news of his wife's triplet pregnancy spread rapidly among the market-goers, with the elderly men and women sharing it enthusiastically. Before long, nearly everyone in the market was abuzz with admiration and envy at the news of his remarkable achievement. Young and already married with a wife expecting triplets, he had become a paragon of masculinity. The elderly folk lamented how their own children could not measure up to this young man's success. They showered him with various gifts of food suitable for pregnant women, ensuring Cheng Su spent very little. By the time he exited the market, his arms were laden with an abundance of vegetables, meats, and seafood, all bestowed upon him by the enthusiastic patrons. As he left, he felt an immense sense of relief, letting out a heavy sigh. Chapter 10. Excited Cheng Pa and Cheng Ma. Cheng Su had never anticipated that his wife's pregnancy with triplets would attract such a multitude of admirers. The warmth of the elderly folk was truly overwhelming. He could only wonder how much more attention they would receive once the 3 little ones were born. As the proud father of triplets, Cheng Su felt a swell of pride and a sense of honor. However, glancing back at the ardent gazes of the elderly, he pondered whether this level of attention was entirely favorable. Exiting the market, Cheng Su resolved to purchase plane tickets for Cheng Ma and Cheng Pa to visit him in the bustling metropolis. The flight would take approximately 5 hours, with only an afternoon flight available the following day. If his parents arrived, it would likely be around 9 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Su planned to go pick them up, having secured the tickets. With everything arranged, he cheerfully made his way home, wondering if the 3 little ones were missing their handsome dad. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Cheng Ma, Lu Peiyun, dashed outside, brimming with excitement as she pulled Cheng Pa along. Cheng Su's family operated a chain of small supermarkets, not part of a large brand, but rather several modest shops managed by Cheng Pa and Cheng Ma across different locations. While they employed staff to oversee the supermarkets, they often checked in to ensure stock levels were adequate. Given the small scale of their operations, Cheng Pa and Cheng Ma were hands-on with most tasks, diligently saving money for their son's future marriage. As for inventory checks and shelving, they managed these tasks themselves. At this moment, Cheng Dong was still outside taking stock of the goods, intending to settle accounts with the delivery man, when Lu Peiyun excitedly pulled him aside. Cheng Dong, perplexed by his wife's exuberance, observed her as if she had consumed a stimulant. Before he could voice his confusion, Lu Peiyun eagerly exclaimed, "Darling, I have wonderful news to share with you." "Wonderful news? What could possibly be so good?" Cheng Dong cast a skeptical glance at her, questioning whether she had lost her senses today. After all, they had been married for years, and nearing 50. Life's experiences had dulled his reactions to such proclamations, leaving him with little enthusiasm for such words. "Spit it out quickly. I am busy with the inventory and need to get the goods on the shelves," he said. Attempting to return to his tasks, Lu Peiyun shot him a disapproving look but disregarded his impatience, exclaiming, "Your daughter-in-law is pregnant." "What?" Cheng Dong, who had just turned away, immediately spun around, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Henin is pregnant? Is that true?" Lu Peiyun beamed with pride, relishing the moment as she recalled his earlier indifference. "Of course it's true. She found out during her hospital checkup. There's no way it could be a falsehood." Upon hearing the confirmation, Cheng Dong was overwhelmed with excitement, pacing in place. He had met Su Sahan during video calls and held a high regard for the young woman. Even before she officially entered the Cheng household as his son's bride, she had already been sending gifts and checking in during the holidays. Proving her respectful nature towards his son, he had already considered her as the future daughter-in-law and even proclaimed that she was the only one worthy of entering the Cheng family. Now that his future daughter-in-law was pregnant, it was splendid news. By next year, he could expect to cradle a grandchild in his arms. At this age, he still felt vigorous enough to play with a grandchild. What delightful tidings. However, he couldn't help but chide his son for being so careless. How could they only discover it during a routine checkup? If anything were to happen to Henin, he would not forgive his son, despite his reprimands. He felt a surge of joy as he turned to leave, intending to gather his things and head to Shanghai to see his future daughter-in-law. Lu Peiyun quickly called out to him, "Don't rush off. I haven't finished yet." She agreed with her husband's sentiments, nodding in affirmation. As he prepared to depart, she hastily reminded him, "Oh right, our son and Henin aren't married yet. We need to expedite their wedding plans, and they still need to buy a house." In his elation, Cheng Dong suddenly realized that since his son and Su Sahan were not yet wed and now expecting a child, they could no longer delay their marriage. They had to arrange the wedding promptly. As for the funds for the house, the couple had been saving diligently, intending to provide a marriage home for their son. However, real estate prices in Shanghai were indeed exorbitant, costing around 50,000 per square meter. Even purchasing an 80 square meter apartment would require over 4 million. Yet, after years of saving, they had only managed to accumulate a little over 1 million, which was far from sufficient. While Cheng Dong pondered over the housing situation for his son, Lu Peiyun interjected, "Marriage is certainly urgent, but what I meant to say is that Henin is not only pregnant, she is expecting triplets. The hospital confirmed it. And my son says they are all healthy." Cheng Dong was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place as this cascade of joyous revelations proved overwhelming. Triplets? He thought he had misheard and asked for clarification once more. Lu Peiyun understood his excitement, sharing in the exhilaration herself. After receiving a definitive answer, Cheng Dong was overcome with a tremor of joy. He had initially anticipated welcoming one grandchild, and now he would be blessed with 3. His blood surged with elation as he raised his head, beaming with pride. "Truly, my son and daughter-in-law are remarkable. Not just one grandchild, but 3. Ha ha ha." Both were unable to contain their excitement, yearning to rush to their friends and family to boast about this joyful news. Cheng Dong laughed heartily, even treating the delivery man to a whole pack of fine cigarettes while settling accounts. The delivery man, perceptive to their conversation, eagerly congratulated them, showering them with compliments, which only heightened Cheng Dong's happiness, prompting him to gift several more packs of cigarettes. Lu Peiyun did not object. After all, with a daughter-in-law and 3 grandchildren on the way, a few packs of cigarettes were trivial. They joyfully bid farewell to the delivery man. Cheng Dong, in his exuberance, decided to forego shelving the goods and simply close the store. While the other 2 supermarkets had staff present, none were in charge, leaving everything to the employees, which made them uneasy. Thus, Cheng Dong called to have those stores closed as well, granting the employees a few days off. The couple returned home, filled with anticipation as they prepared to pack their belongings. Lu Peiyun had already informed Cheng Dong that their son had purchased plane tickets for them the following day. Cheng Dong thought the timing was too late, but resigned to the unavailability of flights that day, he said nothing further. "By the way, dear, where's our card? Don't forget to bring it. We're going to Shanghai to propose to Henin's family," Cheng Dong reminded Lu Peiyun while tidying up, concerned she might forget. At this moment, he was still contemplating the housing situation for his son and daughter-in-law. Although the card only held a little over 1 million, it would barely cover a down payment for a home in Shanghai. However, it was better than nothing. They could not allow their son and daughter-in-law to continue renting. Moreover, with Henin expecting, it was imperative they lived in a suitable environment. "I've got it with me. I even sewed it into my clothing," Lu Peiyun replied, flipping her pocket inside out to show Cheng Dong. Indeed, a carefully wrapped item lay securely stitched within her garment. Lu Peiyun maintained some old habits regarding significant belongings, and this card was meant for their son and daughter-in-law's marriage and home. She was anxious about misplacing it, hence the decision to sew it into her clothing for safekeeping. She also understood that the funds would not be sufficient for the house, considering they would also need to provide a bride price for Henin. After contemplating, she said, "Old Cheng, I've seen the housing prices in Shanghai, and 1 million is hardly enough, especially with the bride price for Henin's family. Perhaps we should borrow some money from relatives and friends. Even if the properties are expensive, we must ensure they have a home, especially now that Henin is pregnant. It isn't feasible for them to keep renting." Cheng Dong nodded in agreement. "I've thought of that as well. I'll put myself out there to borrow money. We have a good rapport with people, and I'm sure they will lend us something. Purchasing a house is essential." How else can we provide security for Henin and our yet-to-be-born grandchild? Rest assured, I will handle this, Cheng Dong declared resolutely, patting his chest with determination. The son is set to marry Su Sahan, yet the absence of a marital home is undoubtedly unacceptable. As a middle-aged man who has weathered numerous storms, he is acutely aware of the harsh realities of society. Therefore, he is determined to exert every effort to secure a better future for his son and daughter-in-law. The couple moves with remarkable efficiency, quickly packing their belongings. Their luggage is not particularly extensive, aside from essentials and a change of clothes. Most items consist of local delicacies from their hometown. Lu Peilon has dedicated an entire large box solely to these specialties, knowing that Su Sahan, being a native of the bustling metropolis, has always enjoyed these treats, which they frequently sent to Cheng Su and Su Sahan. With this in mind, Lu Peilon decided to bring an extra supply for Su Sahan. Cheng Dong, observing Lu Peilon joyfully cramming the box with an abundance of Su Sahan's favorites, chuckled helplessly and remarked, "Don't overstuff it, we won't be able to lift it." He added, "And can Sahan even eat that cured meat and nuts right now?" His casual inquiry caught Lu Peilon off guard. She halted her efforts to pack the homemade cured meat, uncertainly responding, "These are all made by me. They are clean, I believe." After pondering for a while, she realized she couldn't be entirely sure, as she was unaware of what pregnant women could consume. After all, during her own pregnancy, she hardly had access to meat. This matter is not one to be taken lightly. Cheng Dong had initially made a jest at Lu Peilon's fervent packing, but seeing her uncertainty filled him with an inexplicable anxiety. It is widely said that pregnancy renders women most vulnerable, should she consume something inappropriate and suffer adverse effects. It could lead to lifelong health issues. How could they afford to be careless? "I didn't think of it that way. These are just things that Sahan likes. I simply wanted to bring her some," Lu Peilon explained. Locking eyes with Cheng Dong, they both realized their ignorance regarding proper prenatal care. How could they adequately care for their daughter-in-law? If they mishandle it, it would be counterproductive. Lu Peilon also recognized that her own pregnancy had been devoid of any particular restrictions due to circumstances. Now, however, things are different. With the means to be particular, they must adhere to proper guidelines. Moreover, given that Su Sahan is expecting triplets, her condition is likely even more delicate, necessitating meticulous attention. Realizing this, the two agreed that they needed to conduct thorough research. They immediately thought of consulting the internet, yet felt rather inept at navigating online resources. Lu Peilon concluded that the bookstore would likely have books on prenatal care, so she abandoned thoughts of the cured meat and hurried to the bookstore. At Bingu Community, as Cheng Su opened the door, he found Su Sahan comfortably seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Cheng Su, she leisurely placed the book down, dashed toward him, and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Wait, there's fish in this bag, and it's wet. Be careful not to get your clothes dirty." Cheng Su chuckled helplessly, allowing Su Sahan to hold him while lifting his two hands, laden with groceries, to the side to avoid splashing her with dirty water. Su Sahan tilted her head and playfully grinned. "You've worked hard, dear. This is your reward." After saying this, she seized the vegetables from Cheng Su's right hand and sprinted into the kitchen. "Hey, that's for me. It's heavy." Cheng Su anticipated Su Sahan would take the vegetables from him. As he changed his shoes, he followed her into the kitchen. The vegetables were indeed heavy and the bag unclean. "Look, your hands are dirty now," he exclaimed, as he placed the remaining vegetables on the kitchen counter and noticed a bit of dirt and water on Su Sahan's delicate hands. After washing his own hands, he promptly took hers and rinsed them under the faucet, applying some hand soap as well. Once finished, he brought her hands to his nose and inhaled the faint fragrance of the soap, feeling satisfied. "Your reward seems a bit lacking. What shall we do about that?" Cheng Su gazed into Su Sahan's eyes, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You greedy little thing." Su Sahan stuck out her tongue, shook her hands, and attempted to slip out of the kitchen. Cheng Su, swift as ever, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her back toward him. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he teased, "I am quite aware of your little schemes. You were worried I might scold you for reading all morning, weren't you?" Seeing Su Sahan pouting in silence like a child caught in a misdeed, Cheng Su chuckled and playfully pinched her elegant nose. "You must manage your time better and take appropriate breaks. This studying for your exams is arduous enough. You should not only consider yourself, but also think of our little one, right?" Su Sahan blinked innocently and nodded in agreement. Recognizing the validity of her husband's words, she realized she should express her appreciation. Cheng Su lifted her chin, teasingly saying, "Shouldn't you show a little gratitude?" "Absolutely not," Su Sahan retorted, swatting Cheng Su's hand away, freeing herself from his embrace and darting out of the kitchen. Once settled in the living room, she called out, "Darling, I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Right away." "My little darling," Cheng Su replied with a smile, tying on his apron and rolling up his sleeves to begin preparing the meal, humming a tune as he worked. Clearly in high spirits. Unable to suppress a smile, Su Sahan obediently set aside her book, lay back on the sofa, and gently placed a hand on her belly. Truth be told, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Cheng Su, she knew he was the one. At that time, many people doubted the validity of their relationship. The notion of love at first sight seems quite absurd, yet an inexplicable bond had formed the moment they met. Who would have thought they would become the couple that lasts the longest? In matters of love, she had never demanded great achievements from Cheng Su. His love alone sufficed. Now, with 3 little ones on the way, Su Sahan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. At the market, aside from the groceries he purchased, Cheng Su also received a plethora of vegetables gifted by local vendors. Consequently, he prepared an extravagant spread of dishes. Today's meal was refreshingly light. As Su Sahan sat at the dining table, gazing at the array of delicate dishes, she exclaimed, "Darling, aren't you a fan of spicy food? Why is today's meal so mild?" Although she enjoyed spicy food, she couldn't handle it as well as Cheng Su did, and thus, whenever either of them cooked, a few spicy dishes were always included. Yet, today, everything was surprisingly mild. It's not good to eat spicy food all the time. A light meal today will be good for our stomachs, Cheng Su explained as he handed her a bowl filled with rice. During the meal, he observed Su Sahan's reactions, feeling relieved as she savored the food. Indeed, Cheng Su had specifically researched information regarding pregnancy while grocery shopping. It is commonly said that pregnant women may experience morning sickness after 6 weeks of gestation, and by calculating the time, it happens that Su Sahan is precisely in her 6th week this week. It is widely acknowledged that morning sickness can be quite distressing, and during this period, pregnant women tend to be particularly sensitive, often struggling to eat, especially when confronted with greasy foods. They are also advised to avoid cold, spicy, and irritating dishes. Although Su Sahan has not yet displayed any symptoms, he felt it prudent to prepare ahead of time, for he could not bear to witness her suffering from incessant nausea. It would surely break his heart. Thus, he refrained from preparing any spicy dishes today. After Su Sahan finished a bowl of rice, Cheng Su served her a small bowl of crucian carp soup. Su Sahan drank 2 bowls in quick succession, clearly demonstrating a hearty appetite. Noticing her eagerness for a 3rd bowl, Cheng Su swiftly intervened. The crucian carp soup is indeed beneficial, rich in protein and nourishing, significantly enhancing a pregnant woman's immunity and promoting the baby's development. However, one must maintain nutritional balance, for consuming too much at once is not advisable. Su Sahan pouted in protest, glaring at Cheng Su, and lamented his refusal to let her enjoy the fish soup. Recalling how he had never stopped her from drinking half a bowl before, feeling a sense of unjust grievance within, Cheng Su could only chuckle helplessly as he served her other dishes, uttering sweet words to appease her. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, he promptly took the remaining soup to the kitchen. After a cozy lunch, Cheng Su and Su Sahan settled on the sofa to watch television. Cheng Su held her delicate, fair hand in his, pondering for a moment before speaking. "My dear, my mother called during lunch today, and I shared the news of your pregnancy with her." Cheng Su intended to gradually introduce the matter of his parents coming to care for her, knowing that they would initially be living together, and he feared that Su Sahan might feel uncomfortable. However, given the current circumstances, it was essential for her to have someone by her side for reassurance. Nestled in Cheng Su's embrace, Su Sahan raised her curious little face and asked, "What did my mother say?" Of course, she was delighted. She even expressed a desire to visit your family to make the proposal sooner, but I told her we should wait until you have completed a proper medical examination. Cheng Su replied. Su Sahan nodded in agreement, realizing that if her mother-in-law discovered she had fainted due to irregular eating habits, she would likely call and fuss over her. She recalled a time during their junior year when she had caught a cold and had a fever, with Cheng Su vigilantly keeping watch by her bedside while her mother called via video, showering her with worried admonitions. She had almost bought a plane ticket to rush over, but Cheng Su managed to soothe her. Su Sahan felt warm inside during that time, as if she had gained another mother. Since then, they had chosen to share only good news. "I have to go back to work tomorrow, and I can't leave you home alone, so I've asked them to come and take care of you. They share the same concern, fearing you might feel uneasy by yourself. They are likely to arrive around 9 o'clock tomorrow evening," Cheng Su said, observing Su Sahan's emotional state. Su Sahan had yet to meet his parents formally, and tomorrow would mark their first official encounter. Although she had interacted well with them over video calls, resembling a genuine parent-daughter relationship, meeting in person would undoubtedly be a different matter. The screen had provided an element of comfort, but reality was unpredictable. Cheng Su aimed to prepare Su Sahan mentally, allowing her ample time to brace herself. He also wanted to gauge her thoughts. If she was genuinely opposed or resistant, he would need to consider alternative approaches. To his surprise, Su Sahan appeared to be taken aback, sitting upright with wide eyes, looking at Cheng Su as if pleading for help. Oh no, I have nothing to wear. What should I do? Chapter 13, The Top-Tier Nanny Car. Cheng Su was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her meaning. He watched as Su Sahan hurriedly dashed to the bedroom, rummaging through her belongings. She pulled out several dresses and held up a white dress, examining herself in the mirror from different angles before turning to Cheng Su and asking, "How about this one for meeting my in-laws? Is it too plain?" Only then did Cheng Su realize that Su Sahan was anxious and had begun to fret over her attire for meeting his parents, eager to make a good impression. Cheng Su, feeling a warmth in his heart, wrapped his arms around her waist, reassuringly stating, "My dear, you look beautiful in anything you wear." Su Sahan shot him a glare, exasperated that he could smile when her parents were coming the next day, and her heart raced with anxiety. "Then we should go pick them up together tomorrow. Also, we need to arrange a banquet to welcome them, and what gifts should I prepare? And also..." Even in Cheng Su's embrace, Su Sahan could not help but flail her arms in a flurry of activity, her mind racing with preparations. While she was genuinely excited about her in-laws visiting, as Cheng's parents treated her like their own daughter, the reality of the impending meeting filled her with panic. One day was far too short for preparation. She hadn't bought gifts, reserved a restaurant, nor tidied up the place they would stay. It felt too rushed. And she eagerly attempted to extricate herself from Cheng Su's hold to start organizing. Cheng Su watched her charmingly flustered demeanor, struck by her adorableness. After a moment of admiration, he gently held her in place, saying, "You need not prepare anything. By marrying me and becoming their daughter-in-law, you are already the best gift. I will handle the rest. So you need not worry." At that moment, Su Sahan, too anxious to absorb his sweet words, retorted, "That won't do. It makes me feel like a useless person." With that, she began to push him away, her mouth running nonstop. Cheng Su, captivated by her animated expressions, could not resist leaning in to kiss her. After a long while, when Su Sahan had calmed down somewhat, they parted. He effortlessly lifted her and gently placed her on the bed, enveloping her in his embrace. "Time for a nap. The little ones are saying they want to sleep," he said. Su Sahan chuckled lightly, playfully swatting his arm, knowing he was merely comforting her frayed nerves. "The little ones are still so tiny. Where did you hear that?" Cheng Su tightened his hold on her slightly, grinning. "I can hear them. Now be a good girl, close your eyes, and sleep." With a huff, Su Sahan obediently closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber in the familiar warmth of his embrace. Once he confirmed she was asleep, Cheng Su quietly slipped out of bed. He stealthily retrieved a book from the corner of the wardrobe and opened his iPad. Venturing into the living room, he grabbed paper and a pen, beginning to jot down notes. The thick book was filled with comprehensive information regarding everything a pregnant woman should know from the onset of pregnancy to delivery. The iPad displayed various insights from bloggers and obstetricians about the crucial aspects to consider during pregnancy. Cheng Su diligently read and took notes, and after about an hour, his notebook was brimming with information on prenatal nutrition and care. Ding! Due to the host's deep affection for his beloved wife, his nurturing care for their baby, and his unwavering commitment to acquiring relevant knowledge, he has been graciously rewarded with a luxurious Toyota Alphard nanny vehicle. This vehicle has been legally and appropriately transferred into the host's name, so please feel at ease in using it. Cheng Su was momentarily taken aback, halting the pen that he had been using to take notes. A luxury nanny vehicle? The Toyota Alphard, recognized as a high-end MPV, would cost no less than 1,000,000 yuan. The system just gifted it to him out of the blue. Cheng Su was utterly thrilled. With this car, once their 3 little angels arrived, outings and picnics would be perfectly manageable. Moreover, the vehicle boasts exceptional comfort and an abundance of features, rumored to rival even first-class airline cabins. It is a preferred choice for many celebrities as their commuting vehicle. With such high comfort levels, Su Sahan would no longer need to worry about feeling uncomfortable during rides to her desired destinations. Furthermore, he was set to pick up his parents the following day. And since Su Sahan expressed a wish to accompany him, he had been pondering how to persuade her not to go, considering the discomfort of taking a taxi. Now that he had a car, it was a splendid opportunity to bring her along. Otherwise, she might feel guilty for not picking up her in-laws. Indeed, the system has been exceedingly generous to him. The next day, Cheng Su rose early. He prepared breakfast and tidied himself up before stepping out, just as Su Sahan, still bleary-eyed, emerged from the bedroom. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at the clock and gasped in surprise. How did I sleep until this hour? Su Sahan had always been an early riser. Since she began preparing for her graduate entrance exams, she had maintained a regular schedule, going to bed by 11 at night and waking at 5 in the morning to study. It was unprecedented for her to sleep past 8. Ever since her pregnancy, she had gradually begun to experience increased drowsiness, even before she realized it herself. Cheng Su affectionately ruffled her hair and gently advised, "Drowsiness is perfectly normal. Sleep whenever you feel the need, and do not force yourself to stay awake. Also, Dear, try not to go out alone. Just send me a message if you crave anything for lunch, and I will return to cook for you. Cheng Su rambled on, repeatedly reminding Su Sahan of various things. With a playful smile, Su Sahan teased, I know, you sound just like a mother. Hurry up and leave, or you will be late for work. Only then did Cheng Su change his shoes and head out. A radiant smile illuminated Su Sahan's face. Perhaps her worries were a tad excessive. Being pregnant felt as though she could no longer manage her own life. She shook her head and recalled that she would be meeting her uncle and aunt that evening, which ignited a mix of excitement and nervousness within her. Taking deep breaths, she gradually calmed herself. Since her uncle and aunt were already informed, what about her parents? Su Sahan wrestled with her thoughts, engaging in an intense internal struggle. She was uncertain how to broach the subject of her pregnancy with her parents. Yet she knew it could no longer be kept a secret. After hesitating for a considerable time, she finally dialed her mother's number. Chapter 14, Jincheng Huafu. Cheng Su had moved to the Binhai community, conveniently located near the real estate agency where he worked, allowing him to reach it in just 10 minutes on his electric scooter. Upon arriving downstairs, he spotted the brand new Toyota Alphard nanny vehicle gifted by the system. The system was incredibly thoughtful, even providing the license plate. Most residents of the Binhai community were married individuals with children and elderly family members, along with some young renters. The timing was neither too early nor too late, perfectly coinciding with the morning commute. Many passers-by paused to admire the nanny vehicle, showering it with praises and glancing back repeatedly. The Toyota Alphard was renowned as the ultimate nanny vehicle, coveted by those with children and elderly family members. However, the pressures of family and finances meant that even owning a vehicle worth several 100,000 yuan was already a significant achievement. Who could dare to dream of acquiring a nanny vehicle worth over 1,000,000 yuan? With mortgage burdens suffocating them, coupled with the hefty cost of car loans, it was hardly feasible. Whether the 100,000 yuan nanny vehicle was purchased through a loan or outright, it was beyond their reach. All they could do was envy and gaze longingly. Some even snapping photos to share on social media, lamenting their lot in life before shaking their heads and walking away. Cheng Su found himself utterly enamored with the vehicle. With a total of 7 seats, he envisioned taking his beloved wife and their 3 little angels on outings, filling him with bliss. That morning, Cheng Su had an appointment with a client, allowing him to skip the office and head directly to the property viewing destination. The location was Jincheng Huafu, a high-end community situated in the heart of the bustling metropolis. Although Cheng Su was not originally from the city, his months working in real estate had provided him with a comprehensive understanding of the local housing market. He was well acquainted with the best locations, the most appealing environments, and the most reasonable prices. Jincheng Huafu was considered one of the finest communities in the city, frequently chosen by senior executives and affluent businessmen when purchasing homes. The client Cheng Su was to accompany for a viewing that day was a high-ranking official from an out-of-town company, who had relocated to the city headquarters and wished to move his family there as well. After some consideration, Cheng Su decided to ride his electric scooter to Jincheng Huafu. First, he felt that driving the nanny vehicle to meet the client seemed overly ostentatious. Second, he felt a sense of loneliness when driving the nanny vehicle alone. Arriving at Jincheng Huafu on his scooter, Cheng Su checked the time. It was precisely 9:15. His appointment with the client was set for 9:30, leaving him a bit of spare time to prepare. He took out the documents he had meticulously prepared and began organizing them. In fact, Cheng Su had already briefed the client on the details of Jincheng Huafu during their previous interactions and had even shown him the model units. The client was quite pleased with the properties in Jincheng Huafu and merely wished to revisit the selected house for a final inspection before signing the contract on the spot. Cheng Su had also prepared the contract in advance. The client had chosen a fully decorated luxury apartment. As they toured the property, Cheng Su was once again captivated by the opulence of the interior design. When he had first taken over the properties in Jincheng Huafu, he had brought Su Sahan along to view them, and both had been thoroughly impressed, with Su Sahan expressing a desire to live in such a prestigious community in the future. Engaging in lively conversation with the client, Cheng Su enthusiastically introduced the property, prompting the client to express his admiration and satisfaction repeatedly. In truth, Cheng Su shared the same appreciation for the homes in this community, which fueled his detailed and passionate presentation. He envisioned how splendid it would be if one of these homes could become their wedding residence. During a moment of respite, he glanced at the balance in his mobile banking app. Currently, he had a total of 240,000 yuan. His own 20,000, the initial 100,000 granted by the system, and the remainder accumulated from the rewards for interacting with the baby over the past few days. Cheng Su sighed deeply. The average price per square meter for other properties in the city hovered around 45,000 to 50,000 yuan, while homes in Jincheng Huafu demanded a staggering 60,000 yuan per square meter. Moreover, these units were typically large, ranging from 100 to 200 square meters, meaning that acquiring one would require at least 6 million yuan. If he wished to purchase a home in this community, his savings were still woefully inadequate. After signing the contract with the client and coordinating all matters, he pondered how he could trigger the system's new rewards to amass more money and eventually purchase a home for the two of them. Ding! Congratulations, host. To better welcome your 3 adorable companions, the system rewards you with a fully furnished 200 square meter apartment in Jinshanhuafu. The property has been legally recorded under your name, and the relevant personnel's memories have been updated. Cheng Su was utterly taken aback by this. He could hardly believe it and kept verifying the information repeatedly. Is this really a gift for me? He felt like the system's favorite child. Could it be that whatever he desired would simply manifest? Ding. Not quite, dear host. Please do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. The system rewards based on the host's genuine circumstances. Was this a form of the system's sarcasm? Cheng Su pursed his lips, unconvinced. The mere thought of owning a 200 square meter apartment in Jinshanhuafu filled him with excitement. He wondered if Su Sahan would share in his joy upon learning the news. A 200 square meter apartment. It would cost around 12 million to acquire. A 12 million apartment. It was twice the price of the high-paying client's property he had just signed, with an area that was also double. The system was truly considerate. However, a thought crossed Cheng Su's mind, and he accessed the system, inquiring, "System, does the property deed only bear my name?" "Yes," came the cold, mechanical response. "Could we also add my wife Su Sahan's name?" Cheng Su contemplated before responding. He had been with Su Sahan for 4 years, and his love for her remained unwavering throughout their time together. He could hardly envision life without her. His affection for her ran deep, and he had grown accustomed to her presence. He understood that, in the case of a premarital property purchase, only those registered in both spouses' names would be considered joint marital property. He could never abandon Su Sahan, claiming the house solely for himself. Moreover, given that Su Sahan was currently pregnant and in a particularly emotionally sensitive state, he wanted to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings over trivial matters. He had always provided her with a sense of security, and this time would be no different. Besides, this house was intended to be their marital home. How could he not include his wife's name? It simply made no sense. Is the host certain about changing the ownership information? The cold mechanical voice inquired. Absolutely. Cheng Su replied, his response clear and decisive. Very well. The system is proceeding with the change of ownership information for the hostess property. Please hold on. After approximately 3 minutes, the system's mechanical voice resonated once more. The property information has been updated. The 200 square meter fully furnished apartment in Jinshanhuafu is now owned by Cheng Su and Su Sahan. Cheng Su nodded in satisfaction, gazing at their names, his heart brimming with joy. Chapter 15. The enthusiastic female staff member. Afterward, Cheng Su did not return to the company, as he had seen the client off just past 11 o'clock. It would take him half an hour to return, and by the time he arrived, it would be nearly time for lunch. Thus, he decided to head directly to the sales office of Jinshanhuafu to retrieve the necessary property documents and keys, intending to visit the apartment first. Upon entering the sales office, he was greeted by a young and attractive female staff member. At this hour, the office was relatively empty, and the staff member approached him warmly upon noticing his arrival. "Hello, sir. Are you here to view the property?" she inquired, her gaze appraising Cheng Su. Dressed in a black suit, he exuded vitality and an air of sophistication, appearing to be no older than 20. She surmised that he was not a wealthy merchant or a nouveau riche, but rather a second-generation affluent individual. After all, anyone who could step into the Jinshanhuafu sales office, aside from the staff, would need to possess several million to afford a property there. Such individuals were either rich or noble. The female staff member smiled more brightly at this thought, feigning a shy demeanor. After all, he was a handsome and young second-generation millionaire. If she could secure a marriage into wealth, she could leave behind the grind of working in the sales office. She often dreamt of a customer choosing her, fulfilling her aspiration of becoming a wealthy wife. Cheng Su merely glanced at her briefly, finding the sales staff at Jinshanhuafu overly dedicated. It seemed the conditions were not ideal. The scorching midday sun had reddened the young lady's face, and he wondered why the air conditioning was not set lower. Not wanting to dwell on it, he offered her a polite smile, saying, "Hello, my name is Cheng Su. I'm here to collect the keys and relevant property documents." Upon hearing this, the staff member was even more convinced of Cheng Su's affluent background. Her smile widening as she replied softly, "Please hold on, I will check for you. Those who purchase properties here are always recorded." Soon, she found Cheng Su's information. But during the identity verification, she noted another name on the property deed. Her heart sank. Su Sahan, a distinctly feminine name. What single man would add another person's name to a property he purchased outright? Clearly, These two were either in a romantic relationship or perhaps even married. Nevertheless, the staff member refused to give up. Even as a mistress, acquiring a property would save her a great deal of effort. She shifted her posture, handing a folder of contracts to Cheng Su and batting her eyelashes. Sir, inside this is the contract and paperwork related to your property, along with the keys. Jinshan Huafu is quite large. You might struggle to find your way, so why not allow me to accompany you for the viewing? No need. I'm quite familiar with this place, Cheng Su replied coolly, inspecting the folder to confirm the contracts and property deed were all in order. He retrieved the keys and coldly remarked one last time before departing without a backward glance. He frequently brought clients to this location and knew it well. The female staff member felt a pang of disappointment as Cheng Su had only acknowledged her with a fleeting glance at the beginning, resigned to her fate. He already had a wife and was so devoted. She couldn't help but envy him. Why couldn't she find a wealthy, handsome husband who would cherish her? On the 21st floor of Building 1 in Jinshan Huafu, Cheng Su, filled with both anxiety and excitement, unlocked the door to the apartment that truly belonged to him and Su Sahan. The apartment was a spacious 200 square meters with a layout of 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The entire space showcased a harmonious blend of minimalist and European styles, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Facing south, it boasted excellent orientation and ample natural light, complete with an open balcony overlooking Donghu Lake behind Jinshan Huafu, a beautiful sight indeed. The apartment was immaculate, with new furniture and appliances of the highest quality, requiring no additional purchases from Cheng Su. Moreover, the renovations had been completed 2 years ago using premium, environmentally friendly materials, posing no harm to pregnant women. The 4 bedrooms included a sizable second bedroom adjacent to the master suite. As Cheng Su gazed at the spacious second bedroom, a smile crept across his face. Meanwhile, after Cheng Su left, Su Sahan dialed her mother's number. As soon as the call connected, Su Ma excitedly exclaimed, "My darling daughter, isn't today a workday? Why are you calling me so early?" On the other end, the lively melody of a song played, reminding Su Sahan that her mother rose early every morning to dance in the park. However, at that moment, Su Sahan was far too preoccupied to consider whether she was interrupting her mother's routine. "Mom, I've resigned from my job. I won't be working anymore." Su Sahan lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothing, unsure of how to broach the subject. "That's good. Weren't you planning to prepare for your postgraduate exams? I never supported the idea of you working while studying for them. We are not lacking in funds at home." Suma was evidently not shocked by her daughter's resignation. Rather, she saw it as a positive development. Suba and Suma ran a business in Shanghai. They weren't wealthy by any means, but their financial situation was far from dire, allowing for a comfortable existence. After graduating, Su Sahan had taken a job far from home and had moved in with Cheng Su. Although her parents had some reservations about her cohabiting, Suma believed that since marriage was on the horizon, they ought to spend time together first, so she consented. "My dear, is there something you wish to discuss with your mother?" Suma picked up on the unusual tone in Su Sahan's voice, which was tinged with anxiety, lacking her usual vivacity. "Mom, Su Sahan gripped the fabric of her clothing tightly, her brow furrowed, hesitating to speak. She was pregnant, yet they were not married. She was at a loss about how her parents would react, particularly toward Cheng Su. Last night, she had discussed it with him, and he agreed that they should inform her parents about her pregnancy. They could not conceal such a matter if they intended to marry. They needed to respect their parents' opinions, as this involved both families. After all, how long could they keep it hidden? It was better to lay everything bare from the outset. "Is that Cheng Su boy mistreating you?" Suma, having stepped away from her dancing, found a quieter spot to take the call. Hearing her daughter's stammering, she began to suspect that Su Sahan might be suffering some form of distress, ready to confront Cheng Su. "No, he's been nothing but good to me. How could he mistreat me?" "Mom, where is your mind wandering?" Su Sahan quickly clarified, sensing her mother was about to misinterpret her husband. "That's a relief. I doubt he would dare," Suma responded with a pout, having merely voiced her concern. She knew her daughter had a boyfriend, whom she had seen in video calls a few times. He appeared to be a diligent and ambitious young man. "Mom, I'm pregnant." After much hesitation, Su Sahan finally managed to voice her truth. Chapter 16. "Mom, please, I need your help." On the other end, there was a noticeable pause, followed by a low, somewhat angry exclamation. "Hanheng, your mother has a weak heart. Don't scare me like this. Is this for real?" Suma's mind went blank for a moment. Rather than shock, she felt a surge of anger. They weren't even married, and her daughter was pregnant, especially considering they had just graduated from college. As far as she knew, they were still renting an apartment. How could she expect her to accept this immediately? She was no saint, and she had yet to meet Cheng Su in person. Although she had seen him on video and thought he seemed decent, she couldn't make a judgment without a face-to-face meeting. Su Sahan visibly trembled, instinctively lowering her head, her heart racing. yet her tone was resolute. It's true. Sitting upright on the couch, she bit her lip, holding her breath, her eyes darting anxiously, unable to settle on a single point. Who could fathom the extent of her nerves? The wait felt interminable, especially in such a state of trepidation, as if there were thorns at her back. Making time seem to drag unbearably. After what felt like 3 or 4 minutes, a heavy sigh emerged from the other end, tinged with resignation. So what are your plans? Cheng Su has proposed, and we plan to get married and have the baby. So I was thinking of bringing him home to meet you and Dad in a few days, and we'll obtain the marriage certificate. Su Sahan's voice was soft yet brimming with happiness as she spoke, her thoughts drifting toward their future, a smile stretching across her face, completely forgetting her earlier anxiety. Humph. I didn't expect Cheng Su to be so responsible, Su Ma scoffed. She thought that had he been unwilling to take responsibility or suggested an abortion, she would have stormed over to confront him, seeking retribution for her daughter, and subsequently ensuring Su Sahan severed all ties with him forever. Meanwhile, Cheng Su, still at Jin Chun Hua Fu, inexplicably shivered, glancing up at the glaring sun, puzzled. Isn't it a sunny day? Why does it feel a bit chilly? Mom, truly, Cheng Su is wonderful to me. He never lets me do any housework and cooks for me every day. Su Sahan, upon hearing her mother praise Cheng Su, felt a rush of joy. She could hardly contain her desire to share everything he had done for her. Likely to speak for an entire day without running out of things to say? Stop it. Let us not dwell on that. What about housing? You can't possibly continue living in rented accommodation indefinitely. Suma was not interested in hearing how Cheng Su treated her daughter. After all, a woman in love often embellishes the truth. She was far more concerned about the practicalities surrounding their marriage. We moved to a nice apartment in Binhu community. It's quite lovely. Cheng Su is working hard to provide a home for us and our 3 little ones, so you needn't worry. Su Sahan replied after a moment's thought. She deliberately sidestepped her mother's core concern. For the matter of purchasing a house was still too burdensome for them at present. She had no qualms about renting. Whether it was their previous cramped quarters or the more pleasant environment of Binhu community, as long as she was with Cheng Su, she felt content. Material possessions like houses or cars held no significance for her. She had faith in Cheng Su. Once he made a promise, he would not break it. And no matter how long it took, she would remain by his side. Mom, doesn't he know what to say to you? You absolutely must buy a house. If you continue renting, then what will happen when my 3 grandchildren are born? They'll be living in a rental too? Wait, what did you just say? 3 little ones? Are you saying triplets? Suma shook her head in disbelief. The probability of twins was already low, let alone triplets, which was incredibly rare. She thought she must have misheard and asked for clarification. Yes, triplets. I found out during my hospital checkup. The doctor confirmed it. Su Sahan opted to be vague like Cheng Su, choosing not to mention her fainting incident, fearing her mother would scold her. At this moment, Suma was utterly astonished and unable to comprehend the news. Her daughter was not only pregnant, but with triplets. The whirlwind of emotions left her feeling exhilarated, joyful, yet concerned for her daughter's well-being. After all, a normal pregnancy is already quite arduous, and now she bears triplets. Does that not mean her daughter must endure thrice the suffering? The thought of this made her heart ache for her daughter. Henin, listen. I'm taking a cab to your place now. Please give me your address. I'll personally come to take care of you. A woman must not be taken lightly during pregnancy, and with Cheng Su, a man, one cannot be certain he will care for you properly. As Suma spoke, she began to gather her belongings, her tone growing increasingly anxious. Mom, that's unnecessary. Cheng Su's parents are arriving in Magic City today. He has already discussed with them about taking care of me, so you needn't worry. However, there is something I would like to ask you for assistance with. Su Sahan said cheerfully, her voice now devoid of tension, replaced instead with a tone of flattery. Suma rolled her eyes, immediately understanding what her daughter was hinting at. Only now do you think of your mother? Does your father not know about this? I'm unsure how to broach it with Dad. If I say something, he will likely get very upset. Su Sahan chuckled. Her father was rather strict and somewhat traditional. Should he find out, he might directly come to take his daughter home. Yet, her father had a soft spot. He greatly respected her mother's opinions, making him somewhat submissive to her. Therefore, Su Sahan decided it was best to inform her mother first, who would then speak to her father, ensuring a smoother acceptance. This was precisely why Su Sahan chose to call her mother first. With a resigned shake of her head, Suma replied, "All right, I will speak to him and arrange a time for Cheng Su to come over." "Great. I knew you would be the best, Mom. I love you the most." As long as her mother handled this, with her on the team, even her father's stubbornness could be overcome. This was undoubtedly the most joyous thought for Su Sahan, who felt an overwhelming urge to give her mother a big hug. Less of the sweet talk. Take good care of yourself. If anything comes up, just call me, all right? And about the house, it's essential you buy it. I will help you think of ways. Suma earnestly reminded Su Sahan for quite some time before they finally ended the call. Chapter 17. The Best Gift for Grandparents, a Grandson. Cheng Su left work early today. By 5 o'clock, he had already arrived at Binhui Community on his electric scooter, having secured several significant deals this week. And with the entire company now aware of his girlfriend's pregnancy with triplets, he was the subject of both envy and admiration. The middle-aged man who led the company, married for many years without children, was particularly envious. At the same time, he felt happy for Cheng Su, especially after seeing him sign a substantial contract with Jinshan Huafu, rewarding him with a red envelope of 600 yuan for good fortune. He even allowed Cheng Su to leave an hour early to care for his girlfriend, which was considered a company benefit. As usual, Cheng Su first visited the market to buy some groceries. The vendors there had come to recognize him, greeting him warmly and recommending fresh produce suitable for pregnant women. Cheng Su politely thanked them and, after purchasing what he needed, declined their generous offers. After all, running a small business is not easy, and he felt guilty accepting freebies. Upon arriving home, he found Su Sahan sleeping on the sofa. Only when she heard the door open did she rub her eyes and sit up. "Honey, you're back." Su Sahan's voice was soft and slightly hoarse, still heavy with sleep. Struggling to fully open her eyes, she stood up unsteadily. Cheng Su set down the groceries and rushed to support her, lifting her gently and placing her on the bed. "If you're tired, go to bed. Sleeping on the sofa might make you catch a cold," he spoke softly, tucking her in before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. While Cheng Su was frying the last dish, a shrill scream erupted from the bedroom. Startled, he dropped the spatula and hurriedly opened the bedroom door to check. There sat Su Sahan on the bed, phone in hand, looking flustered and confused. "Honey, it's already 6:30. What should we do? I was just thinking about what gift to prepare for your parents, and I fell asleep. Is there still time to go to the mall?" Considering that it takes at least an hour and a half to reach the airport from the community, she felt a wave of panic wash over her. Cheng Su couldn't help but find her distressed state somewhat endearing and chuckled softly. "Are you laughing at me?" Su Sahan scowled, glaring at Cheng Su before grabbing a pillow and throwing it at him. Quick as a flash, Cheng Su caught it and laughed. "Didn't you already prepare your gift?" Puzzled, Su Sahan stared at him until she noticed him looking at her belly, and she suddenly understood. "That is different." Her cheeks flushed as she touched her abdomen. "Trust your husband. Presenting your parents with a grandson for the first time will make them incredibly happy. And you're giving them triplets. They might even cry tears of joy." Cheng Su spoke earnestly, his words carrying a sincerity that felt genuine. "Really?" Su Sahan regarded him skeptically, her expression one of disbelief. "Absolutely, my dear, I would never deceive you," Cheng Su affirmed confidently. Su Sahan remained doubtful, narrowing her eyes at him before finally nodding, glancing down at her belly. Cheng Su stifled a laugh. His wife was just too adorable. "Honey, what is that smell?" Su Sahan sniffed the air. "Ah, my cooking." Cheng Su suddenly remembered the food still sizzling on the stove. Upon hearing Su Sahan's scream, he had thought something was wrong and rushed over without even turning off the heat. As Su Sahan watched Cheng Su set the dishes on the table, she was puzzled. "Why are we cooking now when my parents will be here soon? I made this specially for you. They arrive at 9 by the time we eat. It could be 10, which is too late. You and the baby will be hungry. Since it's late, I've ordered from a restaurant for them. You might not find it as healthy as home-cooked meals. So, you should eat a bit now, and when we go to the restaurant, you can either eat less or even skip it," Cheng Su explained, serving her the meal. To be honest, Su Sahan was indeed quite hungry. She had been feeling ravenous lately, so she didn't refuse. She gazed deeply at Cheng Su, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Cheng Su had truly been thoughtful. Typically, one would wait for their parents to arrive before dining together, but he prioritized her needs, always considering her well-being first. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Sahan could not find the words, so she embraced Cheng Su and planted a sweet kiss on his lips before starting to eat. Cheng Su did not partake in the meal, as he was to accompany his parents later. However, he remained seated opposite Su Sahan, keeping her company as she dined and serving her dishes. "By the way, my dear wife, I have something to share with you." Cheng Su leaned closer to Su Sahan, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "What is it? You seem so mysterious." Su Sahan blinked her large eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. "I have purchased a residence in Jinshan Huafu, and I have also acquired a nanny van." Cheng Su smiled with pride, his demeanor akin to that of a boastful peacock. As he animatedly spoke, he had no intention of concealing this from Su Sahan, for she would undoubtedly see the nanny van when she descended the stairs shortly. There was no way to keep it a secret. "You see, I have been trading stocks since my university days, and recently I have made quite a substantial profit, which I decided to invest in a house and a vehicle." Cheng Su pondered for a moment, crafting the most plausible rationale. In the future, he would certainly find himself unexpectedly in possession of various assets, necessitating a reasonable explanation to justify their existence. Moreover, Stock trading inherently involves both losses and gains, and the possibility of earning tens of millions in a single stroke was the most fitting explanation. Su Sahan was momentarily taken aback. Her eating motion halted in astonishment. She had never known about Cheng Su's stock trading endeavors. He had never mentioned it, perhaps out of fear that she would worry if he suffered losses. Considering the multitude of individuals engaged in stock trading, it was not particularly surprising that Cheng Su had begun investing during his university years. Yet, what truly astounded Su Sahan was that not only had Cheng Su profited from his trading, but he had also purchased a home in the Jinshan Huafu community, her favorite neighborhood, where she had once expressed a desire to reside. Cheng Su had secured a property there? How utterly astonishing. Chapter 18. A home and a car. An impressive husband. Su Sahan, having grown up in the bustling metropolis, was well aware of the housing prices here. Properties in Jinshan Huafu started at a minimum of 6 million, and the thought that Cheng Su had earned such a significant sum from stock trading to buy a house was unfathomable to her. Staring blankly at Cheng Su, she swallowed hard and asked, "Husband, are you serious? You really bought a house in Jinshan Huafu?" In the face of incredulous news, people often seek confirmation. Even though Su Sahan internally understood that Cheng Su would not deceive her, she still found it hard to believe. "Absolutely true. I received the property deed today." "I feared you wouldn't believe me," Cheng Su replied, handing the property deed to Su Sahan. Upon opening it, she discovered a 200-square-meter home in Jinshan Huafu. The property deed prominently displayed both her and Cheng Su's names. For the first time, she felt as though her name shone with an overwhelming brilliance, momentarily blurring her vision as tears began to well up. She threw her arms around Cheng Su, unable to contain her tears. "Why are you crying?" "Too much crying isn't good for your health, nor for the baby," Cheng Su said gently, retrieving a tissue from the table to dab at her tears. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy?" he inquired, concern etching his brow. "I'm happy. I'm so happy I could burst." Su Sahan attempted to speak, but her words dissolved into sobs. Overcome with emotion, she found herself at a loss for words. After a considerable time, she managed to compose herself, pouting as she playfully pinched Cheng Su's arm. Why didn't you tell me about buying the house? You kept it from me all this time." Cheng Su grimaced in pain but chuckled. "Wasn't I planning to give you a surprise? I envisioned this as our marital home. We just can't move in yet, since it needs to air out after the recent renovations." Cheng Su raised an eyebrow, his statement holding truth. Although the new home had been renovated for 2 years, it still retained some odor. He had no intention of revealing to Su Sahan that he planned to convert the adjacent bedroom into a nursery for their 3 little ones. Once completed, he would present her with yet another grand surprise. Cheng Su's smile was laden with meaning, and Su Sahan remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies, huffing softly before retreating to the bedroom to stow away the property deed. After securing it, she returned to the dining table. "Husband, this is incredible. We finally have our own house. My mother mentioned she would help us find a way to buy one today, but it seems that it's no longer necessary." Su Sahan exclaimed, her joy radiating. Now, she felt empowered to persuade her father, showcasing how her husband had earned money through stock trading right after graduation, purchasing both a home and a vehicle. The fact that the property bore their precious daughter's name offered her a sense of marital security. Her husband was so remarkable. Her parents would undoubtedly be pleased with their son-in-law, affirming her relationship with Cheng Su. As she reveled in these thoughts, a sense of optimism enveloped her. "Husband, you're simply extraordinary." Su Sahan felt an overwhelming urge to praise her husband. "In what way am I extraordinary?" Cheng Su promptly inquired. "In every conceivable way," Su Sahan answered without a moment's hesitation, only to realize she had unwittingly stepped into Cheng Su's trap. Noticing the triumphant grin on Cheng Su's face, she blushed, huffed, and chose to ignore him. Yet, the gleam of triumph on Cheng Su's face was too glaring to overlook. She playfully pinched his arm, relishing in his grimace of discomfort before retracting her hand in victory. At 7:30, the couple descended the stairs punctually. The night had fully enveloped the sky, and the black nanny van shimmered under the glow of the streetlights within the community, drawing attention. As Su Sahan stepped outside, she immediately spotted the nanny van, her mouth agape in admiration. "A Toyota Alphard. It must cost over $1 million. Husband, you really bought a car too." Su Sahan, knowledgeable about vehicles, was utterly astonished. Yet, what moved her most was the thoughtfulness behind Cheng Su's choice. Had he wished to purchase an SUV or a sports car after earning his profits, Su Sahan would have had no objections. After all, it was common for men to have an affinity for cars, Cheng Su included. However, the fact that he chose a nanny van as his first significant purchase after achieving financial success spoke volumes. It indicated that his foremost consideration was not himself, but rather Su Sahan and their 3 little ones. The thought of their family, ensuring no one would be left behind, imbued this vehicle with a value greater than that of any sports car or luxury brand like Rolls-Royce or Lamborghini in Su Sahan's eyes. I truly did not anticipate that we would acquire both a home and a car so swiftly, Su Sahan declared, excitement bubbling within her. Furthermore, both the house and the vehicle were bought solely through Cheng Su's own efforts, without reliance on anyone else. This realization filled Su Sahan with immense pride for having such an exceptional husband. Husband, you are so outstanding. I must reward you, Su Sahan said, rising onto her tiptoes and pressing her lips against his. This is in public. Are you not embarrassed? Cheng Su teased, wrapping his arms around her and playfully pinching her nose. Su Sahan suddenly became aware of the many onlookers, their amused expressions fixed upon them. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she swiftly ducked into the car. Cheng Su chuckled, retrieving a shawl he had prepared in advance, draping it over Su Sahan before joining her inside the vehicle, directing it toward the airport. Meanwhile, aboard a flight destined for the bustling metropolis. Hey, Lao Cheng, don't turn the page yet. I haven't finished reading. Lu Peiyun exclaimed, smacking her companion Cheng Dong, reaching for the book on prenatal knowledge in his grasp. Why didn't you buy 2 copies? Now look what you've caused. Cheng Dong complained, rubbing his sore arm. What could I do? The bookstore only had this one book. Why are you staring? Hand it over to me, Lu Peiyun retorted, snatching the book and flipping to the unfinished page. We're in this together. I have to take care of my daughter-in-law too. Besides, this flight is painfully slow. We must occupy ourselves somehow. Cheng Dong chuckled joyfully, leaning in closer to join Lu Peiyun in reading. They relied on this book to alleviate their boredom on the plane. Otherwise, the discomfort would be unbearable. Though it is said that flights are the fastest mode of travel, at this moment, they felt as if the plane was crawling at a snail's pace. 5 hours felt like an eternity, and he longed to see his future daughter-in-law. The thought of her carrying 3 adorable grandchildren filled him with excitement. Chapter 19. The pride of Lu Peiyun. Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun occupied the 3-seat row. Next to them sat a middle-aged woman in her 50s. The woman glanced curiously at the duo, who were both eager to peruse the pregnancy-related literature, and found it odd. Upon overhearing their conversation, she beamed and leaned closer, initiating a chat. Hey there, are you both heading to the Magic City as well? Lu Peiyun, lifting her gaze from the book with a smile, nodded in affirmation. The woman, as if discovering something fascinating, shifted her seat closer and continued. I couldn't help but overhear you mention a daughter-in-law. You look barely in your 30s. Is your son already married? The woman's face was a mask of astonishment as she scrutinized Lu Peiyun, who appeared to be in her mid-30s at most. If she had given birth at 20, that would mean her child was only 15 years old. Is he even out of high school yet? How could he be married? Upon hearing this, Lu Peiyun's eyes crinkled with delight, and she shyly touched her face. Glancing at Cheng Dong with a look of pride, she playfully exclaimed, Oh, goodness. Not at all. I'm over 40, nearing 50. Hearing someone compliment her youth, how could the woman not feel elated? Being told she looked a decade younger only added to her joy. Lu Peiyun was now beaming with happiness, while Cheng Dong, unimpressed, merely rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore the conversation. He picked up the book Lu Peiyun was holding and resumed reading, sensing that his wife was about to engage in a lengthy discussion with the woman beside them. If that were the case, Lu Peiyun would scarcely have time to delve into the intricacies of pregnancy knowledge. The woman, perceptive and eager, was further astonished by Lu Peiyun's earlier remark, exclaiming, I can hardly believe it. I'm in my 50s, and you look at least 20 years younger. Lu Peiyun, flattered by the compliment, responded with a bright smile, My son is 22 and has already graduated from university. He is planning to get married this year. So I'll soon be a mother-in-law. Where's the youth in that? Lu Peiyun, buoyed by the praise, couldn't help but share the news of her son's impending marriage. The woman's astonishment only deepened. 22, freshly graduated, and already getting married? Isn't that a bit early? She couldn't help but feel a pang of disbelief. After all, her own son was nearing 30 and still had no girlfriend, which troubled her greatly. She yearned for grandchildren and had not even seen a prospective daughter-in-law yet. This trip to the Magic City was meant to scout suitable young women for her son, who had been so focused on his career that he had neglected to pursue a relationship. As she compared her son's situation to Lu Peiyun's, she felt a twinge of envy. Lu Peiyun's son was marrying at 22, while her own was still single. I truly envy you. My son is nearly 30 and hasn't even found a girlfriend yet. All he talks about is his career. It's quite distressing. Lu Peiyun, sensing the woman's envy, felt a swell of pride for her son and future daughter-in-law. Yet, seeing the woman's disappointed demeanor, she quickly offered some comfort. Men should establish their careers before settling down. It's quite reasonable. He must have admirers. Who knows? He might bring home a delightful daughter-in-law this year. Lu Peiyun, adept at conversation, managed to lift the woman's spirits with a few kind words. The woman clasped Lu Peiyun's hand, saying, Indeed, my son does have admirers, but he just doesn't seem to realize it. Do you know how your son and daughter-in-law got together? Please share. I could use some advice to guide my son. The woman's earnest and expectant expression prompted Lu Peiyun to share without hesitation. After all, her son and daughter-in-law were her greatest pride, and there was no reason to keep it to herself. A sense of pride welled within her as she straightened up and said, "My son and daughter-in-law were together in university for 4 years. Their bond has always been strong, which is why they decided to marry right after graduation, especially as they have reached the legal age." Lu Peiyun spoke delicately, omitting the fact that Su Sahan was already pregnant. After all, not every woman would react positively to an unwed pregnancy. She was determined to protect her future daughter-in-law's dignity and reputation. Cheng Dong, in agreement with his wife, recognized the significance of the situation. While it was a joyous occasion for the male perspective, for the female, it might evoke different sentiments, especially since Su Sahan and their son had yet to wed. Though sharing such news might invite envy, it could also lead to disparagement of their daughter-in-law, something he would not tolerate. His daughter-in-law was a source of pride too. As expected, the woman was once again envious. Other people's sons found girlfriends in college, while her own remained single. Why is there such a disparity between people? The woman felt a surge of frustration and resolved to give her son a stern ultimatum upon their reunion. He must bring home a girlfriend this year, or he could forget about returning home. With a deep sigh for her son, she smiled and said, "Congratulations. That's wonderful. For years together, marriage seems only natural. I bet by this time next year, you'll be holding a grandchild." Lu Peiyun responded, "Indeed, that's a certainty. She is expecting triplets." But she refrained from saying it out loud, instead smiling radiantly. The son and daughter-in-law truly filled her with immense pride. However, it seemed that hardships might await them in the future. After all, the couple currently lacked both a house and a car, which would undoubtedly place substantial pressure upon them. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. She and Cheng Dong had borrowed a considerable sum from relatives and friends. While it was not enough to purchase a home outright, it was certainly a significant amount. They would partially finance the remainder through a loan, and later, the two elderly individuals would lend their support to help their son and daughter-in-law navigate through difficulties. All of this had been meticulously planned by her and Cheng Dong prior to boarding the plane. Su Sahan, now a member of their family, must not be wronged in any way. "Oh dear, have you really begun studying pregnancy knowledge so early?" the elderly woman inquired curiously, observing the book on pregnancy that Cheng Dong held in his hands. This, Cheng Dong responded, immediately feeling a bit embarrassed as he closed the book and smiled awkwardly. "I just thought it would be nice to hold a grandchild next year, so I wanted to get a head start, He chuckled awkwardly, though the elderly woman did not find it strange and nodded in understanding. After all, as future in-laws, it was only natural to wish for a grandchild soon. She could empathize with such sentiments. Chapter 20 Cheng Su. Remember, you are not alone. Lu Peiyun and the elderly woman engaged in a light-hearted conversation, discovering a delightful rapport between them, and they decided to add each other as friends. The elderly woman eagerly pulled Lu Peiyun aside and said, "My dear, when your son and daughter-in-law get married, do be sure to invite me. I'd love to partake in the joyous festivities." Lu Peiyun grinned from ear to ear, holding the elderly woman's hand as she replied, "Of course, I will definitely invite you." The two women shared laughter and chatter, with Lu Peiyun extolling the virtues of her son and daughter-in-law to such an extent that it was almost extravagant. Cheng Dong rolled his eyes, slightly annoyed as he observed his wife's brazen display of pride. Yet, seeing Lu Peiyun praise her, the elderly woman chimed in with her own compliments, which filled him with happiness. After all, who wouldn't he feel elated when others praised their son and daughter-in-law? As they disembarked from the plane, Cheng Dong followed behind the two women, lugging the luggage and inwardly lamenting. Isn't the bond of female friendship formed a bit too swiftly? Outside the airport, Cheng Su and Su Sahan encountered no obstacles on their journey, arriving earlier than scheduled. Cheng Su had initially preferred that Su Sahan remain in the car while he went in to greet his parents, given the bustling crowd at the airport. Moreover, the evening chill in the city could be quite biting, and the car's temperature could be adjusted for warmth. However, Su Sahan playfully insisted on accompanying him, arguing that it would be inappropriate not to greet them on their first meeting. Cheng Su chuckled at her caution, remarking that she was being overly careful, as she was not made of glass, easily shattered by a mere bump. Su Sahan, however, was determined to be by his side, employing her charmingly persistent tactics. Truthfully, Cheng Su found himself quite susceptible to her whims, and she often succeeded in her endeavors. Ultimately, he relented, shedding his coat to wrap her warmly, fearing she might catch a chill, and permitted her to join him. In truth, Cheng Su was aware of Su Sahan's delicate constitution. Otherwise, she would not have fainted from low blood sugar due to skipping a meal. However, Su Sahan held a different perspective, believing herself quite robust, and thought Cheng Su overly cautious. He never contradicted her, understanding that as long as she felt cared for, that was sufficient. As they awaited the arrival of his parents, Cheng Su remained calm, while Su Sahan was a bundle of nerves, gripping his hand tightly, her palms clammy with sweat. Cheng Su, undeterred, noticed her cool hands and rubbed them until warmth returned, before releasing them. "Are you nervous about meeting my parents?" he teased playfully. At that moment, Su Sahan had little inclination to engage with his banter. She rolled her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on the throngs of people emerging, her mind racing with anticipation about their first encounter with her in-laws. What should she say? What gesture should she make? Should she offer a hug or a handshake? The thoughts swirled in her mind, nearly overwhelming her. Despite Cheng Su having previously briefed her on his parents' preferences, personalities, and interests, and even having video called with his uncle and aunt, this was their first in-person meeting, which inherently carried a different weight. Noticing her distress, Cheng Su enveloped her in his embrace, tilting her chin upward to meet his gaze. "Don't worry. If I like you, they will surely adore you as well. Remember, you are not alone. I am here by your side." Su Sahan looked into Cheng Su's eyes, nodding in affirmation. She took a deep breath, and to her surprise, her anxiety began to dissipate, a serene calm washing over her. A smile broke across her face. Cheng Su playfully pinched her soft cheek, grinning as he remarked, "Now that's the spirit. Frowning is unflattering." Upon hearing this, Su Sahan's eyes widened in disbelief as she shot him an incredulous look, playfully pinching his waist in retaliation. "Humph, how dare you call me ugly?" Cheng Su laughed and dodged her playful attack, ultimately conceding, "My wife is the most beautiful in the world. Anyone who dares to say otherwise will face my wrath. Then you should punish yourself." Su Sahan feigned anger, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. She understood that Cheng Su was attempting to alleviate her tension, and indeed, she felt considerably more at ease. In that moment, Su Sahan couldn't help but think that she must have accumulated a wealth of good fortune in a past life to have encountered the love of her life at such a perfect time. "I know you're concerned for me, so let us just skip that," Cheng Su replied, his expression a mixture of feigned grievance and affection as he gazed at Su Sahan. "Go away. Don't come near me," she retorted playfully, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. "Please, my dear, you are the warmest," Cheng Su insisted, clinging to her without regard for her attempts to escape. "Oh, you must let me go. My parents are coming out," Su Sahan exclaimed, spotting two familiar faces emerging from the crowd, her cheeks flushing. If her parents were to witness such a display, it would be quite the spectacle. She struggled to extricate herself from Cheng Su's embrace. Cheng Su pouted, reluctantly releasing her as she quickly tidied herself up and waved cheerfully at the approaching figures. In truth, Liu Peiyun and Cheng Dong had been searching for their son and prospective daughter-in-law the moment they stepped outside and had already spotted the affectionate couple. Liu Peiyun, carrying her bag, walked ahead, accompanied by the elderly woman, while Cheng Dong followed, wheeling a suitcase. Upon entering, Liu Peiyun immediately scolded Cheng Su. "In public, really? Do you not realize your daughter-in-law is expecting?" Cheng Su, initially greeting his parents with a cheerful demeanor, felt a pang of injustice upon hearing her words. "Mom, I was being gentle. It's been so long since you've seen me, and you choose to scold me on our first meeting? Is that really fair?" "Humph. You deserve it," Liu Peiyun retorted, tossing her bag at Cheng Su before switching to a warm and welcoming smile. She opened her arms to Su Sahan, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear daughter-in-law, it's finally a pleasure to meet you." With a beaming face, Liu Peiyun gazed at her beautiful daughter-in-law, Su Sahan, her heart swelling with joy and affection. The embrace lasted a considerable time before she finally released her. Cheng Su, standing nearby, could only facepalm, bewildered by the abrupt shift in his mother's demeanor. Who was it that had just scolded him? The contrast was strikingly swift, a clear display of double standards. Cheng Su glanced at his father, and Cheng Dong also expressed his helplessness. Meanwhile, Su Sahan was taken aback by the sudden embrace. Just moments ago, she had witnessed her aunt chastising Cheng Su and assumed that she was a difficult person to get along with. However, in the blink of an eye, her demeanor had done a complete about-face. Instantly, Su Sahan's heart brimmed with joy, and she reciprocated the embrace. It seemed that her future mother-in-law was not so hard to deal with after all. A warm-hearted mother-in-law was indeed her favorite. Moreover, she was the mother of the person she cherished most, which made her affection even stronger. Chapter 21, The Astonished Aunt. Su Sahan beamed like a child, her smile wide and uncontainable. At that moment, she was devoid of any trace of nervousness, her eyes crinkling with delight as she cheerfully greeted uncle and aunt. Liu Peiyun's expression shifted dramatically, feigning anger as she retorted, "What time is it? And you still call me aunt? That's so distant, call me mom." Su Sahan froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Cheng Su and then back at Liu Peiyun, softly uttering Mom. Lu Peiyun's face lit up with joy, her smile nearly reaching her ears. What about me? Cheng Dong chimed in, eager to assert his presence, gazing at Su Sihan with a friendly grin. Dad! Su Sihan exclaimed without hesitation, as if it were second nature. What about me? What about me? Cheng Su, who had been watching from the side, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. It was important to note that he had gone to great lengths to persuade Su Sihan to call him husband, and now she had so easily adopted the term for his parents. Although he was delighted to hear her refer to his parents as Mom and Dad, a sudden wave of jealousy washed over him. What are you making a fuss about? Go away. Lu Peiyun chided, her arm draped affectionately around Su Sihan, casting a disapproving glance at Cheng Su. Her eyes were filled with adoration for her daughter-in-law. Su Sihan playfully stuck out her tongue at Cheng Su, grinning mischievously. Mom, I'm your dear son, right? Cheng Su chuckled, bemused by his mother's apparent double standards. Oh, but now I have a precious daughter. Lu Peiyun beamed, pulling Su Sihan closer and peppering her with questions, resembling long-lost friends rather than a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Cheng Su rolled his eyes, muttering that she was still his wife. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, unwilling to confront his mother. Just then, the aunt, who had been standing to the side on a phone call, hung up and remarked, Sister, is this your daughter-in-law? She's truly lovely. Lu Peiyun beamed with pride, exclaiming. Of course. She was the campus-belle during her college days. The two exchanged compliments back and forth, causing Su Sihan to blush with embarrassment. As they laughed and chatted, they arrived at the airport entrance. Cheng Su produced the car key, unlocking the black luxury van parked outside, its headlights flashing in response. Mom and Dad, please get in, Cheng Su announced as he opened the door. Lu Peiyun, unfamiliar with cars, assumed this one was borrowed or rented by her son. As a mother, she was well aware of her son's financial situation. He had only recently graduated and likely could not afford a car, not even a modest one worth several tens of thousands. Thus, she and Cheng Dong had come prepared to buy him a vehicle, though they had no intention of purchasing anything extravagant, just a reasonable car, as their primary focus was on buying a home. After all, it was unacceptable to marry without a marital residence. Cheng Dong, an avid car enthusiast, was well aware of the renowned Toyota Alphard and exclaimed, Son, you did well. A Toyota Alphard? Where did you get this from? He stepped closer to admire it thoroughly. Then, to his astonishment, he discovered that the vehicle was practically brand new, having barely been driven. The tires were spotless, showing no signs of dirt, indicating it was indeed a new car. Son, do you have wealthy friends? I had no idea anyone would lend you such a new car. Your friend must be extraordinarily generous. Lu Peiyun appeared somewhat skeptical, commenting, maybe it was washed. Why are you so surprised? The aunt, with a look of astonishment, swallowed hard and said, I used to work at a car dealership. A car like this doesn't come cheap, definitely not under $1 million. Who would lend a brand new van worth over $1 million to someone else? If they did, they must be incredibly wealthy. Upon hearing this, Lu Peiyun was taken aback, glancing at her son and asking, It's not borrowed, did you buy it? Cheng Su shook his head, clarifying, It's neither borrowed nor rented, it's my own purchase. Instantly, not just Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong, but even the aunt stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Is this really a university graduate? Just 22 years old? How could he afford this van worth over $1 million? She pondered. She had been chatting with Lu Peiyun, whose family owned a supermarket, and she couldn't fathom how they could be so affluent. Wait, the young man had just stated he bought it himself. His parents didn't appear to be in the know either. Could it be that this young man really earned the money to buy it himself? The aunt began to question her own life choices. A freshly graduated university student, at just 22, was already making enough money to buy a van worth over $1 million. It was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. He wasn't relying on his parents, but had worked hard to earn that money. What incredible capability. He was about to marry, and his fiancée was stunning, all while being able to buy a luxury van with his own means. In contrast, her own son, at 30, had never even been in a relationship. And although he had a stable job, he only owned a car worth $300,000. The disparity was staggering. As the saying goes, comparison is the thief of joy. And this comparison certainly stung. The aunt shook her head repeatedly, sighing. Perhaps it was time for her son to find a daughter-in-law and produce a grandchild. She could no longer wish for anything more. Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun boarded the vehicle, with Lu Peiyun warmly inviting the aunt to join them for a ride. However, the aunt politely declined, feeling it inappropriate to leave her son waiting after he had just called to pick her up. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Sihan leaned closer to Cheng Su while fastening her seatbelt and softly whispered, Hubby. Her voice was sweet and gentle. Cheng Su was momentarily taken aback, turning his head in confusion. What is it? Su Sihan straightened herself, chuckling lightly, and without looking at him, subtly shook her head. It's nothing. Cheng Su realized that this was in response to his earlier playful question about her calling his parents mom and dad. A surge of electricity coursed through him, as Su Sahan's melodious voice echoed in his ears. Cheng Su felt that the way she called him husband today was more melodious than ever before. A sense of joy bubbled within him, and an uncontainable smile graced his lips. Chapter 22. Almost exposed? The car cruised along the road, en route to the restaurant that Cheng Su had thoughtfully reserved in advance. Lu Peiyun, after much internal deliberation, finally decided to voice her concerns. Son, there were outsiders just now, so I didn't say much. Please be honest with your father and me. This car, it is truly yours, not borrowed or rented. Lu Peiyun still found it hard to believe. A car worth over 1,000,000 yuan? Just like that, he had bought it. Only yesterday. They were fretting over how to help their son with a house and a car. Yet today he announced he had resolved the issue concerning the vehicle, and it was one that cost over 1,000,000. The two of them had saved for over 20 years to accumulate 120,000. It was utterly beyond their imagination how their freshly graduated son could possibly have such funds. Cheng Su anticipated this moment and had long prepared his explanation. Mom, this car is genuinely mine. I just picked it up today, purchased with the profits I made from stock trading. Lu Peiyun was utterly dumbfounded. Stock trading? When had her son ever engaged in such an endeavor? She was oblivious to it. Although she had heard of stock trading, she always perceived it as an inscrutable and capricious realm, generally fraught with losses, where fortunes could be made or lost in the blink of an eye. Every year, many succumbed to despair due to drastic fluctuations in stock prices. Even the wealthiest individuals could face bankruptcy in an instant, which was terrifying indeed. While there were those who profited, the disparity was too severe, leading her to regard stock trading as a perilous venture. Yet, the notion that her son not only engaged in trading but had also earned a substantial profit, over 1,000,000, was utterly astonishing. In that moment, she was torn between excitement and concern. Son, is stock trading really safe? Lu Peiyun's apprehension overshadowed her excitement as she inquired. It's not dangerous. You just need to understand how to operate it, Cheng Su replied nonchalantly. Though he himself was only vaguely familiar with the intricacies of stock trading and had never truly studied it. After all, his car, house, and wealth were not acquired through stock trading, but rather bestowed upon him by the system. With the possibility of exposure looming, anxiety gripped him. When he first received the system, he contemplated whether to disclose its existence to Su Sahan. At that time, the system had explicitly forbidden him from revealing it to anyone else. Thus, he concocted the story of stock trading as a cover. Noticing Lu Peiyun's lingering concern, Su Sahan interjected on Cheng Su's behalf. Mom, there's no need to worry. Xiaosu is not weak. He started stock trading back in college. It's only natural that he has succeeded in making some money now. Hearing Su Sahan's reassurances, Lu Peiyun felt a measure of relief. With her future daughter-in-law asserting it, there could be no doubt about its veracity. Lu Peiyun, delighted by Su Sahan's affectionate address of mom, beamed with pride for her son. Their family's financial situation was not particularly sound. During Cheng Su's university years, they only allotted him 2,000 yuan for monthly living expenses. Even as a student, he worked part-time to earn and save money, never once asking for financial assistance from his parents after graduation. She knew her son had lived quite frugally in his early career. To think that he could now turn a modest investment into a profit substantial enough to purchase a car worth over 1,000,000 was nothing short of miraculous. Truly, he was her pride and joy. Cheng Su, relieved that his mother ceased her inquiries, let out a sigh of relief. Yet his father's next remark sent his heart racing once more. Son, you're incredible. Why not take me along to trade stocks? We can make money together. Cheng Dong, upon hearing about his son's stock trading success and the significant profits, was convinced that his son was indeed well-versed in the field. He had contemplated stock trading himself, but had suffered losses on several occasions, albeit minor ones, leaving him unsatisfied. Eventually, he had resigned himself to running a supermarket business instead. Now that he knew his son was knowledgeable, it seemed like a golden opportunity. If he could join him, surely they would amass wealth together. The mere thought filled him with joy. Cheng Su gulped, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no, this was precisely what he feared. He was no stock trading expert. If he truly brought his father into the fray, wouldn't it mean risking losses? He could only imagine his father weeping over financial despair. This was precarious. He had merely fabricated an excuse, never anticipating that his father would want to engage in stock trading too. What should he do? He couldn't reveal the existence of the system. At this point, he could only hope for the best. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, his mother's sharp voice cut through the air. What? You want to trade stocks too? Do you even remember how much you lost last time? Your son is talented, but you lack that gift. You didn't understand it then, and you won't understand it now either. Just focus on managing our supermarket. Don't get any ideas about following your son into stock trading, or you might neglect the supermarket entirely. Lu Peiyun scolded him sternly. When Cheng Dong had previously wished to trade stocks, she had allowed him to do so. Yet, not only did he lose money, but he also neglected their business, becoming obsessed with trading. After much effort, she had managed to pull him back. And now he wanted to venture into it again. She would never consent to that. She could see that her son's stock trading was different from his father's. He not only understood it, but was also not prone to obsession, maintaining a balanced life while treating trading as a side endeavor. Since that was the case, she wouldn't hinder him, but Cheng Dong was a different story. Cheng Dong wanted to argue, but, upon receiving a glare from Liu Peiyun, swallowed his retort. Aware of his shortcomings, he fell silent. With the tension dissipating, Cheng Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, the weight on his chest lifting. Yet, how had he not known that his father had dabbled in stock trading? Had he known, he wouldn't have needed to use stock trading as an excuse. He had almost exposed himself. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. But Dad, you actually traded stocks before? Why didn't I know? Cheng Su voiced his curiosity. You were just a child then. How could you remember? Liu Peiyun recalled fondly and chuckled. Ah, was Xiaosu really that young back then? Mom, tell me more about Xiaosu's childhood. Su Sahan interjected with keen interest, her curiosity piqued, ready to relish the stories. What is there to say about childhood? Sit tight. Cheng Su interjected quickly, anxious that his mother might recount his embarrassing moments, like wetting the bed. Liu Peiyun, however, was equally intrigued and began. What is there that can't be said? Henin, let me tell you about the first time Cheng Su wet the bed. Chapter 23, Foodies. Need to be pampered. Liu Peiyun and Su Sahan seemed to have endless topics to discuss, with most revolving around Cheng Su. The conversation flowed seamlessly from the car to the restaurant, and even at the dining table, the dialogue persisted. Along the way, Cheng Dong joined the gathering. Liu Peiyun and Cheng Dong elaborated on Cheng Su's illustrious achievements, chronicling his life from before birth until just before college, leaving no stone unturned. Su Sahan listened with delight, while Cheng Su wore a face of exasperation, relegated to the role of a silent observer, merely consuming his meal like an earnest diner. However, Su Sahan occasionally checked in with him, seeking confirmation of his supposed accomplishments. Cheng Su absorbed the cheerful scene around him, imprinting the moment in his mind. Feeling a swell of happiness. In truth, he too felt a twinge of anxiety when meeting Su Sahan's parents, not just her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared her in advance by sharing details about his parents' preferences. He had only feigned calmness when he noticed Su Sahan's nervousness. Yet, it appeared all his worries were in vain. His parents interacted splendidly with his wife, almost as if Su Sahan were their own daughter. Cheng Su felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Clearly, his parents were pleased with Su Sahan, who reciprocated their affection. Thus, he had little left to fret about. That evening, Cheng Dad and Cheng Mom stayed in the two-bedroom apartment Cheng Su rented in the lakeside community. The master bedroom was occupied by Cheng Su and Su Sahan, while the second bedroom, spacious enough, had been tidied for his parents' comfort. After they finished their showers, Cheng Su surprisingly refrained from wishing Su Sahan good night. Nor did he embrace her as they fell asleep or engage in playful banter. Instead, he simply lay down quietly. Su Sahan chuckled, feeling a pang of irritation, wondering if he was sulking because they had spent the evening discussing his childhood antics with his in-laws. Leaning closer, she placed a kiss on his cheek and teased. Still upset? Cheng Su merely grunted in response, maintaining his silence. Oh, come on, darling, don't be angry. You were quite adorable as a child. I swear I meant no offense. She raised 3 fingers in a mock gesture of swearing. I didn't ask you to swear, Cheng Su said, quickly sitting up to grasp her hand, preventing her from making the gesture. He was not genuinely upset. He merely wished to elicit a bit of affection from her. After all, he had always been the one to cheer her up, and occasionally being pampered himself was a delightful change. Are you not angry anymore? Su Sahan cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck. You ignored me all night. Cheng Su continued to feign anger, pouting to express his discontent. Not at all. I was simply discussing you with my parents. How could I be ignoring you? He countered, feigning innocence with wide, innocent eyes. Yet, Cheng Su could see the suppressed laughter in her expression. Unable to resist, he leaned in and gave her a playful peck, a fleeting gesture that effectively diverted her attention. He then playfully pinned her down and pretended to tickle her, knowing well that Su Sahan was particularly sensitive to tickling. As anticipated, she quickly surrendered before he even began. And Cheng Su, satisfied, lay on her abdomen. With a triumphant smile, he had no intention of genuinely teasing her. He simply enjoyed the light-hearted banter with Su Sahan. Having learned about the importance of maintaining a positive mood for expectant mothers during his recent studies on pregnancy, he had been careful not to overdo the teasing. Little one, you must be good and not disturb your mommy, Cheng Su said, addressing Su Sahan's belly as if he were genuinely conversing with their unborn child. Su Sahan rolled her eyes but had grown accustomed to his antics, smiling silently as he played soothing music for the baby while she read. Now, engaging in prenatal communication with their child had become an essential part of Cheng Su's daily routine since he discovered that babies could indeed hear. He had become increasingly diligent, speaking to Su Sahan's belly daily and never forgetting to play the soothing music. Moreover, the added incentive of system rewards for educating the baby only heightened his enthusiasm. Ding. The host has provided 1 minute of prenatal education to the baby. Reward, 1,000 yuan. The amount has been legally deposited into the host's bank account. Cheng Su beamed at the notification from the system, glancing at the bank balance on his phone. Feeling an overwhelming sense of joy, this money would serve as the foundation for their nursery renovation. On Saturday, with no work obligations, Cheng Su rose at the early hour of 6 and headed to the market. Having cultivated a good rapport with the vendors, he had learned precisely when the freshest produce arrived. It was evident that Cheng Su possessed remarkable social skills. The vendors had grown fond of him, admiring his kindness, diligence, and the care he showed for his wife. Arriving at the seafood section just as it opened, he found the market bustling with fresh catches, all lively and glistening. Cheng Su had come at this hour specifically for the freshest fish, knowing that the quality would be unparalleled, resulting in the best fish soup, a dish Su Sahan adored. The day prior, she had expressed a craving for it, prompting him to ask a vendor to set aside a large fish for him. Upon his arrival, the vendor, recognizing him, presented a freshly prepared large crucian carp. I knew you'd show up at this hour. I've already cleaned one for you. Here are some fresh ribbon fish as well. Your wife will enjoy them, whether steamed or braised, she said, offering him the fish. Cheng Su had established this routine, knowing the optimal time to procure seafood, which is why the vendor anticipated his arrival. Thank you, ma'am. He replied politely, accepting the fish and, after a brief chat, also purchased some fresh shrimp before heading home. Recently, aside from researching what expectant mothers should be cautious of, he had begun to explore suitable recipes as well. Early in the morning, he entered the kitchen, pulling out the materials he had organized the previous day, and began his culinary endeavors. With fish, shrimp, chicken, ginger, garlic, and an array of vibrant vegetables filling the marble countertop, Cheng Su refrained from using any seasonings. His goal today was to experiment with dishes that relied solely on the natural flavors of the ingredients, avoiding the chemical additives often found in seasonings, which could be harmful to both Su Sahan and their developing baby. With ample time on his hands, he was eager to put his theory to the test. Cheng Su was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, yet he possessed a keen intellect and a remarkable quickness of mind. With the aid of a recipe, he could mimic the preparation of simple dishes with relative ease. The flavors he conjured were satisfactory, neither excessively poor nor particularly exceptional. Although his mother, Lu Peiyun, lent her assistance, he felt compelled to contribute as well. After all, life stretched ahead, and he could not perpetually rely on her support. As Cheng Su perused his phone for nutritional information regarding pregnant women's diets, he found himself nodding in comprehension. So that is how one should handle shrimp. He marveled, for aside from fish, he had never ventured into the realm of preparing other seafood. Even with shrimp, he merely rinsed them and tossed them into the hot pot during meals. After a prolonged contemplation, he abruptly recognized that cooking was indeed a profound art. The notion of preparing a dish without the aid of seasonings seemed incredibly daunting. Just as he immersed himself in thought, a chilling mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. In recognition of your dedication to learning cooking skills for the health of the mother and baby, you are rewarded with top-tier culinary expertise. You will now automatically analyze the nutritional value of ingredients and all associated cooking methods upon sight. Relevant culinary techniques are being input into your mind. Instantly, Cheng Su felt a warm wave envelop him, as if a previously locked door in his mind had swung open, granting him newfound clarity. The haze before him dissipated rapidly, leaving him with a sharp focus. Gazing at the array of ingredients laid out before him, he was no longer overwhelmed by confusion or inadequacy. Instead, each ingredient revealed its purpose with instantaneous understanding. He now grasped precisely how to utilize and maximize the efficacy of each component. Ding! Top-tier culinary skills have been successfully imparted. Cheng Su blinked in disbelief, unable to suppress an exclamation. What the hell? Is this even possible? He had been oblivious to the system's extraordinary capabilities. Truthfully, the rewards he had previously received were tangible items. This sudden, intangible gift felt rather surreal. Initially, he had assumed that the system could only provide concrete objects, yet it had astonished him with this abstract gift, leaving him utterly astounded. System, you are indeed full of surprises. Ding. Host, do not underestimate me. I am quite advanced and very user-friendly. The mechanical voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction and pride. Cheng Su pouted, feeling unworthy to argue with such a mechanical entity. How could he ever underestimate it? It was, after all, his benefactor. What other hidden functionalities do you possess? Reveal them all, he inquired with curiosity. Ding. The system will reward based on the host's genuine circumstances, with rewards being random. Please activate the reward conditions independently. Alright then. Cheng Su suddenly felt foolish for questioning the system. Each time, aside from its banter, it simply reiterated this message. Nevertheless, he found joy in his newfound culinary prowess. With top-tier cooking skills, he could save a considerable amount of time learning to cook, allowing him to engage in other pursuits. For instance, he could embrace Su Sahan as a warm furnace or communicate with the 3 little babies through her belly, teaching them to call him daddy. Just the thought filled him with happiness. Cheng Su felt as though he was stepping into the pinnacle of his life. Truly, the user-friendly system was impressive. Ding. Thank you for your praise, host. Cheng Su's lips twitched in amusement. How polite. Rising early, coupled with the system's rewards. He had mastered impressive culinary techniques and had prepared breakfast well in advance. When Lu Peiyun awoke to prepare the morning meal, she discovered a pot of steaming seafood congee and an assortment of neatly arranged vegetables on the table. The congee emitted an enticing aroma that stimulated the appetite. Meanwhile, Cheng Su was busily engaged in the kitchen. Lu Peiyun dashed into the kitchen to find Cheng Su deftly handling a chicken, his movements fluid and precise, as if he were crafting a masterpiece. This display resembled that of a 5-star chef, a sight Lu Peiyun had never witnessed before. Her mouth fell agape in disbelief as she gazed at her son. Good morning, son. Did you prepare all of this? She inquired incredulously, her eyes widening. She could hardly fathom that her son was capable of cooking, especially dishes that exuded an air of culinary sophistication. Of course it's me. By the way, Mom, could you check the time for me? Cheng Su replied, oblivious to the astonishment in her voice, as he focused on preparing the free-range chicken and Christian carp, stuffing them with various ingredients. Lu Peiyun was left utterly speechless. She knew her son could manage simple home-cooked meals, but this 5-star chef aura left her questioning whether he was indeed her son or if he had been swapped at birth. She shook her head, dismissing such bizarre thoughts. Of course, he was her son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could she mistake that? She glanced at the clock and replied, "It's a little past 8. Cheng Su nodded, placing the prepared chicken into a clay pot, setting it on low heat, and retrieving a cup of hot milk from the microwave. Mom, you should eat first. I'll go wake Sahan. Lu Peiyun nodded absently, still in a daze. As soon as Cheng Su stepped into the bedroom, curiosity compelled Lu Peiyun to sneak back into the kitchen, eager to ascertain whether her son truly possessed culinary skills or if it was merely an act. Chapter 25, A Prepaid Surprise. Cheng Su entered the bedroom, placing the warm milk on the bedside table. He gently leaned closer to the still-sleeping Su Sahan, whispering softly into her ear, "Good morning, my dear wife. It's time to rise and have breakfast. You can return to sleep afterward." The warm breath he exhaled tickled her ear, causing her to furrow her delicate brows and rub her ear as she turned over, slipping back into slumber. Recently, Su Sahan had been increasingly drowsy, spending a significant portion of her days asleep, with little time left for reading. Cheng Su gauged the time, reasoning that she would soon feel hungry, prompting him to awaken her for a light meal. Although Su Sahan's appetite remained healthy, she was also easily satiated. Cheng Su had learned from online sources to encourage her to eat smaller, more frequent meals, carefully monitoring her portions to prevent overeating, which could lead to discomfort. Overindulgence could disrupt the body's electrolyte balance, adversely affecting the health of the mother and potentially impeding the baby's development. Remarkably, within just a few days, Cheng Su had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, perhaps even surpassing Su Sahan in understanding these matters. He leaned closer to her ear once more, urging her to wake. After 3 attempts, Su Sahan finally opened her eyes a mere slit, gazing at her impossibly handsome husband. "Let me sleep for another 5 minutes," she murmured, tugging at the quilt to envelop herself snugly, leaving only her head exposed. Cheng Su sighed in resignation, glancing at the steaming cup of milk beside him. Fortunately, he had anticipated her tendency to linger in bed and had warmed the milk to a sufficient temperature. 5 minutes later, he leaned closer to Su Sahan's shoulder, calling her once more to rise. Yet, she merely squinted her eyes and protested for another 5 minutes. "Is this never-ending?" Cheng Su smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to her ear, fixating on her delicate earlobe. "You've brought this upon yourself." With that, he playfully bit down. Though he did not exert much force, Su Sahan was roused by a slight sting. She glared at him, puffing her cheeks in indignation before begrudgingly getting out of bed. After washing up and changing into her clothes, she downed the warm milk Cheng Su had offered in one swift motion. "Do you think this is alcohol? Drink slowly. No one is competing with you." Cheng Su chuckled, wiping away the remnants of milk at the corner of her mouth. "Humph." Su Sahan turned her back and exited the bedroom. Seated at the dining table, Su Sahan rubbed her ear, which was either red from the bite or from embarrassment, a smile gradually emerging on her face. However, when Cheng Su returned from the kitchen with the empty milk cup, her smile vanished, and she turned her face away. As Cheng Su entered the kitchen, He found Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong examining something with great interest, as if they were conducting a study. Upon seeing Cheng Su, they seemed unfazed by his presence. Cheng Dong pulled Cheng Su aside, inquiring, "Son, did you truly make all of this? It's not some pre-prepared meal from outside, is it?" He pointed at the pot simmering with chicken soup, a subtle aroma wafting through the air, mingled with the scents of various other ingredients. Though he could not identify them specifically, nevertheless, the mere fragrance was enough to make one's mouth water. "Indeed, don't concern yourselves with it. This chicken needs to simmer for several more hours. Go and have breakfast instead." Cheng Su found the situation amusing. It was merely cooking, yet his parents were astonished. How utterly inept did they perceive him to be? Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun exchanged incredulous glances, feeling a mix of disbelief and pride. Their son had truly grown up. He could even cook now. They followed Cheng Su out of the kitchen. Upon seeing Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong, Su Sahan immediately stood up, her face radiant with joy. "Dad, Mom, good morning." "Oh, why are you standing? Sit down, sit down." Lu Peiyun beamed, unable to contain her happiness at seeing her beautiful and well-behaved future daughter-in-law. Noticing Su Sahan's flushed cheeks, she became concerned. "Why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? That could be serious." "No, I'm not feverish," Su Sahan replied, lowering her gaze and touching her face, shooting a disgruntled look at Cheng Su, who was reveling in her embarrassment. Lu Peiyun caught on immediately and placed her hands on her hips, indignantly asking, "Did this rascal bully you?" Su Sahan, as if struck by a sudden thought, brightened up and nodded in a mock display of grievance. Cheng Su sensed the impending trouble. "You little scoundrel, how dare you bully my daughter-in-law? Have you got the audacity of a bear? Just watch how I deal with you," Lu Peiyun exclaimed, advancing towards Cheng Su with a fierce expression. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Cheng Su quickly ducked behind his father, Cheng Dong, peeking out. "Mom, I didn't bully her. I was just trying to wake her up." Cheng Su was thoroughly bewildered. Was this truly his mother? She didn't even hear his explanation and was ready to strike. The most perplexing part was that she believed Su Sahan's words without question, offering no inquiries and proceeding to chastise him. Lu Peiyun shot him a piercing glare, pointing accusingly. "Are you still trying to argue? If you don't move aside, I'll take you down with him," Lu Peiyun threatened, glaring at Cheng Dong. Cheng Dong sighed, turning to pat his son's shoulder. "Even your father can't help you. You brought this upon yourself with your excuses. Good luck." With that, he tactically stepped aside, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire, sitting nearby and watching with a cruel smile, almost as if he were snacking on seeds. Cheng Su felt utterly miserable, dodging while glancing at Su Sahan, who was now wearing a triumphant grin, thoroughly enjoying his predicament. When their eyes met, she couldn't resist teasing him with a playful pout and a cheeky tongue stick out. "Humph, that's what you get for biting me. This is your punishment." Her delight in watching Lu Peiyun chastise Cheng Su was palpable. In this round, she had emerged victorious. After Cheng Su sincerely surrendered, Lu Peiyun finally relented. "Mom, am I not your biological son?" Cheng Su lamented, feeling utterly desolate. It was known that previously, Lu Peiyun had treated him like a treasure. She wouldn't even scold him. Now, it felt as if his status had plummeted. "You were a bonus gift with a phone recharge," Lu Peiyun added, not missing the chance to threaten her son further, showing him no mercy. "Exactly," Su Sahan chimed in gleefully, wrapping her arm around Lu Peiyun's and nodding in agreement. Yes, I'll obey." Cheng Su expressed his exasperation. He was no longer concerned about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, but rather worried about his own well-being. He simply couldn't afford to offend them. Chapter 26, The Welcome Gift. During breakfast, even Su Sahan found Cheng Su's culinary skills to be quite remarkable. The seafood porridge was delectable, melting in her mouth with an abundance of seafood flavor, simply irresistible. Unable to contain herself, she lavished praises upon Cheng Su. Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong were equally astonished. They had never realized their son was such a capable cook. The group finished every drop of porridge, leaving not a trace behind. After breakfast, Su Sahan sat on the sofa watching television while Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong retreated to their bedroom. Cheng Su wrapped his arms around Su Sahan, playfully pinching her nose. "The villain always cries first. My dear, you mustn't learn bad habits from your mother. You're the one who's worse, biting me first thing in the morning and leaving a mark," Su Sahan retorted, feigning a wounded expression. "Is that so? Let me see," Cheng Su said with a hint of concern. Su Sahan leaned in to show him, and after scrutinizing for a moment, he found no trace of a bite. Instead, he leaned in and playfully bit her again. Just as they were lost in their playful banter, Lu Peiyun opened the door. The couple, like children caught in mischief, immediately straightened up. Lu Peiyun observed the two of them sitting so properly, her gaze lingering for a moment before she said, "Henin, I noticed there's tea at home. Could you brew a cup for me and your father?" With that, She settled into the central seat of the sofa, and Cheng Dong followed suit beside her. Sure, Su Sahan replied, puzzled by Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong's serious expressions, her heart racing with apprehension. Had she inadvertently done something to displease her in-laws? Su Sahan was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what misstep she had committed after pondering for quite some time. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to prepare tea. Mom, allow me to assist. The teapot is scalding hot, and I would hate for her to burn herself. Cheng Su, presuming that his parents desired tea, cheerfully accepted the box of tea leaves from Su Sahan's hands and made his way to the kitchen. Lu Peiyun furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Cheng Su, and remarked, it's merely brewing tea. It's hardly a daunting task. Let Sahan do it. Her voice elevated slightly, tinged with impatience and a hint of anger. It was unclear whether her displeasure was directed at Cheng Su or Su Sahan. Regardless, it was evident that Lu Peiyun was somewhat irate. Give it to me. I'm not that delicate. Mom and Dad, just a moment, it will be ready shortly. Su Sahan sensed the palpable tension in the atmosphere and retrieved the tea leaves from Cheng Su. He attempted to interject, but Su Sahan silenced him, assuring him that all would be well as she proceeded to the kitchen. Cheng Su remained bewildered. Everything had been pleasant moments ago. What had transpired? He considered assisting Su Sahan, but was promptly ordered by Lu Peiyun to sit down. Cheng Su, puzzled, gestured to his father, silently inquiring, what is wrong with Mom? Did you upset her? To his surprise, Cheng Dong bore a serious expression, waving his hand and instructing Cheng Su to refrain from speaking. After a moment, Su Sahan emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 cups of tea, and approached the living room, presenting them to Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong with a smile. Dad, Mom, tea. At that, the couple's faces brightened, and in unison, they accepted the cups with cheerful expressions. After savoring a sip of tea, Lu Peiyun beckoned Su Sahan closer, inviting her to sit beside her. Cheng Su, equally baffled, pondered what performance his parents were orchestrating. Lu Peiyun examined Su Sahan's hands and asked, are you all right? You weren't burned, were you? Su Sahan, still in a daze, shook her head, unable to comprehend her mother-in-law's intentions. The rapid shift in demeanor left her confounded. Suddenly, Lu Peiyun cheerfully produced a large red envelope from her bosom and placed it into Su Sahan's hands. Cheng Dong followed suit, presenting his own envelope to Su Sahan. You should keep this. It's a small token from your father and me as a greeting gift, Lu Peiyun said, patting Su Sahan's hand with a smile. At this juncture, Cheng Su finally grasped the situation. His parents were engaging in the customary process of acknowledging their daughter-in-law. According to their family traditions, once a daughter-in-law had been recognized, she was expected to serve tea to her elders as a sign of respect. In return, the elders would present a red envelope to the chosen daughter-in-law as a greeting gift. Since Su Sahan had now addressed them appropriately, the envelope was undoubtedly deserved. Cheng Su couldn't help but chuckle at the realization that his parents were intentionally adopting a serious demeanor to emphasize the occasion. It had frightened him momentarily, leading him to believe they were dissatisfied with Su Sahan and were attempting to make things difficult for her. He had just been regretting whether it was a mistake to have his parents come to look after Su Sahan. If they opposed their union, he would not yield. He would find a way to persuade them. After all, he was resolute in his intention to marry only Su Sahan. Clutching the red envelope, Su Sahan felt a bit flustered. Mom, I can't possibly accept this. Clearly bewildered by the customs, her eyes reflected her confusion. Hadn't her mother-in-law been upset? How could one sip of tea have changed everything? This envelope, upon feeling its thickness, must contain a substantial sum, perhaps even 10,000. How could she accept money from her in-laws without cause? Moreover, did in-laws typically give a greeting gift to their daughter-in-law? Su Sahan was oblivious to these customs and simply regarded it as an ordinary red envelope, persistently shaking her head in refusal. Dear daughter-in-law, you must accept it. A greeting gift cannot be overlooked, especially since you've addressed us correctly. Cheng Dong chimed in, smiling. Your father is right, Sahan. Initially, your mother may not have been considerate enough, overly eager to acknowledge you as our daughter, which is why she encouraged you to address us differently. However, this adjustment and the greeting gift are both essential. If other daughters receive them, so must my daughter. Your father and I each contributed 10,000. You are our 1 in a million daughter-in-law, and we'll discuss the wedding later. He continued, we had tea prepared cash before, but we withdrew it yesterday, intending to give it to you sooner. From now on, treat my son well. If he dares to mistreat you, just let me know, and I will ensure he pays for it. Lu Peiyun declared animatedly, casting a playful glare at Cheng Su. She urged Su Sahan to keep the money, holding her hand firmly. Su Sahan's heart swelled with emotion. Her in-laws were not only fond of her, but had also demonstrated such thoughtful consideration. They were unwilling to let her endure even the slightest grievance, ensuring that all formalities were upheld. They had shown her immense respect. Moreover, Cheng Su's family circumstances weren't particularly affluent. A A few thousand as a greeting gift would have sufficed to convey their sentiments. Yet Liu Peiyun and Cheng Dong had presented not just one, but two envelopes totaling over 10,000. It was evident that her in-laws genuinely recognized Su Sahan as their daughter-in-law and were not stingy in their generosity. Please accept it. This is your parents' acknowledgement of you. Cheng Su approached and affectionately ruffled Su Sahan's hair, smiling. Yes. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Su Sahan exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she embraced Liu Peiyun, calling out sweetly, Mom. Chapter 27. An unexpected turn of events following the events of the morning. The bond between Liu Peiyun and Su Sahan deepened significantly. Liu Peiyun delightedly referred to her as daughter with great enthusiasm. The two conversed joyfully like sisters, leaving Cheng Su, and even his father Cheng Dong, unable to interject. The dynamics of the family were unmistakably clear. Cheng Dong and Cheng Su exchanged bewildered glances, feeling utterly helpless. After dinner, Liu Peiyun decided to accompany Su Sahan for a stroll outside. Cheng Su intended to join them, but was once again pulled back by his father, Cheng Dong. Seating Cheng Su on the sofa, Cheng Dong adopted a rare serious demeanor and inquired, Sahan is now pregnant. What are your plans? It was evident that he placed great importance on this conversation. Marriage. I have already proposed to Sahan, and she has agreed. I plan to meet her parents and then proceed to register our marriage, followed by the wedding ceremony, Cheng Su replied without hesitation, as if he had rehearsed these words countless times in his mind. Indeed, he had always envisioned this course of action since graduating, though initially burdened by various pressures. Now that Su Sahan was expecting their child, the timeline for marriage had naturally accelerated. He was eager to bring Su Sahan home officially. However, since that day when Su Sahan had spoken with her mother on the phone, there had been no further communication. Cheng Su felt anxious, uncertain of his future in-law's thoughts. The waiting period was agonizing, and his anxiety grew with each passing day. He was not typically a sentimental person, but these recent days had compelled him to experience such emotions. Cheng Su looked at Cheng Dong with confusion, unsure why his father had chosen to speak with him alone about this. Wasn't this matter already established? Have you set a date to meet Sahan's parents? Cheng Dong pressed on. Cheng Su shook his head, letting out a sigh. He was at a loss regarding his future in-law's intentions and felt that he could not make any assumptions. Cheng Su pondered whether he should take the initiative. Although Su Sahan preferred that her father broach the subject, as it would render Cheng Su less passive, he decided to proceed step by step. Noticing his son's anxiety, Cheng Dong spoke up to offer comfort. It's just as well that you haven't team met yet. There is still a matter of great importance at hand, your future home. With that, Cheng Dong entered the bedroom. He rummaged through a suitcase and produced a bank card, handing it to Cheng Su. This is the sum your mother and I have saved over the years, supplemented by a portion we borrowed from relatives and friends in recent days, totaling 2,200,000. Originally, this money was meant for purchasing your house and car, since you have already acquired a vehicle. Let this entire amount be allocated for your home. Your mother and I believe that a modest place of around 70 to 80 square meters would suffice for you and your wife, along with my 3 grandchildren. After all, we cannot afford anything extravagant, and you are well aware of our family's circumstances. We are uncertain about the housing prices in the metropolis, so let us begin by viewing some properties tomorrow. If you find one you like, but it falls short, we can consider taking out a partial loan. Your mother and I will assist you thereafter. Cheng Dong spoke at length. Borrowing $1 million from friends and family was already quite commendable. He had delayed giving the card to Cheng Su until he had gathered enough funds, but now he had exhausted all options and could not muster more. He felt that 2,200,000 might not be sufficient, yet there was little choice left. Taking out a loan was the only alternative. It then dawned on Cheng Su that he had yet to inform his parents about his ownership of a property in Jinshanhuafu. He had engaged a professional renovation team to work on the nursery and had completely forgotten to mention this to his parents. What he never expected was that his parents were genuinely planning to buy a home for him and Su Sahan in the metropolis, even going so far as to borrow money. Borrowing was not an honorable act, and it required them to humble themselves. When had his parents ever needed to plead with anyone? Even during the supermarket's crisis, they had never bowed their heads to anyone. They had sacrificed so much for him and Su Sahan to have a home in the metropolis. Cheng Su felt a pang of sorrow and guilt. Dad, why didn't you tell me about this beforehand? If you had, I would have surely dissuaded you from borrowing money. Cheng Dong chuckled knowingly. He understood his son's temperament all too well. Cheng Su nodded. Indeed, he would have tried to prevent it. Well, the money has been borrowed now. Let us focus on purchasing the house. Also, please don't mention that this money is borrowed to Sahan. Otherwise, she might be reluctant to use it for the home. Cheng Dong patted Cheng Su's shoulder, sharing a knowing smile. Dad, but I've already bought a house, Cheng Su said apologetically. What? Cheng Dong's hand froze midair, uncertain of how to proceed. After a moment of realization that he wasn't imagining things, he inquired with bewilderment. Isn't that place rented? Don't deceive your father. I know you too well. Besides, where did you get the money? Even if you made a profit from stocks, could it amount to such a sum? 4 to 5 million? Cheng Dong's immediate reaction was disbelief, suspecting his son was fabricating a story to shield them from worry, wanting them to return the borrowed money. Moreover, he assumed the property his son resided in must cost at least 4 to 5 million. No, it's in Jinshanhuafu. I'm currently living there because it's being renovated. I just purchased it not long ago, and I have the property deed. Cheng Su scratched his head sheepishly. Realizing that his father still looked skeptical, he produced the property deed, which finally convinced Cheng Dong. Staring at the deed bearing his son's and daughter-in-law's names, Cheng Dong was momentarily dumbfounded. His heart swelled with astonishment. What did a 200-square-meter apartment signify? Cheng Dong was not ignorant. A developer could only build such a spacious apartment in a high-end community, and the price would undoubtedly be steep. By his calculations, a 200-square-meter apartment would cost at least 10 million. 10 million. He had never encountered such an amount in his life. Cheng Dong was struck speechless by the revelation that his son had bought a home in a prestigious neighborhood and, in addition, a car worth over 1 million. Cheng Dong swallowed hard, gazing at his son. Did you really earn all this from stock trading? Cheng Su nodded affirmatively, having used that as an excuse previously. He now had no choice but to admit it. He feared his father might again propose they trade stocks together. Cheng Dong, in disbelief, recalled his own experiences with stock trading and the many acquaintances he had made in that sphere. Yet, he had never heard of anyone making substantial profits. All he knew was that they ended up losing everything, even their undergarments. Earning $1 million from stock trading was astounding enough. Now, the thought of his son having made 10 million compelled Cheng Dong to question his very existence. Chapter 28. Lu Peiyun's sorrowful moment. Cheng Su felt fortunate that his father had not mentioned joining him in stock trading until his mother and Su Sahan returned. Instead, Cheng Dong was grinning from ear to ear as he examined the property deed, lavishly praising his son's accomplishments. When Lu Peiyun arrived home, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Wasn't it just a matter of giving the bank card to their son? Why all the jubilation? What was there to commend about giving a bank card? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, her gaze fell upon the property deed, rendering her speechless with astonishment. Lu Peiyun scrutinized the deed line by line, afraid to miss a single word. After hearing the backstory from Cheng Su, her eyes welled with tears. "Mom, why are you crying?" Cheng Su exclaimed in surprise, never expecting his mother to tear up upon seeing the property deed, and he rushed over to comfort her. Su Sahan, too, felt a pang of sympathy and joined in offering solace. Cheng Dong, seemingly oblivious to the emotional atmosphere, let out a hearty laugh, remarking, "Your mother is simply overjoyed. There's a saying for this. Tears of joy. Yes, that's it." Lu Peiyun shot Cheng Dong an indignant glare, prompting him to stifle his laughter. She had never anticipated that during this visit to the metropolis, her son would continuously surprise her. Cheng Su had always been clever, but now he had become even more astute, surpassing his father. Not only had he learned to trade stocks and earn money, but he had also purchased a home and a car, relieving them of any worries. Lu Peiyun scrutinized her son closely. He had grown taller and sturdier, with shoulders broad enough to support a family. Not only had he found a beautiful, kind, and virtuous wife, but he was also on the verge of becoming a father, with a child of his own. Now, he had successfully secured a home and a car through his own efforts. In that moment, she suddenly realized that her son was no longer the little boy who cried when he wet the bed, trailing behind her, constantly calling for mommy. When had he stopped relying on them? "Cheng Su, my son, you have truly grown up. He has become independent, earns his own money, and bears responsibility," filling Lu Peiyun's heart with genuine joy. Yet, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her, leaving her feeling empty, as though something precious had slipped away. "Mom, please don't cry. It makes me sad when you do." Su Sahan tightly clasped Lu Peiyun's hand, her eyes brimming with compassion. Lu Peiyun reciprocated, firmly holding Su Sahan's hand, wiping away her tears, and finally revealing a smile. She held Cheng Su's hand with her left hand and Su Sahan's with her right. Observing the two, her heart swelled with contentment. "Everything is fine, truly fine. Why should I be sad? I have such a wonderful daughter-in-law, and I will soon embrace 3 adorable grandsons. There is no reason for sorrow, none at all." Yet, as she spoke, tears continued to stream down Lu Peiyun's cheeks. Ever since her parents arrived from their hometown, Cheng Su felt considerably more at ease. When he discovered that they had studied prenatal care to better support Su Sahan, he was utterly astonished. He truly felt that they were deserving of the title parents, as they had anticipated everything together. With his parents around, he could comfortably attend to his work. Aside from their days off, his parents took charge of the cooking, which surprisingly suited Su Sahan's palate perfectly. Though they enjoyed spicy food, they would endure milder dishes to accommodate Su Sahan's preferences. Understanding this, Su Sahan would prepare some chili oil or spicy sauce for her parents. Once Cheng Su had a moment to spare, he would whip up a few spicy dishes to satisfy their cravings. Every evening after work, Cheng Su would accompany his parents and Su Sahan for leisurely strolls in the community or the nearby park. At night, he would cradle Su Sahan in his arms, conducting prenatal education for the three little ones while also checking rewards and listening for their movements. After a few days, Cheng Su's bank account had swelled to over 400,000. One day, freshly showered, he set up the prenatal music and gently rested his head on Su Sahan's belly. As he did so, he couldn't remain still, moving about and causing Su Sahan to itch. "Haha, darling, please stop moving. Just listen, there's no need to fidget." Unable to contain her laughter, Su Sahan chuckled heartily. Hearing her joyous laughter, Cheng Su immediately halted his movements. Once she had calmed down, he leaned back down and remarked, "The three little babies must be in different positions. I want to hear what they are up to. And what do you think they're doing?" Su Sahan, fully aware that it was impossible to hear anything before 3 months, chose not to shatter Cheng Su's delightful fantasy, finding his earnestness quite endearing. "They say their daddy is very handsome, and it's simply wonderful that their mommy is marrying him." Cheng Su nodded seriously as if the little ones had truly conveyed such sentiments. "Huh, is that what they said, or is it what you said?" Su Sahan teased, stroking Cheng Su's cheek. Cheng Su raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin, "Both." Just as Su Sahan was about to continue teasing him, the ringtone of her phone interrupted their tender moment. Glancing at her phone, she abruptly pushed Cheng Su away, sitting upright in bed and signaling for silence. Cheng Su, bewildered by her sudden action, wondered who was calling, sensing it was something important. Straightening her demeanor, Su Sahan cleared her throat twice before answering Mom. Upon hearing this, Cheng Su sat up straight, his eyes wide, clearly realizing it was his mother-in-law calling. He leaned in closer, eager to catch what was being said. But each time he attempted to do so, Su Sahan would push him away. "I spoke to your father, and he was quite upset." Her mother's voice came through the phone. Recalling the moment she had informed her father, she remembered him brandishing a stick, intent on confronting them. How could he accept that his delicate daughter, in the prime of her youth, was unexpectedly pregnant? He immediately wanted to bring Su Sahan back home. Although Su's father thought Cheng Su was a decent young man with ambition, hearing that Cheng Su had moved to a better neighborhood for Su Sahan's health during her pregnancy made him feel that Cheng Su genuinely cared for his daughter. Yet, the news of her pregnancy filled him with both worry and anger. Cheng Su, the impudent boy. Had he not wanted to give him a good beating before taking his daughter home for proper care? No matter how meticulous Cheng Su was, how could he match the care of her parents? Ultimately, Su's mother intervened, preventing her husband from acting rashly. "How is my dad handling things?" Su Sahan swallowed hard, feeling apprehensive. After all, her father was quite formidable. Just picturing him confronting Cheng Su sent chills down her spine. "With your mother around, he won't dare to stir up much trouble," her mother replied, proudly. "Indeed, you are my mother." Su Sahan nodded in agreement, her earlier anxiety dissipating upon hearing her mother's words. "By the way, your father wants to meet Cheng Su. You both should come over at some point." Su Sahan glanced at Cheng Su, who was curiously looking at her, and nodded. "All right." Chapter 29, Preparations before meeting the in-laws. The meeting with Su Sahan's parents was scheduled for this Saturday, just 2 days away. The time was undeniably tight, especially for Cheng Su. Seated at his desk, he found himself devoid of clients to attend to today, allowing him to focus on developing new prospects. However, at that moment, his mind was far from work. 2 days felt exceedingly short to him, especially knowing that Su Sahan's parents were formidable individuals. Her father was a stern man, known for his decisive demeanor. During their university days, Cheng Su had the fortune of meeting Su Sahan's father once. He vividly recalled a tall man in a suit blocking the entrance of the school, halting both him and Su Sahan in their tracks. Su's father, towering at over 6 feet, had a few strands of gray in his otherwise dark hair, and his weathered face bore an air of authority. Those piercing eyes and the serious demeanor exuded an intimidating presence. That first encounter left a lasting impression. Even after 2 or 3 years, Cheng Su could recall it vividly. The sight of an unknown middle-aged man glaring at him with palpable anger was unnerving. As an inexperienced university student, he had felt a surge of panic. Yet, with Su Sahan by his side, he had to maintain his composure, returning the glare with defiance. He remembered how Su Sahan had bowed her head in a flurry of nerves upon seeing her father. Cheng Su thought she was frightened by the stranger blocking their path. So he attempted to comfort her, taking her hand and standing protectively in front of her. At that moment, the stranger bellowed, "Let go of my daughter." Cheng Su was taken aback. The events that followed were somewhat hazy in his memory, clouded by confusion. Nonetheless, that first impression was too striking to forget. Later, Su Sahan informed him that it had been her mother who had managed to placate her father. Before Su Ba met Cheng Su, Suma had already seen him through video. At that time, Suba was suffering from a severe illness, and the family's business was primarily overseen by Suma alone. Due to her overwhelming responsibilities, she had no time to meet Cheng Su in person and could only connect with him virtually. Fortunately, she had always respected her daughter's choices and had not hindered their relationship. However, upon reflection, one could surmise that a woman capable of independently managing the family business and keeping Su Ba in check was certainly not an insignificant figure. To claim that Cheng Su was unconcerned would be a blatant falsehood. Presently, his greatest dilemma was selecting an appropriate gift for his in-laws. This marked his first formal meeting with them, and thus, the gift could not be trivial. Su Sahan had also briefed him the night before. He learned that his father-in-law enjoyed both white liquor and tea, while his mother-in-law had a penchant for jewelry. Cheng Su glanced at his bank account, which had a balance of 280,000. He had initially saved up 480,000, but 200,000 of that had already been allocated to hire a professional renovation team to create a nursery. Another portion had been spent on an array of essential items for the impending arrival of the baby. Looking at the remaining 280,000, Cheng Su found himself in a quandary. Given his father-in-law's fondness for fine white liquor and tea, it was imperative to procure some high-quality selections. Having learned of his in-laws' preferences, he felt compelled to cater to their tastes. Ordinary liquor and tea would undoubtedly fall short. However, Cheng Su neither enjoyed alcohol nor possessed any knowledge of tea, let alone jewelry, which he understood even less. He was utterly at a loss regarding what would be suitable. Sitting at his workstation, he pulled out his phone and began searching online. He typed into the search bar, "What liquor should I gift my father-in-law?" He repeated similar queries, exploring nearly dozens of keywords. After much scrolling and deliberation, he remained perplexed, as the results were a chaotic melange of options. And he found himself agreeing with the myriad suggestions presented online. After some time, Cheng Su still felt anxious and indecisive. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The host is about to visit the in-laws. A reward of 1 bottle of Guozhong Finjiu, 100 grams of Dahongpo mother tea, a set of imperial green jade, and a box of premium bird's nest has been granted. In the midst of his mounting frustration, Cheng Su was momentarily stunned, only to be filled with elation. The system truly was like a benevolent parent. Could this even be possible? His excitement stemmed not merely from the system itself. After all, he had become quite accustomed to it, but from the splendid gifts it had bestowed upon him. Although Cheng Su did not indulge in alcohol, how could he be oblivious to the renowned Guozhong Finjiu? This exquisite liquor had been designated as a national banquet drink since the 1940s and had subsequently become the sole treasured domestic spirit in the National Museum. At auction, it had shattered the previous record held by Matai, fetching a staggering 1.03 million yuan per bottle. Thus, a bottle of Guozhong Finjiu was worth far more than $1 million, with current market prices soaring to 2.09 million. Such a 2 million yuan liquor possessed remarkable collectible value. The Dahongpo mother tea was equally rare and hard to acquire, even for those with ample means. Cheng Su had recently discovered online that Dahongpo mother tea was hailed as the king of Wui rock tea and was considered a national treasure. Only 6 mother trees existed on the cliffs of Julong, and these had been insured for an astonishing 100 million yuan. Given the limited annual yield from these 6 trees, the tea was indeed a treasure hard to come by. Remarkably, a single gram was valued at over 10,000 yuan. Thus, the 100 grams of Dahongpo mother tea rewarded by the system amounted to over 1 million yuan. Not to mention the imperial green jade set and premium bird's nest. Cheng Su was not particularly knowledgeable about jewelry or bird's nest. Yet a quick online search revealed that imperial green represented the pinnacle of green jade, with a single pendant valued at over 1 million yuan. And this was a complete set. As for bird's nest, it was renowned as a luxurious delicacy, prized for its beauty-enhancing properties among women. Cheng Su could not help but exclaim, "The system truly delivers exceptional quality." All in all, these gifts were worth at least 5 to 6 million yuan. The system was treating him as if he were its own beloved child. Cheng Su let out a heavy sigh of relief. With these gifts secured, he no longer needed to fret over what to present to his in-laws. Moreover, with such offerings, he would undoubtedly impress them and win their favor. If he could earn their approval as a son-in-law, his marriage to Su Sahan would likely proceed smoothly. However, after searching his workstation for a while, he realized he had yet to see the gifts promised by the system. Ding. I am not a magician. I cannot conjure items out of thin air. Cheng Su's lips twitched. Was this a form of sarcasm? Just as he pondered this, a phone call came through. Hello, is this Mr. Cheng? A stranger's voice came from the other end. Cheng Su nodded in response as the caller continued politely. Mr. Cheng, good day. I am calling from the auction house regarding the Guozhong Finjiu you won for 2.5 million yuan. Would you prefer we deliver it to you? Or will you come to collect it personally? 2.5 million was no trifling sum. Such a collectible spirit could not be sent via courier. So the auction house typically arranged for delivery or required the bidder to pick it up. Cheng Su, currently at work, had no time to leave. So he provided them with his office address and requested delivery. As soon as he hung up, he received 3 more calls, all inquiring if he wanted his items delivered. He instructed them to send everything to his office. Before long, deliveries of the liquor, tea, jade set, and bird's nest arrived one after another at the real estate company where Cheng Su worked. His desk was soon cluttered with gifts. Other colleagues in the office curiously leaned over to glimpse the commotion. The female colleague who sat next to Cheng Su watched in astonishment as person after person delivered items to him. When she saw the imperial green jade set and bird's nest, her jaw dropped in disbelief. "Cheng Su, did you buy all this?" she exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement. "I recognize this brand. A wealthy client of mine once carried the same packaging. I looked it up online, and this is imperial green. The base price is over $1 million, and yours is a set. How much did this cost?" As she spoke, her voice grew louder, drawing the attention of other colleagues, who began to murmur in disbelief. "Is that true? Over $1 million? You're not pulling our leg, are you?" A chubby colleague leaned in, skepticism evident on his face. "It's true. This brand is authentic. No fakes here. If you don't believe me, I can show you," the female colleague exclaimed, pulling out her phone to verify. After searching, she handed her phone to others to see. Soon, nearly everyone had gathered around, their astonished faces revealing their disbelief, questioning their very existence. "Oh my, is that really over $1 million? Cheng Su, did you actually buy this? You must have caught the attention of some wealthy lady, right? What are you talking about? Cheng Su has a girlfriend, and she's pregnant too. They're even preparing to get married. You knew that, didn't you? Oh, right. Cheng Su, you must be some kind of rich second generation, huh? The real estate agency's branch isn't very large, and there are only about 10 employees. Right now, they've all set aside their work, drawn in by that female colleague's words. Over $1 million. Where have they ever seen such a sum? Even if a tycoon were to spend millions buying a house from them, they wouldn't be particularly astonished. After all, who doesn't know that property prices are exorbitant? It's just a matter of whether one can afford it. Moreover, when a wealthy individual buys a house worth several tens of millions, it seems like a matter of course to them. They've grown numb to it. After all, they are the affluent. But Cheng Su is different. They know he is just a freshly graduated university student, living in a rented apartment with the campus-belle for a girlfriend. They're still renting. And yet he's capable of purchasing something worth over $1 million? Additionally, the items on the table are not limited to just jade. There's also wine and tea. Clearly high-end products that ordinary individuals cannot afford. They now regard Cheng Su with newfound respect. Talented, intelligent, and crucially wealthy, he is undoubtedly a diamond bachelor. All the colleagues unanimously decided that they must no longer underestimate him just because he is a fresh graduate, and they certainly cannot offend him. A hidden rich second generation. They cannot afford to offend him. Even an older employee who previously tried to poach Cheng Su's clients now praises him endlessly, thinking of how to cultivate a good relationship with him. Each colleague was lost in their own thoughts, and Cheng Su remained silent. The system did not allow him to speak, and he didn't want to mention stock trading in front of his colleagues. What if they all wanted to follow him into the stock market? That would be quite troublesome. Cheng Su chose not to elaborate. By the time work ended, he exited the company amidst a crowd of envious gazes. The 4 gifts were all beautifully wrapped, so Cheng Su didn't bother to open them. They were all sent by the system, so he had complete trust there would be no issues. He had little interest in these gifts and planned to give them directly to his future in-laws. The day after tomorrow would be the scheduled Saturday meeting with them. The thought made Cheng Su somewhat nervous, though not as anxious as he had initially been. He placed the gifts in the car and ascended to his apartment. Upon reaching his doorstep, just as he opened the door, a figure dashed to his side. "Darling, you've worked hard. Welcome home," Su Sahan exclaimed, enveloping Cheng Su in a bear hug for but a fleeting moment before releasing him. Cheng Su affectionately ruffled her hair, about to speak when he was interrupted by Lu Peiyun's voice. "Henin, come here for a moment." The voice came from the kitchen, unseen. Su Sahan waved her hand at Cheng Su, signaling him to lean closer, her face alight with mystery. Cheng Su, puzzled, leaned in. Su Sahan whispered in his ear. "They've been arguing for an hour." She shrugged and smiled before stepping into the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Peiyun's slightly exasperated voice carried from the kitchen, "Old Cheng, I've told you countless times, pregnant women can't eat crabs." Followed by Cheng Dong's rebuttal. "I checked online. It's permissible to eat them in moderation." Moderation means it's harmful. You shouldn't eat them, yet you insist on buying them. Henin, am I right? When Lu Peiyun saw Su Sahan enter, she grasped Su Sahan's hand with an expectant expression. "I'm not too sure." Su Sahan scratched her head, tactically evading the question. But then, a thought struck her. She blinked innocently and smiled. "Mom, Xiaosu is back? Why not ask him?" "Cheng Su, still changing his shoes, paused at the mention of his name, then shook his head with a smile. This little girl, she's gotten clever, trying to drag him into this. It seems he hasn't been keeping her in check lately. Chapter 31. The Argument Over Crabs. Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong hurried out of the kitchen, simultaneously asking, "Son, just tell us, can crabs be eaten or not?" After which, they exchanged glares, puffing their noses. Cheng Su sighed. They were both over 90 years old and yet behaved like children, insisting on winning the argument. Su Sahan stood behind them, watching Cheng Su with a triumphant smile. Noticing Cheng Su's scrutinizing gaze, she playfully stuck out her tongue and made a cheering gesture with her hands. Cheng Su stared at her and mouthed, "I'll deal with you tonight when the lights are out." Su Sahan raised her beautifully arched eyebrows, tilting her head in a haughty manner, as if to say, "You dare?" Lu Peiyun, seeing the two exchanging glances without speaking, was puzzled about what was happening. Eager for confirmation, she turned to her son, "Son, I believe it's not advisable to eat them, so think carefully before you answer." Lu Peiyun fixed her gaze on Cheng Su, deliberately slowing her speech, a blatant threat. "Why threaten your son? That is not fair. Son, we're not afraid of her, just tell the truth." Cheng Dong, unwilling to concede defeat, stood beside Cheng Su and patted his shoulder, encouraging him to be steadfast in his honesty. "Dad, are you sure you want me to be honest?" Cheng Su looked at his father with a hint of hesitation. Cheng Dong, who had initially been resolute, found himself uncertain under his son's expression. Yet he still didn't want to back down, straightened his back, and declared, "Speak boldly. Son, we're not afraid. If we lose, we'll just cook the crabs ourselves and eat all 8 that we bought." Cheng Dong spoke with righteous indignation, seeing his son's expression. He knew he was going to lose. But losing was one thing. Maintaining momentum was another. "Dad, so this is your plan, to have me cook them for you?" Cheng Su, realizing his father was trying to involve him, quickly distanced himself, preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. "Well, old Cheng, I told you not to buy them. You claimed it was for your daughter-in-law, but it seems it was merely an excuse to satisfy your own cravings," Lu Peiyun said, hands on her hips. Pointing at Cheng Dong, her expression one of frustration. "I didn't tea. Henin, you must believe me. I absolutely did not buy them for selfish reasons. And the internet does say they can be eaten." Cheng Dong's voice dwindled as he spoke, looking pitifully at Su Sahan, seeking her sympathy. "Dad, you can't believe everything online. While crabs should be eaten cautiously, they are considered a cooling food that can promote blood circulation and dispel bruising. Eating too much during pregnancy can lead to bleeding, so it's safer not to give Henin any." Cheng Su recalled the information he had encountered online and earnestly explained. He felt that if he didn't clarify, his father would continue to believe in some unverified online claims. Su Sahan had been sitting on a stool, watching the unfolding drama with a bag of snacks in hand, her face alight with amusement. But upon hearing Cheng Su's words, she froze momentarily, her expression turning to one of surprise as she turned to Cheng Su. How could he possess such profound knowledge? He was acutely aware of the implications and consequences involved. Has her husband been diligently studying the intricacies of pregnancy all along? She had never realized that he was such a meticulous person. A warmth enveloped Su Sahan's heart. A gentle glow. She even felt an urge to rush over and reward Cheng Su with a hug, but she restrained herself. Cheng Su lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Su Sahan, his expression pleading for praise. Su Sahan playfully shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed, as she averted her gaze and fell silent. "You little rascal still dares to smile," Cheng Dong thought helplessly. He had initially acted out of goodwill, only to find himself stepping on his own toes. Seeing his son laughing mercilessly beside him, refusing to defend him, left him quite disgruntled. "If you keep this up, I won't let you have any crabs later." Cheng Su silently scoffed, internally lamenting, "Dad, you're nearly 50. Must you be so childlike?" However, Cheng Su was not one to back down, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Mom, Dad said he won't let me have crabs." Cheng Dong sensed trouble. Did his son dare to report him? He shot his son a stern look and retorted, "You've forgotten your father after marrying. What good are you?" Cheng Su let out a smug hum, then sauntered over to Su Sahan, wrapping his arm around her. Su Sahan chuckled. No wonder they say men remain boys at heart. During dinner, Cheng Dong found himself with no crabs whatsoever. They had bought 8. 4 for Lu Peiyun and 4 for Cheng Su, while he could only stare longingly. Cheng Su, feeling pity for his father, considered sharing 2 with him, but was swiftly halted by Lu Peiyun's sharp reprimand. Ultimately, Lu Peiyun declared that she wouldn't eat, generously handing over her 4 crabs to Cheng Dong. He gleefully began to shell the crabs, filling a plate with succulent crab meat. Yet, in the end, he didn't eat any himself, giving it all back to Lu Peiyun. Cheng Su and Su Sahan exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if they were being showered with dog food. Nevertheless, Su Sahan felt delighted, ever since her in-laws arrived. She no longer felt lonely at home. Each day was fulfilling. Laughter resonated throughout the house, surrounding her in a warm embrace. She found it far from noisy. Instead, it felt exceptionally cozy. The fact that her in-laws could bicker and express affection in her presence indicated they did not regard her as an outsider. Son, the day after tomorrow, you will meet Huan's parents. What gift do you plan to prepare? Lu Peiyun inquired as she savored the crab meat shelled by Cheng Dong. This meeting with the in-laws was not to be taken lightly. It required careful arrangement. Upon learning about it this morning, she had conferred with old Cheng, and they agreed that a respectable gift was necessary to avoid embarrassing their son. After all, their son had purchased a house and a car, and likely had little money left. Thus, she resolved to draw from the funds in that bank card to help him procure some fine gifts. Your mother and I will explore the local malls and pick out a few gifts for you, Cheng Dong proposed. There's no need, Dad and Mom. I've already prepared everything. Choosing gifts based on what Huan mentioned her parents like: wine, tea, jewelry, and bird's nest. They're all in the car, ready to be taken over. Cheng Su quickly declined as he sensed his parents' intentions to assist him. Chapter 32. The Elder's Goodwill. Lu Peiyun nodded in satisfaction, pleased with her son's thoughtfulness. He understood her concerns and had chosen appropriate gifts for his future in-laws, demonstrating a commendable effort to win their favor. Although Su Sahan had informed her that her parents appeared stern but were actually warm-hearted and easy to converse with, Lu Peiyun still harbored some trepidation. If things unfolded as Su Sahan described, all would be well. However, should complications arise, they might need to devise alternative strategies. That evening, as Su Sahan entered the bedroom, Lu Peiyun followed suit, blocking Cheng Su from entering and shutting the door behind her. Cheng Su was perplexed by his mother's intentions. Surely, she wouldn't suggest he share a bed with Su Sahan. He had no desire to sleep with his father. That was simply too odd. Lu Peiyun took Su Sahan's hand and whispered conspiratorially, "Have you and Cheng Su been intimate recently?" What? Su Sahan clearly did not grasp the implication, her expression one of bewilderment. You know that? Lu Peiyun insisted earnestly, as if discussing a grave matter. Realizing the implication, Su Sahan's fair face flushed a deep crimson, and she shook her head in denial. Her mother-in-law was far too direct. That's good, I believe you. Remember, this is a critical period. You must refrain from such activities. If he dares to mistreat you, just let me know, and I will stand up for you. Lu Peiyun patted Su Sahan's hand, and after saying this, opened the door. I must warn you, you are not to touch Huan right now. Lu Peiyun admonished Cheng Su with a serious expression. Youthful exuberance could lead to reckless decisions, and the repercussions could be dire. Mom, I understand. You mentioned this on the day you arrived. Why repeat it? Cheng Su assured her, fully aware of the implications and having been careful during their interactions. However, he couldn't fathom why she felt the need to reiterate her lack of faith in his self-control. Lu Peiyun chose not to respond, casting her son a disapproving glance before retreating to her own room. The previous night, while getting a glass of water, she had overheard laughter emanating from their bedroom, which had raised her suspicions. She thought it necessary to caution Su Sahan for her well-being, leading her to offer this advice today for peace of mind. Cheng Su, bewildered, stepped into the room and gently wrapped his arm around Su Sahan's shoulders. What did my mom just say to you? Did she speak ill of me? Su Sahan, feeling shy, would never openly admit it. She shook her head, unwilling to divulge, and deftly changed the subject. We're meeting my parents the day after tomorrow. Are you nervous? Not too much, just a little. Cheng Su feigned nonchalance. If he were anxious, it would undoubtedly affect Su Sahan's mood, and he wished to avoid that. Yet, to assert he felt no nerves would be disingenuous. After all, this meeting with Su Sahan's parents was pivotal for their future together, and he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. There's no need to be nervous. You are not alone. You have me, Su Sahan said, her eyes bright and sincere. Please, using my own words to comfort me? Do you think that would make me happy? How insincere. Cheng Su pouted in mock dissatisfaction. Yet his arms tightened around Su Sahan. On Saturday, Cheng Su woke up early. In truth, it was due to a restless night, which compelled him to rise at dawn. Upon waking, he hurried to shower, seeking to calm his nerves, revealing his underlying anxiety. As Cheng Su stirred, Su Sahan also awakened. She understood him well. Though Cheng Su appeared composed on the surface, exuding an air of calm, she recognized it was merely an act to prevent her from worrying. This meeting was crucial, as it would shape their future together. In truth, Su Sahan had already made up her mind that upon returning home, she would take the household registration book and obtain a marriage certificate with Cheng Su. Moreover, she felt confident that her parents would be thoroughly pleased with this son-in-law. Breakfast was prepared by Cheng Su. Engaging in tasks during moments of anxiety often serves as a beneficial distraction. After finishing breakfast, Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun emerged from their bedroom carrying a beautifully packaged gift box. This is a little something your father and I prepared. Please take it with you. Liu Peiyan cautioned as she carefully handed it to Cheng Su. Inside was a set of Yixing teapots, purchased for over 100,000. It was the most expensive set they had encountered during their shopping excursion. They felt a pang of regret when spending such a sum, as they had never purchased anything so extravagant for themselves. In their eyes, 100,000 was equivalent to several months' earnings from running 3 supermarkets. However, this was a gift intended for Su Sahan's parents, and it had to be presented with sincerity to avoid appearing insincere. Mom, you really don't need to prepare a gift. Su Sahan had assumed that Cheng Dong and Liu Peiyun were merely going out for a stroll when she saw them leave the previous day. She had been asleep when they returned, unaware that her in-laws had gone out to purchase a gift. Had she known, she certainly would have tried to dissuade them. Since Cheng Su had already prepared a gift, there was no need for them to go to such lengths. It seemed excessive. This is just a token of appreciation from my parents to yours. Please take it along, Liu Peiyan insisted. Although their son had purchased a gift, it was essential for the in-laws to show their respect, considering Su Sahan would be marrying into the Cheng family. Hence, they felt compelled to buy a gift for Cheng Su to present. This gesture was meant to convey their regard for Su Sahan. It signified that they would not neglect her or her family. Additionally, it served to bolster their son's standing, expressing their earnest desire for him to be with their daughter. Therefore, this gift was indispensable. Su Sahan understood all of this. Yet she was acutely aware of her in-laws' financial situation. They were not affluent. The Yixing teapot set, clearly worth over 100,000, represented hard-earned money, and she was reluctant to let them spend such a sum. However, Liu Peiyun had spoken, and it was difficult for her to decline. Cheng Su accepted the gift prepared by his parents, and after he and Su Sahan finished getting ready, they stepped outside. Cheng Su placed his parents' gift in the trunk, alongside the presents he had prepared. Following closely behind, Su Sahan caught sight of the exquisitely packaged 4 luxurious items. Wine and tea had always been favorites of her father since her childhood. He often engaged in research on these subjects at home. He had several tea friends who would gather at their house to savor tea and discuss topics related to it. Thus, Su Sahan had absorbed some knowledge over time. As for jewelry and skincare products, being a woman, she naturally had an affinity for these and understood them even better. Chapter 33. Su Sahan is shocked. Deceived? With just a glance, Su Sahan recognized that the gifts Cheng Su had chosen were extraordinary. Darling, is this the Guozhong Fenjiu? Is it authentic? Su Sahan could hardly believe her eyes. She had heard her father mention this wine multiple times. It was listed as a national banquet wine, preserved in the National Museum. Renowned for its quality, the packaging, crafted from high-grade agate and crystal, was already worth thousands. Acquiring this wine was a matter of luck. Encountering even a single bottle was a stroke of fortune. Thus, her father had always felt a strong urge to purchase it whenever he encountered it. Yet the price always deterred him. At over 200,000, buying 2 bottles would be enough to secure an 80-square-meter apartment in the city center of Shanghai. Their family simply could not afford such indulgence, leaving her father to watch enviously as others made the purchase. Of course it's authentic. Would I buy counterfeit goods to present to my in-laws? Cheng Su, noticing Su Sahan's astonishment, found her round-eyed expression and slightly parted lips endearing. This rare display of emotion from Su Sahan was something he wished to imprint in his memory. He even took out his phone to snap a picture. Satisfied with the moment, Su Sahan was too overwhelmed to notice Cheng Su's actions, her thoughts in complete disarray. Her astonishment only heightened when she glimpsed the Da Hong Pao mother tea beside her. She remembered her father once saying that Da Hong Pao mother tea was undoubtedly the finest and most precious tea in the world. So rare that the tea bureau's leaders had to supervise its picking and production personally. Each leaf required the county chief's approval for usage. With only 6 mother trees, the annual yield was incredibly scarce. In favorable years, the production might not exceed 2 pounds, and adverse weather conditions could render it even more elusive. This rarity was what made the Da Hong Pao mother tea from Wui Mountains exceptionally precious. Without connections, or during years of low yield, even those with wealth would find it challenging to acquire. At that moment, Su Sahan gazed at the outer packaging that clearly labeled Da Hong Pao mother tea. Struggling to accept the reality before her, she pointed at the tea, looking towards Cheng Su. Is this really the Da Hong Pao mother tea? Her skepticism stemmed from its rarity. It was simply too difficult to obtain. Thus, she could not help but question its authenticity. While she trusted Cheng Su, knowing he valued this meeting and would not buy counterfeit goods, there was always the possibility of being deceived. If Cheng Su discovered he had been duped, he would undoubtedly be distressed at such a critical juncture. Yet, she recalled that her father had once tasted Da Hong Pao mother tea while traveling and had remarked that the flavor would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. What if her father found out it was fake? Would he hold it against Cheng Su? This inner conflict made her hesitate to voice her concerns. Cheng Su noticed her turmoil. Perhaps due to their time together, he could gauge her thoughts through her every gesture and expression. He gently patted Su Sahan's head and reassured her, I had a client from Wui Mountains, and we have a good relationship. I had him help me procure this. So it cannot be fake, you needn't worry. After pondering for a moment, this was the only explanation he could provide. The Dahong Pao mother tea, rewarded by the system, was undoubtedly authentic, and Cheng Su had no reason to doubt it. He had to admit that the system's arrangements were exceptionally well executed. With Cheng Su's assurance, Su Sahan naturally chose to trust him and did not pursue the matter further. She cast another glance at the imperial green jade set and the bird's nest, both of which exuded an air of elegance even in their packaging. Each gift had been thoughtfully selected based on her parents' preferences, reflecting Cheng Su's sincerity. Su Sahan gazed at Cheng Su for a long while, then nestled into his embrace, murmuring, Darling, you've gone to so much trouble. In truth, Su Sahan had advised Cheng Su not to spend excessively on gifts, emphasizing that a heartfelt gesture would suffice. She did not wish for him to squander money unnecessarily. However, in the end, Cheng Su not only spent a handsome sum on these exquisite gifts, but he also put considerable thought into each of them. Su Sahan could discern that it was not merely the wine and tea leaves. The imperial green jade and top-tier bird's nest destined for her mother were equally valuable. This clearly indicated Cheng Su's profound regard for the occasion of meeting her parents. Cheng Su embraced Su Sahan in return, declaring, In my quest to win your hand, I have truly exerted myself. You can see how I have lost weight. With a playful wink, he placed a finger to his lips, seeking a reward. Su Sahan feigned ignorance and extricated herself from his embrace, saying, Then make sure to eat well when we get to my house. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't suppress a soft laugh. Cheng Su's residence in the Binhu community was situated in a direction opposite to that of Su Sahan's home in Modu. The distance was quite significant, and since it was the weekend, many people had chosen to venture out for leisure, resulting in heavier traffic. This was Cheng Su's first visit to Su Sahan's home, and he was following the navigation system. By the time they arrived at the Hengchang community where Su Sahan lived, over an hour had passed. Oddly enough, Cheng Su, who had initially felt anxious, found his nerves easing as they approached their destination. After all, there was little use in being tense. It was far more prudent to remain composed and present himself in the best light before his soon-to-be in-laws. Cheng Su felt a significant confidence in himself. Judging by Su Sahan's earlier reactions, he was certain that her parents would appreciate the gifts, thus marking his success halfway. With this thought in mind, he felt there was no reason to be anxious any longer. Since they were in an unfamiliar vehicle, they needed to register before entering. Once the registration was complete, they parked beneath Building 3. As the two disembarked, Cheng Su was retrieving the gifts from the trunk when Su Sahan suddenly rushed towards him, startled by something she had seen. What's wrong? Is there an emergency? You shouldn't run, you're pregnant. Cheng Su hurriedly stepped forward to support her, anxiously checking her abdomen. That car over there, look at that car. Su Sahan exclaimed, tugging at Cheng Su's arm, her gaze fixed on a BMW worth 300,000. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Cheng Su asked, puzzled, as he did not recognize the vehicle. That's my brother-in-law's car. Su Sahan furrowed her brow, an apologetic expression crossing her face as she continued. Darling, I had no idea my brother-in-law and sister would be coming. My parents didn't mention it. Panic set in as she pondered. What do we do now? I didn't prepare gifts for them. Her sister had come as well. Cheng Su was aware that Su Sahan had an older sister but had never met her. This unexpected arrival was indeed a surprise for him. Chapter 34. My wife is the greatest. Su Dad and Su Mom had two daughters. Su Sahan was the youngest, and her sister, Su Yuding, was 2 years her senior. Su Yuding had married a year ago to a man 5 years her senior. In the eyes of Su Dad and Su Mom, their eldest daughter had made a splendid match. The son-in-law came from a well-off family and had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey upon graduating from university, achieving a modest success by the age of 29, complete with his own company that was steadily growing. Importantly, not only was the son-in-law successful in his career, but he also treated their eldest daughter, Su Yuding, with utmost care. Concerned that she might face bullying at work, he encouraged her to resign and return home. Although he initially envisioned her as a leisurely, affluent wife, Su Yuding was unwilling to remain idle, so he brought her into his company as his secretary, a role she embraced with enthusiasm. But what kind of person was Su Yuding? Cheng Su had no knowledge of her, nor had he met her husband. Moreover, during the phone call, Su Mom had never mentioned that Su Sahan's sister and brother-in-law would be joining them. Thus, Cheng Su had never considered preparing gifts for the couple. Now, this situation had become rather awkward. Su Sahan had not anticipated this either. In fact, she hadn't seen her sister in some time. The sisters shared a close bond, and her sister's sudden appearance was of little concern to her. However, today was a significant day for Cheng Su to meet her parents, and the unexpected arrival of her sister and brother-in-law, without prior notice, created an uncomfortable situation. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, What if her parents perceived Cheng Su as lacking in propriety? In this moment, Su Sahan, too, found herself at a loss. She noticed Cheng Su's furrowed brow and, suppressing her own worries, mustered a radiant smile. She grasped Cheng Su's hand tightly, as if to comfort him, and said, "It's all right. My sister and brother-in-law are very easygoing, wonderful people, and I will help you. I'm here for you." Finally, Cheng Su smiled, reciprocating her grip, and gently brushed Su Sahan's delicate nose with his other hand. With a fond smile, he remarked, "How remarkable my wife is, pregnant with triplets. Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, who would your husband rely on?" Su Sahan, initially anxious and forcing a smile, felt her spirits lift at Cheng Su's words. Her face brightened, practically radiating pride. She confidently patted her chest and declared, "Of course. Now you see my importance, right?" "Yes, yes, my wife is the most important and the greatest," Cheng Su affirmed earnestly, his sincerity further solidifying Su Sahan's belief in his words. Cheng Su's praise sent Su Sahan soaring, filling her with a sense of determination. Cheng Su, watching her prideful demeanor, found his own mood considerably uplifted. Who was comforting whom here? However, such details mattered little. Seeing Su Sahan happy was all that truly counted for him. In truth, Cheng Su was not particularly anxious about the arrival of Su Sahan's sister and brother-in-law. After all, they were unaware of the situation. So the lack of prepared gifts did not signify a breach of etiquette or disrespect. Cheng Su's concerns were rooted in a different perspective. What troubled him most was the possibility that her parents had orchestrated this encounter deliberately. If it was merely a coincidence that her sister and brother-in-law happened to arrive, there was nothing to fret about. However, if Su Sahan's parents had intentionally invited them without informing him, it would carry a different implication, suggesting a lack of respect for him and a deliberate attempt to unsettle him. If that were the case, it would bode ill for him. Cheng Su let out a heavy sigh. Overthinking was futile. At this point, he could only proceed. Regardless of whether this was a coincidence, it was a test for him. He would face whatever came his way with resilience. The outcome remained uncertain. Su Sahan's home was on the 16th floor of Building 3. In the elevator, Su Sahan maintained her spirited demeanor, her heart fluttering with excitement. Cheng Su, on the other hand, adjusted his appearance to appear more polished. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated, echoing within Cheng Su's heart rather than merely against the door. The arrival of her sister and brother-in-law added layers of uncertainty. It is the unknown that eludes comprehension and remains shrouded in mystery. With a creak, the door opened. Before her stood a young woman clad in a delicate azure gown, her visage strikingly beautiful. There was a hint of resemblance to Su Sahan in her features, albeit with an added air of maturity that set her apart. Upon opening the door and catching sight of Su Sahan, she broke into a radiant smile and enveloped her in a warm embrace. During this affectionate gesture, she mischievously touched Su Sahan's waist. "Sis, what are you doing?" Su Sahan exclaimed, taken aback by her sister's sudden display of affection. She pushed Su Yuding away, pouting with a sulky expression, feeling as though she had been inappropriately handled. "Why call me sis? Do you have to add old to it, as if I'm ancient?" Su Yuding, feeling slighted, retorted that even though she was married, she was still in the prime of her youth and could not tolerate anyone suggesting she was old. However, she continued teasingly, "But dear sister, have you already begun to show a little? Or perhaps you've just put on some weight?" She scrutinized Su Sahan's waist, nodding in an exaggeratedly approving manner. Stunned, Su Sahan felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Could it be that her indulgent in-laws and Cheng Su had been spoiling her too much? Had she unwittingly overindulged? The thought of gaining weight was unbearable to her. Despite initially dismissing the idea, her sister's insinuation had planted a seed of doubt in her mind. Turning to Cheng Su, she gestured toward her waist, her expression troubled. "Darling, please take a look. Am I truly gaining weight?" Cheng Su glanced at Su Sahan and then at Su Yuding, who wore a triumphant smile, and chuckled helplessly. Just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by Su Yuding's laughter. Realizing she had been the subject of her sister's jest, Su Sahan glared at the gleeful Su Yuding and called out into the house, "Mom, my sister is bullying me. She says I'm fat. You only asked me to open the door, and now you're bullying your younger sister. You're not a child anymore," came the retort from a middle-aged woman who emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands with a cloth, her face adorned with a smile. "I'm only in my 20s. How can you say I'm not a child?" "Mom, you're being biased," Su Yuding protested, feigning innocence. However, their mother, Zhao Huing, paid her no mind and moved past her towards the door. Chapter 35, Sister Su Yuding. Upon seeing her daughter, whom she hadn't laid eyes on for several days, Zhao Huing beamed with joy. Her gaze then fell upon Cheng Su, who stood beside Su Sahan, and her smile remained unwavering as she quickly beckoned. Come in. Don't just stand at the door." Su Sahan shot a glare at Su Yuding before stepping inside to change her shoes. Cheng Su stood at the entrance, politely smiling at both women. "Hello, auntie." "Hello, sister," he greeted. Since Su Yuting was Su Sahan's sister, Cheng Su naturally addressed her as such. From what he had observed, although Su Yuting was teasing Su Sahan, Cheng Su could discern the deep bond between the sisters, as evidenced by the gentle manner in which Su Yuting had touched Su Sahan's waist. However, he remained uncertain regarding Su Yuting's attitude toward him. At that moment, Su Yuting's demeanor shifted. She scrutinized Cheng Su with a serious expression reminiscent of a seasoned administrative professional, exuding an aura of authority. After a few moments of inspection, she broke into a warm smile. "Ah, you must be Cheng Su. I've heard much about you from our parents. It's quite impressive that you managed to win over my sister." As she spoke, she playfully patted Cheng Su on the shoulder and continued, "Let me tell you, during her middle school years, many boys pursued her, yet none succeeded. You are the first." Reflecting on her sister's past, Su Yuting found it amusing and began to chatter away. Cheng Su soon realized that Su Sahan's sister was quite the talker. Zhao Huiying, appearing a bit impatient, interjected, "Hurry back to your own home. You can't keep coming here every few days. It's simply unreasonable." Turning to Cheng Su, she added with a smile, "Please, make yourself at home. Don't feel constrained." Su Yuting retorted, "I know you well enough. You're just here for a free meal since your son-in-law isn't home today." Zhao Huiying, unflinchingly revealing her daughter's ulterior motives, shook her head in resignation and retreated to the kitchen. Cheng Su now understood that this was not a matter of showing off authority to the future son-in-law. It was merely a coincidence. Moreover, it appeared that only the sister had come, as the brother-in-law was absent due to some commitment. After changing his shoes, Cheng Su entered the living room to find Su Sahan's father, Su Fengming, seated on the sofa with a solemn expression. Su Sahan took Cheng Su's arm and settled beside her father, placing their gifts on the coffee table. "Good day, uncle," Cheng Su greeted politely. Su Fengming regarded him with a stern gaze, scrutinizing him for a moment before nodding, though he remained silent, clearly not in the best of spirits. The mere thought of his daughter being pregnant with triplets stirred a mix of emotions within him, while the prospect of 3 adorable grandchildren calling him grandpa brought joy. The circumstances surrounding it, his daughter being unwed and already expecting, incited anger as well. As a loving father, it was only natural to feel a sense of indignation. Consequently, the sight of Cheng Su only fueled desire, as he felt compelled to reprimand him. Yet, upon seeing his daughter's blissful countenance, much of his anger dissipated. Nevertheless, Su Fengming maintained a stern facade, unwilling to easily accept Cheng Su as his son-in-law, determined to uphold a certain paternal authority. "Dad, I've missed you so much." At that moment, Su Sahan broke the tension, sitting beside Su Fengming and affectionately wrapping her arm around his. "Humph." Su Fengming let out a haughty snort, casting a glance at his daughter. "So you finally remember to come home?" His serious expression softened slightly as he looked at his daughter, though he cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Su, unwilling to relinquish his authoritative stance. "Dad, you were quite pleased when you heard my sister and Cheng Su were coming over. Why act all aloof now?" Su Yuting chimed in, sitting on the other side of the sofa with a playful smile, exposing their father's true feelings. She recalled how he had gone out early in the morning to buy an abundance of fruits, ostensibly for Su Sahan, but she knew it was primarily for Cheng Su, the future son-in-law. Although Su Fengming was understandably upset about Su Sahan's unwed pregnancy, it was evident that if he truly disapproved of Cheng Su, he would have intervened long ago, rather than allowing their relationship to progress to this point. Thus, deep down, he was content with Cheng Su, albeit still grappling with his frustration over the situation while attempting to maintain a facade of authority. Su Yuting, being well aware of her parents' dynamics, understood this implicitly. Although she had never met Cheng Su, she had heard Su Sahan speak of him and had also overheard her parents discussing him. At that time, she felt that Cheng Su genuinely cared for her sister. Being a woman, and possessing more romantic experience than Su Sahan, she had her own way of discerning character. From merely observing certain details, she could ascertain the true nature of Cheng Su. Just moments ago, at the doorway, she had tested him. Although she was interacting with her sister, her attention remained fixated on Cheng Su, scrutinizing his expressions and movements. The way he gazed at her sister was markedly different from how he regarded others. It brimmed with affection. The eyes cannot lie. Otherwise, Su Yuting would not have spoken up in support of Cheng Su. Su Fengming shot a glare at his eldest daughter, who had unflinchingly exposed his lack of subtlety. At that moment, Su Ma, Zhao Huiying, entered the living room, carrying a platter of freshly cut fruit. "Oh dear, it's not like you're meeting your father for the first time. He's always like that. Xiao Su, come have some fruit. Your uncle specifically went out early this morning to buy it. It's exceptionally fresh," Zhao Huiying announced, placing a bountiful plate of fruit before Cheng Su. "Thank you, auntie." "Thank you, uncle." Cheng Su responded with great politeness. Su Fengming seemed taken aback by Cheng Su's gratitude, pausing briefly. He then let out a cold snort. Yet his approval of Cheng Su increased slightly in his heart. At that moment, Su Sahan approached Zhao Huiying and embraced her, affectionately calling out to her. Zhao Huiying beamed with joy, having not seen her daughter for nearly half a year. When she prepared to sit down, Su Fengming shifted in his seat to create space for her. Su Sahan returned to Cheng Su's side, taking his hand tightly in hers. This intimate gesture was Su Sahan's declaration to her parents of her intentions. She wished to convey through this action that she truly desired to be with Cheng Su. With everyone gathered, it was now time for Su Sahan's parents to genuinely assess Cheng Su. Chapter 36. The test of the in-laws. When Zhao Huiying entered the living room, she noticed the gifts Cheng Su had placed on the coffee table. There were 5 beautifully wrapped presents. Upon seeing the packaging labeled Da Hong Pao Mother Tea, her surprise deepened. While the other gifts were obscured by their outer wrappings, the words on the tea packaging were immediately visible to her. Though she lacked knowledge of tea, she knew her husband adored it. Wasn't tea this the very tea Su Fengming had been longing for? Moreover, it was said to cost 10,000 yuan per gram. While the outer packaging didn't reveal the exact weight, it appeared to be no less than 50 grams. That equated to 500,000. Zhao Huiying swallowed hard, glancing at Su Fengming, who seemed oblivious to the significance of the gift. From his angle, the tea was conveniently blocked from view. Otherwise, Su Fengming would surely have been even more excited and astonished. Internally, Zhao Huiying felt a mix of exhilaration and confusion. She had some insight into Cheng Su's family background. How could he possibly afford such extravagant gifts? However, despite her puzzlement, she maintained a warm smile on her face. The specific gifts were of little importance. What truly mattered was her daughter's future. Xiao Su, Sahan is already pregnant. What are your thoughts on this? Zhao Huiying asked directly, cutting to the chase. Although Su Sahan had previously shared their plans during a phone call, Zhao Huiying wanted to hear Cheng Su's perspective directly. She had discerned her daughter's genuine affection for him. Words spoken in the throes of love are not always to be trusted. As a mother, it was her duty to scrutinize the situation closely. Promises and mere pretense are 2 entirely different matters. What if Cheng Su was merely feigning interest? Thus, she asked about his thoughts rather than those of the couple. Cheng Su understood Zhao Huiying's intent. Su Sahan had mentioned that she had discussed their plans with her parents. Today's inquiry was clearly a test to gauge his authentic reaction. Cheng Su was indifferent. He had already resolved to marry Su Sahan, regardless of whether they had a child or not. His commitment to her was unwavering. Cheng Su smiled politely and replied earnestly, I intend to register our marriage soon and welcome our child into the world. His response was sincere, tightening his grip on Su Sahan's hand unconsciously. Zhao Huiying observed Cheng Su intently, not missing any of his gestures. The subtle tightening of his grip on Su Sahan's hand did not escape her scrutiny. Su Yuting, sitting nearby, chose to remain silent, understanding that her mother was testing Cheng Su. She too was watching closely, hoping her sister would find true love and marry a good man. After a moment of silence, Zhao Huiying nodded approvingly and turned to Su Sahan, asking, Sahan, what are your thoughts? I feel the same way. I want to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Cheng Su to register our marriage and get our certificate. Su Sahan replied almost instinctively, her face radiating with the anticipation of future happiness. Zhao Huiying was left speechless, realizing her inquiry was unnecessary. At that moment, Su Fengming could no longer contain himself. He furrowed his brow, glancing between Cheng Su and his youngest daughter, and he let out a quiet sigh. My daughter, are you certain? This is a lifelong commitment, a matter of utmost significance. Su Fengming's tone carried a hint of sorrow. Although the situation was sudden, both the news of their pregnancy and the prospect of marriage had taken him and Zhao Huiying by surprise. While they had consented to their relationship, the reality of marriage stirred a sense of reluctance within them. After all, dating and marriage are 2 distinct realms. In the former, their daughter remained their daughter. In the latter, she would leave their home, becoming someone else's wife. They had initially thought that with their eldest daughter marrying early, at least their youngest could stay with them for a few more years, allowing her to marry a bit later. After all, Su Sahan was only 22, a time when she should still be close to her parents. Marriage seemed a few years away. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their youngest daughter was pregnant and preparing for marriage. Hearing her declare her intention to register their marriage with Cheng Su left them feeling an unexpected sense of loss. However, given Su Sahan's condition, marriage appeared to be an urgent matter. The thought of it felt as if a piece of their hearts had been severed, causing them pain. As Su Sahan noticed the melancholic expressions on her parents' faces, her own emotions began to dip. Her desire to marry Cheng Su was genuine. Yet, the realization that this meant becoming part of the Cheng family, thus creating a rift between her and her parents, weighed heavily on her heart. Su Sahan bit her lip and ultimately nodded affirmatively, her eyes brimming with determination. Yes, Dad, Mom, I have made up my mind. I will marry no one but him. The decision to spend her life with Cheng Su was one that Su Sahan had firmly resolved long ago. With her conviction unwavering and Cheng Su's affirmation in hand, what reason did she have to let go? She was determined to walk hand in hand with Cheng Su, to grow old together. Su Sahan clasped Cheng Su's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined, unwavering in their resolve. Yet, her eyes inexplicably glistened with tears, a pang of reluctance for her parents surfacing within her. Cheng Su held her hand with equal firmness, gazing at her tenderly, offering her solace. Zhao Huiying, witnessing her daughter's resolute demeanor, realized that Su Sahan was indeed steadfast in her choice of Cheng Su. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. "Oh dear, Mom, it's a good thing that my sister has found someone who treats her well. Why are you crying?" Su Yuting stepped forward to console her mother as soon as she noticed the tears. "What do you know?" Zhao Huiying replied, her voice choked with emotion, accepting the tissue offered by Su Yuting. "Uncle, Auntie, I genuinely wish to marry Sahan. I will take good care of her," Cheng Su interjected at the right moment, his gaze and tone equally resolute, offering his assurances. Zhao Huiying nodded. "Since you both have made your decision, we will respect your choice." Su Fengming wore a sorrowful expression, comforting Zhao Huiying with a gentle touch, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. They understood that their daughter would eventually marry, but this day had come sooner than they anticipated. The atmosphere was heavy with sentiment, and Su Sahan found herself at a loss for words to comfort her parents. Noticing the somber mood, Su Yuting attempted to uplift the spirits of their parents. After Zhao Huiying seemed to regain a bit of composure, she decided to change the subject, asking, "Cheng Su, since you've decided to marry and have children, my sister is also supportive of you both. But what about a house? Surely you cannot think of renting when the child arrives?" It must be said that Su Yuting's inquiry struck a chord. If Su Sahan were not pregnant, renting a place would not pose a problem for them. With some effort, they could eventually purchase a home without rushing into it. However, considering Su Sahan was nearing 2 months into her pregnancy, with a full term of 10 months, the child would arrive in a mere 8 months. The challenges that awaited them with 3 newborns would be manifold, and if they were still renting, the pressure on the young couple would be unprecedented. This was a stark reality that could not be resolved merely with love. It was a concern that weighed heavily on Su Yuting as an elder sister. Although her words might sound harsh, she felt compelled to ask, simultaneously gauging Cheng Su's perspective. On one hand, if Cheng Su was solely consumed by romantic notions and did not contemplate the practicalities of their future, it would indicate that he was not the dependable partner Su Sahan required. On the other hand, this was also an inquiry into Cheng Su's ambition. A person lacking drive was the least reliable, and such a marriage would likely end in tragedy. If that were the case, they would certainly oppose Su Sahan marrying Cheng Su. Thus, Su Yuting's question garnered the agreement of both Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying. The 3 of them simultaneously turned their attention toward Cheng Su. Cheng Su was well aware of the implications behind Su Yuting's words. The practical concerns had crossed his mind the moment Su Sahan had revealed her pregnancy at the hospital. He wished to provide the best for Su Sahan through his own efforts. When he had encouraged Su Sahan to keep the baby, he had resolved to work harder and take on extra jobs if necessary. Little did he expect that the system would appear at that moment, offering him the strongest assurance. With newfound seriousness, Cheng Su decided to speak candidly. "I have made some profits from stock trading, and I have already purchased a house and a car. We will be moving in a few days." There was no need for him to beat around the bush by clearly demonstrating his capabilities. He aimed to alleviate the concerns of his future in-laws and ensure they would entrust their beloved Su Sahan to him. Initially, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying believed that as long as they could sense Cheng Su's ambition, they would ultimately consent to Su Sahan marrying him. Regarding the couple's housing situation, they had already prepared a bank card with 2 million yuan to assist in purchasing a home. Though Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying were business people, their earnings were not exorbitant, and managing to save 2 million was already a considerable feat. They assumed that Cheng Su's parents would contribute as well, and together, they could see how much they could gather. If necessary, they could allow Cheng Su to take out a loan, as having a home of their own was far preferable to remaining in rented accommodation. However, upon hearing Cheng Su's declaration, they were utterly taken aback. Zhao Huiying gazed at Cheng Su in disbelief, questioning, "You say you have already bought a house and a car? Aren't you currently renting in the Binhai community?" Cheng Su, being only 22 and fresh out of university, had managed to purchase a home, and all this without any external assistance, solely relying on the money earned from stock trading? Who would believe such a tale? In Magic City, a property would cost no less than 4 to 5 million. Was it truly feasible to earn that much from stock trading? Exchanging glances, Zhao Huiying and the others expressed their skepticism. After all, they were seasoned in the ways of the world and understood the immense effort required for a recent graduate without connections to purchase a home, especially in a city where property prices soared. Even Su Sahan's brother-in-law had relied on his parents to cover half of the costs when marrying Su Yuding, contributing the other half himself, and he was already 28 at that time. Being able to buy a home outright at that age was already impressive. In comparison, the gap between Su Sahan's brother-in-law and Cheng Su was staggering. Mom, sis, it's true. Cheng Su bought a house in Jincheng Huafu and a car. We're currently at Binhai Community because the house in Jincheng Huafu was just renovated and has lingering odors, which aren't suitable for pregnant women. Cheng Su said we would move in after a while. Su Sahan interjected, eager to clarify and support Cheng Su's claims, echoing what he had previously told her. At this revelation, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying found themselves grappling with disbelief. They exchanged astonished looks, realizing the enormity of the situation. Jincheng Huafu sold for around 60,000 per square meter, with the smallest units being at least 100 square meters, yielding a minimum price of 6 million. Not only that, but he had also purchased a car. Was this even possible? Yet, looking into their daughter's eyes, they sensed the truth resided there. After all, Cheng Su had no apparent motive to deceive them. Such a fib could be easily unraveled. At the age of 22, many were still in university, while others of the same age were likely still dependent on their parents or striving to make their way in the world. Yet here was Cheng Su, a young man with no affluent family background, managing to buy a house and a car solely through his own efforts. This is truly exceptional. Moreover, it is exceedingly remarkable. Yet Zhao Huiying still harbored some disbelief. Could it be possible to earn such a substantial sum from stock trading? Zhao Huiying and Su Fengming were engaged in business. While they couldn't claim to be experts in stock trading, they possessed a modicum of knowledge. Su Yuding's husband, who ran a company, had a deeper understanding of the matter. They had never encountered anyone who could amass several million through stock trading. Thus, Zhao Huiying pondered whether Cheng Su had merely made a modest profit from stocks, perhaps enough to cover a down payment, with the remainder financed through a loan. She then inquired, "Did you purchase the house and car outright?" Cheng Su nonchalantly nodded, affirming, "Yes, both were bought in full." In that moment, Zhao Huiying and the other two took a deep breath, compelled to acknowledge that they were genuinely astounded. Purchasing both a house and a car outright indicated that Cheng Su must have earned at least 6 million. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions becoming increasingly animated. Even Su Fengming, who typically maintained a stern demeanor, wore an astonished look on his face, re-evaluating Cheng Su. They had not anticipated such excellence from him. At this juncture, words eluded them. With Cheng Su's ambition, his possessions, and his unwavering devotion to their beloved Su Sahan, how could they possibly be dissatisfied with such an outstanding son-in-law? Chapter 38. A thoughtfully prepared gift. Su Ba and Su Ma refrained from discussing the house any further, turning instead to engage in casual conversation with Cheng Su. The atmosphere became remarkably harmonious. Su Fengming had initially been irritated by his daughter's pregnancy prior to marriage. However, witnessing Cheng Su's genuine care for his daughter, along with the house and car he had secured for her future, alleviated his concerns about their relationship. He and Cheng Su exchanged banter, and the ambience was quite pleasant. Cheng Su felt fortunate, having not encountered a peculiar or overly demanding set of in-laws. Su Ba, Su Ma, and even Su Yuding sincerely wished for Su Sahan's happiness. Cheng Su's genuine affection for Su Sahan was palpable, and her parents sensed this, leaving no reason for them to impede their relationship. Cheng Su's spirits elevated significantly. "Dad, Mom, this is a special gift I have prepared for you," he announced. Upon entering, the atmosphere had been rather chilly, compounded by Zhao Huiying's direct questioning of Cheng Su's intentions, leaving little opportunity for him to present his gift ceremoniously to Su Ba and Su Ma. Observing the right moment, Su Sahan handed the gift to her parents. These were thoughtfully curated by Cheng Su and her in-laws, and she was keen to ensure their efforts did not go unnoticed. Moreover, she was aware that these gifts were precisely what her parents had long desired. Naturally, she aimed to bolster Cheng Su's standing in their eyes. Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying accepted the gift, and Su Yuding eagerly approached. She had been curious about the contents of Cheng Su's gift, and the exquisite outer packaging suggested it was something special. Noticing Su Yuding's approach, Su Sahan quickly interjected, "Sister, these are gifts from Cheng Su for our parents. Not for you. We were unaware you would be joining us, and thus did not prepare a gift for you." Su Sahan was merely clarifying for Cheng Su. While this was indeed the case, had Cheng Su been the one to explain, it would have come off as awkward and insincere. Cheng Su felt a warm surge of gratitude, realizing how fortunate he was to have married Su Sahan. "I understand, and I do not require any gifts. I merely wish to observe." Su Yuding graciously waved her hand, indicating her indifference. "Mom, this is an imperial green jade." "My goodness, Cheng Su, where on earth did you acquire this? It's astounding," Zhao Huiying exclaimed as she opened the jewelry box. Su Yuding, having known from a young age that her mother had a penchant for jewelry, had also developed an appreciation for it under Zhao Huiying's influence. Both she and Zhao Huiying were discerning, recognizing the jade's imperial green hue at a glance. Zhao Huiying had a deep-seated love for jewelry, particularly jade. Having encountered various types of jade and suffered through some unfortunate purchases, she could now discern authenticity and quality with relative ease. Imperial green is a color of unparalleled uniqueness. Under sunlight, it radiates a deep lake green, appearing almost azure at first glance. Under bright light, it reveals a vibrant green, while under digital flash, it showcases a lively green, a veritable chameleon of hues. Zhao Huiying held it up to the sunlight to ascertain its authenticity. It was evident that the imperial green jade set from Cheng Su was genuine. Her heart swelled with astonishment and excitement. This was, after all, imperial green. It must be noted that imperial green is the most coveted and valuable shade of jade, a true emblem of nobility. Furthermore, its scarcity has rendered it exceedingly rare, as mining resources have been nearly depleted. As such, authentic imperial green jade is not only difficult to procure, but also commands a staggering price. The set included not only a pendant, but also matching earrings. Just the pendant alone would fetch a minimum of $1 million, and with the accompanying earrings, the value would be even greater. Zhao Huiying could not help but wonder how much Cheng Su had truly earned from stock trading. As this singular gift was worth a fortune, she carefully placed the imperial green jade jewelry box back into its packaging, cradling it protectively in her arms. Such a rare find must be safeguarded. She then opened the box containing the bird's nest. Upon seeing the type, her eyes widened in astonishment. Bird's nest, in itself, is a luxury. Although Zhao Huiying did not consume it frequently, she would occasionally purchase some. She was familiar with its varieties. Moreover, the nest in her possession was from the golden-billed brown-raned swallow. Nowadays, most birds' nests are farmed, with high yields, but their nutritional quality pales in comparison to pure wild birds' nests. The golden-billed brown-raned swallow's nest is crafted in caves, making it entirely wild, known as cave nests. This is the most primitive form of wild bird's nest, because the golden-billed brown-raned swallow builds its nest in natural caves. It absorbs a wealth of minerals and the essence of nature. Thus, cave nests are exceptionally rich in protein and nutrients, far exceeding those of ordinary nests. This particular nest is the pinnacle of quality. Zhao Huiying was acquainted with affluent ladies in her social circle, and even they struggled to obtain such nests, often going to great lengths and spending substantial sums to secure them. After all, wild birds' nests are in high demand and low supply. Even if one is wealthy enough to purchase one, they must wait in line for years, often 3 to 4 years, to obtain this particular variety. Furthermore, even when they do manage to acquire one, the sellers cannot guarantee its quality. Now, the very bird's nest that the wealthy ladies flaunted before her had appeared right in front of her. Zhao Huiying could hardly contain her joy. She was so astonished that her mouth hung agape, and after a considerable while, she smiled at Cheng Su, exclaiming, "Little Su, you must have spent quite a fortune on this." She then cast a glance at Su Fengming, who wore an equally astonished expression. Su Fengming gazed at the Fengjiu and a Hong Pao tea leaves before him, and despite his typically serious demeanor, a smile involuntarily graced his countenance. Alcohol and tea were indeed his two greatest passions, and it was evident that Cheng Su had truly reached the hearts of both him and his wife. Fortunately, these are but a token of my appreciation. As long as uncle and aunt are pleased, that suffices. This exquisite Yixing teapot set had been meticulously chosen by his parents specifically for them. Noticing their delight in his gifts, Cheng Su promptly presented a separate offering from his own parents. This gesture was not merely a formality. It represented his family's acknowledgement of Su Sahan's parents, and thus he felt it necessary to present it with due respect. As expected, Zhao Huiying and Su Fengming exchanged a glance, the meaning of which was unmistakable. "Oh, Cheng Su, it appears you and your parents have invested considerable thought into this," Zhao Huiying remarked with a smile. "It seems you are quite determined to win my little girl's heart." Chapter 39. The approval of the mother-in-law and sister. Zhao Huiying's understanding was as clear as day. Each gift from Cheng Su was tailored to their preferences, showcasing not only careful selection, but also deep consideration. Su Fengming, a connoisseur of tea and spirits, received the rare and valuable Guotsong Fengjiu and the seldom-seen De Hong Pao tea leaves, both esteemed treasures within their respective realms. Zhao Huiying, a lover of jewelry, particularly jade, was presented with an exquisite set of imperial green jade, chosen for its exceptional quality. Additionally, given her current age, which favored health and beauty, Cheng Su had included precious bird's nest as part of his offerings. It was evident that Cheng Su had done his homework, preparing these gifts with their preferences in mind, demonstrating the significance he placed on this meeting. Through these thoughtfully selected tributes, he aimed to leave a favorable impression on them. Clearly, Cheng Su was earnest in his desire to marry their daughter. However, the gifts from Cheng Su's parents took them by surprise. This gesture carried a weight far beyond mere politeness, especially considering that no formal ties had yet been established between their families. Both Zhao Huiying and Su Fengming understood this was a clear statement from the Cheng family, indicating their approval of Su Sahan as their daughter-in-law. It was apparent that not only Cheng Su valued this meeting, but his parents did as well. Su Yuding, perceptive as ever, watched with admiration, shaking her head in disbelief. My sister has truly found her true love. Even before the marriage, her future in-laws are eager to express their approval. Cheng Su had cleverly utilized the principle of gift-giving to elevate his status in the eyes of his future in-laws. It seemed he was already determined to secure the role of brother-in-law. Observing Cheng Su, Su Yuding nodded subtly and whispered, "Quite good." She found him quite agreeable and, noting her sister Su Sahan's radiant happiness, felt assured that as long as he treated her sister well, nothing else mattered. This was her unwavering principle. Should she ever witness Cheng Su mistreating her sister, she would not hesitate to intervene. For now, since her sister felt blissful in Cheng Su's company, she decided to accept him as her brother-in-law, regardless of their parents' opinions. With a beaming smile, she gestured an okay sign toward her mother, Zhao Huiying, while playfully winking to convey her approval of Cheng Su. Zhao Huiying nodded slightly in response, her hand waving gently in happiness. Her joy evident, yet subtle enough not to attract Cheng Su's attention. Seated beside Zhao Huiying, Su Fengming noticed Su Yuding's gestures but chose to remain silent, merely snorting softly. From Cheng Su's angle, he was positioned such that he could not see Su Yuding's actions. Their small interactions went unnoticed by Cheng Su, but Su Sahan, well acquainted with her parents and sister, easily perceived the subtleties of their exchange. Although sitting with her back to Su Yuding, Su Sahan detected her mother's discreet gestures and the glances directed her way, sensing something amiss. Turning around, she caught her sister in the act of hastily retracting her hand, only to be met with a sheepish grin from Su Yuding, who seemed to be playfully concealing something. The more Su Sahan observed her sister, the more she felt something was off. Could her sister have spoken ill of Cheng Su, attempting to sow discord? With a scrutinizing gaze, Su Sahan regarded Su Yuding, her eyes rife with questions. Understanding her sister's silent inquiry, Su Yuding raised her hands in a gesture of innocence, mouthing, "I approve of this brother-in-law," while pointing to Cheng Su and forming an okay sign. At this revelation, Su Sahan's face lit up with joy, and she returned the sentiment, mouthing, "I love you, sister," before playfully blowing a kiss. Su Yuding rolled her eyes, mouthing back, "You only say that now." With a giggle, Su Sahan turned her attention away, her heart swelling with happiness. Her sister's stance was clear. With her support, how could their parents' approval be far behind? Su Sahan's confidence surged. Meanwhile, Zhao Huiying felt increasingly pleased with Cheng Su. Upon learning that he had made a fortune in the stock market, using the proceeds to purchase a house and a car, her satisfaction deepened. In the competitive market of Shanghai, acquiring property and a vehicle outright would not come cheaply, totaling no less than 6 million. Cheng Su's ability to earn such a sum suggested he was astute and level-headed. Moreover, his calmness in handling this newfound wealth, choosing to invest it in securing his daughter's future rather than indulging in frivolities, spoke volumes of his character. Most would have been swept away by excitement. Yet Cheng Su remained grounded and considerate, qualities that endeared him to Zhao Huiying. With a beaming smile that lit up her eyes, Zhao Huiying gazed at Cheng Su, fully embracing the adage that a mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law only grows with time. Indeed, she had already come to regard him as her son-in-law in her heart. Zhao Huiying chuckled, "Xiao Su, will you be staying home for lunch? What would you like to eat? Just tell Auntie, and I shall prepare it for you." Cheng Su was about to respond when a head suddenly popped up beside them. Su Sahan eagerly wrapped her arm around Zhao Huiying's, grinning widely, "Mom, I wish to savor your delectable oil-braised prawns and braised pork." After finishing her request, she turned to Cheng Su and added, "My mom's cooking is simply exquisite. You shall see for yourself soon." Cheng Su nodded with a smile. Zhao Huiying playfully patted Su Sahan's hand. "All right, and what about you, Xiao Su?" "I'm open to anything," Cheng Su replied with a smile. At that moment, Su Yuding's voice echoed from behind. "Mom, I want sweet and sour spare ribs." Zhao Huiying shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "Go cook it yourself." Su Yuding pouted in dismay. "That's not fair." Chapter 40. Su Yuding's support having been rebuffed by her mother, Su Yuding glanced at Su Sahan, who was grinning with self-satisfaction, and felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. She then dashed over to her father, wrapping her arm around Su Fengming's, and complained, "Dad, Mom is biased. Why don't you say something?" Seeing his daughter approach, Su Fengming, who had been wearing a stern expression, finally broke into a smile and quietly reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll make it for you. Just ignore your mother. It's lovely to have you home often." "Hee, I knew you loved me the most, Dad." Su Yuding beamed with satisfaction. Zhao Huiying, overhearing, Shot Su Fengming a disapproving look. What do you mean by ignoring her? Su Fengming pressed his lips together, strategically avoiding Zhao Huiying's gaze, and cast a guilty glance aside. His eyes inadvertently met Cheng Su's, causing him to cough awkwardly. He then resumed his authoritative demeanor as a father-in-law, feeling it necessary to assert his position. He must convey to Cheng Su that he was a protective father behind his daughter. Should Cheng Su dare to mistreat her, he would be the first to intervene. No matter how thoughtful the gifts from Cheng Su were, nothing compared to the significance of his daughter. With this in mind, Su Fengming straightened his back even more. Observing her father maintaining his authoritative pose, Su Yuding's eyes shifted toward the unopened gift from Cheng Su on the coffee table. Hey Dad, what did Xiao Su get you? She asked, moving to embrace the bottle of Guozhong Fengjiu and begin unwrapping it. As she unwrapped, she murmured, "Ah, this is Guozhong Fengjiu. Dad, isn't this the one you saw at the auction recently?" Su Fengming's eyes were glued to Su Yuding's unwrapping actions, swallowing hard, fearful that she might drop and shatter it. How could he not know the rarity of Guozhong Fengjiu? Due to his love for fine wines and teas, he possessed a keen sense of their qualities. The moment Su Yuding unwrapped the bottle, he caught a whiff of the rich aroma, which made his mouth water. Yet, he maintained his composure, appearing unfazed while his internal anxieties surged. Be careful while unwrapping it. What if you ruin it? I plan to add it to my collection. He fretted, watching her clumsily handle the luxurious packaging made of high-grade agate and crystal. Su Yuding, fully aware of her father's anxiety, deliberately treated the gift with a bit of roughness. After all, her father had already acknowledged Cheng Su as a potential son-in-law while still putting on airs. She understood clearly that her father had long accepted Cheng Su. His facade was partly due to his reluctance to accept that his youngest daughter was getting married, and partly a reminder to Cheng Su that regardless of their engagement, Su Sahan remained his daughter, and he would never allow anyone to bully her. Su Yuding's intention to unwrap the gift in front of her father was straightforward. If he maintained his pretentious demeanor, she would subtly assist Cheng Su and create a favorable impression. The gifts from Cheng Su were all things her father cherished, and her rough handling would surely provoke him to protect them, thereby signaling his acceptance of Cheng Su. If her father truly cared for the gifts and recognized Cheng Su, he would be compelled to act, and his facade would crumble. If he were indifferent to the gifts, no matter how much they appealed to him, he would not bother to guard them. He would simply expel Cheng Su and his offerings. As Su Yuding observed her father's anxious demeanor, it was clear that he cared for the gifts, prompting her to handle them a bit more forcefully. Su Fengming watched in horror as the precious wine was tossed around, his worry intensifying. Frowning, he reached out to seize it from her grasp. Can't you be gentle? Do you have any idea how precious this wine is? As he inspected the bottle for damage, Su Yuding quipped, "Oh, let me check out the tea leaves." She raised an eyebrow and reached for the tea nearby. Su Fengming, realizing she was about to mishandle the tea, promptly swatted her hand away. "Don't you dare wreck those. They are all gifts from Xiao Su." "Oh, you've even changed how you refer to him." Su Yuding feigned surprise, glancing at Cheng Su and giving him a playful wink. Cheng Su responded with a grateful smile. You're turning your elbow outward." Su Fengming comprehended Su Yuding's intentions, but had to admit that he had indeed recognized Cheng Su long ago. His requirements were simple. He didn't care much about material possessions like houses or cars. What mattered was diligence and a strong work ethic. With Cheng Su's intellect, he was certain he would achieve great things in the future. As long as he treated his daughter well, that was sufficient. They could always assist with housing and transportation. As a father, he understood his daughter well. He could see that she had feelings for Cheng Su. Despite his stern demeanor, he had been observing Cheng Su since his arrival. He could tell that Cheng Su genuinely cared for his daughter. However, the thought of his daughter marrying another man weighed heavily on his heart. Sighing deeply, Su Fengming realized he had to confront reality. He placed the wine on the coffee table and turned to Cheng Su, saying, "Xiao Su, didn't you mention that you bought a house in Jinqing Huafu?" "Yes, that's correct." Cheng Su nodded affirmatively. "Then let us go take a look today," Su Fengming suggested. "Sure," Cheng Su replied with a smile. In truth, the nursery in the new house had already been renovated some time ago, and he had even taken the time to furnish it recently. He had planned to move in within the next few days, but a sudden call from Su Ma requesting to meet the in-laws had delayed him. Today was a perfect opportunity for the family to go out together, and it turned out to be quite delightful. Chapter 41. The Ability to Program. A family. Su Fengming suggested they visit the house purchased by Cheng Su, subtly indicating his approval of Cheng Su's intentions. The house Cheng Su acquired would serve as the marital home for him and his daughter, so it was only natural for him to take a look. Only after seeing it would he feel truly at ease. Zhao Huiying also thought her husband's suggestion was commendable and agreed to accompany him. Since this would be the residence where her daughter and son-in-law would live, it was indeed appropriate to pay a visit. Once they became familiar with the area, it would be convenient for casual visits. Although Cheng Su's parents were currently looking after their youngest daughter, as Su Sahan's mother, she understood her daughter's temperament better. She could also assist Cheng Su's mother in caring for her daughter, thus lightening her burden. The atmosphere was particularly harmonious at that moment. With the approval of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as Su Sahan's sister, Cheng Su felt an immense joy within him. Just as they were engaged in light banter and laughter, a familiar mechanical voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining the approval of your in-laws. You have been awarded the ability to program. This ability will enhance your understanding of programming, making practical application more effortless. Please use it wisely. Programming? Cheng Su was momentarily taken aback. The term programming was something he was intimately familiar with. During his university days, he had studied this very field, but upon graduation, he had not found a satisfying job, which led him to become a real estate agent. Although the commissions were quite high and he had performed well in this role, he had never wished to abandon his true passion, which was programming. The truth is, programming is a challenging subject to master. The courses are often abstract, making comprehension difficult, and they are predominantly theoretical, adding to the complexity. In other words, if one cannot grasp these theoretical concepts, practical application would be even more daunting. Therefore, to excel in programming, one must first thoroughly understand the foundational knowledge. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Cheng Su had always been a good student in university, and even after graduation, he continued to learn and explore. To claim he had a profound understanding at this moment would be quite an exaggeration. As a brief moment of blankness enveloped his mind, it felt as though it had been rebooted. The programming concepts that had previously eluded him suddenly became clear. Not only that, but he also instantly grasped how to approach programming in practice. Cheng Su's heart swelled with both astonishment and elation. He marveled at how remarkably humanized the system was. This was indeed the ability he had longed for. The exhilaration of finally solving a problem that had plagued him for so long was indescribable. Cheng Su felt a surge of excitement, itching to experiment and apply his newfound knowledge. He glanced at his phone, but ultimately held back. The computer would serve him better for such operations. The phone simply was not suited for it. Moreover, he was still at his in-laws' home. Despite having gained their approval, the meeting was not yet over. He was not one to act irrationally. Nonetheless, he was genuinely thrilled to have acquired this ability. Zhao Huiying was busy preparing lunch, and when Cheng Su offered to assist, he was politely declined. Through Su Yuding, he learned that Zhao Huiying rarely cooked, as Su Fengming usually took on that responsibility. Zhao Huiying was indeed an excellent cook, and had only decided to prepare a meal to properly host her prospective son-in-law. Otherwise, she would have preferred to avoid the kitchen. Cheng Su understood that this was a sign of being treated as family. After Su Fengming placed the tea and wine that Cheng Su had brought, he invited Cheng Su to play chess. Su Sahan and Su Yuding settled down in the living room to watch television. A family in harmony was a beautiful sight. Just then, a ringtone pierced the atmosphere, and Su Yuding answered the call. Hello dear, what is up? A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Honey, the new app developed by the company is ready. I'm sending it to you. Please take a look. So soon? Great. Su Yuding's eyes sparkled with interest. Her husband, Yang Haoyu, had founded a tech company focused on custom native app development. Each time a new app was completed, he would habitually share it with Su Yuding for her feedback. In truth, Yang Haoyu did not want his wife to toil away at work. But after persuading her to resign, Su Yuding found herself too idle, unable to withstand her persistent pleas. Yang Haoyu had reluctantly allowed her to take on the role of his secretary. Although she held the title, Yang Haoyu never assigned her overly taxing tasks. He firmly believed that a wife was meant to be cherished, and he was certainly capable of providing for Su Yuding. Where are you now? I miss you. After sending the newly developed app to Su Yuding, he couldn't resist a playful tone. In the office, Yang Haoyu maintained a serious demeanor, and his employees would be utterly astonished to see such a contrasting side of him. Su Yuding chuckled at his words and feigned indifference. Oh, I'm at my parents' house. Are you coming over? My future brother-in-law is here, too. She deliberately emphasized the term brother-in-law, keenly observing the reactions of those around her. As expected, she was met with a disapproving glare from her father, Su Fengming. While he had accepted Cheng Su, the marriage had not yet taken place, and referring to him as brother-in-law seemed rather improper. However, Su Sahan had a different perspective, excitedly hugging Su Yuding's arm in agreement with her words. Yang Haoyu immediately understood. His wife's sister was bringing her boyfriend to meet their in-laws. The memory of his own first encounter with Su Yuding's parents flooded his mind, leaving him feeling awkward. If he showed up now, it would only heighten the discomfort for the future brother-in-law. Forget it. Please send my regards to him. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet later. I have some matters at the company to attend to. All right. Thank you for your hard work, dear. Working overtime on Saturday, huh? Su Yuding replied, smiling. Su Yuding and Yang Haoyu had been married for a year, yet they still exhibited the affection of newlyweds. After indulging in a bit more sweet talk, they concluded the call. Chapter 42, Discovering a Bug. Su Sahan leaned in and asked, "So, is my brother-in-law coming over?" "He can't make it. There are matters at the company," Su Yuting answered as she opened the app Yang Haoyu had just sent. "Is this the new app developed by my brother-in-law's company?" Su Sahan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the innovative interface of the app. She was aware that her brother-in-law's company specialized in custom app development, but this was her first glimpse of an unpublished, initial template app. Thus, her interest was naturally heightened. Su Yuting observed the curious expression on her younger sister's face and smiled gently. "How about this? I will share it in our family group chat so everyone can take a look. If there are any issues or suggestions, feel free to voice them." Su Sahan beamed, thrilled to be the first to experience the app. This feeling was indeed quite marvelous. Earlier, Su Sahan had also added Cheng Su into their family group chat, allowing him to see the app shared by Su Yuting. Cheng Su, a programming major, had recently acquired enhanced programming abilities awarded by the system. He felt a flicker of curiosity about this newly developed app and could not resist clicking to explore it. After thoroughly examining the app and trying out its functionalities, he soon detected an anomaly. Su Yuting, being quite perceptive, immediately noticed the unusual expression on her prospective brother-in-law's face after he had reviewed the app developed by her husband's company. "Xiao Su, is something wrong? Do you see an issue?" she inquired, puzzled. Cheng Su had heard from Su Sahan that her husband's tech company specialized in custom app development. He had quickly identified a flaw within the app. However, he found himself in a quandary about whether to speak up. After all, this was their professional company. Although he had studied this field in university, he had not worked in it since graduation. Voicing his concerns might lead to skepticism from someone he had yet to meet, and he worried that her husband might think poorly of him. He was also apprehensive that pointing out the issue could be perceived as him being overly critical or meddling. On the other hand, if he remained silent and the app was launched with this flaw, the repercussions could be severe, potentially leading to more significant vulnerabilities. After much deliberation, adhering to his professional integrity, he decided to address the concern. "Sister, there's a bug in the app that brother-in-law shared a bug?" Su Yuting was momentarily taken aback. She reviewed the app again and did not discern any issues. Confused, she asked, "Where is it?" "It's this," he explained. "After clicking in and completing the task, you can claim a reward. However, if you change the method of operation, you can collect it repeatedly. I believe the original setting should allow for a single claim. Perhaps there was an error in the programmer's coding." Once Cheng Su began discussing programming, he became quite animated, presenting the bug to Su Yuting and detailing where the potential coding errors might lie, as well as the serious consequences of ignoring this flaw. He meticulously outlined all possible ramifications. Su Yuting was taken aback by the depth of his expertise, though she struggled to grasp the technical jargon he used, such as source code and programming languages. She remained in a daze until he finished speaking. Realizing that the others were equally perplexed, Cheng Su scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. "Let me guide you through the process, sister, and you'll understand." He then proceeded to demonstrate the steps to Su Yuting, with Su Sahan eagerly following along. "Wow, it really is a bug. If I keep clicking, I could earn 100 yuan in just an hour." Su Sahan exclaimed in astonishment. She then turned to Cheng Su with admiration, grinning. "Darling, you're truly underutilized as a real estate agent." Cheng Su chuckled, affectionately ruffling Su Sahan's hair. Meanwhile, Su Fengming, witnessing their intimate interaction, felt a pang of bitterness and furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Honestly, they're not even married yet, and she's already calling him darling. How improper. Yet, he merely pursed his lips in discontent without further comment. These young folks nowadays are beyond reason. At that moment, Su Yuting was utterly shocked. The bug Cheng Su had identified was quite elusive, given the numerous steps required to uncover this system vulnerability. However, she had to concede that if someone knowledgeable in this area were to discover the flaw, the repercussions could be dire, potentially tarnishing her husband's company's reputation. After all, such companies thrive on credibility and professionalism. Before any collaboration, they had boasted that their development team possessed over a decade of experience and were highly skilled. Yet, if the final product contained such flaws, it would severely damage their reputation, leading to reluctance from other companies to cooperate. Su Yuting could not help but regard Cheng Su with newfound respect. She had known he studied programming, but she hadn't anticipated his proficiency in identifying flaws so quickly. "Xiao Su, I didn't quite understand everything you mentioned earlier. Should I inform your brother-in-law so he can address it promptly?" Cheng Su nodded in agreement. Su Yuting then dialed Yang Haoyu's number. "Wife, if you don't hear my voice soon, will you miss me?" Yang Haoyu answered the phone almost as soon as it rang, chuckling. "Enough of the banter. Here's the situation. Your brother-in-law mentioned that the app you sent me has a bug." Su Yuting recounted what Cheng Su had described. After a prolonged silence, Yang Haoyu responded, "No way. Our development team has over a decade of experience. We've tested it multiple times before I sent it to you, and no issues were found. Please hold on. I'll conduct the test myself and call you back shortly. Once the call ended, Yang Haoyu immediately began following the steps Cheng Su had outlined. Given the nature of his work, which relied heavily on professionalism and trustworthiness, any errors could have significant implications for the entire company, necessitating a meticulous approach. As soon as he finished the call, Yang Haoyu executed the operations Cheng Su had described. After several steps, he quickly discerned the anomaly. Having graduated with a degree in computer science and worked in the field for years, he understood Cheng Su's points immediately. The steps he had outlined were indeed intricate, and without careful examination or study, it would have been impossible to identify the bug. The triggering point of this bug was subtle, cleverly concealed beneath layers of commands. It was akin to a cunning antagonist, a wolf disguised in sheep's clothing. Without meticulous searching, it would remain hidden. It was no wonder that previous checks had failed to uncover it. After executing the operations given by Cheng Su, Yang Haoyu successfully identified the bug. He was utterly astonished. The professionalism of his company's team, as he had described to the client, was devoid of any hint of exaggeration or boastfulness. His team consisted of top-tier individuals whom he had meticulously recruited from various companies, at considerable expense. The flaw that had gone unnoticed during the inspection process was swiftly recognized by Cheng Su Guang with just a glance. This indicated that Cheng Su possessed formidable skills, perhaps even surpassing the expertise of the seasoned professionals within his own company. At that moment, Yang Haoyu felt a burgeoning curiosity about this prospective brother-in-law he had yet to meet. The phone rang again. It was Yang Haoyu calling. As Su Yuting answered, she promptly inquired about the situation. "How is it, darling? Can it be resolved?" Hearing his wife's words, Yang Haoyu smiled, sensing her implicit trust in this future brother-in-law. There was no doubt in her mind regarding the flaw Cheng Su had identified. Rather, she held him in high regard. Yang Haoyu understood his wife well. Su Yuting was an honest person. She either liked someone or she did not. And her affection for Cheng Su indicated that he was indeed a commendable individual. Yang Haoyu pondered for a moment before responding. "I'm short-staffed on my end, and our programmers are overwhelmed. Moreover, we need to modify the source code, which will require time. However, we are due to deliver this app to the client in a few days, and time is rather tight." At this juncture, Yang Haoyu was feeling quite distressed. Even if the programmers worked overtime, once they finished, the code would still require thorough testing, which would consume additional time. With the impending deadline looming, it felt impossible to meet the schedule. Although the flaw Cheng Su identified was not easily detectable, it could not be ignored. Delivering it to the client without addressing it could lead to severe repercussions if discovered later, potentially damaging the company's reputation and even risking bankruptcy, a gamble he could not afford. Furthermore, there was a contract with the client stipulating timely delivery. Failure to comply would incur penalties. Delivering a defective product would weigh heavily on his conscience as well. What to do? Su Yuting began to fret. At this moment, even Zhao Huiying, who was cooking in the kitchen, approached with a concerned expression upon learning of the situation. "Dear, don't panic. Let me think." Yang Haoyu reassured Su Yuting in a calm tone. Yet only he knew the depth of his anxiety. Fixing code was no simple task. A single error in patching a flaw could lead to the emergence of another bug. This cycle was time-consuming and inefficient. It would be more prudent to rewrite the code entirely. However, rewriting the code would require at least 6 days of intensive effort to complete. It was not an exaggeration. The intricacies of coding were formidable, with each program intricately linked, leaving no room for error. Unless one possessed the ability to read code and pinpoint the flawed segment in the old code, making the correct amendment without triggering further vulnerabilities, the task was daunting. Indeed, reading code was often more challenging than writing it, a fundamental principle of programming. Locating the error in the old code could drive a programmer to madness. Thus, rewriting it seemed the more viable option, albeit time-consuming. Yet time was of the essence. Now, Yang Haoyu faced two choices: either deliver the flawed software to the client while feigning ignorance, or explain the situation to the client, incurring financial penalties and starting anew. The former could jeopardize the company's reputation and lead to its downfall, while the latter would involve substantial compensation that could tarnish the client's perception of the company. Neither option yielded a favorable outcome. On the other end of the line, Yang Haoyu remained silent for an extended period, the anxious sound of his pen tapping against the table the only indication of his turmoil. After a long pause, he seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "This flaw was identified by my brother-in-law. Does he know how to code?" After inquiring, Su Yuting confirmed, "Yes." "Then please hand the phone to him. I would like to speak with him," Yang Haoyu instructed. Su Yuting glanced at Cheng Su and, upon receiving his nod, passed him the phone. Cheng Su, puzzled, took the call, and Yang Haoyu initiated the conversation. "Hello, Cheng Su. I am Yang Haoyu, Su Yuting's husband. You can call me brother-in-law." I've heard about you and Han Han from Ting Ting. Soon, we'll all be family. Cheng Su smiled at the familiarity in Yang Haoyu's tone, appreciating the easygoing nature of his future brother-in-law. Hello, brother-in-law. Cheng Su replied politely. By the way, thank you for pointing out the system flaw. However, our company is currently developing other app software, and we are somewhat short-handed. Since you know how to code, could you possibly lend a hand? I realize this request may seem abrupt, but I am truly at a loss. Please don't feel pressured. If it's not feasible, I will seek alternative solutions. Yang Haoyu expressed somewhat sheepishly. After all, coding was no trivial task. It was laborious and time-consuming. Moreover, he had yet to meet his brother-in-law in person and was asking for assistance, which felt somewhat inappropriate. However, he was genuinely in a bind. Finding a programmer was no easy feat, especially a competent one. Even if he found one, trust was another concern. Given that Cheng Su could write code and had swiftly identified the flaw, it was evident that his programming skills were impressive. Furthermore, as his future brother-in-law, Yang Haoyu felt he could trust him. No problem, I'm not feeling pressured. Just send me the old code, Cheng Su responded decisively. Yang Haoyu had approached this with a tentative mindset, fully prepared for Cheng Su to decline. He had not anticipated such a prompt agreement and was taken aback. You really don't have to feel obligated, he stammered. I'm not feeling obligated, Cheng Su affirmed firmly. All right then, thank you very much. Rest assured, you will not be working for free. Yang Haoyu thought ahead, planning to compensate him at the highest programmer salary standard. Chapter 44. He is truly talented. After discussing several coding issues related to the app, Cheng Su and Yang Haoyu concluded their call. As Cheng Su had not brought his computer, he used Su Yuding's device. Upon receiving the relevant materials and old code from Yang Haoyu, Cheng Su immediately began his work in the living room. The other four, lacking any understanding of the situation, could only watch as Cheng Su executed his tasks with remarkable proficiency, the screen filled with a flurry of intricate text. To them, it appeared as an indecipherable script, growing increasingly overwhelming. Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying had little comprehension of these matters. Their proficiency with smartphones was already commendable. As they gazed at the chaotic lines of code, their eyes began to ache. Yet, they were collectively astonished that their younger daughter's boyfriend possessed such computer skills, seemingly quite adept at it. Su Yuding was even more taken aback. While others may not have realized, she was acutely aware that her husband had high standards when it came to the abilities of programmers. Otherwise, he would not have spared no expense in recruiting top talents from other companies. Yang Haoyu was consistently meticulous in his professional dealings, never settling for just anyone to handle such critical tasks. It seemed that Cheng Su's recent identification of the flaw had earned him Yang Haoyu's respect and recognition as a talented individual. The first person capable of persuading her husband to ask for assistance was undoubtedly Cheng Su. Su Yuding couldn't help but appreciate Cheng Su, her soon-to-be brother-in-law, even more. Su Sahan seemed accustomed to this. After all, Cheng Su specialized in this very field, and she often witnessed him working on the computer, diligently typing away at a myriad of incomprehensible codes. However, she keenly observed that this time, Cheng Su's pace appeared significantly quicker than usual. Sitting obediently beside him, she propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head to gaze at his profile, silent and motionless. Cheng Su was entirely engrossed in his work, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. Su Sahan found herself mesmerized, a silly grin spreading across her face. Internally marveling, it is said that serious men are the most handsome. My husband is simply breathtaking. After about an hour, Cheng Su shook his hand, which had grown somewhat sore from typing. He casually reached over to pull Su Sahan, who had been watching him intently, closer, playfully brushing her delicate nose and asking, "Is there something on my face? You've been staring for an hour. Aren't you tired?" "Not at all. Not even a bit." Su Sahan giggled. How could watching a handsome guy be tiring? She nestled into Cheng Su's embrace, curiously glancing at the screen, inquiring, "Is it all done?" "Yes, just a few finishing touches. And it's nearly complete," Cheng Su replied while glancing at Su Sahan in his arms. Ahem, ahem. Su Yuding cleared her throat, interrupting their sweet exchange. With a resigned shake of her head, she thought to herself how youthful these two were. At that moment, Cheng Su remembered that he and Su Sahan were still at her parents' house. He had become so absorbed in his work that he momentarily lost track of his surroundings. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he quickly withdrew his arm from around Su Sahan, who promptly straightened herself. They resembled children caught in a misdeed, their eyes darting about nervously. Cheng Su sensed a pair of reproachful eyes fixed on him, and without needing to think, he knew it belonged to his father-in-law. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he resumed his work on the computer. After a moment, he addressed Su Yuding, "Sister, I have completed the task and sent it to brother-in-law's email. Is it really done?" Su Yuding asked in disbelief, her voice faltering slightly. Though she didn't fully grasp the intricacies, she understood that modifying code typically took a considerable amount of time. At least several days. Had Cheng Su truly completed it so swiftly? Glancing at the clock, she realized it had only been a little over an hour. It was common knowledge that the programmers at her husband's company, considered elite within the industry, would require a team effort spanning at least 3 to 4 days, often involving late nights and overtime, to accomplish such a task. Cheng Su had managed it all in just over an hour? Surely her husband would find it hard to believe. Yes, it's done, Cheng Su replied nonchalantly. In his eyes, rectifying this flaw was not particularly challenging. It was merely a minor issue. He needed to locate the problem within the old code and make a few adjustments. The reading of the code had proven somewhat tedious, consuming a considerable amount of his time. However, Cheng Su was somewhat astonished to realize that he could read code. The old code appeared quite chaotic. Its difficulty level far from trivial. It resembled a jumbled text, requiring one to rearrange the words into a coherent narrative, ensuring that it remained identical to the original piece. Remarkably, he had grasped it almost instantly. The system had indeed proven its worth. He had encountered an unprecedented ease in comprehension. The sensation of fully understanding the material was exhilarating. Su Yuding observed Cheng Su's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, her disbelief growing. She quickly messaged her husband, "Darling, Cheng Su says he has finished. Have you seen it?" Yang Haoyu replied almost instantaneously, "Just reviewed it. Honey, where on earth did your sister find this brother-in-law? He is simply extraordinary. I just checked, and he directly identified the flaws in the old code and modified them without a single error. He is a true talent." Yang Haoyu sat in his office, staring at the computer screen displaying the code Cheng Su had just sent. He scrutinized it thoroughly, failing to uncover any issues. He had initially presumed that Cheng Su would require at least 3 to 6 days to complete the task. He had even prepared explanations for the client. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Cheng Su had sent over the revised code, leaving him astonished by the speed. The programmers at his company typically preferred to abandon old code and start anew, believing that the old code was both useless and disorganized. Understanding code was difficult, let alone comprehending it, and it was often deemed a waste of time. Thus, they concluded that rewriting code was the only viable option. Cheng Su, however, had taken the opposite approach. Not only had he deciphered the notoriously difficult code, but he had also accurately pinpointed the errors and made corrections. Most astonishingly, he accomplished the entire task in just over an hour. Yang Haoyu shook his head repeatedly. This was precisely the programming talent he had been searching for. One individual could rival an entire team. If he could recruit such talent as a partner, his company would undoubtedly rise to become a leader in the industry. Chapter 45. The 7th week of pregnancy, morning sickness. After Cheng Su completed the code, Zhao Huiying had already prepared an elaborate feast. Seeing that Cheng Su had finished, she waved him over, exclaiming, "Xiao Su, you've worked hard, coming home and still helping your brother-in-law with work. Quick, come eat." At that moment, even Zhao Huiying herself didn't realize she had already considered Cheng Su as part of the family. "Not at all. I'm delighted to assist my brother-in-law. Thank you, Auntie, for preparing such a splendid array of dishes. The aroma is utterly appetizing." After washing their hands, Cheng Su and Su Sahan helped Zhao Huiying bring the dishes to the dining table, and he didn't forget to compliment her. "You really know how to speak." Zhao Huiying beamed with delight. Cheng Su waited until Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying were seated before taking his place beside Su Sahan. He also waited for the elderly couple to start eating before he joined in. These small details did not go unnoticed by Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying, and their satisfaction with Cheng Su grew even deeper. He was well-mannered, respectful, and possessed a way with words. It was impossible not to like him. At this moment, the 5 individuals at the dining table sat together, sharing laughter and conversation. Cheng Su appeared entirely at ease, as though he were not a first-time guest at his in-laws' home, but rather a cherished member of the family. No matter what Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying asked, Cheng Su responded effortlessly, eliciting even more laughter from the elderly couple. Cheng Su felt a warm sense of belonging. He could tell that Su Sahan had grown up in a very nurturing environment. One could easily deduce this from the lavish spread prepared by Zhao Huiying. Though she often insisted that Su Yuding return home, feigning exasperation, she still took the time to prepare the dishes her daughters loved. Not a single dish they had requested was omitted. In fact, it seemed she had prepared a bit extra, perhaps fearing they wouldn't have enough to eat. "Xiao Su, do indulge in this dish. My mother's braised pork is a delight that Henin has cherished since childhood, and it is truly delectable." Su Yuding moved a plate of braised pork closer to Cheng Su, ensuring he could easily serve himself. "Indeed, Mom seldom steps into the kitchen. The last time I savored her cooking was during my university days. Back then, I had to extol her culinary skills before she reluctantly agreed to prepare a meal of braised pork for me. Yet, as soon as you arrived, she willingly took to the kitchen. How hypocritical." Su Sahan expressed her dissatisfaction, pouting with a face full of jealousy. Afterward, she cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Su. embodying the persona of a wife whose husband has usurped her mother's affections. Cheng Su chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Su Sahan in triumph. He picked up a piece of braised pork, savoring its melt-in-the-mouth texture. Indeed, it was exquisite. Truly delicious. It melts in your mouth with a delicate texture. Aunt, may I inquire how you prepared this? I'd love to replicate it for Henin when I return. Observing the blissful expression on her sister's face, alongside her mother's grin that nearly reached her ears, Su Yuting remarked, high emotional intelligence makes a difference. A single compliment has brought smiles to both women. Xiao Su, you can cook as well? Su Yuting inquired, seizing the moment. Of course. His culinary skills rival those of a five-star chef. Su Sahan proudly wrapped her arm around Cheng Su's, lifting her chin as she flaunted him to her sister. Su Yuting scoffed dismissively, continuing to enjoy her meal. Cheng Su smiled politely, ruffling Su Sahan's hair and added, but nothing compares to Aunt's cooking. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiying beamed even wider, incessantly serving Cheng Su more dishes, as if he were her own son. Seated at the head of the table, Su Fengming observed his youngest daughter clinging to Cheng Su's arm and cleared his throat. He placed another piece of braised pork on Su Sahan's plate, stating lightly, hurry up and eat. It was only when Su Fengming saw Su Sahan release Cheng Su's arm that he smiled contentedly. Just as Su Sahan was about to bring the braised pork to her lips, she suddenly felt something amiss. Gazing at her beloved dish, her stomach began to churn violently, her brow furrowing as nausea surged. Just as she felt the urge to retch, she quickly covered her mouth and dashed toward the restroom. As everyone else sat in stunned silence, Cheng Su anxiously set down his utensils, apologizing to the three at the table before hurriedly departing to check on her. Su Sahan had never felt this unwell before. Her stomach roiled, and beads of sweat formed on her cheeks. Cheng Su frowned deeply. Concern etched on his face as he gently patted her back to ease her discomfort while inquiring about her condition. His fears were confirmed. Su Sahan was experiencing morning sickness during her 7th week of pregnancy. He had been meticulously helping her with dietary adjustments, having researched that proper nutrition could alleviate such symptoms. He understood that morning sickness could be quite distressing, potentially leading to aversions to food and dehydration, and might persist throughout the pregnancy. Seeing Su Sahan in distress was like a dagger to his heart. Fortunately, her symptoms were not overly severe. Once she caught her breath, Cheng Su helped her to the living room and seated her on the sofa, soothing her with a glass of warm water to ease her throat. Surprisingly, Su Sahan didn't complain of discomfort. Instead, Cheng Su embraced her, helping her regain her composure. At that moment, Cheng Su was oblivious to whether they were in his home or her parents'. All he could focus on was her well-being. The other three were equally concerned, surrounding Su Sahan with inquiries about her condition. Henin, how are you feeling? Zhao Huiying rushed forward, grasping Su Sahan's hand with genuine concern as they emerged from the restroom. Su Fengming and Su Yuting stood behind, equally anxious as they inquired about her state. I'm all right. It's just a pity that I might waste the delicious braised pork Mom made, Su Sahan replied, peeking her head out from Cheng Su's embrace. Smiling at her worried family, warmth filled her heart as she realized she was the happiest woman in the world. At that moment, Su Fengming set aside his reservations about Cheng Su's closeness with his youngest daughter. After seeing that she was indeed fine, he cast a deep look at Cheng Su. From Cheng Su's face, he perceived concern and empathy, evoking a complex mix of emotions within him. A year ago, he felt similarly when his eldest daughter married, like losing something yet gaining something, a blend of pain and warmth that was ineffable. Sighing heavily, he seemed to accept the reality, allowing a warm smile to replace his stern demeanor. It dawned on him how swiftly time had passed. His youngest daughter had grown up, preparing for marriage and motherhood. Chapter 46, A Sister's Intentions. At the dining table, everyone unanimously decided to remove any dishes that might provoke Su Sahan's morning sickness. Even Su Yuting's favorite sweet and sour ribs were swiftly taken away without hesitation. Naturally, she would choose her sister's health over her beloved food. Su Sahan felt a twinge of regret as her longed-for braised pork was whisked away. Zhao Huiying, feeling helpless, gently patted Su Sahan's hand, promising, once your morning sickness subsides, I will prepare it for you until you're utterly tired of it, all right? With this assurance, Su Sahan nodded with a bright smile. Though Su Sahan's morning sickness was mild at first, she still struggled to eat. Ultimately, Cheng Su took it upon himself to cook a bowl of vegetable porridge for her, which she managed to sip down. Perhaps due to his prior efforts in adjusting her diet, Su Sahan's morning sickness did not linger for long and soon passed. After lunch, Su Fengming, Zhao Huiying, and Su Yuting tidied up, then escorted Cheng Su and Su Sahan downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Yuting's sharp eyes spotted a brand new Toyota Alfred Nanny car parked at the entrance. She recognized it immediately as her favorite model. She had intended to purchase one of these once she became pregnant. With 7 seats and a plethora of features, it promised unparalleled comfort for family outings. How delightful. Having seen the car only in magazines and online, this was her first time witnessing it in person. Its elegant exterior and understated black finish captivated her even more, igniting her desire to acquire one. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she glanced at Su Sahan's abdomen. "Hinin, the doctor mentioned you're expecting triplets, correct?" Su Sahan, puzzled, nodded. Why was her sister reiterating something she already knew? "Regardless, you and Xiao Su are undoubtedly getting married this year. As the future aunt of your 3 children, I need to make my intentions known. Once the children arrive, you'll be a family of 5, and an SUV might not suffice. It wouldn't be safe for 5 people in that vehicle. In light of this, I, along with your brother-in-law, have decided to gift you both a vehicle, a spacious family van. I have discussed this with him, and we wish to present it as a token of our heartfelt congratulations on your recent nuptials. You may choose the model upon your return. Simply inform your sister of your preference, and she and I will procure it for you." Su Yuding spoke with utmost sincerity, as these sentiments genuinely stemmed from her heart. Upon discovering just days ago that Su Sikan was expecting triplets, she and Yang Haoyu had deliberated on the matter. If her younger sister was to marry, it was imperative for them to extend their warmest wishes. However, merely presenting monetary gifts seemed rather mundane. They desired to offer something tangible as well. After all, her sister and brother-in-law had only recently graduated, and this gesture would help alleviate some of their burdens. Following their discussion, Su Yuding had resolved to gift them a vehicle. But upon hearing Cheng Su mention he had already purchased a car, she was taken aback. Nevertheless, upon reflection, she realized that while Cheng Su had made some gains in the stock market, such funds were not inexhaustible. It would be prudent for the young couple to save for the impending arrival of their 3 little ones, as expenses would undoubtedly multiply. Moreover, she believed that young couples today would gravitate towards vehicles that appealed to their personal tastes, such as SUVs or sports cars, rather than contemplating the future needs of a growing family. Thus, she resolved to provide them with a van spacious enough to accommodate the entire family, ensuring that once the triplets arrived, they need not be cramped in a small sedan or face the additional expense of purchasing another vehicle. This, indeed, was a small token of affection from her and her husband. Su Sikan was visibly moved, embracing Su Yuding and playfully nuzzling against her, exclaiming, "Sister, you and brother-in-law are simply too generous. How could I have failed to notice this before?" With her large, expressive eyes glistening, she teased her sister, fully aware of her intentions, concerned for their future burdens with 3 little ones on the way. "Thank you, sister, but such a lavish gift is truly unnecessary. We are well equipped." Cheng Su, equally touched, understood that Yang Haoyu's company was in a growth phase and that liquid assets might not be abundant. Yet, despite this, Su Yuding and Yang Haoyu were still intent on gifting them a vehicle. A family van would cost a significant sum, starting at several 100,000 yuan, which was no trivial amount. "Nonsense, we are about to become family. There's no need for formality. If you can't decide, your sister and I will personally select one for you, and you can't complain about it then," Su Yuding declared resolutely, determined in her intention to bestow a family van upon them. "However, sister, we already have a family van," Su Sikan replied innocently, pointing to a black Toyota Alphard parked outside. Su Yuding was momentarily stunned, realizing that the very vehicle she had admired and longed to acquire was, in fact, owned by her sister and brother-in-law. "Didn't you purchase something like a BMW or an SUV? What prompted you to invest over $1 million in a family van?" she inquired, perplexed. Young people today, particularly someone like Cheng Su, a fresh graduate at 22, typically favor SUVs or sports cars. Choosing a family van is quite unexpected. Actually, Cheng Su interjected, "Once the 3 little ones arrive, we'll need a vehicle that accommodates the entire family for outings. A family van is the most suitable choice, as those other vehicles simply won't suffice. Moreover, a family van offers greater comfort. SUVs and sports cars are not ideal for pregnant women." Su Sikan shook her head, gently caressing her belly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Leaning closer to Su Yuding, she playfully planted a kiss on her sister's cheek, exclaiming, "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you and brother-in-law for your kindness." Su Yuding, taken aback for a moment, approached Cheng Su and patted his shoulder, saying, "Indeed, you are my brother-in-law, and your thoughtfulness is commendable. You truly know how to provide for your family, and I see you've captured my sister's heart completely." She couldn't help but admire Cheng Su's comprehensive consideration, always prioritizing Su Sikan's needs, even in matters such as selecting a vehicle. It was rare to find a man who consistently thought of his wife and children, and Su Sikan was indeed fortunate to have found him. At that moment, she felt entirely reassured in entrusting her sister's future to Cheng Su. Chapter 47. Opinions on Cheng Su. Not only Su Yuding, But also Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying felt a deep sense of comfort upon hearing the exchange among the young couple. To be candid, thus far, their satisfaction with Cheng Su was primarily based on his admirable character and the affection their daughter held for him. Furthermore, observing Cheng Su's genuine concern during Su Saiken's morning sickness revealed the depth of his care for their daughter. They now truly grasped the extent of Cheng Su's affection for Su Sikan. Exchanging glances, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying silently understood each other's unspoken approval of Cheng Su as their son-in-law. In truth, they were not fixated on whether Cheng Su possessed a grand house or an extravagant vehicle. To them, a car was merely a means of transportation. They understood that Cheng Su had purchased a vehicle, but they never expected it to be excessively expensive. A car costing tens of thousands would suffice. After all, the price did not determine whether Cheng Su would genuinely cherish their daughter. However, it was evident from his choice of a family van, an investment of over $1,000,000 solely for Su Sikan's comfort and their family's future outings, that Cheng Su's intentions were sincere. Su Yuding's sentiments resonated with them, as they recognized Cheng Su as a man who knew how to live thoughtfully and considerately. With each revelation, their fondness for him continued to blossom. Now, you should return home and rest, Zhao Huiying advised with a smile, taking Su Sikan's hand and offering a few words of caution. Mom, didn't we agree to go house hunting? Su Sikan, recalling their earlier plans, looked puzzled as her mother suggested they return home instead. Today, you're not feeling well. Let us postpone to another day, Zhao Huiying replied. Originally, they had intended to visit the new house Cheng Su had purchased after lunch, but given Su Sikan's condition, they collectively decided to reschedule, prioritizing her health. I'm perfectly fine now. It would be wonderful to go see it. I haven't had the chance yet. Cheng Su has been saying the smell hasn't dissipated, and today would be a perfect opportunity to check it out, Su Sikan exclaimed eagerly. Since learning of Cheng Su's purchase of a home in Jincheng Huafu, she had been keen to see it. Her curiosity about the abode that would hold her future happiness had been piqued, yet every time Cheng Su had deflected her inquiries with comments about lingering odors, she remained perplexed. Although Cheng Su's reasoning was irrefutable, formaldehyde from renovations poses significant dangers to pregnant women. She could not shake the feeling that he was concealing something from her. While Cheng Su prohibited her from viewing the house, he himself frequently visited Jincheng Huafu, and even her in-laws often went there. This only heightened Su Sikan's curiosity. What could be so special about that residence? Today, she was determined to uncover the truth. Noticing Su Sikan's resolute demeanor, Zhao Huiying pondered for a moment and acquiesced. Cheng Su and Su Sikan drove their own car ahead, while Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying occupied Su Yuding's vehicle. Although Cheng Su's chauffeur-driven car could accommodate everyone, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying needed to return home, and Su Yuding also had to return to her own residence. Hence, Su Yuding drove her own car, taking her parents along, and would drop them off afterward. Inside the BMW, Su Yuding sat in the driver's seat and glanced at her parents, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying, in the back seat, inquiring, Mom and Dad, what do you think of Cheng Su? Full of curiosity, she was aware that her parents had already accepted this son-in-law. Yet she was eager to learn their perspective on him. He is ambitious, responsible, eloquent, and competent, clearly displaying great talent. He will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. He is an exceptional individual, and I truly like this son-in-law, Zhao Huiying exclaimed, her face beaming with uncontainable joy as she lavished praise upon Cheng Su. The more she thought about him, the more she felt he was commendable, bringing her immense delight. Su Fengming shot a silent, exasperated glance at his wife, questioning why she was so elated after just a few compliments. Noticing her father's silence, Su Yuding pressed further, Dad, what are your thoughts? After a moment of serious contemplation, Su Fengming replied, he seems quite good, but he paused for an extended period, his eyes growing misty as he gazed out the window. Letting out a soft sigh, I just heard Xiaosu mention that our daughter is 7 weeks pregnant, right? This wedding needs to be arranged promptly. Indeed, Su Yuding responded. Typically, when someone left a statement unfinished, she would pursue the matter until she received clarity. However, this time, she merely acknowledged her father's words without any further probing, for she understood the sentiments he was grappling with, his reluctance to let them go. Although he had been smiling throughout her wedding a year ago, she realized he had been putting on a brave face. She had witnessed him discreetly wiping away tears. Unlike her mother, her father was not adept at expressing his emotions. He had always contributed quietly from the shadows. Presently, she had only recently married, and now her younger sister was also on the brink of matrimony. Her father was undoubtedly feeling a sense of loss. Old man, your youngest daughter hasn't even married yet, and your eyes are already watering? Zhao Huiying had been attuned to Su Fengming's emotions all along, but out of consideration for his pride, she had refrained from addressing it earlier. However, she too felt a pang of sadness. After all, daughters must marry someday. and as long as the partner treats her daughter well, she would consent to their union. Now, witnessing her daughter find such an outstanding and caring son-in-law, her heart brimmed with happiness. After all, marriage is a lifelong commitment requiring mutual understanding and trust. Seeing her daughter so content with Cheng Su filled her with genuine joy. Nonsense, Su Fengming turned his face away, staring out the window to conceal his expression from Zhao Huiying. She sighed softly, smiled, and chose not to confront him, gently patting his back in comfort while advising. You should be happy. Our daughter has found such a wonderful person. What do you mean I'm not happy? Su Fengming retorted stubbornly, snorting in defiance. Indeed, you are the happiest. Zhao Huiying, who knew Su Fengming well, recognized his stubbornness. By the way, did you bring the household registration book? Su Fengming suddenly inquired. Since they were both pleased with Cheng Su and their daughter was pregnant, it would be prudent for them to register their marriage sooner rather than later. After all, he had not forgotten that this had been their daughter's wish during her visit home. I did. I had intended to hand it over when we dropped them off earlier. Zhao Huiying replied, patting her pocket. Well then, once we arrive, let's give it to her so they can register their marriage, Su Fengming said. A hint of relief evident in his eyes. Zhao Huiying nodded and retrieved the household registration book, glancing at it. Originally a family of 4, it now contained only 3 names. Once their youngest daughter married Cheng Su and updated the household information, the book would reflect only the 2 of them. Zhao Huiying couldn't help but sigh. This household registration book is becoming increasingly sparse. Chapter 48, A Special Meeting Between Families. At Jinshanhuafu, 2 vehicles parked beneath Building 1, and the group disembarked. Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying surveyed their surroundings, unable to deny that this community truly deserved its reputation as a high-end enclave. The layout, scenic landscaping, and overall ambience provided a distinctly different experience. With buildings arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, lush greenery and blooming flowers abounded, while security personnel patrolled regularly. It was undeniable that this community exuded a sense of comfort and security. Standing at the base of Building 1, Zhao Huiying looked up and noticed that its design was quite different from the other buildings. Curiously, she asked, Xiao Su, how large is the house you purchased? A spacious flat of 200 square meters, Cheng Su replied nonchalantly. 200 square meters. Upon hearing this, not only Zhao Huiying, but also Su Fengming and Su Yuting were taken aback. Cheng Su had actually bought a 200 square meter flat. Su Yuting gasped. Casting a deep glance at Cheng Su, seemingly attempting to discern something, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was well known that Jinshanhuafu was an illustrious high-end community in Magic City, where residents were either affluent heirs or high-income families. Consequently, property prices here surpassed the average prices in Magic City. At 60,000 per square meter, 200 square meters would amount to a staggering 12 million. It would be impossible not to be astonished. Initially, they had thought that Cheng Su had merely acquired a modest 100 square meter home, which was already a significant investment at 6 million. Now, the price had doubled. 12 million. Such a sum was beyond anything they had ever encountered. How skilled must Cheng Su be at stock trading to amass such wealth? A 12 million flat, a $1 million car, and all those gifts they had received. The couple exchanged incredulous glances, speculating about the total cost. Wasn't Cheng Su just renting with their daughter last month? How could he have earned over 10 million in such a short span? Even they found it hard to believe. Investing in stocks, is it truly this lucrative? While Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying may be oblivious, Su Yuting is well aware that such remarkable gains in a short span can only be achieved by someone with an extraordinary understanding of the stock market. Furthermore, this individual must possess an exceptional ability to analyze market trends with utmost composure. Otherwise, how could one possibly accumulate such wealth without facing the risk of significant losses? After all, the majority of participants in the stock market tend to incur losses, with only a select few making modest profits or minor losses. Individuals like Cheng Su, who can achieve such substantial gains, are indeed rare. Although Su Yuting does not possess extensive knowledge of stock trading, she has a cursory understanding. Her eyes widened with excitement as she exclaimed, Xiao Su, your prowess in stock trading is truly impressive. Why not teach me? I wish to learn as well. Su Yuting gazed at Cheng Su with eager anticipation. If she could effortlessly earn such money through trading, it would be an absolute delight. A feeling of having endless funds at her disposal, undeniably exhilarating. Cheng Su was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated his sister-in-law would express interest in stock trading. His expertise in this field is quite limited, and the prospect of guiding her through it raised concerns. What if losses were incurred? Previously, it was his father who had contemplated stock trading, though ultimately his mother intervened. However, if he were to trade with his father, as his son, any losses could be dismissed as mere misfortune. But Su Yuting is his wife's sister. Losing would result in considerable embarrassment. How frustrating. It seems that what is destined to happen cannot be avoided. Cheng Su sighed. hoping the system might extend a helping hand. If not, he would resort to self-study. Cheng Su, feeling perplexed within yet wearing a smile, replied, "Sure. However, the stock market has been quite volatile lately, so I cannot guarantee profits." With no other recourse, he opted for this cautious approach. Noticing Su Yuding's lack of understanding of the market, he employed neutral language regarding its instability, thus preemptively addressing the possibility of losses. This was indeed a reluctant measure. "I trust you," Su Yuding replied confidently, appearing to have more faith in him than he did himself. Cheng Su could only respond with an awkward smile, refraining from further comment to avoid missteps. It became evident that he must delve into stock trading knowledge. At the very least, he needed to articulate some insights. On the 21st floor of Building 1, as the door swung open, they were greeted by Lu Peiyun sweeping the floor and Cheng Dong mopping behind her. The group exchanged astonished glances, stunned by this unexpected encounter. Cheng Su never expected his parents to appear at the residence in Jinsheng Huafu. It was clear that his parents were restless at home, prompting them to come over and clean. Originally, Cheng Su had intended to visit his in-laws with Su Sahan first, if they were pleased with him. He would then arrange a time for his parents to accompany him to formally propose to Su Sahan. Despite the urgency of their marriage, he believed that all proper customs and processes must be adhered to and should not be hastily overlooked. It was most fitting for their parents to meet at that time. This sudden meeting was indeed a bit awkward. Cheng Su, quick on his feet, sensed the growing discomfort and promptly welcomed Su Fengming, Zhao Huiying, and Su Yuding inside. He introduced the two families to each other while Su Sahan assisted with the introductions. After a brief moment, both parties garnered a basic understanding of one another. Following a simple exchange of greetings, Cheng Su ushered everyone into the living room, expertly locating the prepared cups and serving water to each guest. "In-laws, your son is truly intelligent, capable, and talented. Just earlier at my house, he assisted my brother-in-law with some coding, something I don't quite grasp, but my brother-in-law declared him a genius." Zhao Huiying beamed with joy as she praised Cheng Su to Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong. This information had been relayed to her by Su Yuding during their drive. She mentioned that her son-in-law was contemplating involving Cheng Su in his company and had inquired about his current employment. "Oh, it's nothing," Lu Peiyun replied with a smile, though she remained modest. "I had long wished to meet you, and today, I am grateful to finally do so. Thank you for raising such an exceptional child in Sahan, so kind and polite. Meeting her feels like encountering my own daughter. I like her immensely. Now that our two children are together, our families will essentially become one." Lu Peiyun sincerely expressed her sentiments, genuinely wishing for Su Sahan to become her daughter-in-law, promising to treat her as if she were her own. Lu Peiyun had not anticipated meeting her in-laws so soon, but now that it had occurred, she felt compelled to convey her genuine intentions. "Indeed, mother, Cheng Su's parents are incredibly kind to me, doing everything for me, and even leaving their work back home to come and care for me." Su Sahan chimed in, cheerfully linking her arm with Zhao Huiying's. "It's truly a burden lifted from our in-laws." Zhao Huiying contemplated for a moment before continuing. "The responsibility of caring for Sahan cannot solely rest upon you. I shall also partake in looking after her. This way, you can have a bit more ease, and we can converse as relatives." Zhao Huiying firmly believed that the care of her daughter should not be left entirely to her in-laws. It was neither reasonable nor fair. By sharing the responsibility, she would also have a companion to converse with, which was quite agreeable. She found Cheng Su's parents to be affable and approachable, and as their conversation progressed, they felt an increasing camaraderie. "Of course, just don't let it interfere with your business. You can come over whenever you have the time, and I'd be more than happy." Lu Peiyun responded with great enthusiasm. At this moment, she regarded Zhao Huiying as a close friend. Having another person to chat with was certainly welcome. Chapter 49, Home. The phrase in-laws meeting in-laws, how affectionate perfectly encapsulates the current scenario. Although the initial meeting between the two families was somewhat unexpected, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Zhao Huiying and Lu Peiyun had transitioned into a sisterly rapport, no longer addressing each other formally as in-laws, but rather by their first names, which fostered a sense of familiarity. Huiying and Peiyun flowed effortlessly between them, making it seem to an outsider as if they had been dear friends for many years. Female friendships can sometimes blossom rapidly, as was the case here. Surprisingly, Su Fengming also shed his usual stern demeanor, now wearing a genuine smile, particularly after discovering Cheng Dong's knowledge of wines. The two engaged in lively discussions surrounding the topic of wine, reveling in the camaraderie. The scene was one of tranquility and joy. Cheng Su's residence, a spacious 200-square-meter flat, was too expansive to grasp at a single glance. The group continued their conversation while strolling through the home, laughter echoing throughout. Cheng Su lingered at the back, feeling a tinge of helplessness, although this warm and harmonious scene was what he had always yearned for. He couldn't shake the feeling that his home had transformed into a tourist attraction, on display for all to admire. Cheng Su shook his head with a smile. Dismissing the matter as unimportant, the happiness of everyone was what truly mattered. At that moment, a few individuals who had just finished touring the master bedroom approached the door to the adjacent bedroom, only to discover it was firmly locked. Why was this door secured? Zhao Huiying twisted the doorknob several times, her face a picture of confusion as she confirmed it was indeed locked. Given that this was a new house and both Cheng Su and his daughter had yet to move in, it seemed peculiar for a pristine, fully furnished home to have a locked room. What could possibly necessitate such a precaution? Jincheng Huafu is an upscale community, renowned for its meticulous standards regarding fully renovated homes. Thus, there should be no hidden issues or anything that requires concealment. Therefore, the locked door in this new house was undeniably perplexing. Zhao Huiying cast a questioning glance at her mother-in-law, Lu Peiyun, who simply pressed her lips together, indicating her own lack of knowledge. Suddenly, Lu Peiyun recalled something and turned to Cheng Su, saying, "Son, this bedroom must be finished, right? Why not open it now, so we can all take a look?" Ever since learning that their son had purchased a home in the bustling metropolis, both Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong had urged Cheng Su to show them the property. However, Cheng Su had always been mysteriously evasive about this particular bedroom, insisting it was still under renovation. This left the elderly couple puzzled. Wasn't this a fully furnished home? Did it really require additional work on a single bedroom? Furthermore, Cheng Su often seemed to be preoccupied with something in that room, which had piqued Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong's curiosity for quite some time. Just a couple of days ago, they had heard from their son that the bedroom was finally ready, and they were hoping to come over to tidy up before the move. To their surprise, they encountered their in-laws visiting the house. With the entire family gathered, it seemed the perfect opportunity to satisfy their curiosity. Cheng Su's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. He had initially intended to reveal the surprise to Su Sahan in a more intimate setting. However, seeing the collective intrigue in everyone's expressions, he ultimately relented, nodding in agreement and retrieving the key to unlock the door. As it swung open, they were greeted by a delightful nursery adorned in shades of white, sea blue, and soft pink. The room was carpeted with a plush blue and pink rug, while whimsical wallpaper brought the walls to life. 3 wooden cribs were placed against the wall, each draped with delicate canopies. In the center of the room, vibrant, shimmering baby toys hung suspended, and one corner had been transformed into a dreamy castle, overflowing with plush toys and other infantile delights, creating a playful nook. The warm-toned lighting and various fairy tale character motifs added to the enchanting ambience of the room, exuding a gentle and heartwarming atmosphere. Everyone stood at the threshold, momentarily speechless, captivated by the scene before them. Su Yuding stepped closer to Cheng Su, giving his shoulder an understanding pat and smiling, "Brother-in-law, this is splendid. You've truly thought of everything. Even the nursery is ready before the baby has arrived. Who would have guessed you had such a romantic side?" She then cast a knowing glance at the astonished Su Sihan. As a fellow woman, Su Yuding felt her heart flutter at the sight of the whimsical nursery, and she could only imagine how much more it would resonate with the expectant mother. What expecting mother wouldn't long for a nursery in her home? The room resonated with the anticipation and joy parents feel as they await their child's arrival. Zhao Huiying exchanged a glance with her husband, Su Fengming, their eyes brimming with contentment and delight. With the nursery already prepared, it was evident that their son was resolutely committed to marrying their daughter. Lu Peiyun, equally astonished, realized that her son had been tirelessly working to create this nursery as a surprise for his wife. "Ahem, Huiying, let me show you the balcony. It's spacious and offers a view of Donghu," Lu Peiyun suggested, glancing at her son and Su Sahan, wishing to give them some privacy. "All right, let us go." Zhao Huiying immediately understood, signaling to her husband, Su Fengming. Thus, the group gradually departed the room, leaving only Cheng Su and Su Sahan behind. Su Sahan, her eyes glistening, glanced at Cheng Su before lowering her gaze, murmuring, "Who told you to prepare the nursery?" Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of grievance, resembling a self-reflection rather than an accusation. Even in her quiet tone, Cheng Su caught her words. He wrapped his arm around her waist, gently stroking her hair, and asked, "Do you not like it?" Su Sahan bit her lip, shaking her head without a word. How could she possibly dislike it? She was utterly enamored. She simply hadn't anticipated Cheng Su would go to such lengths. It was clear to her how eagerly he awaited the arrival of their child. Cheng Su gently lifted Su Sahan's chin. At that moment, her fair cheeks glistened with crystalline tears, adding a touch of poignancy to her delicate beauty. Cheng Su tenderly brushed away her tears, placing a kiss on her forehead, and enveloped her in his embrace, softly declaring, "This will be our home. A place for our child, a home for our family of 5. MHM. Su Sahan buried her face in Cheng Su's chest, nodding resolutely. Chapter 50, A Boy or a Girl. Cheng Su led Su Sahan into the nursery, and they settled on the carpeted floor. Su Sahan nestled in his arms as he held her from behind. The room was so well carpeted that even sitting on the floor felt cozy and warm. Su Sahan's eyes roamed over every detail. The cartoon figures, the white clouds adorning the walls, the vibrant dolphin paintings, and the 3 wooden cribs, each with hanging baby toys that softly clinked together, almost as if enticing an infant to play. Su Sahan's heart raced with excitement, and she envisioned 3 little babies lying in the cribs, smiling at her. At that moment, the nursery was filled with her hopes and dreams for the future. "What are you thinking about?" Cheng Su asked, playfully rubbing her small hands, from her wrists to her fingertips, his touch gentle and voice soft. "Do you think our child will call you daddy first, or me mommy?" Su Sahan gazed at the cribs, clearly lost in her daydreams of their child's adorable first words. "Of course, mommy," Cheng Su replied with certainty. Su Sahan appeared momentarily taken aback. She had expected him to self-indulgently assert that the baby would definitely call him daddy first. After all, mommy has carried the baby for 10 months and brought them into the world. They will certainly call her first. She argued, "But if they want to call you daddy first, I won't stop them. After all, their father is quite handsome." Cheng Su raised an eyebrow, grinning with delight. Su Sahan had initially been touched by his previous words, but she couldn't help but roll her eyes at his self-adoration. "Narcissistic. Hopelessly so," she retorted, pouting in playful exasperation. Cheng Su let out a hearty laugh, gently caressing Su Sahan's belly. At 7 weeks pregnant, her abdomen remained flat and unassuming. Yet the mere thought of the 3 little cherubs nestled within filled her with immense joy. He mused that it mattered little what they would be named. As long as the babies grew up healthy and strong, that was all that truly mattered. Cheng Su rested his head against Su Sahan's shoulder, raising a hand to point at the specially crafted petite wardrobe beside them, exclaiming, "I haven't purchased any clothes for our 3 little darlings yet. Let's go pick some out together soon." "Absolutely. Let us buy clothes for both boys and girls," Su Sahan replied, her face alight with barely contained excitement. Suddenly, she turned to face Cheng Su, their eyes locking, and asked, "Do you think they might all be girls or all boys? If that's the case, wouldn't it be wasteful if we bought the wrong clothes?" Her expression was earnest as she pondered whether to buy outfits for boys, girls, or both. Cheng Su couldn't help but chuckle at her conflicted demeanor. With a playful affection, he pinched her soft cheek and asked, "So, do you hope for a boy or a girl?" Su Sahan, caught off guard by the question, blinked for a moment before smiling and replying, "What do you think?" She gazed at Cheng Su with a serious yet hopeful expression, as if seeking a revelation in his countenance. Cheng Su, well aware of Su Sahan's playful intentions, feigned contemplation, dramatically wrestling with the dilemma before finally saying, "I haven't given it much thought, but I believe I would cherish either a boy or a girl equally." Her face lit up with satisfaction as she responded, "I hope we have both a boy and a girl. That would be perfect. Then let us buy clothes for both." Cheng Su laughed. He truly didn't mind either way, for they would all be his and Su Sahan's children, and he would love them just the same. Dinner was a cozy affair at the Jinshan Huafu residence, where they prepared their meal together. Initially, Cheng Su had considered hosting a lavish banquet outside, but given Su Sahan's current struggles with morning sickness, he opted for a home-cooked meal. The modest rental in Binhai community was too small to accommodate their entire family. Moreover, the Jinshan Huafu was well furnished, equipped with all necessary amenities, all pristine and new. Thus, it was unanimously decided that they would dine at the Jinshan Huafu. The ingredients for their meal were collectively procured from the supermarket. Liu Peiyun and Zhao Huiying took charge of the cooking, and in the spacious kitchen, they effortlessly prepared the dishes while engaging in lively conversation, enjoying each other's company. Observing the enthusiastic duo, Su Sahan curiously turned to Su Yuding and asked, "Sister, why do you think they have so much to talk about? They seem like long-lost sisters." Without glancing her way, Su Yuding remained focused on her TV show, munching on sunflower seeds. "If you're looking for a conversation about extravagance, you've come to the wrong person. Don't interrupt my show," she retorted. Displeased, Su Sahan pouted but seized the opportunity to snatch the last remaining sunflower seeds from Su Yuding's hand, grinning mischievously. Su Yuding, exasperated, retrieved another handful of seeds and grumbled, "You're pregnant now, so I want to hold it against you." Su Sahan giggled, filled with joy. She had initially worried that their 200 square meters home might feel too vast once the baby arrived, but now, it felt just right with the family gathered together. As they sat around the table for dinner, laughter and chatter filled the air, dispelling any hint of awkwardness that might accompany a first meeting between in-laws. The meal was light and refreshing, and thankfully, Su Sahan did not experience any morning sickness that evening. After dinner, everyone descended the stairs to bid farewell to Su Fengming, Zhao Huiying, and Su Yuding. Zhao Huiying's smile had not faltered, indicating her contentment. She was quite pleased with her son-in-law. finding a comfortable rapport with Cheng Su's parents as well. Before leaving, Zhao Huiying pulled Su Sahan aside for a private conversation. She patted her daughter's hand gently, saying, "Dear, seeing how well Xiao Su treats you and how his parents care for you gives me peace of mind as a mother." Just moments ago, Zhao Huiying's face had been radiant with joy, but now her eyes glistened with emotion as she held her daughter's hand tightly. From her pocket, she retrieved a red household registration book, glancing at it deeply as if making a resolute decision, before placing it in Su Sahan's hands. "Dear, as long as you've decided, your parents will support you. You want to get your marriage certificate with Cheng Su, don't you? Here is the household registration book. You two should go and obtain the certificate on Monday." Zhao Huiying emphasized her words, tightening her grip on Su Sahan's hand. "Thank you, Mom." Su Sahan glanced at the red household registration book, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. "Sweet child, once you and Cheng Su get your certificate, you'll have your own family. But don't forget, you still have another home, with your father and me, and your sister." Zhao Huiying spoke earnestly, hoping her daughter would remember that she had a family who would always support her, even after marriage. Su Sahan understood her mother's sentiments all too well and nodded solemnly. Zhao Huiying, her eyes misty, shared a final, tender gaze with her daughter, reassuringly patting her hand before turning to get into the car. Chapter 51. Are you afraid of marriage? After sending off Su Sahan's parents and sister, Cheng Su and the others drove back to the Binhai community. Their new home had been thoroughly cleaned and disinfected, and they planned to move in the next day. Thus, this would be their final night in the Binhai community. Upon returning home, they hastily washed up and settled into bed. Moving was exhausting work, and they needed to rest well for the packing ahead. Cheng Su resumed his ritual of playing soft prenatal music, gently wrapping his arms around Su Sahan's waist, leaning closer to listen for the baby's movements through her belly. Ding! The system rewarded the host with 1,000 yuan for 1 minute of prenatal education for the baby. The sum had been legally transferred to the host's bank account. Though the system was in silent mode, notification prompts continued to pop up. Cheng Su's phone chimed with bank transaction alerts. Engaging in prenatal education while receiving money and listening to the baby's movements brought him immense delight, a smile perpetually gracing his face. However, this time, Cheng Su did not linger on Su Sahan for too long. After listening attentively for about 10 minutes, he pulled her back into his embrace, gently taking the book she had been reading from her hands. "You must be tired after today. It's time to sleep. You can read tomorrow." Su Sahan obediently nodded, her eyes darting around before she unexpectedly hopped out of bed, rummaging through her bag. Cheng Su, puzzled, watched her with an affectionate smile as she appeared adorably mysterious. With a joyful grin, Su Sahan waved a red booklet in front of him and declared, "Look, the household registration book. My mom wants us to get our marriage certificate on Monday." After revealing the news, she once again leapt into Cheng Su's arms, her face radiating happiness. Upon receiving their marriage certificate, she would become Cheng Su's rightful wife. Subsequently, they would amend their household registration information, and thus, Cheng Su and she would possess their own household register. Furthermore, once their 3 little bundles of joy arrive, their household register would reflect their blissful family of 5. Merely contemplating this filled Su Sahan with excitement and anticipation. Today was Saturday, yet the Civil Affairs Bureau would not reopen until Monday, rendering the wait excruciatingly long for her. It was not only Su Sahan who felt this way. Cheng Su, too, found the day interminable, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to obtain their marriage certificate and solidify their union. Cheng Su affectionately ruffled Su Sahan's hair and retrieved a crimson booklet from a nearby cabinet, stating, "This is our household register, given to me by my parents on their very first day here. We shall visit the Civil Affairs Bureau early Monday morning." Cheng Su spoke with utmost seriousness, his mind brimming with dreams of their shared future. His parents had expressed their desire for the couple to marry at the earliest opportunity, which was why they had entrusted him with the household register upon their arrival. However, they had yet to meet Su Sahan's parents and were unaware of their sentiments. Now, it appeared that not only had Cheng Su's parents accepted him, but they also wished for the couple to obtain their marriage certificate promptly. Cheng Su contemplated that once they secured their marriage certificate, they could hold a splendid wedding, and then eagerly await the arrival of their 3 adorable children. Su Sahan wholeheartedly agreed, nodding earnestly in affirmation. Cheng Su carefully placed their household register atop the bedside cabinet. Suddenly, he paused, his hand resting on the cabinet, as an unsettling thought crossed his mind. "What's wrong? What is amiss?" Su Sahan inquired, her large eyes blinking in confusion. Surely, the Civil Affairs Bureau would be open on Monday. What could possibly be wrong? Assuming Cheng Su was referring to the Bureau's hours, she even checked online, confirming that it operated from Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Could it be? Su Sahan pondered, crossing her arms in suspicion. "You aren't having cold feet about marriage, are you?" At that moment, Countless potential responses from Cheng Su raced through her mind, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious yet inexplicably irked. Cheng Su, recognizing that his wife had misconstrued his thoughts, could not help but chuckle at her adorably pouting expression. He gently tapped her forehead and laughed. What whimsical thoughts occupy your mind? With such a charming and beautiful wife like you, why would I fear marriage? Though Cheng Su's touch was light, Su Sahan still puffed out her cheeks, covering her forehead and gazing at him with a look of reproach. All right, I was wrong, husband. Apologies. Come here for a kiss. Cheng Su cradled Su Sahan's face and planted a fervent kiss on her forehead. Only then did Su Sahan's smile re-emerge, radiating with delight. After all, with such a stunning spouse, Cheng Su had no reason to fear marriage. Perhaps after spending so much time with Cheng Su, Su Sahan had unknowingly become a bit self-absorbed. Cheng Su indulged in the delicate bridge of her nose, thinking, one must cherish their own wife. However, he soon adopted a serious demeanor and gazed intently at Su Sahan. Proposing, what if we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau on Tuesday instead? Tuesday? Why? Su Sahan interjected immediately upon hearing his words. Just as she had reveled in her moment of self-admiration, she now felt a twinge of grievance. She had longed to marry the person she cherished most and become a family. Was she the only one who felt this way? Did Cheng Su have something more pressing to attend to on Monday than their marriage? Observing the hurt expression on Su Sahan's face, Cheng Su realized she was once again overthinking. Su Sahan was not typically an overly sentimental person, but perhaps her pregnancy had caused her emotions to become somewhat unstable. Cheng Su chuckled softly, drawing her into his embrace, offering her the comfort she needed, and said, please allow me to finish my thought. On Monday, I wish to take my parents to your home to formally propose. While I, too, desire for us to marry as soon as possible, it is imperative that all customary rites be observed. Tomorrow morning, I will discuss this with my parents. If they were to go tomorrow, it would be too hasty, and there would be insufficient time to prepare, thus we can only propose on Monday. Then, we shall go to obtain our marriage certificate early Tuesday morning, all right? Cheng Su had initially planned for them to acquire their marriage certificate on Monday, but he sensed that something essential was missing. It was only a moment ago that he recalled, although their parents had met today, his own parents had yet to formally propose to Su Sahan's family. Such a proposal was a critical step, an expression of their family's regard for Su Sahan and a matter of courtesy and respect towards her family. This step could not be bypassed merely to secure a marriage certificate. That would be irresponsible towards Su Sahan and disrespectful to her family. Cheng Su understood that since he had resolved to spend his life with Su Sahan, all necessary customs and respect must be afforded. Chapter 52. The Essentials of Life Proposal. Su Sahan uttered, momentarily stunned by the weight of the words. She gazed earnestly at Cheng Su, her heart racing faster than it ever had before. In that moment, she felt as if she were rediscovering Cheng Su. The emotion she felt surpassed even that of witnessing the nursery he had meticulously prepared for their future children. It is vital that all customs associated with marrying you are observed, echoed in her mind, warming her heart. With a gentle smile, Su Sahan gazed at Cheng Su, tracing the contours of his face with her eyes, wishing to engrave his likeness in her memory. She whispered to herself, this man, who thinks of me in every way, is my husband and the father of our 3 little ones. With a firm nod, she embraced Cheng Su's neck, and after planting a kiss on his cheek, she cheerfully declared, husband, you treat me so well, I will follow your lead in everything. At that moment, Su Sahan profoundly understood that Cheng Su's desire to marry her was not merely due to their unborn children or external pressures from their families. It stemmed from his genuine love for her. The notion of a proposal was one she had not anticipated, yet Cheng Su deemed it essential. If he was to marry her, every step of the process must be honored, not treated as a casual affair. That night, as Su Sahan nestled in Cheng Su's arms, she drifted into a beautiful dream. In her dream, she and Cheng Su entered the sacred halls of matrimony and welcomed 3 adorable babies. Their family joyfully engaged in playful antics within their home in Jinshanhuafu. Su Sahan had always felt that a simple, happy life with the person she loved most was all she truly needed. The following day, Cheng Su rose early. Seeing Su Sahan still lost in slumber, her lips curled in a gentle smile, he couldn't resist planting a soft kiss upon her. Tucking the blanket carefully around her, he tiptoed out of bed. By this time, Liu Peiyun and Cheng Dong had also awakened, as the impending move prompted them all to rise early. They busily tidied their belongings, whispering amongst themselves to avoid waking Su Sahan. Dear parents, Su Sahan's family has already provided her with the household registration book, Cheng Su whispered, casting a glance at the bedroom door to ensure his voice was sufficiently subdued so as not to disturb Su Sahan's slumber. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, he need not have been so cautious. Su Sahan had been increasingly drowsy of late, unlikely to awaken easily. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she was carrying triplets, which made her sleepiness more pronounced than that of the average expectant mother. That sounds wonderful. You both should proceed to obtain the marriage certificate and then prepare for the wedding. Lu Peiyun responded with delight, immediately launching into a discussion about the wedding arrangements, including the guest list, which she seemed to have meticulously planned. Monday for the certificate? We must choose an auspicious date for the wedding. Even Cheng Dong began perusing the calendar, selecting dates. Monday? Lu Peiyun pondered for a moment before recalling something and turned to Cheng Su in a consultative tone. Son, have you proposed yet? Perhaps you should delay obtaining the certificate by a day? Lu Peiyun understood her son well. She could see how deeply he loved Su Sahan and knew he wished to secure the marriage certificate as soon as possible. However, it felt somewhat inappropriate to proceed without a formal proposal or the customary betrothal gifts. They were unconcerned about others' opinions, but it would not bode well if Su Sahan's family felt overlooked. Moreover, these were traditions that ought to be respected. Neglecting them might lead to misunderstandings regarding their daughter-in-law's feelings. She could not bear the thought of her daughter-in-law feeling slighted. Cheng Su smiled, remarking that it was precisely this familial understanding that allowed them to think alike. Mother, I share your sentiments. Thus, I kindly ask you to prepare today. I will take a leave of absence tomorrow to accompany you to propose to Sahan's family, and the day after, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our certificate. I have discussed this with Sahan, and she is in agreement. Cheng Su and Su Sahan had always consulted one another on important matters, fostering a profound mutual trust. Lu Peiyun nodded in approval of her son's plans, acknowledging that he had considered every aspect more thoroughly than they had. As for the betrothal gifts, your father and I have already prepared them. We need to gather some additional gifts for your future in-laws. Therefore, tomorrow morning, your father and I will assist you in moving, and in the afternoon, we shall visit the market to select suitable gifts. Lu Peiyun contemplated the schedule, and Cheng Dong readily nodded in agreement. Since Su Sahan's parents had entrusted her with the household registration book, it indicated their acceptance of Cheng Su, as well as their satisfaction with his family. The young couple was eager to obtain their marriage certificate, hence the proposal must be expedited. The proposal arrangements were thus finalized. Lu Peiyun proceeded to prepare breakfast, while Cheng Su and Cheng Dong continued packing. When Su Sahan awoke, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Cheng Su, concerned that she might feel awkward eating breakfast alone, accompanied her until she finished. He then resumed his packing efforts. Su Sahan wished to assist, but Cheng Su gently deterred her several times, ultimately conceding to her insistence and allowing her to help with lighter items. There was not much to pack for the move, as many items at Jinshanhuafu were new, requiring little preparation. By noon, everything was neatly organized. Cheng Su called the moving company and then drove several people to Jinshanhuafu. On the way, both Cheng Su and Su Sahan felt as if they were embarking on a new chapter of their lives. To be honest, Su Sahan found the entire experience somewhat surreal. They had been together since their freshman year in college, initially dismissed by others, and now they appeared as a couple envied by many. They had their own home, were expecting children, and were on the verge of obtaining their marriage certificate. This sensation was indeed extraordinary. They had witnessed countless couples navigating their university years together, only to part ways upon graduation, often embroiled in petty quarrels even when together. Many seemed to have longer-lasting relationships than theirs. Yet, who would have imagined that the couple who would go the distance would be her and Cheng Su? They were like two halves of a whole, inherently understanding each other, with complementary personalities and similar thoughts. As a result, they seldom engaged in significant arguments. Occasionally, they might have minor disagreements, but these were effortlessly resolved, ultimately strengthening their bond. To them, such moments were not conflicts, but rather added a touch of charm to their relationship. If college romance was akin to a fleeting dream, then post-graduation love was the reality of daily life. The transition between the two was navigated seamlessly by both Cheng Su and Su Sahan, who leaned on one another, never shying away from the challenges. They might have wished to exclaim, "Daily life? Huh, in front of us, it is but a triviality." Chapter 53. The proposal was set for Monday, and Su Sahan had already informed her parents of the arrangements, notifying them that Cheng Su's family would be visiting to propose. Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying were somewhat taken aback, but felt immensely gratified. Upon learning that it was Cheng Su who had initiated this decision, their admiration for him grew even greater. While such customs were essential, the urgency of Cheng Su and Su Sahan's marriage could not be overstated. The couple had initially contemplated securing the marriage certificate first, with other matters to be addressed later. In this context, it was commendable that Cheng Su wished to provide Su Sahan with a complete wedding experience. Meanwhile, Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun had just finished tidying up their residence at Jinshanhuafu when the couple set out. Cheng Su and Su Sahan remained at home, attending to the remaining details and cleaning. They had previously briefed Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun about the local wedding customs. so they were aware of the gifts that needed to be prepared. In addition to the gifts, Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun had also procured new outfits for themselves. Such an important occasion warranted special attention. On the other side, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying were not idle, ensuring that their own gifts were equally well prepared. On Monday, Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun arose early, and to everyone's surprise, Su Sahan also woke up unusually early. Although it was Cheng Su and his parents who were going to her home to propose, her presence was essential. Once they were ready, they all headed to Su Sahan's family home together. Upon opening the door, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying greeted them warmly. Today, Su Yuding was at her workplace and was not present at the family home, leaving just Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying. Since the two families had met previously, there was no awkwardness. Instead, the atmosphere became lively. It was evident that Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying had tidied their home, making it appear cleaner and more organized. They were both dressed in formal attire. Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun followed suit. Even Cheng Dong, who typically eschewed suits, was now looking sharp in one, exuding a vibrant demeanor. Clearly, both families regarded this meeting with utmost seriousness. Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying welcomed everyone to sit, while Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun politely presented the gifts they had prepared. Huiying, as for the wedding customs on your side, I must admit that neither I nor old Cheng are particularly familiar with them, but based on what Xiao Su and Han Heng have shared, we have prepared a few gifts as tokens of our sincerity, Lu Peiyun said with a warm smile. Oh dear, you needn't have brought gifts. There's no need for such formality. Zhao Huiying exchanged pleasantries, smiling as she accepted the gifts. It would have been overly pretentious to refuse. Yet maintaining the proper decorum was essential. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the offerings were far from modest. In accordance with their marriage customs, everything was prepared meticulously. The 8 essentials, cigarettes, liquor, tea, sugar, pastries, noodles, fish, and meat, were all present without exception. Furthermore, there were sweet confections symbolizing bliss, a round cake representing completeness, and gift boxes of apples embodying peace, all provided in double portions. This thoroughness in preparation reflected a level of seriousness and regard for the union that far exceeded Zhao Huiying's expectations. Witnessing the future in-law's attentiveness towards her daughter filled her heart with indescribable joy. Her smile broadened as she set the gifts aside and took Lu Peiyun's hand, saying, "You've prepared far too much. There's no need for such courtesy, as we are soon to be one family. Nonetheless, the necessary formalities must not be overlooked. And we sincerely wish for Han Heng and my son to enjoy eternal harmony," Lu Peiyun replied, fully aware of the significance these customs held. While it may not seem substantial to the groom's side, it was a pivotal moment for the bride's family, revealing the groom's attitude towards their daughter. It was also the moment when the bride's family determined whether to allow their daughter to join the groom's family. After all, one side marries, while the other side gives their daughter away. Su Sahan would be joining the Cheng family, returning to her own family only in the context of visiting her parents. Lu Peiyun thought that if she had a daughter, she too would hope for the groom's family to express their commitment and regard for her child. Thus, empathy dictated that the necessary gestures must be made and attitudes must be conveyed. Zhao Huiying nodded in agreement, feeling reassured that her daughter would have such wonderful in-laws. The two families settled onto the sofa, engaged in animated discussions about the wedding arrangements for Cheng Su and Su Sahan. Meanwhile, Cheng Su and Su Sahan sat quietly nearby, listening to the elders' conversation, embodying the respect and decorum expected of them, and refraining from interjecting. Thus, they exchanged fleeting glances, effortlessly understanding each other's sentiments. Truly a meeting of minds. When the moment was right, Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun presented a pre-prepared bank card containing the bride price. Dear in-laws, Han Heng is truly a well-educated, understanding, and dutiful child. It is my son's fortune to marry your daughter. We have prepared a token of our esteem. Please accept it, and may the newlyweds find happiness and smooth sailing ahead. As Lu Peiyun handed over the bride price, Cheng Dong echoed her sentiments. The amount had been determined in advance by Cheng Su, taking into account the customs of Su Sahan's family, ensuring there would be no conflict over this matter. Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying exchanged glances, and Zhao Huiying, beaming, accepted the bank card with a smile, saying, "From this day forth, we are one family. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, this money is intended for the children, and I shall hold on to it for them temporarily." With a gentle sigh, Zhao Huiying added, "As we approach their wedding, we are filled with joy, yet also a sense of reluctance. We hope you will take good care of our daughter and that they will continue to walk the path of happiness together." With the bride price accepted, the couple's marriage was set in stone. Despite any lingering reluctance in Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying's hearts, it culminated in these few words. Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun nodded solemnly, assuring, "Do not worry, we will treat Han Heng as if she were our own daughter." After all, Su Sahan was their cherished daughter, and they would undoubtedly care for her as their own. Seeing the in-laws' unwavering commitment, Su Fengming and Zhao Huiying felt a weight lift from their hearts. At this moment, the proposal process had smoothly completed its first half. The remaining task was for the two families to select an auspicious date for Cheng Su and Su Sahan's wedding. Chapter 54. The marriage certificate is secured. There were many matters to discuss regarding the couple's wedding, including the venue for the banquet and the guest list, which could not all be finalized at once. Many details would still depend on the opinions and wishes of Cheng Su and Su Sahan themselves. As young people have their own ideas, and as parents, they must respect their wishes. Ultimately, both families agreed to first take Cheng Su and Su Sahan's birth dates to select a favorable day for the wedding ceremony. Cheng Su took 2 days off work, and upon learning that the couple was going to obtain their marriage certificate, his supervisor was accommodating and did not press for further explanations. On the day of the certificate acquisition, Cheng Su and Su Sahan arose at 6 in the morning, their hearts brimming with excitement and joy. So much so that they promptly got out of bed when the alarm rang. They each took time to prepare themselves meticulously. Eager to obtain their marriage certificate and pressed for time, they decided against visiting a photo studio beforehand and opted to take photos at the Civil Affairs Bureau instead. Lu Peiyun prepared breakfast that morning. Observing the couple's excited expressions brought her immense happiness. After they obtained their certificate, Su Sahan would officially be her daughter-in-law, granting her the joy of having another daughter. Lu Peiyun's smile stretched from ear to ear as Cheng Su and Su Sahan prepared to leave after breakfast. Lu Peiyun reminded them, "Son, drive carefully. Han Hang is expecting." She worried that her son might be too eager to reach the Civil Affairs Bureau and lose his composure in his excitement. After all, Su Sahan was carrying their 3 little grandchildren, and safety must come first. "Mom, I know," Cheng Su replied as he changed his shoes. He was confident in his driving skills and always drove cautiously when Su Sahan was with him. This was something he understood without needing to be reminded by Lu Peiyun. The Civil Affairs Bureau opened at 8:30, and they arrived at the entrance at exactly 8:20. By then, the area was already bustling with a crowd of people. Young individuals appearing to be around 25, middle-aged folks in their 30s and 40s, and even elderly individuals with graying hair filled the area, an assortment of individuals. However, it was predominantly young and middle-aged people who occupied the space. Seeing the throng, Cheng Su and Su Sahan were taken aback. Is today a particularly auspicious day? Why are there so many people getting married? Su Sahan questioned, puzzled. Cheng Su shrugged, admitting he wasn't sure either, glancing at the date, which seemed unremarkable. Perhaps there are just as many people on regular days, he mused, indifferent to others. His heart was entirely consumed by the excitement of soon obtaining a marriage certificate with Su Sahan. However, with so many people, he wondered how long they would have to wait in line. Su Sahan was equally exhilarated, yearning to swiftly become a legally wedded couple with Cheng Su. Yet, as she surveyed the throng of people before her, the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau was nowhere in sight. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Surely, they would have to endure a wait of at least 2 or 3 hours. However, in the next moment, Su Sahan's smile re-emerged. For what were 2 or 3 hours in the grand tapestry of their lives? Nothing could impede their union. Concerned for her safety amidst the crowd, Cheng Su insisted that she remain in the car until the doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau swung open and the multitude surged inside, leaving the outside considerably more spacious. Only then did he allow Su Sahan to alight from the vehicle. Although Cheng Su harbored the same desire to obtain their marriage certificate promptly, her safety took precedence above all. After all, their commitment to one another was unwavering, and the duration of their wait was inconsequential. Upon entering the hall, they were met with a scene of utter congestion. To their astonishment, the individuals they had glimpsed at the entrance were not there to register their marriages, but rather to dissolve them. The divorce registration area was besieged, and even the adjacent marriage registration area was obscured by the throngs. Chaos reigned, with some couples already engaged in heated disputes. Su Sahan's eyes widened in shock, clearly unsettled by the scene. Cheng Su recalled an article he had encountered online, which addressed the alarming rise in divorce rates, accompanied by a video depicting the crowded Civil Affairs Hall. One commenter had stated, after witnessing the scene of their divorces, "I no longer wish to marry." A pang of unease struck Cheng Su as he shielded Su Sahan's view, grasped her hand tightly, and gazed sincerely into her eyes, softly saying, "Wife, let us go and obtain our marriage certificate." Su Sahan met his gaze with unwavering resolve, nodding affirmatively. In truth, she had merely been momentarily intimidated by the negative atmosphere surrounding the divorcing couples and had not harbored any thoughts of fear regarding marriage or reconsidering her commitment to Cheng Su. Deep down, she remained steadfast. He was the one she had chosen. The tumultuous scene in the hall subsided quickly as the staff organized the crowd into lines. The divorce registration area formed a lengthy queue, while the marriage registration area remained devoid of patrons. Cheng Su firmly held Su Sahan's hand as they approached the marriage registration desk, where a middle-aged woman was present, seemingly relieved by the sudden influx of visitors. Given the recent lack of marriage registrations, upon their arrival, she greeted them with an enthusiastic smile and inquired, "Are you here to obtain your marriage certificate?" Clearly delighted, she noted the scarcity of couples seeking marriage in recent days, with the majority seeking divorce, which had left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Witnessing a couple embarking on the journey of marriage brought her joy. Cheng Su and Su Sahan nodded in unison, their determination palpable. The staff member's smile widened further. "Marriage is wonderful. Congratulations to you both. Please hand me your household registration book." The couple produced their documents and presented them to her. Since they had not prepared photographs, they took pictures at the on-site photo booth. Previously, a fee of 9 yuan was required for the marriage certificate, but now, the process was free of charge and relatively straightforward. Before long, their marriage certificate was ready. The staff member beamed with joy as she handed it to them, exclaiming, "Here you go. Your marriage certificate is complete." Cheng Su clutched the vibrant red document, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursing through him, causing his hands to tremble. "Darling, our marriage certificate," Su Sahan exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she examined the certificate from every angle, holding it up as if admiring a precious artifact. "Wife." Cheng Su's gaze was fervent as he admired Su Sahan's perfect profile, calling out to her. She responded, turning back to him. In the next instant, his lips enveloped hers in a tender kiss, a visible blush blossoming on her cheeks. Nearby, the staff member couldn't help but smile like a proud aunt. While the divorce registration area continued to host a lengthy queue, steeped in a somber atmosphere, with many faces darkened and sporadic arguments erupting. The contrast to the warm scene at the marriage registration desk was stark. Chapter 55. Is there a story in obtaining a certificate? The staff member seemed to be affected by the warmth between Cheng Su and Su Sahan, her face glowing with happiness. She glanced at the couples next to them, who were in the process of divorcing, and shook her head. Turning back to Cheng Su and Su Sahan, she smiled. "You two appear quite affectionate. I wish you a lifetime of happiness. What you hold is more than just a red book. You must cherish each other." Her heartfelt blessing stemmed from her sorrow at witnessing so many once-loving couples return to the Civil Affairs Bureau as if they were adversaries. Having experienced love herself, she could see in their eyes that they were genuinely devoted to one another. The eyes never lie. Grateful for the kind wishes, Cheng Su and Su Sahan expressed their thanks, though Su Sahan's cheeks remained flushed from the unexpected kiss, causing her to stumble over her words. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the system echoed in Cheng Su's mind. "Congratulations, host, for receiving your marriage certificate. You have been awarded 10 million Do coins." This currency could only be used for consumption on the Douyin platform, was a virtual currency, and could not be withdrawn. It had already been credited to the host's Douyin account. Once the host spends 10 million Do coins, the system will return a multiple of that amount to the host, with a return multiplier of 1 to 10, randomly selected. Cheng Su paused for a moment, taken aback. 10 million Do coins? As a frequent user of Douyin, he understood the currency's purpose and conversion rate. 1 Do coin equated to 0.1 yuan, meaning 10 million Do coins translated to a staggering 1 million yuan. Astonished, Cheng Su marveled at the system's generosity in depositing 1 million into his account. Moreover, the prospect of receiving a return based on a random multiplier was enticing. No matter the outcome, whether he drew the lowest multiplier of 1 or the highest of 10, he would be profiting immensely. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would still receive 1 million yuan. If luck favored him and he hit the 10, that would be a whopping 10 million. Presently, after deducting the expenses for the nursery's decoration, he had already accumulated 430,000 yuan in his account. Adding this potential windfall would certainly cover the expenses for his child's milk formula. Regardless of the outcome, it was a guaranteed stroke of good fortune for Cheng Su. Maintaining a calm demeanor regarding such matters, he still hoped for the highest multiplier. However, given the random nature of it, he understood that the probabilities were equal and could not be forced. The thought of potentially receiving either 1 million or 10 million yuan filled him with joy. As they exited the Civil Affairs Hall with their marriage certificate in hand, Su Sahan's blush remained intact. Cheng Su drew her close, gazing at his lovely wife in his embrace, unable to resist planting another kiss on her rosy cheek. Su Sahan forcefully pushed Cheng Su away, covering her flushed and heated cheeks, glancing around like a startled fawn. Noticing the curious gazes directed at them, her face reddened even further, and she pouted in discontent, murmuring, "We're in public, and with so many people watching. Can't you tone it down a bit?" At that moment, she felt exceedingly bashful. Being kissed in front of so many onlookers was quite embarrassing. Moreover, they had just been in the bustling hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, where the crowd had been even larger. The memory of the staff members watching them with knowing smiles only intensified her shyness. causing her cheeks to flush anew. Cheng Su was determined not to miss any of his wife's subtle expressions or gestures, finding them all adorably charming, which only amplified his joy. Leaning closer to Su Sahan, he said, "You are my wife now. What is there to be afraid of? From now on, it's forbidden to do this in public." Covering her red face, Su Sahan indignantly retorted, "I'm not looking at those curious onlookers anymore." She turned and hurried toward the parking lot, eager to escape the attention. "Hey, slow down, dear. Be careful not to trip," Cheng Su exclaimed, noticing her brisk pace and fearing she might stumble if she wasn't careful. He quickly moved to slow her down. "How could I possibly trip on flat ground?" Su Sahan replied, rolling her eyes with a smile. She was quite capable of taking care of herself, after all. She wasn't so clumsy as to fall on a level surface. Cheng Su was overly cautious at times, and she sometimes felt like a complete fool in his presence. Despite being an exceptional student and a highly capable professional, yet, being doted on by the one she cherished made it hard not to feel a bit foolish. As she looked at their fingers intertwined, inseparable, warmth blossomed in her heart. Suddenly, she teased, "I see you just want to hold my hand. Pretending to be concerned about me tripping. I just want to be close to my wife. Besides, didn't you hear? It said that newlyweds who leave the Civil Affairs Bureau holding hands will be blessed to stay together for eternity. And kissing there will ensure our happiness forever." Cheng Su replied, raising an eyebrow, speaking earnestly despite the absurdity of his claims. Su Sahan, puzzled, thought for a moment before asking, "I've never heard of such a saying about getting a marriage certificate." Cheng Su nodded gravely, continuing, "Your husband is quite knowledgeable. I did some research before coming here. It's a pity you don't care about these things and scold me to tone it down." He held her hand with a hint of grievance, shaking it slightly to express his dissatisfaction. "That wasn't my intention," Su Sahan said, feeling a twinge of guilt at his expression. She quickly tried to comfort him, but no matter how she reassured him, Cheng Su remained obstinate, continuing to grumble. In the end, feeling helpless, Su Sahan stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Cheng Su's neck, and kissed him. Only then did a satisfied smile bloom on his face. "But this is in public. Didn't you say it's not allowed?" Cheng Su teased with a raised eyebrow, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. "Enough chatter, let us head home," Su Sahan replied, her cheeks flushed as she feigned calmness, lowering her head and pulling Cheng Su toward the parking lot. Yet, even until they reached the parking area, she did not release his hand. They remained tightly clasped together. On their way home, Su Sahan examined their marriage certificate, scrutinizing every line and symbol, eagerly discussing her thoughts. Perhaps having risen early that morning, she soon dozed off. Cheng Su pulled over momentarily, placing the tightly held marriage certificate back in her hands, and retrieved a prepared blanket from the back seat to cover her. He gently caressed her belly, whispering, "Baby, be quiet and don't disturb your mommy's sleep." Although he knew it was only the 8th week and there wouldn't be any fetal movements yet, he couldn't help but wish to connect with their future little one. Once everything was settled, Cheng Su resumed driving, reflecting on the million dough coins he had just been awarded by the system. A million dough coins was quite a sum, and he pondered how best to spend it. Naturally, the first thought that came to mind was to reward streamers, as it was the quickest method. However, the idea of casually gifting a million dough coins, equivalent to 100,000 yuan, to a stranger felt rather uncomfortable. Cheng Su hardly ever watched live streams, mainly due to a lack of time. Ever since graduating university, he had saved every penny to marry Su Sahan, even foregoing watching Douyin, let alone live streaming. The notion of gifting a million dough coins to an unfamiliar person seemed perplexing and could lead to awkward misunderstandings, particularly with Su Sahan. Thus, he decided against that option. What if he distributed the rewards among several streamers? Cheng Su began calculating. With a million dough coins, how many streamers would he need to reward to exhaust the amount? After some consideration, he concluded it would take at least 40 to 50 streamers. He sighed heavily. That seemed far too cumbersome. Completing that task would likely consume an entire day. After much contemplation, he still couldn't devise a satisfactory plan. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. If gifting a million dough coins to a stranger was awkward, why not bestow it upon himself? He could create a new account, start a live stream, and reward himself. This way, he would not only receive a share of the platform's earnings from the million dough coins, but also benefit from the system's cashback. It was a win-win situation. Cheng Su felt exceedingly clever, yet he wondered if the system would permit such an action. Just as he was mulling it over, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Ding. Please refrain from entertaining unrealistic notions. This will certainly not be permitted. If the host rewards dough coins to themselves, the system will consider it an invalid transaction. Not only will the cashback feature be cancelled, but the million dough coins will also be revoked." The system had accurately anticipated Cheng Su's thoughts. He hadn't even asked yet, and it had already provided him with a clear answer. However, It was evident that if he rewarded the dough coins to himself, everything would reset, including the cashback rewards. Forget it. Cheng Su sighed in resignation. He hadn't intended to hoard the million dough coins. He merely sought the best way to utilize them. As long as he received the cashback, that would suffice. He was not a greedy person. He decided to first check out some live streams upon returning home and pondered how to spend the remainder later. When the two returned home, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Zhao Huiying and Lu Peiyun were in the dining room, busily making dumplings, while Cheng Dong lent a hand beside them. The three of them were chatting and laughing, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Su Sahan had never anticipated that her mother would visit Jincheng Huafu, nor was she aware of it beforehand. Seeing her daughter's surprised expression, Zhao Huiying felt displeased and remarked, "What's this? Have you forgotten your mother now that you've registered your marriage? Can't I come to visit anymore?" Upon noticing her mother's anger, Su Sahan rushed over and hugged Zhao Huiying from behind, her face beaming with a smile. "How could that be? You can come whenever you like, right, Mom?" However, the term Mom was directed at Lu Peiyun. Su Sahan blinked at Lu Peiyun, as if seeking assistance. Zhao Huiying saw nothing inappropriate in Su Sahan referring to Lu Peiyun as Mom, considering that the children from both families had just registered their marriage, making the change in address quite logical. Suddenly addressed, Lu Peiyun was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes, Sahan is absolutely right. Huiying, you can certainly come whenever you wish. Who would dare to stop you? I would be the first to oppose it. Zhao Huiying finally chuckled, patting Su Sahan's hands that were still around her. "Let go of me. If you keep holding on, I won't be able to wrap the dumplings properly." With a grin, Su Sahan released her embrace and hurried to the kitchen to wash her hands. She then fetched a chair and sat down to join in the dumpling-making process. "Why didn't Dad come?" she inquired while trying to mimic Zhao Huiying's dumpling wrapping technique. "Your dad wanted to come, but he had some business matters to attend to, so he couldn't make it today." "Oh dear, that is not how you wrap them. You've put in too much filling, just half that amount will do. Honestly, yours look terrible. You'll have to eat the ones you wrapped yourself," Zhao Huiying responded, glancing disapprovingly at the dumplings Su Sahan was attempting to wrap. Su Sahan frowned in grievance. Wondering if this was really her own mother, she felt utterly humiliated in front of everyone. In truth, Su Sahan was not particularly skilled at cooking. She could manage simple home-cooked dishes, but the art of dumpling making was entirely foreign to her. She could only imitate others and give it a try. Yet while Zhao Huiying had already wrapped 4 or 5 dumplings with ease, Su Sahan had just finished her first. Upon inspection, it was indeed not very aesthetically pleasing, resembling more of an abstract art piece. "Mom, is mine really that ugly?" Su Sahan refused to concede defeat, holding up her first dumpling with a cheerful grin. Looking at Lu Peiyun with eager anticipation, she gazed at her somewhat lopsided dumpling, thinking it wasn't too bad after all. "Not at all. For your first attempt, it's quite acceptable. When I made my first dumpling, it looked even worse than yours," Lu Peiyun replied earnestly, taking a moment to examine it before nodding in approval. It was indeed much better than her own first attempt. At Lu Peiyun's words, Su Sahan beamed with joy and cast a triumphant glance at her mother. "Peiyun, don't spoil her too much, you might spoil her. My dumplings are certainly more presentable," Zhao Huiying scoffed, though her smile remained. She hadn't felt this joyful in a long time. The entire family gathered together, bustling and lively. This was truly the best of times. Cheng Su entered the bedroom to properly store their marriage certificate, washed his hands, and joined in the dumpling making. He immediately spotted Su Sahan's dumpling creations and couldn't help but chuckle at their amusing appearance. This laughter, however, earned him a reprimand from Lu Peiyun. Only with Zhao Huiying's intercession did Cheng Su narrowly escape further chastisement. He found it amusing that, at such a critical moment, his mother-in-law had come to his defense. Chapter 57, Old Friends. Today was undeniably the most lively and joyous day in a long while. The family, devoid of any barriers, prepared meals together, sat around chatting, and watched television. They shared stories and engaged in light banter. The 200-square-meter home was filled with laughter and cheer. Such ordinary days. Yet they made Cheng Su and Su Sahan feel a profound warmth in their hearts. Wasn't this what they had always pursued? A family united, harmonious, and content was all they needed. After dinner, Cheng Su and the others took a leisurely stroll around the community and meandered through the park. Ultimately, Cheng Su drove Zhao Huiying back to her home. Later that evening, after Cheng Su finished tidying up and emerged from the bathroom, he found Su Sahan already seated on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Cheng Su was puzzled. At this hour, Su Sahan typically immersed herself in her books. Although her pregnancy had postponed her graduate studies, she had always been a disciplined individual. With her sharp memory in the evenings, she often read before sleeping. Moreover, Cheng Su frequently reminded her not to spend too much time on her phone, as she understood the potential radiation effects it could have on the baby. Thus, She rarely used her phone at night, unless absolutely necessary. Curious, Cheng Su approached her and discovered she was watching a live stream on Douyin. "Dear, I thought you never watched live streams? Why are you watching one today?" Cheng Su inquired, aware of Su Sahan's disinterest in live broadcasts, as both of them were usually preoccupied with work and studies. "Oh, it's Lin Jinghao. A friend informed me that he is live streaming on Douyin. So I was curious to see," Su Sahan explained, turning her head towards Cheng Su while continuing to scroll through the live stream interface. As she lay back into Cheng Su's embrace, she asked, "Honey, do you still keep in touch with Lin Jinghao after graduation?" Cheng Su wrapped his arms around Su Sahan from behind, inhaling the familiar, subtle scent of lavender from her hair, a fragrance he had always cherished for its soothing qualities. Reflecting on the past, he replied, "Well, we were in touch a few times right after graduation, but I think he returned to his hometown." Lin Jinghao had been Cheng Su's university classmate, sharing both a major and a dormitory, and was one of his closest friends. During their university days, Su Sahan was the campus belle, with suitors aplenty. After falling head over heels for Su Sahan, Cheng Su had pursued her fervently, with the support of his friend. Once they got together, Lin Jinghao also started dating, but they parted ways by graduation. After graduating, Cheng Su chose to build his career in Shanghai and rented a place with Su Sahan. As for Lin Jinghao, Cheng Su recalled that he had initially intended to stay in Shanghai, considering his excellent academic performance and mastery of their field. Cheng Su believed that had Lin Jinghao remained in Shanghai, he would have made a name for himself in the IT industry. However, for reasons unknown, Lin Jinghao suddenly expressed a desire to return to his hometown. After returning, he initially kept in touch with Cheng Su, but gradually, their communications dwindled. Cheng Su didn't think much of it, understanding that it was quite normal for fresh graduates to have little time to maintain contact. However, Cheng Su did not anticipate that Lin Jinghao would take to live streaming on Douyin. Although Lin Jinghao possessed a rather carefree personality, he would have undoubtedly felt embarrassed at the thought of exposing himself in such a manner during his university days. How did he transition into becoming a streamer so quickly? At that moment, Su Sahan, through a keyword search, managed to locate the relevant live stream room, scrolling to the very bottom to discover Lin Jinghao's channel. Inside the stream, a youthful lad with a handsome visage was strumming a guitar and singing popular songs. While his fan base was not particularly vast, it was evident that he had a loyal following, with viewers occasionally showering him with gifts. It was indeed Lin Jinghao. She was taken aback to see him embark on a streaming career, and she had to admit, his guitar playing was quite commendable. Nestled in Cheng Su's embrace, Su Sahan resembled a little white rabbit being cradled. Her head would bob along to the rhythm of the melodies emanating from the video, her cuteness growing increasingly endearing, stirring a delightful itch within Cheng Su's heart. Striving to maintain his composure, Cheng Su reminded himself that Su Sahan was currently pregnant, carrying 3 adorable little ones, and he needed to hold steadfast. Not only was he proficient at playing the guitar, but his singing was also remarkable. His voice had been unanimously regarded as the most magnetically charming in their class. Had he pursued a career in broadcasting, he would have undoubtedly captivated a legion of admirers. Cheng Su made a concerted effort to redirect his attention to the screen of Su Sahan's phone. Upon closer inspection, he found himself almost unable to recognize Lin Jinghao, were it not for that familiar voice. Back in university, he had been robustly built. Now, he appeared to have lost half his weight, and his entire demeanor seemed to have changed dramatically. In earlier days, with his sturdy physique, he could have easily held his own against 5 adversaries. Now, he appeared almost fragile, as if even one opponent would leave him utterly exhausted. Cheng Su furrowed his brow. How could he have changed so much in less than a year since graduation? Even Su Sahan, who had not interacted much with him, sensed something amiss. She queried, "Has Lin Jinghao lost weight drastically for the sake of streaming? I almost didn't recognize him." Every time Su Sahan encountered Lin Jinghao, it was alongside Cheng Su. In her recollection, Cheng Su's good buddy had never been this slender, though he did seem somewhat more handsome now. Yet, he had transformed from an image of a sunny young man to something entirely different, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Cheng Su shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty. They had not been in touch for quite some time, and all he knew was that Lin Jinghao had returned to his hometown for work. As Cheng Su continued to watch the stream, he suddenly recalled the reward the system had bestowed upon him today, 10 million dough coins. The commotion at home had nearly caused him to forget about it. He retrieved his phone, logged into Douyin, and confirmed that indeed, his account was credited with 10 million dough coins. At that moment, a small head leaned in, catching sight of the information displayed on Cheng Su's phone. 10 million dough coins. Su Sahan's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief. Cheng Su's gaze darted around, his mind racing. Oh no. He had forgotten how to explain this. Su Sahan swallowed hard, regaining her composure as she extricated herself from Cheng Su's embrace, seated herself nearby, crossed her arms, and confronted him. I say, husband, while I may not wish to meddle in financial matters, you cannot simply squander money like this. 10 million do coins equate to 1 million yuan. Su Sahan was inherently averse to complications. When Cheng Su had previously handed her his salary card, she had vehemently refused. She found managing finances to be too cumbersome, as it implied overseeing all household expenditures, including utility bills and the like, alongside the necessity of meticulous accounting. Moreover, her unwavering trust in Cheng Su meant she had never bothered with such matters, leaving all financial responsibilities to him. However, 10 million do coins required a conversion of 1 million yuan on the Douyin platform, a staggering sum. In Shanghai, 1 million could barely cover the down payment on a modest apartment. Did you really just recharge that much? Su Sahan queried, incredulous. Cheng Su had never anticipated this predicament and was still formulating an explanation. You do realize that once you recharge, you can't withdraw it, right? Su Sahan's gaze bore into him with a serious demeanor. Well, since Zheng Hao is streaming, and I noticed he has lost weight, streaming must be quite taxing. So I thought to give him a little something. I've been fortunate in the stock market and didn't want to skimp on my brother. So I intended to recharge just 100,000 to support him. But I accidentally pressed an extra zero. After contemplating for a moment, Cheng Su devised this explanation. Since do coins could not be withdrawn, he could only attribute it to a mishap on his part. He had no intention of concealing this matter, as 1 million was no trifling sum. If he were to spend it all on gifts, traces would undoubtedly remain on his phone. He wished to prevent Su Sahan from discovering the truth later and misinterpreting the situation. To his relief, Su Sahan initially expressed surprise, then amusement, and ultimately burst into laughter. Not that I oppose you gifting your brother, but you really must be a bit daft. How could you accidentally add an extra zero? Haha. Su Sahan was well aware of the solid friendship between Lin Zhenghao and Cheng Su. Even when Cheng Su was pursuing her, Lin Zhenghao had selflessly played the role of matchmaker, creating numerous opportunities for the two. Though Su Sahan had indeed felt an instant attraction to Cheng Su, their union would not have been possible without Lin Zhenghao's support. Thus, she regarded Lin Zhenghao as a cherished friend. Having made some money from stocks, Cheng Su's intention to support his brother with gifts was something she would naturally endorse. After her laughter subsided, and she wiped away the tears of mirth from her eyes, she remarked, "So what shall we do now? That money cannot be retrieved." 1 million was no insignificant amount. She knew Cheng Su's current earnings from stocks surpassed that sum. Yet the thought of accidentally adding an extra zero felt unjust. Cheng Su pondered for a moment. Why not just gift it all to Zhenghao? I initially intended to recharge to send him gifts anyway. That works. Let's gift it to him, but he might be startled by it. Su Sahan replied with a smile, already envisioning the scene of Lin Zhenghao being utterly flabbergasted. To shower 1 million in gifts on a live streaming platform was quite rare, especially in Lin Zhenghao's not-so-popular channel. If Cheng Su were to send 1 million in gifts, Lin Zhenghao would surely be astonished to see it was from his good buddy. The mere thought of such a scenario brought a delightful amusement to Su Sahan's mind. In her recollection, Lin Zhenghao has always been characterized by his carefree, optimistic, and cheerful disposition. It is rare to witness him rendered speechless, which must indeed be quite amusing. Furthermore, since Cheng Su had already topped up his account, the funds could neither be withdrawn nor utilized, making it more prudent to gift them to friends rather than allow others to benefit. Cheng Su found himself momentarily entranced by Su Sahan's smile, and after a prolonged silence, he inquired, "My dear, are you not upset?" Cheng Su had initially surmised that Su Sahan would be irate upon discovering the situation, especially considering the substantial sum of 1 million soft sister coins exchanged for 10 million battle coins, which could only be bestowed upon others. From Su Sahan's perspective, this would equate to relinquishing money without cause, particularly at a time when both were preparing for their wedding. Organizing a wedding undoubtedly incurs significant expenses, and every girl dreams of a fairy tale ceremony, necessitating even more funds. If they had that 1 million, their wedding could be more grandiose, and the wedding dress more exquisite. Moreover, with Su Sahan being pregnant with 3 little ones, financial resources were even more crucial. At such a pivotal moment, had it been anyone else witnessing the loss of that 1 million, they would undoubtedly be furious. Regardless of the reasons Cheng Su might provide, the money spent and to whom it was given would surely provoke anger. Although he understood that this was a system reward and would eventually yield a refund, Su Sahan was unaware of such details. Yet, to Cheng Su's surprise, Su Sahan displayed no signs of anger. "You've already admitted it was an accident, so why should I be upset?" she replied, a hint of sympathy in her tone. "Besides, it's a gift for your good buddy, which is quite nice, really. It'll help Zhenghao eat more. He's as thin as a stick, and it makes me uncomfortable to look at him." However, she added with a serious expression, "But do be careful next time. Just avoid pressing an extra zero. If you make 3 or 4 mistakes, I wonder how you'll handle it then?" Cheng Su felt warmth in his heart as he gazed earnestly at Su Sahan, then embraced her waist tightly. My dear, you are simply wonderful. I am falling more in love with you every day. After saying this, he placed a fervent kiss on her cheek. Now you understand my affection, right? Su Sahan beamed with pride, looking at Cheng Su with an expression that seemed to urge him to praise her further. Cheng Su laughed heartily, proclaiming, Yes, yes. My wife is the best, so beautiful and understanding. Of course, Su Sahan exclaimed, her joy evident in her expression. Yet, in the next moment, her smile faded as Cheng Su not only held her tightly, but also became a bit too playful. She smacked his shoulder forcefully, saying, Remove your hands, you rascal. This is a crucial time. Be careful, or I'll tell Mom that you're bullying me. Despite her firm push, Cheng Su felt little discomfort. He buried his face in her neck, inhaling her scent, and chuckled, I'm just being affectionate, nothing more. That is still unacceptable. Su Sahan effortlessly extricated herself from his embrace. Her face flushed deeply, and she murmured, Quickly send gifts to Lin Jinghao. His live stream is about to end. We can always do it tomorrow. Cheng Su, feeling the absence of her warmth, resembled a child who had lost their candy, his expression one of discontent. No, it must be now. Hurry up, I need to sleep. Su Sahan, pulling the blanket over herself snugly, secured her cocoon. All right, I shall heed my esteemed wife. Cheng Su chuckled, tucking in the blanket before resuming his task on his phone. Chapter 59, Sending Gifts is a Test of Endurance. As Lin Jinghao concluded a song, he expressed his gratitude to the fans who had sent gifts. After taking a brief sip of water at the fans' behest, he commenced playing a new tune. If one listened closely, they would discern a slight rasp in his voice. Lin Jinghao had been live for 8 consecutive hours, yet showed no signs of fatigue, determined to continue. Cheng Su, having known Lin Jinghao for many years, could easily discern his exhaustion. He pondered, is the streaming profession now so highly competitive? Just as Cheng Su was about to send gifts, Su Sahan emerged from beneath the covers, peeking curiously at Cheng Su's phone screen. Weren't you going to sleep? He asked, casting a sideways glance at her, bemused. Yes, but I'm more curious about what Lin Jinghao's startled expression looks like. I've never seen him frightened before. Su Sahan stuck out her adorable little tongue, her large eyes wide with anticipation. Cheng Su was at a loss for words. What could possibly be so captivating? However, indulging his wife's curiosity, he gathered her into his lap, granting her the prime viewing position. With a vigilant expression, Su Sahan scanned Cheng Su from head to toe, but after his assurances, she obediently settled in his embrace as he began sending gifts. Instantly, Lin Jinghao's live stream became inundated with a barrage of gift effects. Thank you, CS, for the gift of Cosmic Star 1. Thank you, CS, for the gift of Cosmic Star 2. Thank you, CS, for the gift of Cosmic Star 10. In that moment, the most expensive gift on Douyin, the Cosmic Star valued at over 2,000 coins, continued to flood the screen. One after another, the gifts appeared with no pauses, as if there were an endless stream. Although Lin Jinghao's stream had viewers, the comment section had remained relatively quiet while he sang. Now, it erupted into a cacophony of comments. How many cosmic stars is this? My eyes are going blurry. There are over 20 here. Let me calculate how much that costs in coins. Stop calculating. It's already 40 now. The total is over 100,000 coins. Impressive, I am in awe. This big spender is too wealthy. How can they still be sending gifts? I'm just here watching. Not only were Lin Jinghao's fans astonished, but even Lin Jinghao himself widened his eyes in disbelief. He had been immersed in his music when the sudden influx of cosmic stars caused his voice to diminish with each gift. Eventually, he ceased singing altogether, his fingers hovering above the guitar strings, transfixed by the screen. Throughout his streaming career, he had never received gifts exceeding 500 yuan. Suddenly, someone was gifting him cosmic stars worth over 2,000 yuan, and the count soared above 40. Caught off guard, his mind went blank, and he forgot to express his gratitude. I told you he would be stunned. Su Sahan triumphantly predicted Lin Jinghao's reaction, delighting in her correct guess. But indeed, these gifts surpass 100,000 coins. Which streamer wouldn't be taken aback by such generosity? Lin Jinghao stared dazedly at the screen, where the cosmic stars continued to pour in. After regaining his senses, he finally recognized the account sending the gifts. CS. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes lit up. He recalled that this was the account of his good friend, Cheng Su. They had previously followed each other on Douyin, and Cheng Su was not one to spend time devising online usernames. To facilitate memorization, Cheng Su has nearly adopted his name's initials as the ID for every software account. However, he never anticipated that Cheng Su would suddenly materialize in his live stream, extravagantly showering him with gifts, all of which were the most lavishly priced. At this moment, the total had soared to 200,000 Mi coins. What on earth is happening? Lin Jinghao was utterly bewildered. He was immensely grateful for the cosmic star gifted by this fan, yet he implored them to consume wisely and to refrain from further generosity. His gratitude was genuine. Although Lin Jinghao had discerned that the gift giver was Cheng Su, he had no intention of acknowledging him in the livestream. Firstly, it could infringe upon Cheng Su's personal privacy. In this digital age, a mere name can unveil a plethora of information. Secondly, if the fans were to discover that he was acquainted with the affluent benefactor, they might misconstrue it as a ploy to gain followers, suggesting he had hired someone to bestow gifts upon himself. Furthermore, Lin Jinghao was acutely aware of the living pressures in the Magic City. If Cheng Su had merely sent a modest gift, it would have been inconsequential. However, the lavish sum of over 100,000 was excessively extravagant. He also knew that Cheng Su was currently toiling as a real estate agent in the Magic City, a job that was already arduous, and he was planning to marry Su Sahan. Showering him with such an excessive number of gifts seemed utterly wasteful. Yet, Lin Jinghao's pleas appeared futile as the Cosmic Star gifts continued to pour in. Cosmic Star 80, Cosmic Star 90, Cosmic Star 100. It wasn't until 100 had been sent that the gifts finally ceased. Lin Jinghao exhaled a sigh of relief. 100 Cosmic Stars had amounted to 260,000 Mi coins. He resolved to call Cheng Su later to discuss the matter thoroughly. After all, this was a staggering sum of 260,000 casually gifted to him. If Cheng Su wasn't concerned, he felt a pang of sympathy for his brother. He couldn't help but wonder if Su Sahan was aware of this. If she found out, she would likely give Cheng Su a thorough scolding. Shaking his head, Lin Jinghao decided that once the live stream concluded and the platform's revenue was settled, he would return the favor to Cheng Su and speak well of him to avoid incurring Su Sahan's wrath. At that moment, Cheng Su handed his phone to Su Sahan, rubbed his wrist, and complained, "Isn't there a one-click option to send 500 gifts? After clicking 100 times, my hand is sore." The thought of needing to send 1,000,000 Do coins, which required over 400 more cosmic stars, already gave him a headache. He never expected that gifting could be such a physically demanding task. "Oh, my poor husband, let me help you," Su Sahan said sympathetically, putting down her phone and carefully massaging Cheng Su's hand. Cheng Su allowed her to hold and knead his hand, resting his head on her shoulder as if he were exhausted. "Do you think he knows it's you?" Su Sahan asked curiously. "I'm not sure," Cheng Su replied honestly. "If he knew it was you, he would probably think you're insane," Su Sahan asserted, recalling Lin Jinghao's astonished expression moments ago, which she found amusing. Chapter 60. Is this guy out of his mind? Cheng Su chuckled, pinching Su Sahan's petite nose. He then picked up his phone again, regrouping his resolve to continue gifting. Since he had already begun, he might as well complete the task in one go. "Darling, you're tired. Let me help you with the gifting for a while," Su Sahan proposed, her eyes filled with concern. "No need, I've got this. It's a physically demanding task, and I wouldn't want you to wear yourself out," Cheng Su replied, ruffling her hair and not allowing her to argue, as he resumed showering gifts. The live stream, which had only been quiet for 3 minutes, was once again inundated with the dazzling effects of the Cosmic Star gifts. This time, the gifting was even more rapid than before, as if the sender had gone mad, fervently clicking on the Cosmic Stars. Due to the previous explosive gifting, Lin Jinghao's live stream had been promoted by the platform, attracting a multitude of casual viewers. With the surge in fan numbers, the gifts began to flow again, and the barrage of comments intensified. "It's that same big shot again, still gifting. No way. I thought it was over. Is this the intermission? How many more is this big shot planning to send? Didn't they just send 100? It feels like they're going for another 100. The comment section was abuzz with speculation about the identity of the person so lavishly showering gifts on the host. Lin Jinghao, who had just gathered his composure to sing, was utterly dumbfounded to see the gifts rolling in again. What on earth was Cheng Su doing? "Dear friend, I am sincerely grateful for your gifts. You really don't need to continue." Lin Jinghao had lost all desire to sing, for no matter what he said, the gifts kept coming. "Thank you, CS, for gifting the host Cosmic Star 150. Thank you, CS, for gifting the host Cosmic Star 200. He watched as the value of Cheng Su's gifts approached 500,000 soft sister coins, leaving him even more perplexed. What was going on with Cheng Su? This was a staggering sum of 500,000 soft sister coins. How could one simply gift away that amount? This guy must be out of his mind. No. He had to put a stop to this reckless behavior. Even if Cheng Su had the money, he shouldn't squander it like this. Lin Jinghao sent a WeChat message to Cheng Su. "Cheng Su, I know it's you gifting. Please stop. Aren't you saving money to marry Su Sahan? You've already gifted 500,000 soft sister coins. Please, stop it now." Lin Jinghao sent the message and waited, but there was no response, and the gifts continued to flood the livestream. At this moment, due to Cheng Su's incessant gifting, Lin Jinghao's livestream had skyrocketed to the platform's homepage. Previously, the room had only a few thousand viewers. It now boasted over 8 million, with the numbers still climbing. The viewers were so thrilled by the barrage of cosmic stars that they could hardly contain themselves. The comments were streaming in non-stop. Lin Jinghao was no longer focused on the live stream. He stared anxiously at the cosmic star effects, feeling frantic. He wanted to stop Cheng Su from sending more gifts. But after sending a WeChat message with no reply, he couldn't possibly call him mid-live stream. Lin Jinghao found himself growing numb, transitioning from confusion to speechlessness, rendered utterly dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as his dear brother continued to lavish gifts, unaware of how to intervene. 500,000, 700,000, 800,000. Finally, Cheng Su completed the gifting with a total of 1 million soft sister coins. Cheng Su's fingers felt somewhat stiff as he had sent over 500 cosmic stars, finally exhausting his 1 million dough coins. He felt more fatigued than after a workout. It was truly a test of patience, as it had taken nearly an hour to send 500 gifts. The cosmic star effects in the live stream finally ceased, and the over 8 million fans erupted in excitement. Wow, 1 million soft sister coins. This user must have a mind at home to be gifting so generously. Is this still the intermission? If another million comes in, I might question my existence. I've never seen gifting done so extravagantly. Great benefactor. Accept my admiration. Do you need any little brothers? Please take me in. Is it finally over? I feel like my eyes are about to go blind. At this moment, Lin Jinghao's mouth hung open in astonishment, utterly at a loss for words. He had never imagined that one day, he would be deeply moved by his own good brother. 1 million. Cheng Su had generously gifted him a staggering 1 million. After deducting the platform fees, he would still receive 500,000. To him, 500,000 was an enormous figure, a sum he could never hope to earn in a decade of relentless live streaming. Yet, not only did Cheng Su bestow this sum upon him without the slightest hesitation, but he also helped him gain more followers. Did Lin Jinghao truly lack this 500,000? Yes, desperately so, especially now, as his mother was gravely ill and urgently needed financial support. However, he knew he could not accept this money. He did not wish to take his brother's funds. He intended to return the 500,000 to Cheng Su once it was in his possession. At that moment, Lin Jinghao finally received a reply from Cheng Su on WeChat. It's nothing. I just think your singing is wonderful, so I sent you a few gifts. Just because his singing was delightful, he had bestowed 1 million in gifts. Moreover, Cheng Su's nonchalant words made it seem as though this was a trivial matter. A casual gesture. Lin Jinghao understood Cheng Su well. Such actions were not typical of him, as he would not frivolously act merely because someone sang beautifully. Could it be that Cheng Su was aware of his mother's serious illness? Knowing that Lin Jinghao would refuse to accept money directly, did he choose this method to assist him? But he had never mentioned this to any of his friends. How did Cheng Su find out? Lin Jinghao was perplexed. Meanwhile, Cheng Su had just finished sending gifts when he noticed Lin Jinghao's message. After a brief reply, he intended to rest with Su Sahan. After all, she was expecting 3 little ones and could not spend too much time on her phone, nor could she stay up late. Cheng Su finally sent Lin Jinghao a message. Sahan and I are going to rest now. Don't overexert yourself with the live stream. It's evident that you are quite exhausted. Make sure to get some rest. He turned off Douyin and his phone. Seeing Su Sahan still lingering on the edge of sleep, he gently pinched her cheek and said, quickly go to sleep. It's quite late. Su Sahan nodded with a smile, embraced Cheng Su, and drifted into sweet dreams. Chapter 61. Activation of Random Reward Function. After Su Sahan had fallen asleep, Cheng Su prepared to turn off the lights and lie down. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have exhausted your Douyin coins. The cashback multiplier is being randomly drawn. 2 times cashback. 2 million have been legally and appropriately transferred to the host's bank account. 2 million. Cheng Su nodded, quite satisfied. For an ordinary person, this was indeed a substantial sum. Checking his mobile banking, he saw a balance of over 240,000. Gazing at this fortune, Cheng Su fell into contemplation. Perhaps it was time to resign and start his own company. Previously, he had not considered such a venture, as he lacked sufficient funds to support a business. But now, with newfound capital, he began to mull over the possibility. Cheng Su was a rational individual, never one to engage in unprepared endeavors. Nevertheless, he found himself troubled. While he now had the means to start a company, managing one was no simple feat. His knowledge of the bustling metropolis was limited to his 4 years in university and the half year since he had entered the workforce. To be realistic, he was merely a 22-year-old youth with half a year of work experience. He had no background, no connections, only 2 million and an extraordinary programming ability. However, for establishing an IT company, 2 million was somewhat insufficient. Lacking both connections and a solid foundation, even with exceptional programming skills, recognition would not be guaranteed. It seemed that the timing was not right. Cheng Su pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was best to save a bit more money. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep again, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Congratulations, Host, you have activated the random reward function. The system will randomly provide rewards in your daily life, with the content being randomly selected. The current reward is being drawn. Cheng Su paused. Random reward function? This meant that the system could reward him at any time? Without any specific trigger or condition, rewards could be granted? Was this not entirely dependent on mood? This system was indeed quite humanized. To be honest, Cheng Su felt a twinge of anticipation. If only cash could be involved. Ding. The host has been awarded 10 million Douyin coins. These coins can only be used for consumption on the Douyin platform. They are virtual currency and cannot be withdrawn. They have already been credited to the host's Douyin account. Once the 10 million Douyin coins are spent, the system will provide cash back to the host according to a random multiplier of 110. Cheng Su nearly choked on his own breath. Wasn't this exactly like the last reward? Oh, system, could you not be a bit more original? Ding. All rewards are randomly drawn. Cheng Su sighed. Randomly drawn, the odds were the same. It was merely a matter of his luck. Douyin coins were still Douyin coins. In the end, he would receive cash back, would he not? Gratefulness brings contentment, he reassured himself, glancing at his still aching hands. However, Cheng Su genuinely appreciated this random reward function, as it increased his chances of receiving rewards. The next day, he was awakened by the sound of WeChat notifications. Upon opening WeChat, he was inundated with messages from their dormitory group, all tagging him. Not only the dormitory group, but also the brother group formed during their university years, was incessantly tagging him, all sharing screenshots of Lin Zhenghao's live stream gift-giving spree. Seeking confirmation from Cheng Su if this was indeed him, Cheng Su merely glanced at the messages, not intending to reply. The commotion had robbed him of his remaining sleep. And seeing Su Sahan still lost in slumber, he quickly silenced his phone to avoid waking her. Checking the time, he realized he still had plenty of time before work. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he decided to prepare breakfast himself. Pregnant women needed to replenish calcium and protein, so eggs and milk were essentials in Su Sahan's daily diet. Naturally, to prevent her from growing weary of the same fare, Cheng Su varied her meals daily, crafting a bespoke menu for her. Moreover, given Su Sahan's recent bouts of morning sickness, Cheng Su put extra thought into her diet. Ever since he acquired top-tier culinary skills and learned various cooking methods, he hardly needed any seasoning, using only fresh ingredients to nourish her. Once breakfast was prepared, he set about simmering fish soup on low heat. At this point, Lu Peiyun had already risen. Seeing Cheng Su bustling in the kitchen, she hurriedly intervened, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be going to work today? Just let your mother handle this. You should get some more sleep." Lu Peiyun took the kitchen tools from Cheng Su's hands, only to discover that her son had already completed everything. "It's fine, Mom. I woke up early today and made everything. You can rest a bit longer, and when you wake up, just heat it up and eat." He smiled, explaining, "I've made some fish soup. Just let it simmer on low heat. I'll leave the final steps on a sticky note for you to follow." Cheng Su gently ushered Lu Peiyun out of the kitchen, providing a few more instructions. Lu Peiyun looked at her son with pride, realizing he had indeed grown up and learned to care for his mother. Before leaving, Cheng Su peeked into the bedroom to check on Su Sahan. Seeing her still sleeping soundly, Cheng Su cautiously approached and gently placed a kiss on Su Sahan's forehead. Su Sahan let out a soft murmur, squinting her eyes. Caught in a dreamlike state, she mumbled, "Hubby, good morning." Cheng Su tenderly stroked her hair and softly replied, "Good morning, sleep a little longer." With a small hum, Su Sahan closed her eyes once more. Cheng Su quietly exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him with utmost care, each movement deliberate and gentle. Fearing he might awaken Su Sahan, as he stepped outside, he reopened his phone, noticing a missed call from Lin Zhenghao, which had only rung for a second before being disconnected. Cheng Su surmised that Lin was likely concerned about disturbing him so early. Upon entering WeChat, Cheng Su was taken aback. It had only been a brief moment since he last checked, yet the group chat with his friends had exploded with messages, accumulating to over 99. After graduation, while they still occasionally chatted, the frequency had never reached such an exaggerated level, not even during their university days. Furthermore, what could warrant the creation of a new group chat? He opened the chat to discover that all the familiar faces from university were present, save for Lin Zhenghao. To his astonishment, the conversation revolved entirely around Lin. Cheng Su couldn't help but wonder if something had happened. Chapter 62, A Brother in Distress, Support from All Sides. I checked, Lin Zhenghao started his live stream on Douyin at 10 this morning. As brothers, we should all show up. It would be great to support him by gifting a few tokens to boost his popularity. A member of the group, noted as Lu Chang, sent this message along with a screenshot of Lin Zhenghao's Douyin account, adding, "Here's the account. Everyone should follow him. Why not just send him cash instead of gifts?" Someone questioned. "He refuses to accept cash. You know his stubbornness. What can I do?" Lu Chang expressed his frustration. Immediately, a flurry of affirmative replies followed. Cheng Su was bewildered. He understood the need to support Lin during his live stream. But what was with the insistence on cash gifts that Lin would not accept? He had no inclination to sift through the hundreds of messages to glean the full context. Thus, he directly inquired, "What is going on with Lin Jinghao?" At this question, it felt as if the group chat had hit pause. Silence hung for a moment before the chatter resumed. "You really don't know?" Lu Chong seemed incredulous. What is wrong with him?" Cheng Su asked again. Having not been in contact with Lin for several months, it seemed perfectly normal to him. "Damn. You gifted him so much yesterday. I thought you knew what was happening and were just supporting him," Lu Chong said, his disbelief evident. Cheng Su had indeed gifted Lin $1 million out of sheer support. Lin Jinghao's family is in dire straits. His mother has been diagnosed with uremia, and it's quite severe. They urgently need funds for treatment. From what I know, the costs of her dialysis have depleted their entire savings. The hospital where his mother is treated is where my mom works as a nurse. She informed me that his mother needs a kidney transplant, or she may not survive this year. I only found out yesterday. We initially pooled some money for him, but he refused to accept it. Cheng Su, do you have any ideas? Lu Chong had a close bond with both Cheng Su and Lin Jinghao during their university days, having shared a dorm together. Being from the same city, he felt compelled to assist Lin upon learning of his plight. Many former classmates were part of the group, and once they learned of Lin's situation, they instinctively rallied to contribute, each sending him some money. However, Lin returned all the funds, leaving them no choice but to create a separate group to discuss how to aid him. They felt it was unconscionable not to help a brother in need, as their consciences would weigh heavily upon them. Cheng Su was taken aback. How could Lin Jinghao endure such hardship without confiding in him? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Cheng Su. Did Lin no longer consider him a brother? Their bond had always been strong. Yet he was the last to learn of Lin's troubles. Cheng Su resolved that when next he saw Lin, he would have a serious talk with him. I have no solutions either. If he refuses cash, then we'll support him in our own way. Cheng Su mused aloud. At precisely 10 in the morning, Lin Jinghao began his live stream. As he started, a flood of viewers rushed into the room. Thanks to Cheng Su's extravagant gifts the previous day, many had tuned in to support Lin. Gradually, more viewers began to gift tokens, though the amounts remained modest, averaging in the dozens. After all, persuading strangers to part with larger sums was no easy feat. Lin Jinghao, dressed simply and looking quite gaunt, held his guitar, interacting with those on the other side of the screen. Thank you, Chong, for gifting the Cosmic Star 5. Thank you, XX, for the Cosmic Star 3. Thank you for the Cosmic Star 1. At that moment, an unexpected wave of new fans surged into Lin's live stream, each one seemingly in unison, showering him with gifts. Notably the platform's most expensive cosmic stars. Lin Jinghao was momentarily stunned. He recognized each ID of those sending gifts. They were all familiar accounts, belonging to his old friends. As he gazed at the gifts, his eyes brimmed with tears. Lin was a proud individual. Even upon learning of his mother's illness, he had not shed a tear, holding on to the belief that she would eventually recover. He despised burdening others or revealing his vulnerable side. Coming from a single-parent household, Lin had received the devastating news of his mother's grave condition shortly after graduating. Consequently, he relinquished opportunities in the bustling metropolis to return home and care for her. He found a job as a programmer in his hometown, but as her condition worsened, he had to resign to provide full-time care. Their savings were now exhausted due to medical expenses, and in desperation to earn money, he had turned to live streaming. Despite his efforts, his streaming endeavors had yielded little success, barely covering his living expenses and certainly insufficient for his mother's treatment. Just when he was about to give up, he had encountered Cheng Su the previous day. Cheng Su's generous gift of $1 million had reignited a flicker of hope within him. This morning, he had received funds from his old friends, but knowing they were all freshly graduated and struggling, he had returned every last cent, believing that would be the end of it. To his astonishment, following Cheng Su's earlier visit, his former band of brothers also flocked to his livestream. They sought to support him through generous donations. Lin Jinghao endeavored to muster a smile, expressing his heartfelt gratitude one by one. Everyone was contributing in their own capacity, and regardless of the amount, he was sincerely appreciative. Just as the flurry of gifts was winding down, the cosmic star of Lin Jinghao's livestream erupted once more. This familiar sensation mirrored that of the previous night. Lin Jinghao was evidently taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Cheng Su. Having already donated $1 million the night before, Lin Jinghao assumed that Cheng Su would not contribute excessively today. However, when Cheng Su sent over another 100,000 soft sister coins, Lin Jinghao could no longer remain composed. Furrowing his brow tightly, he watched as Cheng Su continued to shower gifts, his heart a cacophony of emotions. In the next moment, he resolutely dialed Cheng Su's number. Chapter 63. Eightfold Cashback. Millionaire? Cheng Su, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you're doing? Please, stop donating. Lin Jinghao's voice trembled with agitation. Desperate to halt Cheng Su's gifting spree, he knew that Cheng Su's family was not particularly affluent. After graduation, he had remained in the bustling metropolis alongside Su Sahan. The pressures of life in such a city were palpable, and Lin Jinghao could easily imagine the weight of it without Cheng Su needing to elaborate. Moreover, he was aware of Cheng Su's aspirations to marry Su Sahan, which would require significant financial resources for a home and a car, even if Cheng Su was currently thriving. A sum exceeding $1 million was no trifling matter, and Lin Jinghao could not accept it. Enough of this. You should have informed me about your mother's illness. We are brothers. I will support you through anything. Cheng Su was still somewhat irate, knowing that if Lin Jinghao reached out to him, he would unreservedly offer his assistance. Their camaraderie, forged through shared experiences of brawling, drinking, and courting women, left no room for unspoken burdens. Yet, he understood why Lin Jinghao might hesitate to share his troubles. If the roles were reversed, he too would likely refrain from imposing on his brother. Honestly, I feared you would react this way, which is why I didn't say anything. Aren't you trying to save money to marry Su Sahan? Once the platform distributes the earnings, I will receive half and will return it to you. Lin Jinghao sighed heavily. Conceding, your mother's illness requires substantial medical expenses, surgeries, and finding a kidney source, all of which come at a cost. You need not repay me. Focus on your mother's treatment, for that is what truly matters. Cheng Su's words pierced through Lin Jinghao's final facade of strength. He was all too aware of his mother's dire condition. Lin Jinghao's voice quivered as he managed to say, "Thank you." He recognized that Cheng Su spoke the truth. In the face of illness, pride was the least of his concerns. He yearned to be self-sufficient, yet time was of the essence. And a kidney source would not simply present itself at his convenience. Do not fret too much about your mother. If anything arises, reach out to me directly. Never hesitate to bother me. After imparting his reassurances, Cheng Su exchanged a few more words with Lin Jinghao before terminating the call. He was acutely aware that it was not yet leisure time. He had discreetly stepped out of his office to enter the live stream. With over 300 gifts remaining, he was determined to complete his donations swiftly. Lin Jinghao had not muted his live stream during the call, but he had silenced the audio. Thus, the audience remained oblivious to their conversation. Once they concluded their call, he resumed broadcasting. At that moment, the cosmic star's gifting effects dominated Lin Jinghao's live stream once more. Rather than discourage it, he strummed his guitar and began to sing the classic "The Brothers Sleeping Above Me." By the time Cheng Su completed his donations, Lin Jinghao felt as though his fingers were on the verge of giving out. I must suggest to the platform that they implement a one-click feature for sending hundreds of gifts at once, Cheng Su remarked, rubbing his sore fingers. Meanwhile, not only Lin Jinghao's live stream, but also their brother group was in an uproar. Cheng Su, you've struck it rich. Just yesterday, you donated $1 million, and today, another $1 million, $2 million, all for Lin Jinghao. Cheng Su, take me along. I should have stayed in the metropolis to develop my career. Yet, amidst the excitement, many former classmates began to question their own life choices. It was astonishing that Cheng Su, having only spent 6 months in the metropolis, could muster $2 million. Lu Chang was equally incredulous. Having known Cheng Su for 4 years, he had been oblivious to the latter's capabilities, now realizing just how affluent he had become. $2 million. Donated with a speed that suggested gifts were free. How extravagant. Lu Chang glanced at his own situation, having toiled as a programmer, waking up early and working late. Feeling fortunate that he hadn't lost all his hair yet. At this rate, it would take him a decade of relentless work to earn $2 million, and even then, he might not achieve it. He sighed. The comparison is futile. The crux of the matter was that Cheng Su, despite possessing $2 million, chose not to invest it in a home or a car, instead opting to donate it to Lin Jinghao, a gesture that touched not only Lin Jinghao, but also Lu Chang. Meanwhile, Cheng Su returned to his desk and conducted a rough tally. Adding yesterday's donations, Lin Jinghao would likely receive over $110,000. Cheng Su was aware that, setting aside the kidney source, the surgery alone would cost around $400,000 to $500,000. He pondered whether this sum would suffice. Contemplating how best to assist Lin Jinghao, he sent a message via WeChat. Focus on your mother's treatment. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. You need not worry about the finances. Upon receiving Lin Jinghao's affirmative reply, Cheng Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he continued to ponder how to further aid Lin Jinghao, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your expenditure of battle coins has triggered a cashback multiplier draw. 8-fold cashback. $8 million has been legally and legitimately deposited into the host's bank account. Simultaneously, Cheng Su's banking app chimed with a notification. His eyes widened in disbelief. This time, he had multiplied his investment 8-fold. He never anticipated such a return. Last time it had been a mere 2-fold. $8 million, combined with the previous $2 million, now left him with over $14 million in his bank account. Over $1 million. Cheng Su swallowed hard. Did this mean he had become a millionaire? He took a deep breath to regain his composure. 14 million was ample startup capital. However, he needed to carefully consider how to utilize this newfound wealth. At 3 in the afternoon, while Lin Jinghao continued his live stream, Cheng Su received a call from the hospital. Is this Ms. Li's family? Lin Jinghao recognized the voice on the line as that of a nurse from his mother's hospital. Yes, he replied, hastily silencing the microphone of his live stream. You should come to the hospital. Ms. Li's condition has deteriorated. Before the nurse could finish her sentence, Lin Jinghao abruptly ended the live stream and rushed to the hospital. Chapter 64, Good News. In the hospital's emergency room, a frail, middle-aged woman lay on the bed, her complexion a pallid yellow. Surrounding her were various medical instruments, and a team of doctors was engaged in a series of treatment procedures. Meanwhile, Lin Jinghao anxiously waited outside the door. Moments later, the patient was wheeled out of the emergency room. With swollen eyes, Lin Jinghao rushed forward, relieved to see that she was still breathing, albeit unconscious. Together with the doctors and nurses, he escorted his mother back to the ward. After conducting a thorough examination and confirming that all her vital signs had stabilized, the doctor offered Lin Jinghao a few words of consolation. Dr. Wang, how is my mother? Lin Jinghao inquired with mounting anxiety. Let us discuss this in my office, Dr. Wang, Lin Jinghao's mother's attending physician, a middle-aged man in his 50s, replied with a sigh that sent a jolt of unease through Lin Jinghao. In the office, Dr. Wang glanced at Lin Jinghao and said, Your mother's condition has worsened. If a kidney transplant is not performed within 3 months, he paused, then added, however, there is some good news. As he spoke, Dr. Wang retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Lin Jinghao, continuing, The hospital has found a matching kidney for your mother, but hearing the word but made Lin Jinghao's heart race. Just a moment ago, he had been elated by the prospect of a suitable kidney, but now that ominous conjunction cast a shadow over his hopes. He had invested all his faith in this prestigious hospital in Hangzhou, the foremost institution for treating uremia. Although he respected Dr. Wang, the doctor's manner of speaking often left Lin Jinghao's heart skipping beats. However, the cost for the surgery, the kidney, and the medical expenses during the procedure could range between 5 to 600,000 yuan. If you wish to proceed with the transplant, a decision must be made today, as there are others awaiting the same opportunity. Dr. Wang, as the attending physician, was somewhat aware of Lin Jinghao's family's financial situation. Given the expenses incurred from dialysis and medications, Lin Jinghao had already spent a considerable amount of money. To be safe, they would need to prepare at least 600,000 yuan, and as a single-parent family, such funds were not easily accessible. Each time they had to pay for the hospital bed, Lin Jinghao had relied on Dr. Wang's leniency. But 5 to 600,000 yuan would surely put him in a difficult position. Yet, finding a matching kidney was a rare stroke of luck. Lin Jinghao's mother had been fortunate to find one within 6 months. Missing this opportunity could mean never finding another. I need it. I definitely need it. Money is not an issue. My friend can lend it to me. Doctor, please proceed with the arrangements for the surgery. Lin Jinghao had initially expected Dr. Wang to discuss something else, but it turned out to be a matter of finances. The monetary gifts from Cheng Su would yield him 1 million yuan, ample funds for the procedure. With the kidney match secured, his spirits soared. He had never felt such joy as he did at that moment. Grateful for the support of Cheng Su and his close friends, his mother's illness now had hope. He resolved to express his heartfelt gratitude to everyone, especially Cheng Su, who had essentially saved both his and his mother's lives. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Tears of relief streamed down Lin Jinghao's face. Little did he know, from that day forth, a profound transformation awaited him. After work, Cheng Su hurried home, his spirits high. As he opened the door, Su Sahan seemed to have timed her entrance perfectly, leaping into his embrace. Having not seen his beloved wife all day, Cheng Su felt a wave of affection and ruffled her hair gently. They exchanged a brief, tender embrace before parting, mindful of their parents still at home. After dinner, Cheng Su routinely strolled downstairs with Su Sahan and his parents, a cherished family ritual. Their leisurely walk would last an hour before they meandered back home. Later that evening, after showering, Cheng Su climbed into bed, choosing classical prenatal music for the evening. He dedicated half an hour each day to prenatal education, wary of overdoing it. Ding. The host has provided 1 minute of prenatal education for the baby. Reward, 1,000 yuan. The amount has been legally transferred to the host's bank account. The system's voice was muted, but the notification appeared in Cheng Su's mind. He found it delightful, watching his bank balance grow steadily. My dear, you seem particularly cheerful today, Su Sahan observed, noting the smile that had not left Cheng Su's face. Is there something worth celebrating? Perhaps, he replied playfully. I made some money in the stock market today, and Lin Jinghao's mother has found a kidney source. He felt genuinely happy for Lin Jinghao, having received the news that afternoon. Indeed, I hope she recovers soon. Su Sahan was also uplifted by his enthusiasm, her laughter infectious. She recalled Cheng Su mentioning Lin Jinghao's mother's illness during their walk, which startled her, as it explained Lin Jinghao's recent frail appearance. How much did you profit from the stocks this time? She inquired curiously, having never asked Cheng Su about financial matters, as he always provided her with a fixed allowance. However, she would directly ask for anything she desired, and as long as it was feasible, Cheng Su would readily comply, leading her to seldom touch her allowance. The sudden wealth, from cars worth millions to houses in the tens of millions, had left her astounded. 1 million. Impressive, right? Cheng Su grinned. 1 million. Su Sahan's eyes widened in disbelief. So much money. You made that in a single day? Indeed, 1 million. Aren't I amazing? Cheng Su chuckled. Absolutely incredible. Su Sahan exclaimed, her admiration for him shining through. She then planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, playfully declaring, this is your reward. As your devoted admirer. Perhaps I should offer a token of appreciation. Cheng Su's lips curled into a charming smile as he leaned closer to Su Sahan. Chapter 65, A Luxurious Massage. Su Sahan was left speechless. Cheng Su's playful demeanor was relentless. The so-called reward merely resulted in a light peck from him. Cheng Su, however, was mindful of his restraint since Su Sahan's pregnancy began. My dear, you could easily resign now. We have a home and a car. Haven't you always wanted to start your own business? Su Sahan suggested thoughtfully. She had always been aware that Cheng Su wished to venture out on his own. Yet he had long been hindered by a lack of funds. Now that the requisite material conditions had finally materialized, her sole hope was for Cheng Su to embark on the path he truly desired, rather than remain perpetually constrained by familial obligations. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Let's wait a couple of days. I have already established connections with all my clients, and then I shall resign. Cheng Su had been with this company for several months, accumulating a certain clientele. If he did not manage the transition properly, the company would certainly not allow him to depart so easily. In the long run, remaining in real estate brokerage was not a sustainable option. Since the conditions were now favorable, it was time for him to forge his own path. Fortunately, Su Sahan had always been unwaveringly supportive of his dreams, never questioning him, which bolstered his confidence in entrepreneurship. Cheng Su, with a beaming smile, rested his head on Su Sahan's belly and gently caressed it. Little baby, may you grow up healthy. Mommy and daddy love you dearly. Ding. Congratulations, host. On communicating with the baby for 2 consecutive weeks, you are rewarded with advanced massage techniques. A mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind, and even now, Cheng Su could not claim to be accustomed to it. He momentarily lost focus, and at that instant, he felt a torrent of unfamiliar knowledge surging into his brain at an astonishing speed. His entire being felt as though it had been invigorated. Even the hands that were usually only used for typing seemed to have gained newfound dexterity. Moments later, Cheng Su had absorbed all the knowledge and techniques related to massage, encompassing health massages, medical massages, sports massages, and chiropractic massages, among others. For him at this moment, these skills were readily at his command. Cheng Su blinked, filled with excitement. Indeed, the daddy system was remarkably thoughtful. Massage employs the power and techniques of the hands to regulate physiological functions and ameliorate pathological changes. This practice is particularly vital for pregnant women. During pregnancy, the most common and easily manifested issue is lower limb edema, coupled with various physical discomforts. This can lead to heightened emotional fluctuations and increased sensitivity in expectant mothers. Pregnant women often experience significant stress, concerns about fetal development, family issues, body changes, and fears regarding pregnancy symptoms. These pressures can diminish their immunity, reduce blood oxygen levels, and impair uterine blood circulation, thereby affecting fetal development. The longer the pregnancy progresses, the more pronounced these symptoms become. Furthermore, the physical and psychological changes can, in severe cases, lead to prenatal depression. This was Cheng Su's greatest fear, especially considering that Su Sahan was expecting triplets, which increased the likelihood of such symptoms occurring threefold compared to an ordinary pregnancy. Cheng Su felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. Thus, upon learning about these factors, he had been consulting gynecologists and individuals with pregnancy experience online, seeking advice on how best to care for and manage the various symptoms and reactions of pregnant women. Ultimately, the consensus was clear. Prenatal massage ranked at the top of effective remedies. Appropriate physical massage could help alleviate stress, enhance mood, and better mitigate some pregnancy-related symptoms. He had initially planned to dedicate several days to learning from professional massage therapists after resigning. However, it seemed that he had already become quite proficient in the art of massage, requiring no further instruction. Cheng Su was elated at having acquired this ability. Darling, please lie flat, he instructed. With advanced massage skills at his disposal, it would be a shame to let them go to waste. What for? Su Sahan responded, her expression one of bewilderment, unsure of Cheng Su's intentions. Did you not mention recently that you have been experiencing some back pain and that your morning sickness has intensified? Allow me to massage you to relieve some of that discomfort, Cheng Su explained. Su Sahan, 8 weeks pregnant, was indeed at a stage where massage could alleviate both of those symptoms. With a skeptical look, she scrutinized Cheng Su, propping her chin on her hand. I had no idea you possessed such skills in massage. Despite their time together, she had never seen Cheng Su undertake any technical craft. Who would believe that you could massage? Massage was a skill that required expertise. Otherwise, the high prices of professional massage services would be inexplicable. It's not just because you're pregnant. Dietary therapy alone cannot fully address morning sickness. I took some time to learn a bit online, Cheng Su clarified, indicating that most of his time was spent either at work or with family. Su Sahan was momentarily taken aback, touched by Cheng Su's effort to learn massage techniques specifically to alleviate her morning sickness. Overcome with emotion, she chuckled softly. If you don't do it well, I won't be paying you. Haha. All right then, just lie back and relax, Cheng Su replied, assisting her in finding a comfortable position. Although he had mastered all the knowledge and techniques of massage, not every method was suitable for use. He understood that the first 3 months of pregnancy were critical, necessitating greater caution during massage. During this period, there were very few acupoints that could be safely massaged. Many points on the lower back and abdomen, as well as certain sensitive shoulder areas, should be avoided to prevent undue stress on the abdomen, which could potentially lead to contractions and miscarriage. Thus, it was advisable for non-professionals who had not undergone proper training to refrain from massaging pregnant women, especially in the first trimester. However, with the support of the system, Cheng Su had mastered these techniques to such an extent that he rivaled professional practitioners, allowing him to massage without fear of misapplying pressure or incorrectly targeting acupoints. He began by gently taking Su Sahan's left hand, locating the inner wrist, and pressing 2 inches above the central horizontal line. This was the Naguan acupoint. Using the pad of his thumb, he lightly kneaded and applied gentle pressure, effectively easing her morning sickness. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, he transitioned to the Zanju acupoint, located at the junction of the brow and eye sockets, which not only alleviated morning sickness, but also improved insomnia. After another 5 to 6 minutes, he moved on to the Taichung and Shenshu acupoints, maintaining each for about 5 to 10 minutes, ensuring not to exceed the recommended duration. Cheng Su's massage technique was gentle and balanced, with appropriate pressure, and he frequently inquired about Su Sahan's comfort, adjusting his technique based on her feedback. Before long, Su Sahan had closed her eyes in relaxation, teetering on the brink of slumber. In the first 3 months, due to the instability of the fetus, there were not many acupoints available for massage. Cheng Su only repeated the massage a couple of times before ceasing. Honey, did you truly learn this just by watching online? After experiencing Cheng Su's massage, Su Sahan felt an immense sense of relief. Her previously discomfort stomach had found respite. Cheng Su's massage felt entirely on par with that of a professional therapist. No, it was akin to that of a highly skilled practitioner. Such proficiency could not possibly have been acquired in just a day or two. Filled with curiosity, she peered at Cheng Su with a hint of suspicion and asked, "You haven't secretly enrolled in any classes behind my back, have you?" "No, I truly learned this online. I spend most of my time either at work or at home with you. Where would I find the time to attend classes?" Cheng Su replied, swallowing hard. "Indeed, you are pressed for time, but my dear husband, your aptitude for learning is truly remarkable. Your massage skills could undoubtedly establish a thriving massage parlor." Su Sahan expressed her surprise and delight. The fact that Cheng Su could master such techniques through online learning certainly marks him as a genius. She then envisioned Cheng Su opening a massage business, giving massages to others. "Forget it. You shall not open a massage parlor. I forbid you from massaging other women." Su Sahan pouted, feeling quite displeased at the thought of Cheng Su touching other women while massaging. "All right, I shall not massage any woman other than you," Cheng Su promised, wrapping his arm around Su Sahan's shoulders. This made her smile, and she playfully rubbed her belly, exclaiming, "Darling, I am hungry." Cheng Su paused for a moment. Instinctively glancing at the clock, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. While it was indeed late, Su Sahan had eaten very little today, as most of it had been expelled. It seemed that the massage therapy had been quite effective, as her morning sickness had eased, and her appetite had returned. "What would you like to eat?" Cheng Su inquired. "Oh, anything will do. I can't think of anything specific. Just decide for me." Su Sahan smiled after pondering for a while. "Very well. Wait a moment while I prepare something for you," Cheng Su replied, rising from the bed. He quickly prepared some chicken breast and broccoli, nutrient-rich foods that would not be too heavy on the stomach. Although he included meat and vegetables, he refrained from preparing a staple food, ensuring that it would be satisfying yet easy to digest for a late-night snack. After Su Sahan finished her meal, Cheng Su did not allow her to lie down immediately. Instead, they walked around the living room for a while to aid digestion before settling down for the night. Before they went to bed, Cheng Su taught Su Sahan how to press the Naguan point on her own, so she could alleviate her morning sickness symptoms when he was not at home. Although her technique would not match Cheng Su it would still provide some relief during her discomfort. The next day, Cheng Su rose promptly, and after breakfast, he headed to the office. Since he planned to resign in the coming days, he needed to ensure that all his clients were well managed, with every detail meticulously recorded. The company placed great importance on this aspect, so even in the face of resignation, he was obligated to complete these tasks for the company to accept his departure. Given that Cheng Su had a considerable number of clients, he estimated that it would take him a day or two to wrap everything up. No sooner had he stepped into the office than he heard the furious voice of the store manager from the innermost office, followed by the sound of documents being slammed down. Cheng Su puzzled, settled into his workspace, but before he could inquire about the commotion, a round-faced, rotund man leaned over from a nearby desk. "Hey, Cheng Su just a heads up. Yesterday afternoon, someone from upper management came in and gave our manager a thorough reprimanding. They said our store's performance is at the bottom this month. Now, the manager is currently scolding the supervisor. So be cautious today and steer clear of both the manager and the supervisor," the stout man kindly advised. Cheng Su had been out meeting clients yesterday afternoon, so he was unaware of the upper management's visit. He nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. Cheng Su had no intention of provoking either the manager or the supervisor. His focus remained on managing his clients. Even as he contemplated resigning, he knew it would take a day or two to finalize his client handover. He would not be foolish enough to resign before completing this process. Salaries were calculated based on the day the resignation letter was submitted, and if he resigned first, there was no guarantee the company would compensate him for the days spent managing clients afterward. Although he currently had over 10 million in assets, who would willingly forego money? Moreover, he certainly would not engage in the foolishness of working for the company for 2 days without compensation. He was not a saint. Nor would he sacrifice his interests for the company's benefit. Cheng Su firmly believed in advocating for his rightful gains. As he focused on managing his clients, a middle-aged man's voice rang out from behind him. Everyone should take a leaf out of Cheng Su book. He has only been with the company for a few months. Yet his performance rivals that of those who have been here for years. If you have no clients, go back and reconnect with previous ones. What are you all doing? Just coasting along on your salaries? Even if you have no clients, reach out to them. Who knows, they might be ready to buy now when they weren't before. Remember, any client who hasn't been completely written off is still a potential client. Understood? The manager chastised the staff, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Cheng Su felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Even in managing clients, the manager was using him as a yardstick to criticize the older employees. It was no surprise that the manager was in this position. Such tactics avoided offending anyone while still reprimanding the veteran employees. However, the manager's words might inadvertently draw hostility from those older employees toward him. After the reprimand, the manager patted Cheng Su shoulder with a serious yet kind smile, asking, "Cheng Su, how have you found your few months of work? Are you settling in well?" Cheng Su smiled and replied, "I'm settling in just fine. Keep up the good work. You are already among the top 3 in our branch's sales rankings at such a young age. I believe you will surely break through this month and become the sales champion. Rest assured, you have a bright future in our company. And you will earn a good income," the manager said, giving Cheng Su another reassuring pat on the shoulder before leaving the store. Cheng Su was taken aback. Why was the manager suddenly painting such a rosy picture for him? Had the manager somehow learned of his plans to resign? Just then, Wang, the supervisor, approached with a stern expression, clearly glaring at Cheng Su without any attempt to conceal it. He tossed a document onto Cheng Su desk, stating, "This client is scheduled for a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning. You will handle it yourself, and do not be late." At this moment, nearly everyone discreetly turned their attention toward the exchange between Cheng Su and Supervisor Wang. Wang was evidently still in a foul mood after being scolded by the manager in the office, and all the employees had heard the harsh words. It seemed that Wang realized his tone had been excessively severe, especially since Cheng Su had done nothing wrong. He cleared his throat and softened his voice, saying, "The remaining clients will also be assigned to you. Your next task is to manage all of these clients." Upon hearing this, several new employees cast envious glances at Cheng Su. It was well known that finding clients in real estate was a challenging endeavor, particularly potential clients. If one relied solely on self-development, it could take months to earn a mere few thousand in base salary without closing any deals. With the month already half over, Wang was still assigning Cheng Su clients, including one who had already scheduled a viewing time. This was not merely a potential client, it was a confirmed viewing appointment. Thus, from the perspective of the new employees, Wang was being exceptionally generous to Cheng Su. However, while the new employees may not have understood, the veteran employees were all too aware. Wang was not genuinely assisting Cheng Su. He was clearly setting him up for failure. Handing off a confirmed client to another salesperson indicated that this client was likely difficult to deal with. After all, who would willingly relinquish their commission? Furthermore, everyone knew that sufficient time was required to fully understand a client's information before directly engaging with them. Such a hasty change was nothing short of a deliberate attempt to complicate matters for Cheng Su. Wang had effectively given Cheng Su a batch of clients that were unlikely to result in any sales. The veteran employees cast disdainful glances at Cheng Su. Despite his abilities, what could a fresh graduate possibly accomplish against clients who had already bested the seasoned employees? The seasoned employees eagerly awaited to witness Cheng Su's forthcoming spectacle, with the store manager proclaiming that he would undoubtedly be the sales champion of the month. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed evident that such a title would elude him. Cheng Su, being quite perceptive, understood this predicament and furrowed his brow in contemplation. When had he offended Supervisor Wang to deserve this batch of challenging clients? He glanced at the documents strewn across the table. Apart from the appointment with the client scheduled for 10 o'clock as indicated by Supervisor Wang, the remaining clients were those that veteran employees had pursued for over a year, some even longer, yet had failed to convert. It was clear that these clients were beyond salvaging. While it was customary for new employees to initially handle such clients for practice, Cheng Su had already been with the company for nearly 6 months and had begun to take on new resources. Why then was he still being assigned such old accounts? It was evident that there was an intention to impede his ability to make sales. Cheng Su discerned that all the clients previously followed up by the sales team were consistently the sales champions for 6 consecutive months, clients of Lin Miao Miao. These accounts were evidently those that Lin Miao Miao had failed to convert. Why were they now being handed to him? He was already eligible for new resources. Cheng Su did not wish to indulge any semblance of authority, and, in a moment of confusion, he questioned, aren't these clients still viable for follow-up? The moment those words escaped his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Some believed that regardless of the quality of resources assigned by leadership, one should accept them without question. Cheng Su's audacity to challenge the authority of his superiors was seen as a significant affront, surely incurring the ire of Supervisor Wang. Many shook their heads, muttering to themselves that Cheng Su was still too youthful and impetuous, daring to question the decisions of leadership. This would surely anger Supervisor Wang. Conversely, a few others, while taken aback, felt a profound admiration for Cheng Su's courage. They believed that one must indeed fight for their interests. Should one remain silent and submissive, it would only invite further bullying. Lin Miao Miao interjected, standing up in a well-tailored suit, her meticulously crafted makeup accentuating her features. Perhaps incensed by Cheng Su's misunderstanding, she appeared flustered, her complexion slightly pale, and her eyes betrayed a hint of hostility. Only Lin Miao Miao was aware of her own insecurities. Before Cheng Su's arrival, she had consistently held the title of sales champion, and these clients were the fruits of her relentless efforts. She had long been the company's poster child, the model employee showcased by the manager, yet with Cheng Su's arrival, everything had shifted. In less than 6 months, his performance was nearing her own. It was worth noting that during her initial months at the company, she had toiled mercilessly just to secure a single deal, a commendable achievement in its own right. Yet, in her eyes, Cheng Su did not seem the type to close deals effortlessly. Why should he be able to match her hard-earned accomplishments and status? Lin Miao Miao felt a pang of resentment. She knew Supervisor Wang favored her and had utilized this to pass off her most troublesome clients onto Cheng Su. The client scheduled for a meeting at 10 o'clock had been one she had struggled with for 6 months, an exceedingly difficult client she believed was beyond her reach. Given her capabilities, she could typically close a deal within 3 months. However, this particular client evoked little enthusiasm for the property, yet insisted on viewing it, leading her to deem it a challenging case to hand over to Cheng Su, intending to put him in a precarious situation. Lin Miao Miao was unconvinced that Cheng Su could succeed where she had failed. She had a significant client worth millions to meet that day and was eager to see how Cheng Su could possibly surpass her. The title of sales champion was firmly within her grasp. Cheng Su furrowed his brow. It was evident that Lin Miao Miao feared him encroaching upon her throne as sales champion. This client was certainly not a straightforward prospect. Nevertheless, Cheng Su had little interest in clients or titles. He was already contemplating resignation, focused solely on managing his own accounts before departing. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, fortuitously, the store manager entered. Sensing Cheng Su's hesitation, Supervisor Wang swiftly patted Cheng Su's shoulder and said, Cheng Su, you are young, and Lin Miao Miao is simply being considerate. She noticed you had no clients and has generously assigned you one as a gesture of mentorship. While this client may be challenging, They are indeed a prospective buyer. And should they purchase a property, the commission will be yours. Supervisor Wang's demeanor was affable, although he was also aiding Lin Miao Miao. However, as Cheng Su was one of his subordinates with considerable potential, he would be pleased if Cheng Su could succeed with these difficult clients that Lin Miao Miao had struggled to manage. The store manager, upon hearing this, nodded approvingly at Supervisor Wang, then turned to Cheng Su, saying, "Your seniors are looking out for you. You possess great potential. Tackle this account diligently. And should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. Have faith in the company." The reason the store manager placed such emphasis on Cheng Su was his remarkable potential. The real estate brokerage industry is notoriously arduous, yet Cheng Su, a fresh graduate at just 22 years old, had nearly matched the sales champion's performance in under 6 months, contributing 1/3 of the store's total sales. His potential was undeniably vast, and with proper nurturing, he could undoubtedly become a pillar of the company. However, the crux of the matter was that Cheng Su needed to remain with the company. It was common knowledge that young professionals in real estate rarely stayed for more than a few months. Typically, after 4 to 5 months, they would resign. The store manager harbored concerns that Cheng Su might entertain thoughts of leaving, hence his continuous praise and encouragement, all aimed at persuading him to stay. At that moment, Cheng Su felt a twinge of embarrassment. Given the manager and Supervisor Wang's remarks, to refuse would imply ingratitude and an inability to recognize their goodwill. Reluctantly, Cheng Su gathered his materials and proceeded to meet the client. Due to time constraints, he opted for a taxi directly to the meeting venue. While en route, he briefly reviewed the previous follow-up notes from Lin Miao Miao to gain a general understanding of the client. The meeting location was a cafe situated beneath the Lingchuan Group building. Upon entering, Cheng Su quickly spotted the client, an elderly gentleman in his 60s with a head of salt and pepper hair, exuding a warm and amiable aura, easily recognizable. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Cheng Su. I sincerely apologize for the abrupt transition. The company has reassigned you to my care. So please feel free to contact me for all your property inquiries," Cheng Su greeted with a smile. It was imperative to provide a reasonable explanation for the sudden change in contact to ensure the client felt at ease. Mr. Li Tianhua did not appear particularly surprised by the personnel change. Rather, he greeted Cheng Su with a friendly handshake. With a jovial tone, he remarked, "You must think I'm a difficult old man, huh? Not at all. It's just a temporary adjustment from above, and one must be cautious when house hunting, right?" Cheng Su spoke, and the two exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. Li Tianhua did not delve into the matter of changing the real estate agent, but engaged in conversation with Cheng Su at the cafe while perusing property listings. After listening to Cheng Su's introductions for a while and sipping his coffee, Li Tianhua remarked, "Xiao Su, you need not introduce any other properties. Today, I wish to focus on school district housing, preferably as close to the prestigious primary school as possible." Cheng Su was momentarily taken aback. Through Cheng Su's updates on Lin Miao Miao's clients, Li Tianhua had previously been interested in prime real estate in the city center, favoring fully furnished apartments. As Li Tianhua himself stated, fully furnished homes are more convenient, with simpler handover procedures allowing for swift acquisition of property certificates and immediate occupancy. Thus, Cheng Su had primarily introduced some of the city's finest fully furnished homes. However, it was clear that Li Tianhua was unimpressed. Now directly expressing a desire for school district housing near the prestigious primary school. It is important to note that in the city, school district homes often surpass even new properties in price. The most affordable options range from 80,000 to 100,000 per square meter, let alone those near the esteemed primary school, where prices start at a staggering 200,000 per square meter, far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. After conversing further, Cheng Su learned that Li Tianhua indeed had intentions to purchase new property, but had shifted his focus to school district homes upon his grandson's enrollment in primary school this year for convenience. Cheng Su nodded in understanding. Although school district homes are costly, many parents are willing to take on significant loans to secure better educational opportunities for their children. He pondered that once his 3 little ones are born, he too would need to contemplate the purchase of a school district home. After they decided to view a school district property valued at 250,000 per square meter, the one closest to the primary school, Cheng Su prepared to call a cab. Just as Li Tianhua stood up, Cheng Su suddenly heard a sound akin to bones cracking, and Li Tianhua collapsed. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain, yet lay completely still, indicating a serious situation. Those present in the cafe had never encountered such an incident. Initially, they scattered in confusion, then hastily gathered around. A few rational individuals inquired about the situation, while most simply stared, unsure of what to do. In the face of an emergency, everyone was so frightened that their minds went blank, even forgetting to call for an ambulance. Cheng Su was the first to react. He quickly set down his belongings and crouched to assess the situation. A few well-meaning young people, thinking Li Tianhua merely stumbled, attempted to help him up. Cheng Su promptly halted their efforts, saying, "He seems to have strained his back. It's best not to move him." Having acquired advanced massage skills, which included medical massage and traditional Chinese manipulation, Cheng Su possessed a certain understanding of spinal ailments. Thus, after a brief examination, he deduced that Li Tianhua was suffering from a herniated disc due to prolonged sitting and chronic back strain, compounded by previous injuries. It appeared that this condition had not arisen suddenly. Rather, it likely flared up today due to a draft, leading to the acute back pain. While massage could provide relief, immediate manipulation was inadvisable given the recent injury, as it could exacerbate the damage. However, considering Li Tianhua's evident distress, leaving him on the ground until the ambulance arrived would likely result in further complications. Cheng Su seemed to reach a resolution. After meticulously checking and confirming that Li Tianhua's back showed no signs of swelling, he said, "Mr. Li, I have studied some professional manipulation techniques, so you need not worry. I will assist you with some massage to alleviate your discomfort." Li Tianhua nodded, recognizing that he had no alternative. Being the center of attention was hardly comfortable. With his consent, Cheng Su commenced the massage. Given the nature of the back ailment, his techniques were gentle, primarily focusing on the soft tissue on either side of the lower back to relieve muscle stiffness, improve circulation, and promote blood flow. After a brief period, Li Tianhua finally sensed a reduction in the pain in his lower back, and the persistent discomfort that had plagued him felt as if it had dissipated entirely. Li Tianhua was able to stand, cautiously twisting his waist with an expression of astonishment. He felt as though the herniated disc that had troubled him for so long was now miraculously healed. Cheng Su received accolades from those around him, who praised him for saving a life. Cheng Su merely smiled, thinking to himself that perhaps he was accumulating virtue for his future children. Chapter 69. Li Tianhua's request. Xiao Su, your massage technique is quite impressive, better than that of many traditional Chinese massage therapists. Have you studied traditional Chinese manipulation? Li Tianhua moved his waist, now capable of twisting and bending without any sensation of pain. He was astonished that this young man, who appeared so unassuming, possessed such remarkable skill. It is worth noting that back ailments had tormented him for an extended period. Such conditions are truly excruciating. Although surgery is an option, individuals of his age are understandably apprehensive about undergoing procedures with uncertain outcomes. Fortunately, his herniated disc could be treated through physical therapy, so he visited a traditional Chinese doctor weekly for manipulation. However, while the sessions provided temporary comfort, he would still feel lingering discomfort afterward, nothing like the complete relief he experienced after Cheng Su's treatment. Li Tianhua regarded Cheng Su with a look of delight, relief evident on his face. "I learned a bit about medical massage because my wife is pregnant," Cheng Su explained thoughtfully. Li Tianhua nodded, seemingly recalling something, and remarked, "This young man has a bright future. A man who treats his wife well will not falter in life." Li Tianhua scrutinized Cheng Su, recognizing a semblance of the vigor he once possessed in his youth. Although Cheng Su appeared youthful, in his early 20s and likely fresh out of school, he handled himself with commendable poise and consideration. Li Tianhua internally affirmed, "This young man has potential." Li Tianhua appeared rejuvenated, and the onlookers dispersed, relieved that the situation had resolved. Given that his back had only just begun to regain mobility, Cheng Su suggested that Li Tianhua rest a bit longer before continuing to view properties. Li Tianhua readily agreed, and Cheng Su moved to a sofa by the cafe window, ensuring a more comfortable seating arrangement. He even requested a cushion from the staff, placing it behind Li Tianhua's back for additional support. The staff member who brought the cushion, observing Cheng Su's skilled and attentive handling of the situation, unwittingly began to praise him, calling him dutiful and caring towards his grandfather. Li Tianhua, in his 60s and dressed casually, with a head of black and white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, certainly resembled a spirited elder. In contrast, Cheng Su, brimming with youthful vitality, clad in a sharp suit, made them appear akin to a grandfather and grandson duo. Cheng Su, about to clarify the misunderstanding with a smile, was interrupted by Li Tianhua's hearty laughter. "If I could have a grandson like Xiao Su, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." The coffee shop staff understood the situation instantly and, expressing their apologies, took their leave as their tasks were completed. "Xiao Su, your massage skills are truly exceptional. My years of suffering from lumbar disc herniation have been alleviated." He continued, "I have an elderly mother, over 80 years of age, whose back condition is even more severe than mine. Would you be so kind as to accompany me home and assist her?" As Cheng Su performed a massage on Li Tianhua moments ago, Li Tianhua had already grasped the situation. Due to his own back issues, he had frequently sought the aid of massage therapists, always opting for the most esteemed practitioners. It was evident that Cheng Su's expertise surpassed even that of high-end massage therapists. Thoughts of his mother plagued Li Tianhua's mind. She suffered from rheumatoid arthritis, and even the simple act of walking had become a struggle for her. This ailment did not necessitate surgical intervention, relying instead on medication and physical therapy. Hence, he often hired skilled masseurs to alleviate her pain. Given Cheng Su's remarkable skills, he considered asking for his assistance with his mother. Noticing Cheng Su's apparent hesitation, Li Tianhua quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, if you can treat my mother, I will certainly take care of your sales performance. I am determined to purchase a property in the school district, not to mention a villa in the prestigious West Suburb community. How does that sound? Moreover, I will also refer clients to you in the future." The school district properties near the elite school were valued at 200,000 per square meter. 100 square meters would amount to 20 million. As for the West Suburb community, the most renowned villa district in the metropolis, the starting price for a villa was no less than 50 million. Combined, these figures would total 70 million, and the commission Cheng Su could earn would easily exceed 1 million. This enticing promise was undeniably a potent allure for sales, especially in the fiercely competitive real estate market. However, upon hearing this, Cheng Su merely smiled politely and replied, "It's best to purchase a home based on your genuine needs. I would be delighted to assist Mr. Li if I can. However, I am currently on duty, and my company mandates that I clock in at each location. Otherwise, it would be considered absenteeism, leading to substantial deductions from my wages. Therefore, could we wait until noon when I finish my shift?" Cheng Su had no intention of refusing to help. It was merely that his company enforced strict regulations to prevent staff from slacking off, necessitating the clock-in process. A day of absenteeism would result in a deduction of 3 days' pay, rendering today's efforts futile. Li Tianhua understood and did not press Cheng Su further. The two engaged in light conversation, establishing a pleasant rapport. As they still had time, they decided together that Cheng Su would take a taxi to show Li Tianhua the properties near the elite school. As the name suggests, the elite school is the finest primary school in the metropolis, boasting top-tier faculty, innovative teaching methodologies, and state-of-the-art educational resources. Graduates from this institution are invariably outstanding students. For parents living in the metropolis, the elite school is undoubtedly the premier choice, with many vying to enroll their children there. Consequently, the surrounding school district properties have skyrocketed in value, reaching over 200,000 per square meter this year alone, just for second-hand homes. If one seeks new properties, the price per square meter escalates to 250,000. Li Tianhua had always focused exclusively on new listings. He would not entertain any properties that had previously been occupied. Cheng Su had gathered ample information at the cafe regarding Li Tianhua's motivations for purchasing, his housing habits, and various requirements regarding the property. This understanding would greatly assist Cheng Su in presenting options that would satisfy his client. With this knowledge at hand, Cheng Su swiftly identified several suitable properties. As anticipated, Li Tianhua was exceedingly pleased after viewing them. All the options Cheng Su recommended met his every criterion. Li Tianhua was astonished by Cheng Su's astute judgment, realizing that there were aspects he did not even need to articulate for Cheng Su to consider. Cheng Su approached the situation from the client's perspective, rather than solely focusing on his commission, unlike the previous female sales representative who had only pushed the most expensive properties. Finally, Cheng Su guided Li Tianhua around the vicinity of the school district properties to assess the surrounding environment. After all, this would be a place where his child would reside for at least 6 years, making the surrounding conditions crucial. The entire viewing process took less than an hour, after which Li Tianhua made a decisive commitment. Chapter 70. The Discreet Affluent. Once the contract was signed, it needed to be photographed and uploaded to the company. At this moment, Cheng Su was unaware that news of the contract had ignited a fervor among the company's sales team. Following the contract signing, an electronic version needed to be scanned and submitted to the head office, requiring approval from supervisors, store managers, and other higher-ups in succession before it could reach the main office. Consequently, Cheng Su's supervisor, Manager Wang, and the store manager immediately reviewed the contract and shared this joyous news with the entire sales team, encouraging them to emulate Cheng Su's example and strive for excellence. The sales team, upon hearing the news, was incredulous, especially Lin Miao Miao. She had struggled for 6 months with a notoriously difficult client. Yet Cheng Su had managed to secure a deal in less than half a day, and it wasn't even noon yet. Not only had he closed the deal, but the client was purchasing a school district property near the elite school, priced at an astounding 250,000 per square meter. The total for the spacious 160 square meter unit amounted to 40 million, which Li Tianhua was paying in one lump sum. Lin Miao Miao found it hard to accept this reality. This was a client she had painstakingly pursued. Having encountered countless individuals, she had failed to recognize that Li Tianhua possessed such wealth. 40 million. Just the commission alone was 200,000. In her time at the company, She had never earned such a substantial commission. She had not anticipated that Cheng Su's capabilities would surpass her own by such a margin. Regret washed over Lin Miao Miao. She realized she had misjudged Cheng Su as a rival for the sales crown when she should have seen him as a potential ally. Had she approached him with humility or sought his assistance in dealing with this client, perhaps she would have at least secured half of that 200,000 commission for herself. At that moment, the other sales team members were far too preoccupied with Lin Miao Miao's feelings to pay her any mind. In unison, they approached the store manager with a suggestion. Could Cheng Su share his strategies for closing the client at this afternoon's summary meeting? After all, he managed to secure a deal with a notoriously challenging client in under half a day, while Lin Miao Miao couldn't do so in 6 months. Their eagerness to learn from Cheng Su's methods was palpable, as they sought to enhance their ability to close more deals. The veteran employees, too, shamelessly proposed that they needed to glean insights from capable individuals to boost their own sales. In that moment, they completely forgot how dismissive they had previously been of Cheng Su, a newcomer to the company for less than half a year. The store manager, delighted by Cheng Su's significant achievement, felt a surge of pride and thought, who would dare claim that our store was underperforming? Observing the previously lackadaisical veteran employees now eager to learn from Cheng Su, he felt a sense of hope, acknowledging that even the most reluctant can be taught. With his spirits lifted, the store manager readily consented to the request. Here, Cheng Su and Li Tianhua had finalized their contract. By noon, Cheng Su had not yet dined. Thus he agreed to accompany Li Tianhua directly to his residence. After nearly an hour and a half of travel, they turned into a residential area nestled against the mountains and beside a lake. Upon inspection, Cheng Su recognized this as a high-end residential district. Upon arriving at the entrance, he sensed something amiss. The community, named Banshan, was aptly situated between the mountaintop and the urban center, surrounded by mountains and adjacent to a natural lake. It resembled a secluded paradise, far removed from the mundane world. Consequently, this locale had become a favored enclave for the affluent, a veritable sanctuary in the hearts of the city's dwellers. Though designated as a residential area, it rivaled any luxurious villa. Each floor consisted of sprawling apartments of 200 to 300 square meters. From within, one could gaze upon the distant skyline of the metropolis, the shimmering lake, and the verdant canopies, truly a delightful sight. Having worked in real estate for an extended period, Cheng Su possessed a fair understanding of the properties in the metropolis. The residences in Banshan were not merely attainable by wealth. Connections were equally essential. Cheng Su cast a surprised glance at Li Tianhua, who appeared remarkably unassuming. The entirety of his attire likely totaled no more than 200 or 300 yuan, devoid of any ostentatious accessories. From his outward appearance, one would never suspect Li Tianhua was, in fact, a magnate. Such understated humility was remarkable, a truly low-key wealthy individual. They ascended to the top floor of Building 1 within the residential complex. Upon entering, Cheng Su was immediately enveloped by a rich Italian ambience. Before he could fully appreciate the opulent yet vintage decor, a sudden crash of shattered crockery reverberated through the air, startling even Li Tianhua. Rushing toward the sound, they encountered a modestly dressed middle-aged man, approximately in his 50s, struggling to assist an elderly woman with a head full of silver hair. A chaotic mess of food lay strewn across the floor at the woman's feet. Upon noticing Li Tianhua, the middle-aged man urgently called out, "Tianhua, come lend a hand." It was evident that he was laboring under significant strain, prompting Li Tianhua to hasten to the elderly woman's side, gently helping her onto the bed. What happened? The typically calm and composed Li Tianhua now appeared visibly flustered, all the while checking on his mother's condition. The elderly woman merely gazed at her son, silent. Her lips pressed tightly together as if suppressing some discomfort, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly a medical episode was occurring. The middle-aged man, speaking with haste, retrieved some medication from a nearby cabinet and poured a glass of water to administer to the elderly woman. Gradually, she seemed to ease a little, yet the pain remained. Her lips still firmly pursed. Cheng Su observed and noted that the elderly woman's hand joints had begun to swell, an evident inflammatory response, accompanied by other symptoms. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, "Mr. Li, could your mother be suffering from rheumatoid arthritis?" His understanding of advanced massage techniques and their relation to bodily skeletal points, coupled with knowledge of medical massage, allowed him to deduce the situation. Li Tianhua nodded. He had not previously disclosed his mother's ailment, indicating that Cheng Su possessed considerable insight. However, Cheng Su found himself at a crossroads. Rheumatoid arthritis was distinct from other musculoskeletal disorders, as its onset could trigger systemic joint pain. In simpler terms, nearly every joint in the body could experience painful symptoms. While massage could alleviate discomfort, recovery was not a matter of days. Chapter 71. Aiding the Elderly Woman. renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The elderly woman's sudden affliction rendered her nearly immobile in bed. The onset of rheumatoid arthritis was excruciating, with joints and muscles manifesting wandering aches, swelling, and pain. Typical triggers included cold, damp conditions, genetic predisposition, or bacterial infections. Once it struck, the agony was often unbearable for the average individual. It was clear that this ailment had plagued the elderly woman for numerous years. Given the abruptness of her condition, Cheng Su noted that despite the middle-aged man administering medication, there was no significant improvement. Recognizing the urgency, Cheng Su resolved to commence with massage therapy. The techniques for treating rheumatoid arthritis differed from standard massage methods. Particular care was essential when applying pressure to acupuncture points, especially during an active episode when the patient's muscles were still rigid. A poorly executed massage or excessive pressure could exacerbate the situation, leading to further swelling. Yet, Cheng Su could not simply stand idly by. With a systematic approach at his disposal, he recalled the pertinent knowledge regarding how to massage rheumatoid arthritis and which points to target. Given the acute nature of the elderly woman's condition, he began with therapeutic techniques and specific points. The Dubie point, primarily targeting knee pain, was located just below the kneecap in the outer notch. Cheng Su accurately pinpointed the location, applying pressure with his fingers while inquiring about the elderly woman's sensations. Unable to articulate a complete sentence due to the pain, she was instructed to nod or shake her head in response. Based on her reactions, Cheng Su adjusted the duration and frequency of his massage on each point. After a minute or two, he transitioned to the Tsuchi point, targeting pain and numbness in the upper limbs, employing the same specialized techniques for treating rheumatoid arthritis. After several targeted points, the elderly woman finally relaxed her furrowed brow. She curiously sensed the absence of pain in her joints, and astonishingly, she found herself able to rise from the bed. From the onset of her episode to her newfound relief, scarcely half an hour had passed. Not only was the elderly woman astonished, but so too were the middle-aged man and Li Tianhua. It is well known that once arthritis flares, even medication typically requires hours to alleviate discomfort. The high-end massage therapist Li Tianhua had previously engaged would never dare to massage a patient during an active flare-up, citing concerns about accurately locating pressure points and the risk of exacerbating swelling, which could worsen the condition. He had only permitted Cheng Su to massage his mother after personally experiencing his technique during his own flare-up. To his relief, Cheng Su did not disappoint. His massage proved remarkably effective. "Grandmother, that was merely a therapeutic massage to alleviate your pain. Allow me to provide further relief," Cheng Su offered. This was no trivial ailment, and it was impossible to resolve it with a single massage. However, given the circumstances, he could provide additional soothing techniques to prevent future episodes. Consider it an act of kindness, hoping that Su Sahan would safely and smoothly deliver her 3 little ones. Preventive massage was relatively straightforward, involving simple techniques such as finger pressure, squeezing the web of the hand, and knee rotations. These uncomplicated methods could be performed regularly. With the approach being flexible, whatever felt comfortable would suffice. In contemporary society, it is indeed plausible for anyone to be afflicted by the ailment of arthritis. However, these acupoints can serve a preventative purpose. Cheng Su contemplated, upon his return, to offer Su Sahan a massage as a precautionary measure. While he demonstrated the simple techniques of massage, he elucidated that such knowledge is accessible to all. He made it clear that for the elderly lady suffering from this condition, it is imperative to not only maintain warmth, but also to engage in regular massage as a preventive measure. After all, this ailment does not resolve in a day or two. Consistent exercise and the massage techniques he advised are essential. Li Tianhua, being a dutiful son, listened attentively, nodding frequently in agreement. A middle-aged man nearby was equally engrossed, absorbing the instructions with rapt attention. The scene was quite comical, a young man in his 20s imparting knowledge to 3 elderly individuals who were eagerly learning. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though the 4 were a harmonious family spanning generations, exuding warmth. Upon hearing Cheng Su mention that certain acupoints could be self-massaged, the elderly lady's interest was piqued, prompting her to request Cheng Su to teach her. The middle-aged man attempted to join in, but was playfully dismissed by the elderly lady. Cheng Su smiled, noting their amicable rapport. The elderly lady's spirits were notably lifted. Free from the torment of pain, her vitality seemed to flourish. As Cheng Su prepared to take his leave, the elderly lady, brimming with joy, grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Were it not for you, I would have been in excruciating pain. You must stay for lunch. I am determined to express my gratitude." Cheng Su instinctively declined, feeling it would be an imposition, as he was, after all, an outsider. However, after the elderly lady insisted thrice, he felt compelled to acquiesce. With a radiant smile, The elderly lady instructed her household staff to prepare a sumptuous meal for their guest. At this moment, the middle-aged man, in his 50s, approached Cheng Su with a warm smile and introduced himself. Upon hearing the man's introduction, Cheng Su's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing as he repeated the name in his mind, Wang Zhongren. Wang Zhongren is a household name in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a highly esteemed physician of traditional Chinese medicine, known even to Cheng Su, who hails from outside the city. It is rumored that having Dr. Wang take one's pulse guarantees an accurate diagnosis for any ailment. While such folklore may lean towards exaggeration, Wang Zhongren's profound theoretical knowledge and practical experience in traditional Chinese medicine are indeed unparalleled. Many celebrities are willing to pay exorbitant sums for his expertise, often finding it challenging to secure an appointment. The presence of such a revered figure before him was an inexplicable marvel for Cheng Su. He politely shook hands with Dr. Wang, offering a respectful introduction of his own. Cheng Su couldn't help but wonder about the stroke of luck that had befallen him. First, discovering Li Tianhua's affluent status, and now encountering a renowned physician in his home. In the ensuing conversation, Li Tianhua engaged with both men in a light-hearted manner. Cheng Su maintained a comfortable demeanor, skillfully balancing the gratitude owed to Li Tianhua for rescuing him and treating his mother while ensuring he did not overstep his boundaries. Through their dialogue, Cheng Su learned that the two men shared a long-standing friendship. Dr. Wang often visited the elderly lady at Li Tianhua's request, assessing her health and providing herbal remedies. It was evident that Li Tianhua was a truly devoted son, displaying kindness without any air of superiority. Dr. Wang was equally amiable, even discussing massage techniques with Cheng Su. "Xiao Su, your massage techniques are quite proficient. Your acupoint methods are commendable," Dr. Wang remarked, nodding in approval. Despite his extensive knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Wang had limited exposure to the intricacies of massage therapy. Intrigued by Cheng Su's adeptness, he sought to engage him in a further discussion about the art of massage. Cheng Su, generously sharing his insights, answered all of Dr. Wang's inquiries. Their conversation flourished, leading to an exchange of contact information and the establishment of a friendship on WeChat. The atmosphere was remarkably congenial. Even during their shared lunch, the elderly lady radiated warmth. Devoid of any airs of a wealthy matriarch, she engaged Cheng Su in friendly banter, inquiring about his marital status, the duration of his wife's pregnancy, and the timing of their wedding. Before Cheng Su took his leave, she insisted that he invite them to the wedding, to which he gladly agreed. Li Tianhua accompanied Cheng Su downstairs, not intending to return upstairs. Cheng Su assured Li Tianhua that there was no need for further escort, yet Li Tianhua replied, "Wait a moment, I'll call my driver to take us directly to Shijiao Mingyuan." With a smile, he acknowledged Cheng Su's help in saving his mother and was eager to fulfill his promise. With his youngest daughter recently graduating from university, he contemplated a suitable graduation gift. What better than a villa in Shijiao Mingyuan? Cheng Su had initially acted out of goodwill, not expecting Li Tianhua to purchase anything extravagant. He was aware that villas in Shijiao Mingyuan generally exceeded 50 million, with some costing several hundred million. Even for a wealthy individual like Li Tianhua, whose assets were valued in the hundreds of millions, liquid funds typically do not reach such heights. Having already spent 40 million on a school district property, Cheng Su found himself pondering whether Li Tianhua could indeed afford another villa. His curiosity about Li Tianhua's true identity was piqued. As Cheng Su seized the moment when Li Tianhua was momentarily distracted, he took the opportunity to conduct a quick online search. To his astonishment, he discovered that the esteemed chairman of Lingchuan Group, whom they were scheduled to meet this morning at a nearby cafe, was none other than Li Tianhua himself. Lingchuan Group is a publicly listed company, valued at several hundred million, and ranks prominently on a national scale. Furthermore, Cheng Su was intrigued to find that Li Tianhua was also tagged as a provincial tycoon online. A sigh of relief escaped Cheng Su's lips as he felt a surge of joy. Having made the acquaintance of such a notable figure was indeed a fruitful addition to his network. In the realm of business, establishing a connection with a significant personality often leads to introductions to even more influential individuals. Moreover, with Li Tianhua being a provincial magnate, the breadth of his network was undoubtedly expansive, thereby enriching Cheng Su's own resources. Before long, the vehicle arrived at Shijiao Mingyuan. As it was an incoming vehicle unfamiliar to the residents, the security guard promptly halted them. With an amiable demeanor, the guard respectfully requested, "Good day. May I please see your invitation?" The sales office for Shijiao Mingyuan is located within the Villa District, and due to the high demand among affluent clients, only those with an invitation are permitted to enter for tours or purchases. Cheng Su's company, a publicly listed real estate conglomerate, operates various branches, with the real estate agency being a mere fraction of its operations. Consequently, Cheng Su's agency, backed by a robust reputation, is entrusted with the sale of high-end properties like Shijiao. However, typically only top-tier sales representatives with over 5 years of experience and established connections in the business community can close deals here. This was Cheng Su's first visit to the site. With a smile, Cheng Su presented the electronic invitation on his phone to the guard. Once the guard verified its authenticity, he granted passage. Earlier during the drive, Cheng Su had already submitted a request for an invitation to the manager at the store. In truth, the criteria for such high-caliber invitations stipulated that one must have been employed for at least 3 years at the company. Each invitation is valid for a single use, further underscoring the company's diligence in this matter. It is this tenure that typically attracts clients capable of affording such lavish villas. However, exceptions are made for individuals like Cheng Su upon verification of circumstances. Moreover, upon learning of Li Tianhua's identity as the chairman of Lingchuan Group, the manager communicated the situation to higher-ups. Given that Shijiao is the company's most lucrative project, the leadership would certainly not forsake a golden opportunity due to a mere issue of tenure, especially not when dealing with a high-profile client like Li Tianhua. This is how Cheng Su successfully obtained the invitation. Chapter 73. The position of best man is secured. The sales office of Shijiao is situated at the very heart of the Villa District. In such prestigious real estate endeavors, developers aspire to showcase their strength and craftsmanship by enlisting renowned designers for bespoke constructions. Upon entering, one is greeted by a stunning crystal wall fashioned from 30,000 Swarovski crystals, leaving a breathtaking impression. The interior is reminiscent of quaint cafes found on the streets of European towns, exuding a unique charm and character. As Li Tianhua and Cheng Su entered the sales office in succession, a voice called out to Cheng Su from behind. A young man, approximately 25 years of age, approached him, impeccably dressed in a suit, with a name badge indicating his affiliation with the Shijiao sales team. Cheng Su's eyes widened in recognition. The individual before him was none other than his senior from university, Hua Ziming. Cheng Su was elated to unexpectedly encounter his former senior. During Cheng Su's time at university, before he ascended to the position of student council president, Hua Ziming had been the president of the previous term. Hua Ziming had always looked out for him during their time in the student council, facilitating his rise to leadership. Have you forgotten me after just a year? Hua Ziming teased, his joy evident at seeing his junior after so long. It was he who had welcomed Cheng Su to the university and shown him to his dormitory. Over time, they had developed a close friendship, though Hua Ziming graduated ahead of Cheng Su and became engrossed in his career, leaving little time for communication. Their last encounter had been a year prior when Hua Ziming returned to campus and met Cheng Su for dinner. That day, burdened by life's pressures, he had indulged in a drunken spree in front of Cheng Su, only to awaken in Cheng Su's dormitory the next morning. Recollections of their university days flooded Cheng Su's mind at the sight of his former senior, and he too felt a wave of happiness. However, realizing that this was not the appropriate moment for leisurely banter, Cheng Su discreetly gestured to Hua Ziming. True to their camaraderie, Hua Ziming instantly understood, giving Cheng Su a reassuring pat on the shoulder and indicating his name badge, as if to say, "Don't worry, I've got your back." At that moment, Cheng Su noticed Hua Ziming's badge read Client Manager. Gratefully accepting Hua Ziming's assistance, Cheng Su nodded. After all, Cheng Su had never sold a villa before, while Hua Ziming, being a sales representative at Shijiao, was undoubtedly more familiar with the properties and possessed greater experience in introductions. Thus, with Cheng Su leading the way, Hua Ziming supported him in presenting various options to Li Tianhua. Without excessive elaboration, Li Tianhua promptly selected a villa with an appealing orientation and ample space. Signing the contract without hesitation, Hua Ziming, frequently hosting affluent clients, had heard of Li Tianhua's name. Upon seeing the signature on the contract, which read Provincial Tycoon Li Tianhua, he noted the ease with which the two interacted, their conversation resembling that of old friends rather than a typical sales-client exchange. Hua Ziming was somewhat taken aback. He knew Cheng Su was not a local of Magic City and had only graduated this past summer. How had he managed to forge such a connection with a person of Li Tianhua's stature? Just then, as Li Tianhua had to depart early due to prior commitments, Cheng Su remained at the sales office to finalize the remaining paperwork. Curiosity piqued, Hua Ziming leaned closer to Cheng Su and inquired, "Li Tianhua is a provincial tycoon, reputed to have quite an eccentric personality. How did you manage to win him over?" Hua Ziming had interacted with elite figures in the business realm, and while he had not personally encountered someone like Li Tianhua, he had often heard others speak of him. "Eccentric? I didn't perceive that at all," Cheng Su replied, bewildered as he regarded Hua Ziming. He found Li Tianhua to be quite amiable, reminiscent of a kindly elder. Hua Ziming's lips twitched slightly, his curiosity about how Cheng Su had befriended the provincial tycoon only deepening. However, he decided against pressing the matter further at that moment. Instead, he clapped Cheng Su on the shoulder and quietly proposed, Cheng Su, it's been ages since we last met. I'm about to finish my shift. Let me treat you to dinner. Having navigated the bustling city of magic alone, Hua Ziming felt an immense joy at encountering a familiar face. Cheng Su, appearing somewhat troubled, spoke up. I apologize, senior. My wife is pregnant, and I must return home to care for her, so let us reschedule our meeting for another time. At this, Hua Ziming became entirely unsettled, exclaiming in surprise, You're married? Cheng Su nodded affirmatively. Yes, we have already obtained our marriage certificate. With whom? The campus beauty, Su Sahan? Hua Ziming inquired. Cheng Su nodded once more. Upon receiving confirmation, Hua Ziming blinked in astonishment and clapped Cheng Su on the back, saying, Impressive. You've moved quickly. You've graduated and already tied the knot with the campus beauty. Have you held the wedding yet? The radiant love story between Cheng Su and Su Sahan had become well known throughout the school, with everyone aware of their union. However, many harbored jealousy and were skeptical about their relationship. Ultimately, no one anticipated that they would not only remain together throughout university, but would also secure their marriage certificate immediately after graduation. This rapid progression left no room for those still clinging to hopes regarding Su Sahan. When the topic of the wedding arose, Cheng Su shook his head. Although his parents had arranged the engagement, a date had yet to be selected. Choosing a date for such a momentous occasion is no simple task. Despite Su Sahan's pregnancy necessitating swift arrangements for the wedding, both sets of parents desired to select an auspicious date. This was the reason for the delay. All right, when you do get married, you must invite me. I'd like to reserve the position of best man in advance. You have no objections, do you? Hua Ziming was genuinely pleased for Cheng Su and wished to bask in his joy, especially since he himself was still single at 25. Cheng Su smiled and agreed. As Hua Ziming was still on duty, he assisted Cheng Su in completing the remaining formalities before they exchanged a few more words. After which Cheng Su gathered his belongings and returned to the office. Chapter 74, The Store Manager's Calculations. Upon arriving at the company, Cheng Su was met with thunderous applause and cheers, leaving him quite bewildered. Store Manager Wang Ke waved his hand for silence and pulled Cheng Su to the center of the office, proclaiming, Cheng Su has achieved a staggering sales total of 140 million today, setting a record for the highest monthly sales in the history of our XX district store. Everyone should learn from Cheng Su. It was evident that Manager Wang Ke was elated at this moment. He had just received a call from the head office, which had praised both him and Cheng Su profusely. Furthermore, with Cheng Su's two major transactions, the store he managed had catapulted from the bottom of the performance rankings to the top. The leadership had even acknowledged him in the managerial group chat. And Wang Ke was overjoyed. Just the day before, he had been the target of criticism. Now, thanks to Cheng Su, he was the envy of many store managers. Wang Ke fully recognized Cheng Su's value. The young man exhibited exceptional sales talent, and he was determined to retain this asset. He clapped Cheng Su on the shoulder and continued, Just from these two transactions, your commission amounts to 2 million. Keep up the good work. I told you that working here would be lucrative, and look at that, too. 2 million is already in your hands. You also have the monthly sales champion bonus coming your way. Rest assured, real estate brokerage is quite profitable. Who knows, you might become a millionaire by next month. And I will be counting on you. Wang Ke was genuinely delighted. It is well known that the best way to retain a young talent is through financial incentives, and he had deftly grasped this principle. The majority of young people today face substantial financial pressures and are, understandably, quite pragmatic. Naturally, their primary concern in any job is financial gain. Who would willingly engage in sales for reasons other than monetary reward? Wang Ke then addressed the other employees, stating, Whether you are seasoned employees or newcomers, work diligently and learn from one another. Achieving a monthly income of 1 million, like Cheng Su, is absolutely within reach here. Wang Ke's words rang with conviction, igniting a fervor among the employees, particularly the new hires. In truth, who among salespeople isn't motivated by the prospect of earning substantial income? While the base salary may be low, the commissions are high and the earnings come in swiftly. If not for the allure of money, who would endure the rigors of sales? They gazed at Cheng Su with envy. Having only been with the company for less than 6 months, he had already reached a monthly income of 1 million. They felt a glimmer of hope for themselves, believing that even if they didn't earn 1 million, earning tens of thousands was certainly feasible. Wang Ke's remarks successfully stirred their ambitions. The greater the desire for wealth, the more vigor they would bring to their work. Wang Ke adeptly capitalized on the situation. Even if other employees lacked Cheng Su's ability to close large deals, they would at least remain diligent. His strategy was astute, as retaining Cheng Su would not only benefit him but also motivate the entire team, including the new recruits. It was a win-win scenario, with Cheng Su's potential for profit being immense. As the others congratulated Cheng Su on his impressive deals and substantial earnings, Lin Miao Miao stood to the side. her expression one of deep distress. At that moment, she regretted her decisions profoundly. It was only after Cheng Su finalized the deal for the 100 million mansion with Li Tianhua that she realized the magnitude of her mistake. She hadn't prepared the necessary materials in advance and was unaware that Li Tianhua was a provincial tycoon. Had she known, she would have persevered with the client. No matter how challenging he might have been, even if it meant enduring the process, she would never have relinquished this client. To her, the client she had handed over to Cheng Su was not merely a client. He represented an invaluable connection within high society. In her eyes, the money Cheng Su earned was worth far more than just the 2 million in commission. If she had built a good rapport with Li Tianhua, she would never have to worry about client resources again. Just a casual introduction from Li Tianhua could lead her to industry magnates. The prospect of such earnings was staggering. Lin Miao Miao gazed at Cheng Su, now the center of attention, and was engulfed in profound regret. What? You wish to resign? The voice of manager Wang Ku echoed from the office. Employees outside glanced at one another in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. They paused their work, straining to eavesdrop, intrigued to glean more information. Everyone, focus on your work, Supervisor Wang admonished, furrowing his brow upon hearing the discussion from the office. Seeing the employees distracted from their tasks, he raised his voice in frustration. Neither manager Wang Ku nor Supervisor Wang wished for Cheng Su to leave. Cheng Su's success not only brought prestige to Wang Ku, but also significantly increased his commission. At the annual meeting, he would be able to speak confidently before the head office, perhaps even earning a promotion to district manager next year. The more exceptional the employees he cultivated, the closer he would be to achieving his goals and the greater his chances of promotion. Therefore, the prospect of Cheng Su resigning was perplexing. Cheng Su's resignation had to be submitted to his direct superior, Supervisor Wang, who had previously urged him to reconsider for quite some time. Not only that, but Supervisor Wang also presumed that Cheng Su was dissatisfied with the meager base salary offered by the real estate agency. Just moments ago, he had made a promise to Cheng Su, stating that he would elevate him to the highest base salary standard within the company's sales department. Yet, Cheng Su remained resolute in his decision to resign, leaving Supervisor Wang with no alternative but to escalate the matter to the store manager. At this juncture, store manager Wang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why do you wish to resign? Did you not just close a significant deal today? The client you secured is a provincial magnate. The profits from this transaction are substantial, as I'm sure you understand. Moreover, given your capabilities, remaining with the company would undoubtedly pave the way for a prosperous future. Although the agency is merely a small branch of the parent company, it is still in a developmental phase. If you choose to stay, the opportunities for growth will far exceed those available to others." Cheng Su grasped the implications of Wang Ku's words. He was being presented with a vision of a promising future. The company was still evolving, and should he choose to remain, his position would surely ascend. However, even if he were to attain a lofty position within the company, what would it matter? Firstly, this was not a profession he held dear, and secondly, he would still be working for someone else. He possessed both the talent and the capital. Why should he toil for others? With a faint smile, Cheng Su replied, "I sincerely appreciate the care you and Supervisor Wang have shown me during my time here. But I aspire to embark on my own entrepreneurial journey and pursue a career that I truly love." Upon hearing this, Wang sighed with a tinge of regret. With the conversation having reached this point, what further persuasion could he offer to convince Cheng Su to stay? As the saying goes, severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their parents. Such an unscrupulous act was beyond his moral compass. With your abilities, I have every confidence that you will succeed in your entrepreneurial endeavors. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Wang said with a smile. It was far better to cultivate friendships than to part on bitter terms, and besides, he was quite certain of Cheng Su's potential. If Cheng Su were to flourish in his business, it was conceivable that he might one day rely on him as well. Chapter 75. The arrival of my brother-in-law. As Cheng Su exited the company, he was met with a chorus of incredulous and puzzled glances. To his colleagues, Cheng Su was merely a fledgling, having just begun to show promise, standing at a pivotal moment in his career. To resign at this juncture was akin to discarding a winning hand. The employees, who were all grappling with the challenges of survival in society, understood all too well how rare it was to earn genuine recognition from their superiors. A promotion from the leadership could indeed signify a boundless future. Their astonishment and confusion stemmed from the fact that Cheng Su was fully aware of this, yet still chose to resign with unwavering determination. In their eyes, his decision was not only foolish but also courageous, an audacity they wished to emulate but lacked the resolve to act upon. Their gazes, filled with envy and admiration, also harbored a hint of resentment for their own forsaken dreams as they watched Cheng Su depart. Cheng Su rode his electric scooter home. He typically did not drive a luxury car to work, as doing so would evoke a sense of isolation. Keeping the car at home was more convenient for his parents and Su Sahan when they occasionally ventured out. Cheng Su pondered whether it was time for him to acquire a vehicle for personal use. A simple SUV would suffice. As he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, he would undoubtedly need to traverse the city to meet clients, and having a car would facilitate that. On his way home, Cheng Su calculated his current savings. In his bank account, including the previous cashback and rewards from the prenatal education program, he had a total of approximately 10.46 million. This month, his commissions and salary from the company amounted to around 2.5 million. As the company's top sales champion, he expected a bonus of several thousand more. All told, he estimated his total assets to be around 13 million. He intended to set aside 3 million as a safety net for Su Sahan during her pregnancy, covering nutrition, prenatal checkups, and all essential precautions and nutrients. Nothing could be left to chance. The remaining 10 million would be more than sufficient for his entrepreneurial pursuits and the purchase of a vehicle. Working at the real estate agency had merely been a stopgap measure. Now that he possessed the capital to start his own business in an industry he was passionate about, Cheng Su felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Returning home early, he found the atmosphere lively, filled with laughter and excitement. Upon opening the door, he heard his mother's exuberant voice accompanied by hearty laughter. Cheng Su was perplexed. What could be causing such excitement? Moreover, Su Sahan usually greeted him at the door with a warm embrace and a sweet, "You've worked hard, dear." Today, however, she was conspicuously absent. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," Cheng Su called out, a hint of displeasure in his voice as he changed his shoes at the entrance. At that moment, he noticed an unfamiliar pair of shoes near the door. Could it be that his in-laws had arrived? Stepping into the living room, his suspicions were confirmed, not his in-laws, but rather Su Sahan's sister, accompanied by a man whom Cheng Su did not recognize. On the coffee table, several beautifully wrapped gift boxes hinted that they were brought by this man and Su Yuding. Cheng Su's new home in Jinsheng Huafu was spacious, with a living room that was at least twice the size of his previous rented apartment. There was also a grand balcony, and in the area between the living room and the balcony, he and Su Sahan had set up a space for a mahjong table. Knowing that Lu Peiyun and Cheng Dong enjoyed playing mahjong, Su Sahan had arranged to buy the table from Cheng Su's hometown. At that moment, Lu Peiyun, Su Sahan, Su Yuding, and the unfamiliar man were all gathered around the mahjong table. Cheng Dong sat beside Lu Peiyun, cracking sunflower seeds while perched on a small stool. Lu Peiyun, brimming with excitement, was collecting money from the others, her smile unwavering as she counted the bills in her hands. "Husband, you're back," Su Sahan exclaimed, turning to see Cheng Su and rushing toward him for a brief embrace. She then whispered in his ear, "Sister and brother-in-law are here." At that moment, Su Yuding also stood up from her seat, smiling at Cheng Su as she said, "Brother-in-law, I hope we're not intruding. Congratulations to you and Sahan on your marriage certificate. We are officially family now." As she spoke, the man beside her stepped forward, and Su Yuding continued, "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, with whom you've spoken over the phone before." Cheng Su glanced at Su Yuding's husband, who was dressed in a casual yet slightly formal shirt. Though relaxed, his attire conveyed a sense of approachability rather than formality. "Brother-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you," Cheng Su said, extending his hand politely. Yang Haoyu smiled warmly as he shook Cheng Su's hand, saying, "Brother-in-law, you were a tremendous help to me last time. I've been contemplating how to thank you properly, which is why I'm here today." Cheng Su smiled back, thinking to himself that he had merely assisted Yang Haoyu with some code. It hardly warranted such a visit of gratitude. Cheng Su pondered. Given that his sister and brother-in-law had arrived uninvited today, there must be some other underlying reason for their visit. However, he chose not to confront them directly. Despite having spoken over the phone once, he was still not well acquainted with his brother-in-law. "You are too polite," Cheng Su remarked, just as Lu Peiyun's voice chimed in. "Ah, what a disaster. I haven't even bought the groceries yet. Lao Cheng, why didn't you remind me sooner?" Lu Peiyun lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Cheng Dong, who appeared quite helpless in the situation. He knew his wife well. When she was absorbed in a game of mahjong, her focus was unwavering. He had indeed reminded her earlier, yet Lu Peiyun had not heeded his words, too engrossed in her game to care about his interruption. With an apologetic expression, Lu Peiyun turned to Yang Haoyu and Su Yuding, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I completely forgot to buy ingredients for dinner. I can't believe it's already time for my son to be home from work. Just a moment, I'll rush to the market." As she spoke, she began to don her coat, ready to head out. "Annie, there's no need for that. We can chat with Cheng Su for a bit before we leave." Yang Haoyu attempted to interject, but was swiftly interrupted by Lu Peiyun. "Where do you think you're going? Stay for dinner. Afterward, you can accompany me for a few rounds." Lu Peiyun beamed with joy. Although there was a mahjong table at home, her son was often at work, leaving her perpetually one player short. Even when Cheng Su was home, She would often allow her son to rest after a long day. Consequently, the mahjong table had seen little use since her daughter-in-law had bought it. Now that someone had finally come who not only played, but was also her son's brother-in-law, someone she found amiable and capable, she could hardly let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Chapter 76. A hasty retreat. After observing his mother's evident fondness for his brother-in-law, Cheng Su stepped in as his mother prepared to leave. "Mom, allow me to buy the groceries today. You deserve a break," he suggested. He fully understood his mother's intentions. Back in her hometown, Liu Peiyun had friends with whom she would occasionally gather for a game of cards and some light-hearted conversation, which she considered a form of entertainment. This was one of the few hobbies she cherished. Since moving to the bustling metropolis to care for Su Sahan, she hadn't played cards at all. Furthermore, the city lacked a culture of mahjong, making it quite challenging for Liu Peiyun to find someone to play with. This was the very reason Su Sahan had later suggested acquiring a mahjong table at home after hearing her mother speak of her longing for it. Seeing the delight on his mother's face, Cheng Su felt a sense of happiness knowing he could finally help her fulfill this long-held desire for companionship in a game of mahjong. Indeed, Liu Peiyun's eyes sparkled with glee as she promptly hung her coat back on the rack. "Wonderful, son. You go ahead," she exclaimed, darting back to the mahjong table and winking at Cheng Su, praising him. "My son cooks even better than I do. You all must savor his cooking. Come on. Don't just stand there. Let us continue," Liu Peiyun urged, resuming her game while directing Yang Haoyu and Su Yuding to take a seat. Cheng Su chuckled and shook his head. At times, he felt utterly at a loss with his mother. "Han Han, you should join too. Don't mind him. Let him go buy the groceries." Liu Peiyun beckoned to Su Sahan, who was still clinging to Cheng Su. Su Sahan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mom, let Dad play a few rounds first. I'll go buy the groceries with Xiaosu." After speaking, she exchanged a pleading glance with Cheng Su. He understood immediately, stuttering, Yes, Dad, you can take over for Han Han. I'll go with her to the market." "All right." Cheng Dong readily agreed, eager to play mahjong after such a long hiatus. Without hesitation, he took the seat previously occupied by Su Sahan and began shuffling the tiles. While Liu Peiyun and Cheng Dong were distracted, Su Yuding leaned down and stifled a laugh, playfully pouting and giving Su Sahan a discreet thumbs up, as if to say, "If you lose, run away. It's not fair." Su Sahan stuck out her tongue at her sister in a show of defiance, ignoring her. As the weather turned cooler, Liu Peiyun reminded, "Han Han, make sure to dress warmly when you go out." Noticing the wind blowing outside, she cautioned again, "Be careful, dear. The supermarket will be crowded at this hour." Liu Peiyun had developed a routine of shopping at a nearby market every day, avoiding stockpiling groceries at home. After all, even if vegetables were kept in the fridge, they would not be fresh the next day. With her daughter-in-law pregnant, she felt it was imperative to buy the freshest ingredients whenever she had the opportunity. Over time, she had come to understand the ebb and flow of the supermarket's customer traffic, recognizing that this time of day coincided with the end of the workday, making it particularly busy. She was genuinely concerned that Su Sahan might inadvertently bump into something amidst the throngs of shoppers. Although she was reluctant for her daughter-in-law to venture out at such a busy time, she knew she could not prevent her from going out. After all, the pregnancy literature she had read advised that staying cooped up at home could negatively impact Su Sahan's mood. A breath of fresh air was beneficial. "Understood," Cheng Su replied, taking Su Sahan's hand as they stepped outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he helped her put on her coat, fastening the buttons for her. "It looks quite unflattering when buttoned. It makes me appear so bulky," Su Sahan remarked, glancing down at herself. Indeed, the coat was designed to be worn unbuttoned, and when fastened, it did seem excessively cumbersome. "Where's the lack of charm? I find it quite appealing. My wife is beautiful in every way, like a walking clothes hanger," Cheng Su said earnestly, nodding in agreement. "Stop flattering me. I clearly look overweight," Su Sahan pouted, feeling that Cheng Su was merely trying to lift her spirits. She attempted to unbutton her coat, but Cheng Su quickly interjected, "It's still windy outside. It's cold and you're naturally sensitive to the chill. So you need to keep warm. Besides, you can't judge solely from your perspective. Look, your view is from above, and you can only see the middle. You can't see the sides. From below, you can see both sides, forming a triangle, which is why you feel bulky. I can see the whole picture. And you look absolutely lovely." Cheng Su spoke with genuine sincerity, describing the reality as he saw it. In his eyes, Su Sahan had always been the enchanting figure he had encountered by the lakeside during their university days. No one in the world could rival her beauty. Furthermore, Su Sahan was naturally slender, and Cheng Su often felt she was too thin and wanted to ensure she received proper nourishment. Su Sahan was taken aback by his words and paused to glance down at herself a few more times, contemplating that perhaps Cheng Su had a point, which made her nod in agreement and smile once more. "Really?" she asked, her face lighting up with joy, no longer preoccupied with thoughts of her weight. as she clung to Cheng Su's arm, gazing at him earnestly. Of course, you are the most beautiful in the world, Cheng Su said affectionately, playfully brushing his fingers against her nose. Su Sahan beamed at his words, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of pink. The two individuals walked hand in hand towards the supermarket. Just outside the Jin Xinhua mansion, there was a large supermarket not far away, only a 10-minute stroll. On the way, Cheng Su recalled the desperate look on Su Sahan's face when she had sought his help earlier and curiously inquired, "Why didn't you want to play mahjong with your mom?" "Well, I lost all my cash," Su Sahan pouted, her demeanor revealing her reluctance to divulge the details. Cheng Su was taken aback momentarily, before bursting into laughter. "Did you lose it all to your mom? How much did you lose?" With a hint of grievance. Su Sahan nodded and replied, 1,000. She bit her lip in frustration, feeling a sense of injustice as she pondered why she had suffered such a considerable defeat. Especially when both she and Su Yuding had only learned to play mahjong that very day. Su Yuding had only lost a few hundred, and the disparity gnawed at her. "You are rather pathetic, haha," Cheng Su teased mercilessly, and predictably, she retaliated with a sharp pinch. Su Sahan glared at Cheng Su, and the louder he laughed, the harder she pinched him. "Ouch. Dear, I was wrong. I promise to help you win it all back when we get home," Cheng Su pleaded, wincing in pain. "Humph. It doesn't matter. Losing to mom is just losing to mom. She seems quite happy about it, doesn't she? Just make it up to me." Su Sahan quirked an eyebrow and extended her hand towards Cheng Su, grinning with delight. Cheng Su chuckled helplessly. "All right, I'll take responsibility for the losses. The winnings will be yours." He obediently transferred 5,200 yuan to Su Sahan. Chapter 77, A Strong Support System. When Su Sahan heard the familiar ping of her phone, signaling the arrival of the funds, her heart soared. She adored that sound, finding it melodious no matter when she heard it. "Thank you, darling," she exclaimed, instinctively planting a kiss on Cheng Su's cheek before eagerly checking her phone. The joy that accompanied the receipt of money was indescribable. Upon seeing the 5,002 he had sent her, she beamed like a child receiving a red envelope during the new year. However, Su Sahan was not one to squander money indiscriminately. She diligently saved all the funds Cheng Su provided, ensuring she had resources for unforeseen circumstances. "Darling, I have something to tell you. I resigned today." Cheng Su tightened his grip on Su Sahan's hand. Surprisingly, Su Sahan did not appear overly shocked. Tilting her head, with a beaming smile, she gently replied, "Congratulations, my love." "Congratulations?" Cheng Su was puzzled, meeting her gaze with confusion. "Why is it congratulations? Normally, wouldn't people question why I resigned, or offer comforting words about finding a better job?" He animatedly expressed his bewilderment, eliciting laughter from Su Sahan. "Of course, it's a congratulations. Your resignation means you must have a plan for your next step, right? I know you've always wanted to start your own business. Now that you're ready, go for it. I, along with our little one, will undoubtedly be your strongest support," Su Sahan said with a gentle smile. Her words imbued with unwavering conviction. She understood Cheng Su. He would never embark on a venture without due consideration. Since he had made his decision, she would support him wholeheartedly, just as he had resolutely chosen to marry her and welcome their child into the world. Cheng Su gazed intently at Su Sahan. To be honest, he had always been the one comforting Su Sahan, standing by her decisions, but this time, he was genuinely moved by her words. Starting a business was no simple feat. The pressures involved were immense. Success in entrepreneurship was not guaranteed merely by having capital or connections, as exemplified by a certain individual. One must be hands-on, comprehending the intricate workings of various departments. Without trustworthy allies, one would bear the burden alone, unable to entirely entrust responsibilities to others. Given the fickleness of human nature, from the moment one embarks on this journey, the pressure only escalates, especially in a city as daunting and familiar as Shanghai. However, receiving support from family and loved ones would provide immense solace. Cheng Su embraced Su Sahan, holding her tightly, inhaling the faint scent of lavender that lingered on her. His heart settled considerably. "You're not afraid of me?" Cheng Su began to voice his concerns, but Su Sahan swiftly covered his mouth. "Dreams are beautiful, but reality must be faced. If the outcome of your venture is less than satisfactory, ugh, let us not speak of such inauspicious thoughts." Su Sahan was aware of what Cheng Su was about to say. "In all matters, one seeks auspiciousness. We haven't even begun yet. And I don't want you to dwell on negative possibilities. You need not worry too much. Just go ahead and act. I have nothing to fear because I have you by my side," she reassured him. Cheng Su's abilities were something she had complete faith in, but she also wished to alleviate any undue pressure on him. Yes, I still have my dear wife and our 3 adorable little ones." Cheng Su replied with a smile, merely concerned that Su Sahan might overthink things. After all, this was a critical time in her pregnancy, with the baby due in a few months. During this period, expenses would be considerable, and it would be prudent to have a stable job that ensured a reliable income. Cheng Su had some savings, and to others, that money should serve as a safety net for Su Sahan and the baby, rather than being risked on an uncertain entrepreneurial venture. He feared that Su Sahan might think similarly, yet now, witnessing her unwavering support, he felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the entrepreneurial pressures, having the support of his beloved made everything seem trivial in comparison. As for the venture itself, Cheng Su had already formulated a plan in his mind, knowing precisely how to proceed. While he had the backing of a supportive system, with the prospect of earning money while nurturing the baby at home, the future of that system remained uncertain. The reassurance of earning one's own money was the most comforting of all. Su Sahan giggled, leaning closer to Cheng Su's ear, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot, before whispering, "You needn't worry about lacking funds. Feel free to use whatever is in your account for the business. I have savings, so you needn't fret about me and the baby." She had seen that Cheng Su had over 10 million in his account. Starting an IT company should be more than sufficient. Su Sahan was sensible, understanding that launching a company required substantial capital for hiring and renting space, among other expenses. She did not want Cheng Su to hesitate in pursuing his entrepreneurial dreams for her and the baby's sake. Yes, the 200,000 my parents gave you, right? Cheng Su nodded. Su Sahan had worked for a while after graduation, but her salary had not been particularly high. Taking into account the previous monetary gift from her parents, Cheng Su calculated that her savings would not exceed 30,000. Who are you underestimating? I actually have 100,000 saved, Su Sahan declared proudly. Cheng Su, taken aback, looked at her incredulously. Where did you get that money? Seeing his astonishment, Su Sahan beamed with pride, tilting her head and playfully sticking out her tongue. Hee, it's a secret, I want to tell you. Playing coy are we? Will you tell me or not? Cheng Su teased, wrapping his arm around her waist. Su Sahan deftly dodged and ran away with a smile. Hey, don't run, slow down. Cheng Su sighed as he chased after her. It was only after a long time that Cheng Su realized he was not the sole one saving money to marry Su Sahan. She too, in her own way, was saving to wed him. Every penny he gave her was meticulously saved, never squandered. Even when she was pregnant and found it inconvenient, she would take on writing tasks online, thinking that any little bit she could earn would help alleviate some of Cheng Su's burdens. Su Sahan was silently striving for a better future with Cheng Su. Chapter 78, Daily Life, A Harmonious Family. Cheng Su and Su Sahan returned home, playfully teasing each other. It was evident that Su Sahan held the upper hand. I reached the door first, so you'll wash the dishes later, she declared, leaning against the door while eyeing Cheng Su, who stood behind her, laden with bags of groceries. Cheng Su chuckled helplessly. He was puzzled about when this sudden competition had begun. As long as I'm home, when have you ever washed the dishes? He replied. He had never once made Su Sahan do the dishes while he was around. I don't care, you lost. Su Sahan pouted like a child. Cheng Su couldn't help but laugh at her antics, shaking his head. All right, I concede to you. Only then did Su Sahan joyfully open the door. Upon entering, they were greeted by Lu Peiyun's voice. The two exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. It seemed Lu Peiyun had been holding back for too long. Cheng Su greeted his sister and brother-in-law, inquiring if they had any dietary restrictions before heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Lu Peiyun, feeling a twinge of guilt for leaving her son to manage alone, asked, Son, do you want Mom to help? Seeing his mother's questioning gaze mixed with her eagerness to play cards, Cheng Su promptly replied, No need, I can manage. I'll be done shortly. Lu Peiyun then resumed her card game with a contented smile. Su Sahan took a seat where Cheng Dong had been, munching on sunflower seeds, her eyes widening in shock at the substantial pile of cash next to Lu Peiyun. Mom, you're amazing. You keep winning, she exclaimed. In the bustling metropolis, where mahjong wasn't a common pastime, Su Sahan had hardly seen anyone play, but even she had heard tales of those who consistently triumphed. Of course, in my hometown, I was once dubbed the mahjong beauty in my youth, Lu Peiyun boasted with pride. Your mother was indeed quite beautiful back then, Cheng Dong reminisced fondly, sparking a conversation filled with nostalgic anecdotes. Su Sahan, perched on a small stool, listened intently, savoring the moment. Enough of the past. Pay up, Lu Peiyun demanded, extending her hand towards Cheng Dong. He blinked in surprise at his unplayed cards, protesting, I haven't even played yet. My hand is exceptionally good. I'm bound to win. That's what you get for chatting instead of playing. I won, so pay up, Lu Peiyun asserted confidently. Cheng Dong grumbled, but ultimately surrendered the money to her. Watching them, Su Sahan couldn't help but chuckle, recalling her earlier playful banter with Cheng Su. As dinner approached, Lu Peiyun finally satisfied her urge to play cards and brought out the money she had won from Su Yuding and Yang Haoyu, intending to return it to them. However, both declined, leaving her with no choice but to keep it. Liu Peiyun hummed a tune while counting her earnings, approximately 2,000, which she flaunted in front of Cheng Dong before tucking it away in her pocket. Sister and brother-in-law, thank you for keeping my mom company while playing mahjong for so long. These are just home-cooked dishes, so please don't be too polite, Cheng Su said. Though they were now family, he believed in maintaining the necessary courtesies. Now that we are family, no need for thanks. I enjoy playing mahjong. And I didn't expect Auntie to be so skilled, Yang Haoyu replied sincerely, bridging the gap while maintaining a respectful distance. Flattered by the compliment, Liu Peiyun beamed and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. She continued to serve Yang Haoyu food with the serving chopsticks. He expressed his gratitude. And as he conversed with Cheng Su's parents, laughter filled the air. Su Yuding, already acquainted with Liu Peiyun and Cheng Dong, felt at ease in Cheng Su's home. As she surveyed the table laden with dishes, she marveled. These aren't just home-cooked meals. They could easily be served in a high-end restaurant. The sweet and sour ribs, placed especially in front of her, were her favorite dish, and she was surprised that Cheng Su had remembered her preference from their last visit. Glancing at Cheng Su, she felt a wave of admiration for him. He had not only remembered her likes, but also cared deeply for Su Sahan. As a true foodie, she swallowed hard, and without hesitation, grabbed a piece of rib to savor. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Brother-in-law, I had no idea you were such a hidden culinary talent. This is even better than what I've had at five-star hotels. Last time at home, she had seen Cheng Su making porridge for her sister during her morning sickness and had known he could cook, but she hadn't expected him to be this good. Did you train as a chef? She mused, while popping another piece of sweet and sour rib into her mouth. Cheng Su chuckled and shook his head, continuing to serve Su Sahan. Noticing her bowl was nearly overflowing with food, Su Sahan frowned playfully, saying, if you keep serving, I won't have any room left. Cheng Su realized he had been overly focused on ensuring she ate enough. Concerned, he looked at her and asked, are you feeling nauseous? Is it uncomfortable? When Su Sahan shook her head, he felt relieved. She smiled at him, teasing, you don't need to ask me every little while, do you? Cheng Su gave her an innocent look, chuckling silently. Meanwhile, he was contemplating making a soothing soup from the recipe he had received from Dr. Wang Zhongren to help alleviate her morning sickness after dinner. Su Yuding observed Cheng Su's every move, feeling happy for her sister. She was fortunate to marry someone who cherished her so deeply and could cook so well. Slow down, there's no one competing with you, Yang Haoyu remarked as he turned to see his wife ravenously devouring ribs, chuckling as he wiped the grease from her mouth. Honey, this sweet and sour rib made by Xiaosu is delicious. It's even better than what I've had at five-star hotels. You should try some. As she spoke, Su Yuding, with an air of offering a treasure, served Yang Haoyu several pieces of ribs. After savoring them, Yang Haoyu nodded in agreement. They were indeed delectable, surpassing even the creations of a master chef. This experience led Yang Haoyu to gain a newfound respect for Cheng Su, recognizing him not only as a skilled cook but also as a devoted husband and a programming prodigy. In terms of both character and ability, Cheng Su was truly exceptional. Yang Haoyu's gaze towards Cheng Su brimmed with acknowledgement. Chapter 79. The kindness of my brother-in-law. Around a round table, 6 individuals gathered to dine, exchanging laughter and engaging in warm conversation. Throughout the meal, Yang Haoyu and Su Yuding maintained a relaxed demeanor, their pleasant discourse harmonizing well with Liu Peiyun and Cheng Dong. The atmosphere felt familial, leaving no room for awkwardness. After dinner, Yang Haoyu and Su Yuding prepared to return home, accompanied downstairs by Cheng Su and Su Sahan. Once they reached the ground floor, Yang Haoyu broached a matter of importance with Cheng Su. This was, in fact, the primary reason for Yang Haoyu's visit today. He wished to extend an invitation to Cheng Su to join his company as a technical advisor. With sincere intent, Yang Haoyu proposed this opportunity to Cheng Su. Having witnessed Cheng Su's remarkable capabilities during their last encounter, he was fully aware of his high efficiency and exceptional programming skills. He was indeed a rare talent. Through Su Yuding, Yang Haoyu learned that Cheng Su had not pursued a career in his field after graduation, instead opting for a position in real estate sales. Yang Haoyu felt this was a misallocation of talent, given Cheng Su's prowess. He should be contributing to his own company as a technical advisor. While his company may not rank among the nation's top 100, after years of diligent effort, it had firmly established its position in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, with annual sales exceeding several hundred million, classifying it as a medium-sized enterprise. Cheng Su, upon hearing this, exchanged a glance with Su Sahan before politely smiling and declining the offer. Brother-in-law, I truly appreciate your recognition, but I wish to try my hand at this on my own, he said. Cheng Su's refusal was gracious. Yang Haoyu had extended his invitation with good intentions, for which Cheng Su was grateful, yet he yearned for the independence of pursuing his own path. Although the terms Yang Haoyu presented were enticing, Had this offer come a few months earlier, when Cheng Su lacked the funds to start his own venture, he would have eagerly accepted it, as it was a profession he truly loved. However, with the means to establish his own business now at hand, no matter how appealing the conditions, they would no longer sway him. The significance of this choice was indeed different. Recognizing Cheng Su's steadfast resolve, Yang Haoyu, a perceptive individual, understood his sentiments. He too had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey. Thus, he ceased further persuasion, merely nodding while affectionately patting Cheng Su on the shoulder. Pursuing your own venture is commendable. By the way, I have a friend who runs an IT company, but is currently struggling. His technical team is proficient, and he has personnel for finance and human resources as well. If you ever need assistance, I can facilitate a connection. Regardless of whether Cheng Su joined his company or not, Yang Haoyu felt that such talent should not be overlooked. It would indeed be a shame. Since Cheng Su aspired to be an entrepreneur, Yang Haoyu, as his brother-in-law, sought to offer his support as best he could. Cheng Su expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the challenge of finding a reliable technical team in the IT industry. If he were to embark on his own venture, he would need to recruit staff individually, a process fraught with time, effort, and expense. Moreover, a new company without any endorsements would make hiring competent and experienced employees particularly arduous. Thus, having a pre-existing team presented an excellent opportunity. Cheng Su, pragmatic in his approach, agreed to Yang Haoyu's proposal. The IT sector encompasses various branches, and Cheng Su intended to focus on gaming, ensuring no conflict with Yang Haoyu's projects. Hence, they were not competitors, and to express his gratitude for Yang Haoyu's assistance, Cheng Su consented to serve as a part-time technical consultant. Thus, the two reached an agreement. If you ever need my help in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. We are family now, so there's no need for formality, Yang Haoyu remarked before departing, considering himself a mentor in the realm of entrepreneurship. With guidance from a predecessor, Cheng Su could navigate this journey with greater ease. Cheng Su expressed his thanks, while Su Yuding exchanged a few words with Su Sahan before Yang Haoyu and Su Yuding took their leave. Darling, this is fantastic. With an established technical team, we can bypass the recruitment phase. Congratulations on a triumphant start, Su Sahan exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Cheng Su's as they watched her sister and brother-in-law's car fade into the distance. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, she was aware of the challenges faced at the inception of a business. Yang Haoyu's assistance in connecting with this transitioning company was indeed the best scenario for Cheng Su, who had no connections in Shanghai. Indeed, it is a promising beginning. Cheng Su affectionately ruffled Su Sahan's hair. He understood her desire to uplift his spirits, especially since the pressures of entrepreneurship had weighed heavily upon him since resigning from his previous position. Cheng Su had yet to inform his parents about his decision to start his own business. When they returned home and divulged the entire sequence of events and Cheng Su's ambitions to his parents, Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun exhibited a calm demeanor. Cheng Dong nodded appreciatively, posing the question, "You wish to start your own business? Your mother and I support you. You need not worry about Sahan. She has us to care for her. But do you have sufficient funds?" Having worked in a factory during his youth, Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun had saved some money to open a supermarket after facing changes in their previous workplace. Although their industries differed, they understood the inherent difficulties. Aware that they had no relatives in Shanghai to assist their son, their only recourse was to offer support. It pained them to think that their son must shoulder all burdens alone. They wished to alleviate his load, even if only slightly. Cheng Dong then suggested that Lu Peiyun retrieve the savings they had set aside for their son's future home, intending to support him. Cheng Su smiled, pushing the bank card back towards them. "Mom, Dad, please keep this for your retirement. I have sufficient funds. I have already saved over 10 million. And my sales commission this month alone amounts to over 2 million, which is more than enough." Over 10 million in savings? Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, their son had mentioned dabbling in stock trading before. Yet, he had also spoken of purchasing an expensive car and a lavish home. How could he possibly have over 10 million in savings? Furthermore, he had only been in sales for a short while, and his commission for just 1 month had reached 200,000. They had labored for over a decade to save just over 1 million, which paled in comparison to their son's monthly earnings. A wave of joy surged through Cheng Dong and Lu Peiyun. Their son was truly thriving. They felt an immense pride swell within them. When they returned to their hometown, they would surely boast about their son's accomplishments to friends and family, silencing any naysayers who claimed he was merely drifting without a future. Chapter 80. Discussion before the prenatal checkup. A family affair? Lu Peiyun was elated for her son, but soon another thought struck her. She took Su Sahan's hand and exclaimed, "Henin, let us go shopping tomorrow. I want some money today. So whatever you wish to eat or play, I shall cover the expenses." Lu Peiyun patted her chest, speaking with unwavering confidence, for she was in an exceptionally jubilant mood today. "All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow." Su Sahan readily agreed. leaving Cheng Su's side to plop down in front of Lu Peiyun, linking her arm with Lu Peiyun's and casting a triumphant glance at Cheng Su, as if to say, "See, Mom loves me the most." Cheng Su, feeling indignant, pointed at himself and protested, "Mom, what about me? I'm going shopping with my daughter-in-law. Why do you need to tag along?" Lu Peiyun did not even spare him a glance. Cheng Su felt aggrieved and internally grumbled, "Mom, whose son are you really? Just a moment ago, you were worried about my entrepreneurial pressures and wanted to support me financially. Where did that mother go?" Your mood shifts are astonishingly swift. Before Cheng Su could fully lament his plight, Lu Peiyun added, "If you're free tomorrow, you can come along too. We could use someone to carry our bags." Cheng Su's mouth twitched. Internally, he thought, "Mom, am I still your son? This is a bit too much, treating me like free labor." Cheng Su wore a forlorn expression and caught sight of his father, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement. An idea struck Cheng Su. "Mom, Dad must be so bored at home all by himself. We can't just leave him alone, or he might feel sad." Cheng Su blinked earnestly, feigning concern for his father's emotional well-being. Hearing this, Cheng Dong shook his head vigorously. "No, I'm not bored at all." He had no intention of accompanying women on a shopping spree. He knew from experience that it would take half a day to complete. Having gone shopping with Lu Peiyun before, he recalled how his legs nearly gave out by the end of the day. Lu Peiyun found her son's reasoning quite sensible and, like a wise matriarch, nodded in agreement, saying, "You should go too." Cheng Dong felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he shot a glare at Cheng Su, the instigator of this ordeal, thinking, "Am I no longer your son? Now you're dragging Dad into this as well." Nevertheless, Cheng Dong acquiesced. It had been ages since their family had gone shopping together. After the family made their plans, they found it was still early, so they settled in the living room to watch a movie. Cheng Su went to the kitchen to prepare some fruit for everyone. He was more interested in engaging with Su Sahan than watching the movie, gently resting his hand on her belly, rather than the film. He preferred to communicate with the three little lives growing within her. Su Sahan had grown accustomed to Cheng Su's occasional touches on her belly and, seeing his fondness, did not object, enjoying her fruit instead. At that moment, as Cheng Su gazed at Su Sahan's belly, a thought suddenly struck him. He picked up his phone to check the time. After calculating, he turned to Su Sahan and said, "My dear wife, isn't it time for your prenatal checkup?" Su Sahan, who had been laughing at the comedy film just moments ago, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. She bit her lip. For some inexplicable reason, the mention of a checkup made her heart race with unease. After a moment of contemplation, she realized it was indeed time and nodded. At 8 weeks, it was appropriate to begin the first prenatal examination, as the doctor had advised when she had fainted and been hospitalized earlier. Both Cheng Su and Su Sahan were novice parents, not particularly knowledgeable about such matters. Cheng Su had later done some research to familiarize himself. "It's all right. We will go shopping with Mom tomorrow and go for the checkup the day after." Su Sahan replied with a smile. After all, she had already promised her mother-in-law to go shopping, and she could mentally prepare herself for the checkup later. The thought of it made her anxious. Everything about the first checkup was an enigma. Although she had undergone a simple examination at 6 weeks, it had been rudimentary, as the fetus was not yet developed enough to reveal much. That was why the doctor had insisted they return for the first checkup at 8 weeks, when the fetus would have taken shape, allowing for a clearer understanding of its development. This filled Su Sahan with both anticipation and trepidation, carrying rare triplets. What if something went wrong during the examination? The thought alone made her exceedingly anxious. Cheng Su noticed Su Sahan's tension, and without speaking, he simply held her hand tightly, offering silent reassurance. Lu Peiyun, having overheard their conversation, contemplated for a moment and said, "Henin, you can shop any day. You should go for your checkup tomorrow." Lu Peiyun, taking hold of Su Sahan's other hand, continued, "Don't overthink it. There's nothing to fear about the checkup. We'll all accompany you, and with us there, you won't be afraid, right?" Having experienced pregnancy herself, Lu Peiyun understood these sentiments well. A pregnant woman's emotions are often heightened, and the anxiety surrounding a checkup can rival the nerves of meeting one's in-laws for the first time, if not exceed them. Having family by one's side and receiving comfort can significantly ease a pregnant woman's emotional turmoil. Upon hearing that they would accompany her to the checkup, Su Sahan, who had been feeling anxious, burst into laughter at her mother-in-law's words. "Isn't it a bit excessive for the whole family to accompany me? How many pregnant women have their entire family with them for a checkup?" she thought, finding it rather amusing. "What's excessive about it? Accompanying my daughter-in-law for her checkup is only natural," Lu Peiyun replied earnestly. Observing her mother-in-law's comforting demeanor, Su Sahan felt her anxiety dissipate, replaced by a warm sense of reassurance. After some discussion among the family, it was decided that the next day, they would all accompany Su Sahan to the hospital for her first checkup. Lu Peiyun rose early, preparing breakfast. Since Su Sahan's first checkup required a blood test, and needed to be done on an empty stomach. Liu Peiyun and Cheng Su prepared some quick snacks like bread and brought along some water, ensuring Su Sahan would have something to eat after her blood test. As Su Sahan watched her family preparing, a smile of helpless happiness graced her face, completely erasing her previous tension. Henin, remember to grab a coat. The weather forecast says it will be windy today, Liu Peiyun reminded, glancing at her phone. All right, Su Sahan replied, heading to the bedroom to fetch her coat. With a beaming smile, she thought to herself, they really do regard me as quite important. Once the family had gathered everything, they finally set out together.